been sleeping alone, and I've been eating alone, hiding under the stairs, even though no one's home. And if you're living in the daylight, or living underground, then I'm sending a message that someone's watching. Someone's watching. Hear the flock of the sirens, watch through the screen. He hatched thoughts at the supermarket, never crossed the sea. With the cameras hanging on plastic rings, he always had the feeling that someone's watching. And now she's sleeping alone, and now she's eating alone, hiding under the stairs, even though no one's home. And if you're living in the daylight, or living underground, then I'm sending a message that someone's watching. I don't care if someone's watching. If you're living in the daylight, or living underground, then I'm sending a message that someone's watching. I don't care if someone's watching. Someone's watching. Someone's watching. Someone's There's no way out. All I know keeps me waiting on and on and on. It keeps me up. I can't rely on you to understand. Oh, I can't help myself, but I place my shame, on you. On you. On you. On you. There's no way out. No part of me still begs you not to lie. I wonder why you shoot me down. Don't need a reason, you just keep failing me. But I can't help myself, but I place my shame, on you. On you. On you. On you. I can't relax without you. I can't rely on you. I can't relax.
Child of Iris, coming crisis, you're invited to come down. Silver skin cells, simply held in a cradle, hopefully found. And if you're honest with me, if you aren't a liar, then just give me what I need. Tell me, where am I I'm so sorry, that's my story. I know less than most do.
to her that I can never love, no, I can never love. I could do the things she wants, the things I did with her, but I can never love, no, I can never love. Wish you could find that someone, find that someone, find that someone, someone just like you, just like you. Wish you could find that someone, find that someone, find that someone, someone just like you, just like you. You're a treasure in the sea, an adventure that I need.
In August, fans gathered in Cologne, Germany to witness the 6th and largest Counter-Strike Global Offensive major to date. Over 4 days, 27 million viewers looked on as 16 teams from across the globe gathered to do battle. As the group stage began, these warriors would be tested, and not every team would prove up to the challenge.
We're gonna be able to get the bomb plant, and Happy even waiting for the push in. Fallen gets the spray shot anyway. What was that?
Is he gonna try and go huge here? Kenny S on site, straight in his face, doesn't hit the no-scope, doesn't hit the pistol. Kenny S, would you believe it? And make it 5-3 Na'Vi.
Could well be. The ladders are good for this kind of burst. He's not hitting yet, but he's going to try it one more time. It's just going to take a single good burst. He reloads quick. He's up back. Oh! He's going to get it! Oh my god! NIP, they win the second pistol round in 12.
At the main event, the remaining teams fought for their tournament lives.
Crims, Flusher, and Olafmeister all trying to find a kill. Olaf might find himself a very easy one here. Is he going to go for it? Oh dear.
He's not going to maybe find this third yard. He has to fight again and again. His team's surrounded. His position sacrifice is playing out of his mind.
Tension continued to grow during the semifinals.
Toxic Hiroshima! Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Actually wins that round, and it's 7-3, and Envy stay alive.
How quickly can VP get there? How quick can the cavalry arrive? It doesn't look like quick. And VP looks to pick up the 6.
Every move was a risk, and every mistake a devastating blow. Veterans faltered, and new blood proved its worth. By the grand finals, the tournament had reached a fever pitch.
They're ready to shoot some ducks as they cross the middle. It's going to be a challenge, and Apex, not in this lifetime. He is destroyed. It's going to be a third title for Fnatic. They win a third major championship in Global Offensive.
But that was August. This November, in Cluj-Napoca, a new gauntlet will be thrown, and 16 teams will compete in the 7th CSGO Major. 8 legends who proved themselves in Cologne, and 8 challengers who fought their way to the group stage. Rivalries will resurface, dynasties will rise and fall, and history will be made again.
Good morning, Counter-Strike fans across the world. Welcome to the DreamHack Open from Cluj-Napoca, hosting a major for the first time, the 7th major in Counter-Strike's illustrious history. I'm incredibly proud to be the host of this Intel Analyst Desk. I'm Richard Lewis, and with me, we have a plethora of talent. On my immediate left, of course, it is the leading CSGO analyst in the world. It is Duncan Thorin Shields. And joining us are the boys from Bucharest, just down the road. It is, of course, Henry G and Sadakist. How are we all doing, boys?
Really well. Super stoked to be here. Look at this amazing venue we're in. This is it. The major's arrived.
It's the big show, boys.
Absolutely.
What about you, Emma? This is like your hometown, right?
Well, down the road, like you said, Bucharest. No, it is cool to be here. It's been a good run in Europe again this time over here, and ending it with this major. Hint, spoiler, I'm going back to North America afterwards. But it's been awesome, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's the first major for me, and I'm excited to see just amazing action. I mean, this particular major has so many storylines that we can follow, and there's so many teams that are capable of winning it as well. So,
and you're absolutely right. I mean, today we're going to see some real heartbreak out of the 8
It's going to be
games.
great.
Yeah, no,
I can't wait,
this
mate.
is what you live for.
Yeah.
Out of the 8 games that we've got here, 4 are going to be going home. We're going to start with Cloud9 versus Vexed. We're going to move on to Flipside versus Mouse Sports, and two bargain basement teams that need to do better there. We got Team Liquid versus NIP. Then 4th, we're going to have Team Dignitas versus CLG. Then Fnatic versus Luminosity. TSM versus G2. Virtus Pro versus Titan. Super excited to see that one. And then it closes out for the day. Envious versus Na'Vi. So, absolute amazing games on display. Any fixtures there leap out for ones that you're looking forward to?
There's an easy one, Rich. If I want to go with quality Counter-Strike, I'll go with one later, okay? But right now, the game I want to see is NIP versus Team Liquid. Because someone's going to be crying. North American fans, NIP fans, all that matters to me is someone's going to be crying.
And well, we knew that was going to be the group of death going into it. We said that Group C had all the potential written on it, and after the way NIP played, look, the scoreline was close against Titan in the end, but after the way they played to start that off with the 4 spies and made it close, it was ultimately Titan to win that, to lose that game. I mean, they manhandled NIP at the start of that, to be honest.
Yeah.
And with Liquid putting up good rounds against VP, forcing that to overtime, they've shown that they can put up rounds. There's a real chance that NIP could
Game
go
of
out
the
in
day
2 here.
yesterday was Team Liquid and Virtus.
Yeah, and the thing you have to realize, okay, is people don't know this, okay? Yeah, NIP's in a slump, and over the last year they've gradually gone down. Even so, though, that's why when they lost to ESWC to Flipside with Hiko standing in, people didn't realize like the magnitude of that. Even when they lost in the past, it was always to really good teams, and they never lost best of 3s to lower level teams. So if they just go out in the group stages of a major, going 0-2, and then the team that eliminate them is not even in theory the best NA team, what an end to a career that would be for this unit of 5 players. You know, I mean, that would be
the
absolutely
absolute
shocking.
death knell for the NIP era.
There's a serious chance of that happening, though. We saw NIP looking very weak against Cobble yesterday, against Titan.
Sorry. I thought you were. I apologize.
And you also have to consider, Henry, right? Because of what we've seen on
Roommates, of
Cobble,
course.
because of what we've seen on Cobble from those guys, and you have to remember when they were at PGL, they played well on Overpass as well.
Yeah.
These are the maps that NIP don't play. They don't play the customs. They tried playing Cobble themselves yesterday. It was a nightmare. They're going to be in trouble on the pick ban.
It was shocking on Cobble yesterday. Obviously, the scoreline I don't think paints the full picture. If you just look at the scoreline against Titan, you think, oh, that was quite a close game. But in fact, obviously, they lost the first half 13-2. They just got the pistol, and it seems like Titan obviously force buying into it.
Yep.
I think that the storyline there is the first half and how poor they were on the T side. If you're talking about Liquid, though, remember them at PGL. They took a map off Fnatic. They're the current major champions here. They're like the plucky underdogs here. I think people write off Liquid. I would say they may be the best NA team right now, considering Cloud9's performance.
Cloud9's horrific slump.
I've been advocating that for a while. I think that they've had the potential. I was really disappointed throughout the last 6 months when they just underachieved. I've always thought this roster had tons of potential. I'm a big Nitro fan. I think he's got huge individual skill, and Elige has been stepping up lately. Yeah, he was sick. And the thing is, before this tournament, before we saw their group, I said they are the dark horse of the entire event. I said, and if the fates align, the stars align, and they got a good group, they could make it through to the top 8. Obviously, it's a little tougher now that we've seen their group, but that still says what NIP has to go against. And then if they win that, they've got to go against either VP or Titan again. So
let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. Obviously, you gentlemen can still keep pontificating. and giving us your thoughts about it. We've got basically a frag movie, some of the main highlights from yesterday, so you can talk us through some of the games and moments that stood out for you guys.
Well, for me, yesterday's Cold Zero on your screen right now, one of the most exciting performances of the entire day yesterday.
Absolutely.
Against Cloud9, he absolutely manhandled them. It was such a crazy performance from him. Alu, this is like the CT half against Titan yesterday. They didn't have a kind of foreshowing.
That play in specific was my favorite of the day. A double boost
so
for Cold. Oh, super sick. Above 2 smokes that they deployed.
And then he kills the guy with the CZ as well.
Like that, he was on fire. If he wasn't playing as well as he did, I think Cloud9 would have
This
won that
round
game.
right here is what allowed them to almost win this game.
Yeah,
that was so. Elige was on fire yesterday. That pistol. That was a 1v3 versus VP.
Because you
Bomb
saw
down.
when VP got their economy gone, they controlled the game. So if it wasn't for that, it could have been over much earlier.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. That was crazy stuff from him. JDM64 though, the AWP. AZ picking up. This is AZ's performance from Dignus House and Copy. They had a really poor showing yesterday. He was the only player. I think he finished with like 19 frags.
22
had like
frags,
2 or
the
3 or
highest
something.
fragger on the server on the losing team.
I think Pimp
That's
had 5
crazy.
for the whole
Yeah,
game.
no,
so.
I think you looked at it, he had more frags than his whole entire team combined.
And this was very disappointing. Mouse Sports, this team that's supposed to have this great rhythm, routine, stuff like they didn't turn up at all. G2 just manhandled them.
Yep.
That's right, yeah.
We're using that term a lot. I feel like that's our term of the day.
It's because you're on the desk.
Apparently.
So there you go, confirmation of yesterday's results on screen for you now. And like I said, we did have some good games. Yes, there were some stomps, but there were some surprising results.
The alignment of this says a lot too, because all the left, obviously the ones that won, they're your previous champions. The only one that didn't win out of those, NIP. So that does start to look
the
at.
legends are on the left, yeah.
Sorry, that's what I meant. So the champions and then the challengers or whatever you want, legends, challengers. But they're the only one of the top 8 that didn't win their game yesterday.
Which you remember, the old thing that every NIP player and every NIP fan always had to rely on was, okay, it doesn't matter if we like mess up a tournament before. We always turn up at the majors.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing, and it was true. They did. They always managed to get it back together. They always had that spark, that magic, but that wasn't their last major, and it's even worse now. Now they're really just... They're just like a low-level Tier 2 team at this point.
We've only seen them on one best of one so far, right? And that was on Cobble. Obviously, a map we said they don't really play that much. It's like it was evident yesterday. Their T side was undeveloped, lacking technicalities. Like it seemed like they didn't really have the execution to get out on the bomb sites. I think lessons had to be learned yesterday. Obviously, we say that time and time again with these guys, but I think they would have done their homework last night, probably working out how they're going to approach this game today. Against Liquid, I think they're still the more skilled lineup in terms across the board. Obviously, we have Nitro and Elysia, 2 standout players, but I think
Hiko.
And Hiko, obviously, yeah. But I think NIP definitely have what it takes to take this to a decent game. It's going to be another best of one. It's very hard to call, but I still think Liquid probably may have the edge. It's difficult to see how this one goes down.
Yeah, and just worth a quick mention, obviously TSM and Envious, both of them came out looking like potential major winners. I mean, they were the both teams that kind of put the more one-sided performances in, especially TSM on Cash.
The 2 games I casted, I think I casted 38 rounds total yesterday.
That was great. We did over 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Sadakist is on holiday. All right, so we can take a look at the group stages overall. Here we go. This is Group A, and a confirmation there. We saw Vex get off to a good start against Fnatic. They were 10-5 up, couldn't take a single round in the second half. Fnatic came back, as is their want at the moment.
All that needs to be said about that game was in the interview afterwards, Crims just said, like, oh, we didn't think we'd take a timeout. We'd get it together.
Yeah.
And they did.
Absolute
so
confidence. So even though Fnatic might be the wounded beast, the fallen giant, they've still got enough in their locker to beat these upset potential teams. There was Luminosity and Cloud9. They managed to put the NA team in a precarious situation. And you can see Cloud9 versus Vex. That's going to be our first game of the day. A little later, Fnatic and Luminosity. Group B, we had TSM. That was the game we were just talking about. Absolutely blew Flipside out of the water. Probably it's the most one-sided performance of the day. Even the 6 rounds that Flipside got were flattering. And then, of course, we had G2 versus Mousesports. Real lackluster showing again from Mousesports in a second major back-to-back where they just haven't turned up. And that means Flipside versus Mousesports in the lower bracket. And, of course, TSM G2 in the upper. Then Virtus Pro versus Team Liquid. Game of the day went to overtime. Absolutely sick performance. Heartbreak for Team Liquid. I think there was something like 14-8 up at one point. Might even have been 15-8. Great comeback from Virtus Pro. And then we had NIP versus Titan. We billed that as the game of the day. The scoreline might deceive you into making it look like it was. It actually wasn't. Titan were 13-2 up at halftime. Just tried to force buy their way out of it. And 13 rounds really flat as NIP were really bad on Cobble. So you got Virtus Pro and Titan a little bit later. Team Liquid versus NIP. Final group, Group D, Envious versus Team Dignitas. They again just blew Team Dignitas out the water. Team Dignitas, of course, having made a roster change just a week before the major, trying to bed in a new player. This isn't the place to do it. And Envious are not the team to respect that. And then Na'Vi versus CLG. Again, a bit of a flattering scoreline. Na'Vi were in second gear. They didn't really need to step it up. So we got Envious versus Na'Vi. That'll close out the day. And of course, Team Dignitas versus CLG a little later. So guys, as I said, we've got an absolute feast of Counter-Strike for us today. So again, just any sort of dark horses that you think in there? Anyone who's still in with maybe what you call the dog's chance of coming through and winning?
Well, this is where I was saying Liquid would have been the dark horse coming in. Again, they have the upset potential in that group, but I actually think the dark horse now, based on the way the groups align, is Vexed in this game one. It's their second consecutive major. They made it on best of ones the first time for qualifiers. Everyone thought, okay, best of ones, they got in, cheeky, all right, we won't see them again. It's Hellraisers that should have had that spot, or Dignitas in that case. They made it again on best of threes in Stockholm. We've seen individual skill come from them, even at TWC. I know it wasn't like a high-end event, it was just a PUG event, but we saw individual skill from their players. They've got it together. They actually look like quite a good team in best of three series, and I think that in this group with Cloud9 struggling and Luminosity, yes, yesterday they beat Cloud9, but I don't think they've been on form lately either. Yeah. There's a slight chance that they could slip through somehow, and it's kind of like the Penta of days gone by where they just got through and no one really took notice of them.
Yeah.
The game where I'm looking for, there's a game which is the Group D losers match, and I need to see something from one of these teams, because at the moment, that looks like the most inconsequential match in the tournament. Whoever loses that, you're out. Whoever wins, who cares? You're not going to beat Na'Vi or Envious. It's going to be Na'Vi, let's face it, in the best of three. That's the problem. At the moment, Dignitas looked terrible. CLG barely got rounds on Na'Vi the first time. They almost gifted some of them, and it still didn't matter. It feels like whoever wins that match has to do so in such a compelling fashion. We think they have a chance in the best of three, because if it is Na'Vi you face, that's the team that doesn't lose best of threes to low-level teams.
Well, look, guys, great to get your thoughts. Now, we've got legends in the talent team. We've got legends in the Counter-Strike teams. And for you right now, we've got a legend over on the stage.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, very flattering. Down here on the main stage, we've got plenty of action to come today, where all 16 teams will be taking part in the championship. We'll find out 4 that are going through to the quarterfinals, and we'll also have 4, unfortunately, disappearing from the competition and going home. It's going to be a fantastic day here on the main stage. Thrilled to be here in Cluj-Napoca. We also have one more member of our broadcast team to introduce to you as well. We've got the brains, of course, on the panel. We've got the brawn on the stage, obviously. Stop laughing. And we've got the beauty in the green room.
How could I not laugh? Thank you so much, Red, for that from the stage. So, I'm in the green room. This is what I'm going to be doing for the course of the event. This is where the players are going to be chilling out, and we're going to be talking to them, getting their opinions on everything going on. And talking about that, the other day, I was actually spending some time with the players down in Cluj, and the first of which was dupreeh. Welcome everybody to a very cold Cluj-Napoca. I am about to go and meet dupreeh from TSM. We're going to have a chat, eat some food, and it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Dude! Pretty good to see you, man. I didn't know you were going to be here. How are you?
I'm good, man. How about you?
Yeah, good. How does it feel, dupreeh, to be in Cluj, you know, competing at the final major of 2015?
It's great. Like, been looking very much forward to this tournament, so it's obviously awesome to be here.
Should we just walk this way? Where can we get food from? There's nowhere here. I don't know where I am right now. Oh my God, a dance studio. Producer David, forget food, dance studio. Me and dupreeh. It's like ooh, fire, bro. I don't know. dupreeh, what's that, mate? That is hope.
Schnitzel. No, schnitzel.
We've been pushed into getting shawarma at midday.
Yeah, so.
And that means that meat is probably from last night. What's your favourite food?
Hamburgers, I think.
Hamburgers? Yeah. It's a simple man.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, well, no, not necessarily like a normal, like, plain hamburger, but like just a burger that's like super good in any way. It has to be like not too greasy, but it still has to be a little bit greasy. You know, like. But why?
I thought we were sitting down.
Okay.
Cheers, bro.
I can spit it back in if you want me to.
Imagine. We got it, bro. We got the shawarmas. That is a victory.
It actually smells pretty good.
What is up with this door, dude?
That's a good thing. Like, it smells pretty good, actually.
So there you go, Parler on a date with Dupree. There is a part 2 to that.
Apparently that's what all his dates are like. He's a classy man, you know. He goes, what do you like, a hamburger, some shawarma? I can get you a Diet Pepsi, maybe?
Yeah.
You know, what vintage is that? 2010, my favourite year.
But yeah, there is going to be a part 2 to that video.
I can't wait to see what happens in that. Don't
later.
tease me, Rich. Don't spoil
hey,
it. Listen,
that's
I haven't caught up on my Parler dates yet, so I don't want to know what happens yet.
Yeah, I'm not going to ruin it for you.
Tense.
But anyway, we have got obviously some great games ahead. We've talked a little bit about those. The first one that's going to be coming up is obviously going to be Cloud9 versus Vexed. We're going to talk that. We're going to really get into that very shortly. But let's just talk about some of these other games. Yes, we've referenced Liquid versus NIP. Yes, we've talked about Fnatic versus Luminosity. Let's talk about Flipside versus Mouse Sports a little bit, because I think, you know, Duncan, you said Flipside were one of the weakest teams here, if not the weakest, but Mouse Sports have been really struggling lately.
Yeah, like Mouse Sports yesterday is a classic Mouse Sports showing in terms of them making huge mistakes, fundamental errors that they should know better of them, really. Like, it kept force buying, not getting their best players onto AWPs. It seemed like Chris J spent more time on an auto shotgun than he did it with an AWP. Like, that's insane. And it just seemed like it never really showed up against G2. Like, well, I'm not really sure what actually happened there, but same thing goes for Flipside as well. That was one of the weakest showings I've seen on a cache being played. Like, their CT side, the fundamentals are actually approaching the map and how it should be played. There's so many different things going wrong for them. They just allow TSM to take middle every single time. There was no real adaptation, there was no aggression, there was no taking possession or control of the map. It was really tough to watch, and these are top tier teams. You'd expect to know better than this. They've all been playing the game for 10 years or so. And it was just hard, it was difficult to watch at times.
That's our second game of the day, so we're going to see real early which one of those is going to have the poorest showing.
Yeah, they've both had major woes. I mean, Flipside's been really struggling in group stages and majors. They almost made it out of the last one because of the reshuffle, so they had a decent last map, but go back to the major before that, I think they got, what, like 6 rounds total in the group stage that they were in? Maybe the one, anyway. They've had troubles, and again, with I already referenced Penta, they were able to make it out of groups, and Mouse Sports was famed to be the best German team, and yet they never do well in majors either. They brought in Nico. They had an invite last time because they took the core from Penta. So you'd think that team, okay, now finally they're going to get the core together. This is the German reshuffle. Let's get a team that can make it out of the groups, and they still struggled. So is Nico going to be enough? I don't know. It doesn't look like it right now. But
Well, look, thanks for your thoughts, John. I can't wait to talk to you about Cloud9 versus Vex, which we're going to do in just a moment. But of course, Rome, or indeed Romania, wasn't built in a day. We're going to be showing you a video about how we put a major together, this one here in Cluj-Napoca, all the work that went into it. You're going to see that a little bit later, and here's the teaser trailer for that now.
welcome everybody to the Sala Polyvalenta Hall in Cluj-Napoca. This is where the event is taking place and it's currently being set up. So why don't you all go and have a look around? Coming over this way, we're going to see some of the guys building away, and we can't say enough about the team that are behind all of this. The DreamHack staff, the people creating the amazing stage that we have here. Like for instance, this is part of the stairs being built on the right. We've got some of the stairs which are finished. How are you guys doing? Doing well? Doing an awesome job. And then on the left, that's what they're currently building. As you can see, the stairs aren't finished on that side. And you know, it's amazing what these guys can do. We're going to head onto the stage. I think it might be cool to see the trophy. Am I allowed to touch it? I wonder. DreamHack Open Cluj-Napoca 2015 CSGO Championship Trophy. Everyone's going for it. Only one can, you know, get it. Do you think we should talk to someone like building the stage? We could probably grab this guy over here. Actually, wait. Excuse me. Excuse me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can we talk for a second? Just, you know, we want to talk to a builder that's doing the whole thing. So, is that what you do? You're here building, and
I'm kind of responsible for making sure that the logistics works. We got all the equipment, everything is in set before we open tomorrow.
So you don't just build?
No, I'm actually CEO of DreamHack also. So I'm kind of in between. So yeah, you want to see the booth?
Yeah, let me see the booth then. I mean, like soundproof booth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the music is bumping outside, but right now it's like I can barely. It's like
so it's been a fun build.
Yeah.
Matt, yeah.
I mean,
but I think that you need to work a little bit harder. So you want to help out with the last construction part, or do you just want to cruise around and lift a hefty salary?
Marcus, if we can we cut this? DreamHack. Oh yeah. Please let me build something. I mean, it's just useless. Oh, you can't use it.
So there we go. A lot of work obviously goes into building a major, building an event of this size and stature, especially in a place that hasn't had one before, and all the team and all the crew, all the production. It's been great to see it all come together, and it's awesome to be a part of it. So, without any further ado, let's start talking about the main order of the day, the games. This is what we're really here for. And Cloud9 versus Vexed first up. I mean, there's some American fans that are going to be staying up late or whatever time it is up
early,
there, or waking up early. And they could be in for a heartbreak to start their day.
Well, all we have to go on so far from Cloud9 is their result against Luminosity yesterday. If we just want to talk about current form, it was such a poor showing for them yesterday. That we talk about that, they've got such a good headline of players. We've got Nothing, Freakazoid, Shroud. Those guys are the ones you expect to be stepping up, right? Especially on a map like Dust 2, that's your little fragging unit. You've got Skadoodle and Sean to back them up.
Yep.
Those guys didn't really come to life at all there. It's another map where Skadoodle should be going absolutely massive. Dust 2, he should be like taking control of that. He should be locking it down. He had a very quiet performance, very static performance as well.
That's the key word there. I mean, he wasn't moving around the map, he wasn't dynamic, and as a result, Luminosity were just able to get a read on where he was going to be.
This is the problem with Skadoodle, though. Like, even when Cloud9 was at their best and they were making finals, I always said what separates a Skadoodle, who in terms of skill is one of the best players in the world, from like an Olofmeister or some other player like that, is the superstar for me. He's the guy who, if the game's going badly, if his team's not in the game, if his other stars aren't going, he goes, I'm taking over this game. Like, I have to do something. I've got to be proactive. So the difference is, someone like Olofmeister, I've seen him have a bad game, but be like, okay, you know what? I have to create map pressure now. I have to start pushing this area, or I have to like make them trade for a kill here so that they can't be attacking the other side. He's gonna make sure that if he loses, he did everything he could. Skadoodle's a fantastic player, but sometimes he just lets the game come to him, and so if the game doesn't come to him, goes somewhere else, he's like, oh, well, they never came to my site, nothing I could do, but if you're a star player, you sometimes got to kind of have that autonomy.
Grab the game by the scruff of the neck.
He lacks that flair to kind of change games around by himself. Obviously, like you said, if the players come to him and they feed into his hand, then he's amazing. He hit all great shots all day long. It's when they're up against the ropes and they're not really sure what they can do with it. That's when he seems to kind of go into his shell a little bit, and that's when it's like he hasn't got that personality as a player to kind of turn games around for himself. Like yesterday, the biggest player for Cloud9 was Sean Garris, and like that's unheard of. Like, he shouldn't be the one top fragging. Like, he should be like coming in, rotating, helping the guys out, making sure he's getting good information. Like, he was actually the standout player.
I was going to say, it's been a feature of their slump that his individual level of performance seems to have gone up while everyone else has either remained the same or gone down. Sedikist, I'll bring you in on this. They seem to be having some problem with maps as well.
That's exactly the point I wanted to make.
Dust2 had served them well in the past. Not serving them well anymore. Where do they go?
Well, it's the same thing they did with Inferno, right? They had wins previously against Very Games 2 years ago, and then they said, oh, we'll stick with this, and it never really was that good to them. Where they go, I don't know. This has been something I talked about with them at ESWC in July. They're not too terrible on cash. They need to avoid Dust2. They're not amazing on Cobblestone. The problem is with the Veto and the best of ones, too. The last 2 maps are random, so you're not guaranteed to force it one way or the other. So their map pool is definitely something that lacks. I'm very curious to see against a team like Vex, which Sean is known for watching demos and scouting, but of all the teams in Europe, the one we know the least about that's here, and the ones the teams will know the least about is Vex. So where does Sean take this, and does Vex counter that? Do they know where Cloud9's
Here's the really big problem I see. So traditionally, okay, yes, Clash and Dust2, those were the maps for Cloud9.
Yeah.
But the third one, when they were in their peak that they were working, was Train. They were getting quite good on that. They obviously were able to beat Fnatic on it eventually at Face It.
Yeah.
But the big issue is, that's already off the table against Vex. That's in theory one of Vex's best maps. They're very good on it, and not only that, because it's their best, on LAN, everyone except from the first ESL Cologne qualifier has just banned it. So there's also no demos to watch. So that's an absolute nightmare. You can't go towards that, man. If you do go towards it, you've got no information if you're Sean Gez. So I feel like he's going to be left in no man's land. He's got to, at this point, he's probably got to go towards something like Overpass or Mirage, and that's going to be dangerous right there.
Well, Mirage would definitely be dangerous. That hasn't served Cloud9 well at all. We've seen them get beaten by teams that aren't even known for
I think they did beat Fnatic
they beat
on it that one time.
DreamHack Valencia, they actually beat Fnatic on Mirage, but that was due to heavy anti-strategy. You can see the way they were approaching the map was just completely based around what Fnatic did. It was obviously a great showing from them, but we saw them in previous results further from that actually having a very poor showing on Mirage.
I think they also got schooled by TSM on the same.
They absolutely did.
And that's when they looked really weak because they didn't have obviously the same knowledge base they had going to this one. Obviously, they've been doing their homework. I know Sean spends most of his nights at the hotels watching demos and stuff like that. I know they've got his lineup, a must-win game for them, obviously going home, and to go out to the second best Polish team, who arguably one of the weaker teams here, you think that's abysmal for them. They really do need to win this one.
And you look at the lineups, before you even get into the maps and all the rest of it, just look at the players going into the server.
Yeah.
The squad for Cloud9, there's some decorated players, there's some very skilled players there. You look at all the positions, they've got good players, they've got the tools.
Yeah.
But at the moment, even though they've got less good players over on the side of Vex, Vex is a team. Vex has strengths, they play certain maps well, you know what you're going to get from them, you know where they're going to win the game from. With Cloud9, you can't answer any of those questions. What is their best map? How is the roles going to be changed to work? Are the stars even going to come to play? You don't know the basics for Cloud9 at the moment.
And that's the thing right now with the riflers on Cloud9 as well. Like, even if it goes to a map like Overpass, which I think is not a bad decision, because it does allow, it's one of the maps, just in the fact that mid is such a far rotation through the stairwells, that Skadoodle can play a little more passive. They do have to essentially come to him. Pretty limited in the options, not like Dust2 where it's so spread out over 3 prongs. But then you've got to have a rifler who's going to get aggressive, and is it going to be Shroud, or is it going to be nothing? And we've seen that debate for
not going to be Shroud, I can tell you that.
That's the thing, right? And everyone said that he should be the guy with that potential, and nothing, he's too inconsistent for it, so someone has to step up and work forward.
Here's what I don't
does his
understand.
role T-side, but CT...
Here's what I don't understand, right? American play, traditionally, throughout the history of Counter-Strike, one of their strengths was always that aggressive style, that gung-ho style. And yet Cloud9, it's like they're sort of playing within themselves. They're reining themselves in. The only person who goes aggressive is Freakazoid, and unfortunately, if he's not having a good game, it seems that no one else is willing to fill that void.
That's the thing. As yesterday, I think he finished on 11 frags after the first half. I think 2 for 14 or something like that. And he's the entry fragger. He needs to make things happen. He needs to be getting in there. Like, again, another map like Dust2, that's the map where you need your entry fraggers actually doing work there. Like, they're getting completely shut down by Luminosity. It seems like Coldzera, he was the man who lit the scoreboard up yesterday. He got 30 frags. That's the kind of performance we expect from these headline players here. We just weren't getting it. Like I said, Sean Gay is getting the best performance on the team. That just goes to show you what.
And here we go, guys. We're straightening the map veto here. It's happening live.
Overpass gone. Interesting.
Overpass is out by Cloud9. And you can see Vex respond by taking away Cash. That's smart. Inferno out by Cloud9. They're still having that crisis of confidence on that map. And then Vex, interestingly enough, take out Dust2, which I'm a little bit surprised by. I thought maybe they might want to.
Well, I mean, traditionally, Dust2 Cash are known to be the stronger maps for Cloud9. At the moment, the problem for Cloud9 is you're heading towards Cobble and Train. One of those. So which one are we going for here? I don't think there's a good one here.
I'd say Cobble's definitely.
If it goes
better
straight,
for
I think it's going to be very troubling.
Yeah, Cloud9 can be very good on Cobble. Like, they have had good games on it in the past. Like Shroud especially.
The non-randomizers pick Cobble again, boys.
Just, if you didn't have another Cobble yesterday, you get a load of this.
More Cobble, let's go.
Cobble.
Well, this is the thing. So Shroud, he's one of my favorite players to watch on this map. He is absolutely fantastic. He almost defined the meta for the upper plateau there. Using the smoke grenade, he can open the map up by himself. That's going to be a huge problem for Vex going forward. I'm sure they're going to work out how to counter him. I think a lot of people have done in the recent months, but he can be absolutely phenomenal on this map. So
he can be, but equally, I've got to say, I do have some concerns about Cloud9 on this map. Not just against Vex, because Vex obviously play this map. We talked about that. They've got strats on this map. They know what they're doing on this map. But I, of course, remember the old Envious lineup when they were having their crisis of confidence, and they were like, hey, we're not even going to drop for each other. We're just going to buy P90 shotguns, and we're just going to run at Cloud9. And Cloud9 nearly lost that game on Cobble.
One thing we need to remember as well, Vex actually played Fnatic on this map, right? Yeah. And they took 10 rounds off Fnatic.
In the first half, right?
In the first half. Obviously, the second half fell apart for them. You're against Fnatic on Cobble. That's a horrible prospect. The fact you took 10 rounds and then got to double figures, had a horrible second half, but it shows you if they do have a similar performance, they get that 10-5 again against Cloud9, I don't think they're going to have such a hard time on their CT side holding them off. So that could be really interesting to see how that one pans out.
Yeah, for me, I think the bigger importance for Cloud9 is their CT half has to be really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
T half, I'm not sure what's going to be like from them, so I feel like they have to get a lot of work done CT. And teams who are good on T side of this map always have the best B executes. They just hit B over and over again. You only tend to go A to set up B again. You want to force them not to have 4 guys over there. Well, we've seen in the past, Skadoodle, he can hold that B site if you put him in the right spots. But with the way all the teams are playing on day one, everyone's using that wall of smoke attack. And once you put that down, the CTs are really anomalous. It really eliminates the AWPers because it's riflers who are lurking in smokes, wondering where. The AWP who just sits at the fountain, that doesn't work at the moment if someone puts the wall of smokes down.
The one thing I will say is with the wall of smokes this weekend, we've seen a lot more people playing aggressive on that plateau position to counter it. Because then they walk in, think they can just look for one on the entry, and then people are playing back toward the arch, back toward the boost in the corner. So it is kind of interesting that whole thing shifted back to where we were almost months ago.
And while we're talking about AWPers, you saw there, Furlan, he's had kind of a lot of criticism for being one of the weaker players in Vex. He actually put in a good performance yesterday.
This is the thing. So normally when we look at this lineup, we're talking about Hyper and Rallen, they're normally the star players, the big standout ones. But actually, yesterday, Furlan and Groovy are the ones that actually stepped up, and they're actually lighting the scoreboard up. So that's actually quite scary for Cloud9, considering it's the same thing. It's not like Hyper and Rallen had bad games, but the guys we expect less from are actually the ones stepping up there. And Furlan was a great AWP player yesterday, and that's going to be interesting to see whether Skadoodle can actually step up today. What we mentioned before, quiet performance from him. He needs to go step up and actually take him down. If Furlan gets the better of him,
I would go as far as well to say, I don't know if you guys agree, but with this being a T-side start for them on this map, I think Freakazoid, he better be warmed up, right?
Yeah, he seems so hot and cold in the last few months. He can have those great, you can't with entry fraggers, you can't take too much away from stats. Obviously, your job is to go open the bomb site up. That could just mean 1 kill and dead. But when you're going for 2 for 14. On Dust 2, a map where I said entry fraggers should be really pivotal, going out middle, going up short, finding those kills. If he's not actually doing anything like that, that's going to be really difficult for him to actually get any rounds on the board.
At that point, he's just a worm on a rod, and that means they have to dedicate a second man to that position. And the problem is, if you are going to go B, you need to dedicate already a second man to drop, so you're splitting yourself up quite a bit. It's definitely not going to be Freakazoid alone, but you're right. I think he's got to be super hot coming out into this game.
And Cloud9 really need him to turn up. So, Duncan, your thoughts? Obviously, I know you've been critical of Cloud9 in the past, and this is the thing. I mean, when they were on top of the world and they had that run of 3 second places in a row, there was this presumption on behalf of them, from their fans, NA fans, even some people in Europe, even some pundits in the game, that they would have to eventually go on and win a tournament. That they thought they didn't realize that could have been the peak.
No, the problem is when you looked at it, they would get wins over whichever European team was not weak, but questionable or had something going on with them. Even Fnatic, that was when they were having a little bit of a struggle. And then whoever they played in the final would always be the European team who was on fire, who was on form, and they would get schooled on the maps that counted. The big problem I've seen always for Cloud9, even at their best, is the whole setup of the team is too passive. That's what we've been discussing here. Really, it has to be Freakazoid, and then you'd hope nothing's going to join him, because the stars, Shroud and Skadoodle, are never going to be aggressive. It's there's a great quote, by a guy who, I think it was Zapatista or something, some sort of Latin American rebel guy, and he said, if you want to be an eagle, then fly. If you're going to be a worm, then crawl, but don't complain when someone stamps on you. And the idea is, if you're just going to play passively, if you're not going to take the game to someone else, if it's going to go that way, well, okay, it's going to work out great if you're an amazing passive team and you make all the correct decisions and you totally school the guy and you punish every mistake. But aggression at the end of the day, that at least gives you a chance. That puts you out there and it gives you a chance to fight back when you're not in a favourable matchup. At the moment for Cloud9, it feels like everything has to go the right way for him to win.
You brought up Shroud, saying if you're going to be an eagle, fly. He's one of the guys in our featured matchup. So we've got Shroud there, and you can see we've also picked out Hyper as being the guy to watch. Now, maybe he wasn't the guy that sort of stood up yesterday, but just in terms of sort of the entry frags he was making, Hyper was super effective. So again, Sadakist, it's your boy Shroud flying the flag for Canada. Tell me about him.
Well, I mean, this is the thing with him. He came in as like this. He was a big streamer. Everyone knew he had, tons of skill. He played a few seasons in Invite with, I think it was Mousebaz or Netcode Guides at the time. Didn't really stand out then. When he went to Cloud9, everyone thought he's got the individual skill and has that flair that he can really step up. In certain situations on CT side, I think he's one of the best, if not the best pit player in North America on Inferno, for example. But they've never really suited his role on this team. And that's, again, you look at nothing. Who's got to be aggressive? It's not defined. So that's the issue with him is exactly what we've already highlighted, that he doesn't get aggressive in certain situations. Incredibly good aim, incredibly good individual skill, just needs to get way, way more aggressive.
And don't let that entry kill stat fool you there. You have to realize the dynamic of where he gets the entry kills is Freakazoid runs and dies, and then he trades for the kill. So technically he gets the first kill, but he's not the entry man directly. And he's very much, even for a second guy in, he is really, the whole game is predicated on him trade fragging. It's not that he's going to run in with someone else, like Kiyoshima and Apex, and just take over a site together. It really is that 1-2 punch. And so unfortunately, sometimes you'll see games where Shroud gets his numbers, Freakazoid's left with nothing, and he's kind of thrown him under the bus there, because it's more like, he got his trade kill, but the other guy wasn't in position to get anything.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's kind of like if he's just going to be a worm on a rod in Freakazoid's term, then you have to commit Shroud to that, which means then you got to put nothing somewhere else, and it starts to spread out that whole offense so much. That's, again, to look at the format of Liquid, it's just very clear who does what. It's very clear on most top teams. I'm comparing them obviously to another North American team for a reason, so it's relatable because I think that's how far they've started this slump now, and Liquid stepped up, and they just really need to define that way more clearly.
Just in generalities, and I'll bring Henry in at this juncture. Obviously, you've been around a long time. You are a manager of a team yourself, or I guess maybe an owner would be a better way to describe it. But you've developed young talent yourself. You were an in-game leader for most of your career. Now, when Shroud burst on the scene, he had that Cologne performance way back in 2014. Everyone was like, this is the pickup of the century. Like, who is this kid? Where have you found him? And then since then, it's kind of flattered to deceive a little bit. Do you think he's maybe, undersold on the promise that he had?
It's not like I don't think he's been playing bad recently at all. I think, like I said, I think he's a really exciting player at times when he's in the right situations. Like I'm talking like the Cobble Plateau, I think he's actually defined some of the ways people play the game now. He can be really strong at those entry kills. He can have a great AK-47. It's just, it seems that the last few games we've watched him in, the ones that really matter, it's not like he's going absolutely nuts, right? And I'm not really sure where we're going to go from there. This is obviously the biggest test for them, I say, this year. Like, they're going to be going out if they lose to a team like Vex, a team they should be beating. They're going to be looking to people like him to step up. He's one of the as I mentioned before, it's him, Nothing, and Freak that are the three rifles in the team. They're the fragging unit that needs to be stepping up and going huge. And yesterday we didn't really see it happen. It was kind of a bit of a damp squib on their behalf. If Shroud can step up today, I'd be amazed to see us. I think when he is on good form, he's one of the most exciting players to watch because of his AK-47 entry kills and his crisp aim. That's a great prospect for any team.
To go back to what you were saying, though, the pickup of the century and that Cologne performance, Cloud9, and this is something that a lot of people haven't really brought up that I think needs to be recognized. They've had a lot of individual skilled players go through, and some people will disagree. I look at Shazam as someone who, when he was against them on Denial, stood out, absolutely obliterated them at that ESEA lane, hence why they went to him as a pickup. He's left, he's gone back to Conquest. His numbers have gone back up. Semphis, not doing well in that team. Obviously, they replaced him at the time. He's left on Nihilum last year. He went back to the AWP. His numbers went back up. I think that the problem with Cloud9 sometimes is they try to overstructure, and then they overthink, and then players with the individual talent, like Shroud, get neutered. So in that event, when he was new, he was playing with his own style, his own flair, and then eventually he got forced into a position that didn't really suit him.
So look, from a comparative rookie to an absolute veteran, Valve have put together some videos of all of the great players in the game, and of course Cloud9 have their own. He's still young, given how long he's been in the game, but Nothing has been around for a long, long time, and here's a documentary about him and his career.
Jordan was interested in many things. A quiet kid, but very focused.
He was a funny little kid, real quiet, kind of reserved. He was always very smart. He was a great little kid.
So once he knew what he could do, whether it was in a math class or gym, then you couldn't stop him.
He loved the game. He saw that his brother liked the game also, and when he saw what it was all about, he was hooked.
You know, the normal little brother wants to be big brother. I also wanted to beat his friends and stuff, so I'm 9 or 10 years old. We have one family computer, and my brother's basically taken ownership of it. I would have to like crawl in his room and like be out of his sight. As soon as I can hop on the computer, I was like, this is something I can beat him at.
The typical younger brother thing is that you want to keep up with whatever they're doing, whether it's running fast, playing basketball, whatever.
We joined this little roller hockey league. Kids were kind of picking on him a little bit, so I went over to kind of protect him, and he pushed me back, and he goes, I got this. And he went right after him, and that really stood out. Okay, the little kid's tough.
I think video games in general attracted me because you don't have like as many physical limitations, and I was always pissed in like ice hockey that I was like smaller than people, but Counter-Strike just seemed like something where you could be any type of person, and it comes down to how you just play the game.
I homeschooled Jordan for the 12 years he was in school. On his off time, he wanted to play video games. How could I say no when he was doing all his work?
He would sit in his room 10 to 12 hours a day, nonstop.
And when I saw how effortlessly he was improving and growing so fast, I just decided that I was going to go as far as he wanted to go with it.
A lot of the older kids that were playing did not like the fact that they were getting waxed by 9 and 10-year-old players, so his older brother stood by to make sure that things didn't get out of hand, which they did a few times.
I used to go and pick him up from LAN centers because people twice his age were trying to fight him because he just won in a tournament or did something, and you know, he looked like a little goofball.
To know that my family supports me is something I took for granted for a little while because I didn't realize how many people's parents put a negative connotation on them being on the computer.
Once we saw his skill level and the talent that he had, it was just amazing to watch what he could do, stuff I didn't even realize was possible.
I think as a kid, whether it's your parents or your environment, that kind of shapes you in your early years. My mom was always pushing me to just, you know, have confidence. And my dad was always kind of trying to keep my mind balanced and make me know that if you want to be good, you have to work hard. And when I notice I'm most happy is when I'm really in the present. When I'm just focused on my next tournament, when I'm focused on interacting with my fans. I'm still pretty young and I learn so much every year about myself.
When CS 1.6 started to slow down, the interest was dying between the players and the community. That was a tougher time for Jordan. He had no idea where it was going to go.
I think most gamers, when they go pro, kind of realize that it might be a short-lived thing, and you don't want to hold too much onto the past, like the kid who talks about, you know, dominating high school football and he's 35 years old or something. I still enjoyed playing the game, but it's like, are you going to let your hobby get in the way of having a career? No, but if it could become your career, then I'll pursue it.
You know, this whole scene has changed so quickly. We're fascinated with it. So even as this thing winds down, whenever that will be, I think he'll stay in the esports.
You know, he started playing and he was able to make this career out of what he loved to do, and just seeing that you're actually able to live a dream is pretty inspiring.
And if you can find fulfillment, my only suggestion is give in to that for as long as it's feasible. And that's the decision I made with Counter-Strike, is as long as I wasn't homeless, I was going to try to play Counter-Strike.
Thought those were some.
So there we go. It's crazy to think that he's still, you know, like I say, he's in his mid-20s, the early side of it, and yet this guy's been in Counter-Strike for as long as I can remember. You know, he was back there mixing it up with the likes, you know, veterans like Taz and Neo and way back. So he's been like one of the big stars to come out in North American Counter-Strike.
Yeah, absolutely. You just think back to 1.6 and all of the frag movies he had like that, just watching
Nothing
him.
but headshots,
exactly,
brother.
right? And you watch those, these what incredible performances he's had, and it's crazy to think that's like a career spanning almost 10 years, and the guy being so young and still here at the top echelon of CS:GO. So yeah, one of the standout legends of the game.
I mean, Duncan, obviously you've got some, memories of Jordan, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Any stand-up moments?
The big problem that he had, I thought, was towards the end of 1.6, he came in the era when, because of the changeover to CGS and a lot of the North American top tier kind of went towards that angle, and then when it fell out, when the bottom fell out, they were like, right, we just retire. And so there was no real like lineage where not only did you have to like kind of play with a top player and learn from him, but you also had to beat that guy to get his spot on your team. So what happened is all these players just got shunted up into the top tier, and suddenly they were on top teams. And so he was an inexperienced guy who was just thrust in the spotlight of like, right, you have to save all of the NA scene now. You have to be the best player. And unfortunately, in those teams, he could never quite live up to that. Like we're talking about Shroud now. Shroud on paper is a superstar player. You see his skills, you see his great games. But then the reason why we're talking about Vex might beat them now is because he doesn't show up the way an AZ shows up in all those games, or the way Guardian does every time, you know. His slump's different, and so Nothing had those problems himself. So I think the reason why in CSGO it seems like it hasn't been as big an issue is he's not having the star role put on him now. He has to just be like, you're a middleman, like do some here and there, do some supportive things, just play in the team concept, and you have a chance to succeed. If you tried to make him the lone superstar, I think he would still have some of those issues.
Yeah. Let's talk about who Jordan has to beat today, Vex. We've talked a lot about Cloud9. We're showing that commentator bias that everyone hates, right? So let's talk about the Polish guys. I mean, they showed up yesterday in the first half against Fnatic. They weren't able to get the job done, but I mean, it was always going to be a tall order. My sort of reaction to their performance was, I was still impressed. I think they're rising stars in the scene right now.
And it's funny that you said it was caster bias. We talked more about Cloud9, but that's just how much information we have to go on with Vex. They are still a young team in that aspect. I agree with you. I thought yesterday was really impressive for one half. Definitely some issues they had to address, and I know going into that game against Fnatic, they did want to play Cobblestone. They thought it was one of the, not saying it was their first choice, but it was one of the ones they definitely felt confident on. They did control the money management, but once they started getting rolled, they just fell really far behind in that game. And Fnatic, once they get rolling, I mean, you're never going to compete with
the problem.
So that's the point I want to make, though, is they need to make sure that they get the handle on Cloud9 early and manage the economy again, and not get second half. That's when it all started. When they lost the pistol, they never got back into it money-wise. They need to make sure they're careful with their buys.
Getting 10-5 against Fnatic on Cobble, like that's an amazing achievement in itself. I don't think many teams could actually pull that kind of thing off, especially on the CT side. I feel like that's huge from Vex, and that's something I didn't expect. When the game started, I thought, okay, here we go. Probably like 16-4, 16-5, something like that. It would be one of the easier games for them, but they really stepped up. Obviously, like we said, the second half was pretty poor, but that's just down to Fnatic stepping it up, working out what they needed to do, and they did the Fnatic thing is roll Cobble, and that's their trademark, right? That's what they always step up and do. Against Cloud9, I think that's that kind of fear of that happening to them. That's not going to be there. Cloud9 are known for making key mistakes in these set of maps, and if they're not stepping up like we saw yesterday, it's going to be a big problem for them. I actually see this going all the way, and definite potential for Vex to take this one.
Speaking of stepping up, Duncan, I mean, look, there are some players in the Vex team that we wouldn't necessarily associate with putting in good performances. Now, we talked about Furlan a little bit earlier. I think it's only fair we address that performance, because I know, again, you've obviously been critical of him. You've kind of said he's like...
I'm not critical, he's just one of the weaker players in the team.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't expect him to
rightly
have
identify as one of the weaker players, but big performance against Fnatic, right?
And that's another issue, I think, is that when you're the guys from Cloud9, it's hard to look at this Vex team and know, like, okay, this guy, we're going to be able to control him in this sort of an aim duel, or where on the map they're going to be good, because you can see Vex have actually evolved over the last few months. The team that came into Cologne was a joke. The reason they made it to Cologne is because they played a brand new Titan lineup, which didn't know what they were doing on train, and then they beat Hellraisers, who were perennial underachievers and have been a mess for the last 6 to 7 months. So it's not like they beat out some great team. They made it to Cologne, then they played some really good teams, got stomped, and went home, and that was it. And that's what should have happened. Well, here's the thing. They didn't then just go, okay, well, we were just unlucky and it wasn't our day, and if I'd have had Weetabix instead of Muesli when I'd broken up, I'd have won it. What they did is go away, keep playing, keep grinding.
Brand new sponsor of DreamHack right there, Weetabix.
Come back, play in the qualifier. This time qualify legit in a best-of-3 qualifier. Yep. No shenanigans, no map that someone doesn't know you're good on. In fact, like I said, everyone's been banning train against, and no one lets them play train on LAN. Doesn't matter. have a deep enough map pool. They qualify for the major anyway. They come here, and now they're in a position where we legitimately feel like they can beat a team that at one point was ranked, I think I had them 4th at one point in time when they really got up in their rankings. So I still feel like, yeah, Cloud9 has the quality to win this match. They have the pedigree and the history and the experience, all these great qualities. The problem is, for Cloud9, they don't have any of those things going for them right now. They don't have the routine, and players aren't turning up. I kind of know what a known quantity Vexed are, and I also feel like Cloud9 have none of those advantages of, like, we watch the demos and we know your tendencies. You don't. And so that's the big issue here, because when you don't know someone's tendencies and whatnot, you have to try and play default, and then you have to read them in the game. And playing default means your star players have to play well, and that's going to be where it starts and ends for Cloud9.
So we picked Hyper, obviously, as the head-to-head matchup, but you can see this guy on screen right now, obviously, Pete. We're out in Serbia where we saw the World Championships, Duncan, and he was representing Poland out there. None of the Virtus Pro players were present, so they were in the shop window. They were able to say, hey, look, this is how good we are. And Pete made more clutch rounds probably than any other individual. I mean, it wasn't even close. It was insane.
He was going huge the AWP as well, which is interesting considering that Furlan was actually using that yesterday as well. So it shows this guy can really play the game. It's nice to see AWP players that can ride forward at a world-class level as well. It's a rare talent to actually bring to the Arsenal. Ranan as well is one of the other standout players. We've seen him. I think he mercs for Virtus Pro at Gfinity once upon a time.
Yeah, I think he might have stood in for one event. Yeah, I can't remember the exact event though.
It was one of the Gfinities. He came in and stood in for them, and he had a great performance there as well. Like, he fitted into the lineup really nicely, and that's the problem of being like the second best Polish team. You're always in the limelight of.
But this is the thing. I brought this point up yesterday as well. You know, look, the Polish scene has been who's going to get to sub for Virtus Pro since like CSGO kind of started. Who's going to get to play with the greats, the Tazny, and obviously it was Snax and Bialy that they brought in, and other people who were maybe a better position, the Mishu, the Maniz, they missed out, okay? But now the Polish scene is starting to get its own identity. They're starting to say, hey, there isn't just one team in Poland. We're not just a feeder team. We have our own identity, and these players are all stepping up right now.
I actually think in some ways the Tier 2 European scene right now is one of the most interesting things in Counter-Strike, because we're seeing a lot of nations like that have teams step up. Dignitas finally rising a little bit. CIS region, Poland, they've got a couple more now. CIS has 3 in Ukraine if you include Hellraisers in that with Flipside. Everyone's stepping up. France now has 2 teams back at the top. I think right now the teams that are struggling the most would be Sweden in a lot of ways. They can't seem to put together a 3rd team, even though they've got tons of talent. To go back to this specific match though, on this map, one of the really interesting points that I thought you touched on a little bit, Henry, was their CT side for Vexed was very good yesterday against Fnatic. And we've already highlighted that we really need a really good T-side start for Cloud9. It's got to be on point. And Vexed yesterday, the problem with Fnatic, the reason they couldn't get anything going on their T-side is because Fnatic played so aggressively on that B entry point, that choke point, that every time they walked through the smokes, they just walked into a crossfire. And they were relying on just getting into the site with that wall of smokes. If Cloud9 doesn't play with that same aggression, then that might not be the same issue, and therefore Vex have a much better chance of picking up T-side.
I also thought there was a little bit of, I guess the way to describe it would be sort of fragmentation. You would typically see Hyper. He would go onto the site first, and he would get a kill, but then he would be immediately traded. Rather than his team driving forward like you're supposed to do. When you get that trade kill, you're supposed to just swarm, go, go, go. They were too afraid to push through the smokes in the way that Hyper did. That was pretty much what cost them that T side, that nobody was willing to match Hyper's aggression. I think if they learn that lesson a day, and I think they won't fear Cloud9 quite as much, I think we could see a very different
That's
prospect.
where Cloud9, though, has to get on this game immediately. Because in that scenario, okay, here's the thing. If Cloud9 can't show that, like, we're a level above in terms of player quality, because what really happened there, Rich, and the reason why someone like Fnatic can take a breather when they're behind is they're like, listen, eventually when our players kick in, when Flush is going off and Olofmeister's established himself, people get intimidated when you've run in and Olofmeister's just banged you out through a smoke 3 times. You're not going to go in again. You're not going to be like, oh, I'll volunteer to go in. So if Cloud9 can do that early, if Skadoodle can lock something down, if Shroud's playing aggressive, then okay, that can happen as well. Cloud9 can then get that mental intimidation going. But if they don't, then Vex don't respect them. And Vex will be like, now's the time when we can upset this top-ranked team, because they're not good. They're not as good as us.
Yeah, Natsu made a really good point about that as well. If you're going to set the tempo or set a precedence, you do it really early in the match, like first 3 rounds, first 4 rounds. If you're going to play with speed, you'll start to bait utilities. It's the same thing. I agree 100% that if they're going to get them to slow down the smokes like they did yesterday. They've got to get the kills early on and intimidate them. Again, the other point that I wanted to make too about Vex's T side is they were very one-dimensional on B. I didn't see a lot of their A attacks, and if Cloud9 did read that or see their game yesterday, they might be able to set a bias toward the connector.
That rings true for Cloud9 as well. They definitely favoured the B bomb side. It's kind of the NA style, going towards B. Almost 90% of the T half that was go towards our bomb side. One thing I wanted to point out, we touched about it on Dust 2 as well, is Skadoodle. He needs to be more mobile and Cowboy. He can't be going to the same positions every time. He needs to be taking the game to them, pushing down to long A, going towards middle, getting information for his team, just to allow the rotations of CC to happen correctly. That's what we need to see from him today. Whether it will happen is yet to be seen. Like Matt actually pointed out, I think that they're very structured as a team. They rely very heavily on the demos and the anti-stratting. And I think they need to just loosen things up a little bit. A lot of teams we talk about being too loose, but I think this team may be slightly too rigid at times. I'd like to see Skadoodle actually be mobile, more dynamic, and actually getting in the faces of Vex and not allowing to do any of the executions. You want to get that first pick, and that sets the precedence for the game.
Try and get them rattled.
Yeah.
Well, look, guys, we're going to come back in just a moment and start getting into the predictions. We're going to put our money where our mouths are, proverbially speaking, of course. But what we're going to do is we're going to throw over to one of the videos. We had Parler doing some interviews earlier around the venue. We're going to show that for you now.
What are you most looking forward to at this event?
I'm looking forward to seeing, like, obviously each major we've had in the past has been a clear-cut winner. It's always been Fnatic. I've said NIP before. This time we have like 4 or 5 teams that have the potential of winning. I think that's the most exciting thing.
I think the coolest thing about the majors is everyone gets bigger and better. Our numbers are better, the production gets better, and there's a bunch of stuff that's going to happen once we get in the big arena that no one knows about yet that I'm really excited to see how that stuff gets pulled off.
Can we get some of the Brazilians maybe? I'm here with Steel from LG. What's going on? How are you doing?
I'm really fine, I'm really good. It's like a dream for us to play a tournament like this, to be here, to compete against the best. So I have no words to express.
What are you most looking forward to here at the major?
Counter-Strike.
And what about when everything's done, when the event is finished? What are you going to take away from it? It's obviously slightly hard to predict, but you know, just there's going to be a feeling afterwards.
A feeling?
It's hard to say because with an event like this, you just want to be present, absorb it all, just take it all in. So I can't answer that question yet because it's day one. We've got a lot of time to go.
Too many memories to like literally say, but I think the entire experience is going to be just, again, the best major again.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the DreamHack Open in Cluj-Napoca, and we're about to get underway in the first game. It is Cloud9 versus Vexed. Obviously we've been talking about it a lot, but what we haven't done is really start committing to what all of this analysis means. So I'm going to start with you, Seo.
I hate that I'm first in this one because this is a really tough one to call. I mean, we've obviously talked about it in a way that we think Cloud9 have potential to lose this, but in saying that if they're the ones that can lose this, that also means they're the ones that should win this. It's an interesting mix. Again, T side needs to be strong for Cloud9. It was weak for Vex. Their CT was strong, which shuts down Cloud9, and that it's going to be double digits both teams. I honestly don't feel a gut feeling on which one will win. If I don't do it, I'll be shot when I go back to North America. So I'm going to say Cloud9, probably 16-13, 16-12, but it's going to be dead close.
Henry, I'll bring you in and obviously feel free to give us something a bit more detailed as the ex-pro
Sure,
here.
like it's kind of similar sentiments really, like everything points to it's going to be a very close game. I would say potentially even overtime here going forward, but it depends. Do we know who's starting CT yet?
Yeah, we do. It's going to be
Vex to CT.
Yeah, Vex to CT.
Well, that's the thing, right? We know that their CT side can be very strong. It just depends how Cloud9 come out of the traps here. Are they going to be showing up? We haven't seen them today. We saw them in poor form yesterday. Majors for these guys have not been fantastic, so hopefully we can see them step up. I would like them to, as the stronger team and part of the top end of the scene, I would like to see them actually take this one. I think it will go to overtime though. It's going to come down to the crucial factors here. Freakazoid not being able to step up yesterday, 2-15 or something like that. He needs to be on point. He needs to be backing up Shroud. They're going into the B bomb site and stuff. We know that's the bomb site they favor. Vex can be well aware of that. They need to bring another string to their bow here. They need to be more focused on the A site, A executions, getting down the long hauls, for example. That's going to be a massive factor as well. Pistol rounds as well. Obviously, it goes without saying. Pistol rounds, if you can pick up both of those, it's always guaranteed.
I think the game's going to be that close, actually. I think the pistol rounds are going to be absolutely vital. So do we have any insight as to who the better pistol team is?
Not really. I would say Cloud9 because of aim and just the fact that they've got that individual skill. Usually that favors pistols, but I'm glad you brought that up because usually we look at, as casters and analysts, we go, oh, second round pistol, they need this to give them, or second half pistol to give themselves a chance. I think we're Cloud9 starting on T, and we know how strong Vex CT is. They need the first pistol. I think that's even more important.
The best pistol player in this game will be Shroud.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's the most skilled pistol player. The difference is, as a team, they're very up and down on pistols actually, because sometimes you can have some nice ones, sometimes he's non-existent. Freakazoid not that much of a factor on pistol rounds. Sean Gares again, not so much.
Well, Sean yesterday was actually really strong in the pistol. Obviously it's just one game, but that's one of the players actually won them a pistol round. I think he got 3 kills on the CT side of Dust too. So if you can pull out that kind of form, sure, let's see what happens. But on Cobble, you're kind of limited for what you can do with the pistols really. Like it's kind of pretty much standard meta. You either split A through drop down and through towards middle, or you just straight up rush B. Those are kind of the 2 options you have right now. It's a little bit random in terms of whether the CT just gets the first kill, what the kind of aggression they're showing, and whether they're going to actually all sit back and just allow the Ts to plant. So it's going to be really interesting. It's difficult to call how the pistols will go down specifically, but obviously they're going to be a key factor here going forward. If Cloud9 can win this T pistol, I think they'll win the game. Yeah, and obviously we're all hoping Shroud will rock out with his Glock out. Duncan, I'll bring you in here. I want to talk just a little bit about your thoughts, get your predictions, and then we'll get the other 2 to commit to who's going to win.
I'm actually going to say Cloud9 will win, because the thing is, even though I think map pool has gone pretty well overall for the guys here, it could have gone worse. If it had been Train, I actually would have gone with Vex, but instead they'd edged it out. I think overall the quality of Cloud9 will prove out, and they'll overall, the Skadoodle will show up on that B site, and I think that's what will win them the game. They'll do kind of a subpar Fnatic. They'll just win the CT side by enough that they're able to make it. So I'm not that worried if they have like a mediocre T-half. Sure. If they get 5-6 rounds, I think it can be enough. The CT can get it done for them, so I'm going to take Cloud9 to win this one.
Yeah, I think 16-12 is probably where it'll end up.
Cloud9 as well.
Just one final thought is, like we said, Cloud9 like to watch all the demos and stuff. The best thing about this outcome is they have a fresh demo of Vex on Cobble. So if they have watched that, it's the most up-to-date demo they have available. I'm sure Sean has done his homework, and we know they can kind of benefit from these demos, and hopefully he can orchestrate some sort of performance that kind of counters what Vex do. So I'm going to say, I kind of speculated overtime, but just with that thought in mind, I think Cloud9 will take it around 16-13, 16-14.
I mean, I would like Vex to win. It'd be funny. We have some good. I tell you what, the segment after that will be brilliant, guys. But I think Cloud9 will take it.
All right. Well, look, gentlemen, thanks a lot for all of your thoughts. So without any further ado, I think it's time to get this show on the road. So it is going to be the first game of the day. It's going to be Cloud9, North American hopes riding on their shoulders versus the somewhat unknown quantity of Vex from Poland. And bringing you this game, it's going to be the premier CSGO casting duo of Anders and Semler. Take it away, boys.
Yes, welcome ladies and gentlemen. It's the first game of the day, and it's going to be Vex versus Cloud9 here on Cobblestone once again.
here with Semler. How are you feeling?
Oh, well, I've just, you know, in the downtime, right, I'm just waiting for the crash to come because I've gone through 2 full packages of, like, these really icing cookies, Anders. And so this is going to be a wild ride, man. First game of the day, and I'm already on a sugar rush.
It's a great way to start. Yeah, you've been eating quite a few of those. I feel like maybe I should have stopped you along the way, but it was.
You know, you see a true friend, Anders. You know, you're actually just sitting there waiting for the train wreck to happen. You just can't look away. That's the thing.
It was more science thing from my point of view. I was wondering how many you could really chew through before it it went bad, but you're still here, so we're still good. Whose side are you on here, or maybe who do you think is going to win, Vexed or Cloud9? What's the?
I know this is going to break Stunna's heart because it's his birthday today, but I'm going to go with Vexed.
Oh.
I honestly think, after seeing what Vexed were capable of yesterday, they really made it work. I got to go with Vexed. And I think Cloud9 right now, there's just something that's not working. People that, the key players, and this has been hashed through on the analyst desk, the key players just are not showing up. And that's you cannot have that when it seems like anybody's capable of having a big game on Vexed side right now.
Yeah, and I love Henry's point at the end. It's absolutely true. Cloud9 do have a demo, but at the same time, Vex, like, their first half was so good, their second half was so bad. They maybe have had some time to adjust. I hope maybe it works both ways. Either way, I think it will be a very interesting game here on the cobblestones.
I like how you don't give your prediction.
Yeah. I'll be right either way then.
You just go ahead and, like, cut that out real quick.
Nothing and Sean Guest both have an HE grenade, and Furlan's all the way back here. If he's unlucky, they could double grenade him down if they're going to have the right angle for it, but it actually feels like, yeah, they're going to put in the smokes first. This could be a very bad start for Furlan unless he gets some really good headshots. He actually tried to body block that smoke, which is very heads-up thinking. He's going to go back and try and hide inside it. They might have realized he's back here, but Cloud9, they're coming for this B-bomb side, and it's going to be the opening shot there. Freakazoid taking down Hyper and Rallen with a quick return on nothing. So back to a 4 versus 4, and Furlan going to go down. Looking good for Cloud9.
This is panning out nicely. They're going to be able to get the bomb plant here. Not too much that Rallen can do. He has to try and take a risk right now to bring it back. Shroud will take out Groovy, and this is going to be on Rallen and Pete. The last 2 alive in this pistol, and so far, things going according to plan for Cloud9. 4 players still alive here, and Freakazoid finds Rallen, so it's going to be down to Pete. And Pete, at this point, he's thinking about backing off to hold on to his Kevlar.
Yeah, that's a reasonable choice. It's no reason to give that up just for free. Can't do anything to salvage a 1 versus 4, not like this. So, gonna be a pretty good start for Cloud9. Those grenades didn't have the exact impact that I thought they would, but they managed to zone out the bomb site enough, and some good shots coming in from Pete. He's gonna get flanked as well, but maybe he could do a little bit more damage, secure himself a little bit of a cash bonus. It's gonna be the 3rd kill as well. Good job, Pete. And, you know, he has enough Kevlar that he doesn't necessarily need to rebuy anything here, so not looking too bad.
Yeah, he's able to actually pick up a $500 investment. No problem at all. Still at $1,900, so he's going to have good money going into the first buy round here for Vex. It's not the end of the world for Vex, and we see that they're going for that forced buy themselves. Rollin's gone up to that scout. We have the Kevlar and the pistols being forced up on the rest of the team. And Cloud9 kind of going for a mixed play here. 3 SMGs, a scout, and only a single rifle to deal with this force buy coming out of Vex. And I guess this is it. You know, they're just rushing in. They're going to take full advantage of the mobility that the SMGs afford them.
Yeah, don't want to get whittled down by the scout. They don't know it's in play yet, but once they realize, you've got to be careful that you don't slow down your pace so much that you give the scout player enough time to move around, take shots. Even if they're not headshots, they can still drop your players very low indeed. So yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed that Cloud9 is slowing down the pace as much as they are. Look at him skadoodle all the way back in spawn now.
What was that about?
I'm not sure.
Did he try and double buy a smoke?
Forgot his lunch?
I mean, maybe he tried to get back there before the time, but that would have been way past this. I don't even know. Maybe he was just checking to see if there wasn't any backstab potentially, you know, coming in from the A side. Because Cloud9, they did a great job right now of forcing all of the utility out of Vex. They made it sound like it was going to be a rush. So Vex chunked all of their nades onto that plateau, trying to stop that. And so now Cloud9, they pretty much have full control of the situation. There's a single flash left on Pete to try and stop any push coming in here from Cloud9. And that's really important. Only issue is that Cloud9 only have an HE. They don't have anything to make their lives easier either.
But look at this genius movement here from Sean, actually getting all the way around, and by the fact that he's here, he's realizing there's a stack on B. There's nobody on this A side, nothing checking it out. So Sean individually, without having killed anybody yet in the game or in this round here, has basically just won this round easily for Cloud9. That's, I don't know, it's a good side of Counter-Strike that we don't always get to see. That just took that one move. Once he's in the connector in the middle there, it's pretty much all done with. So Cloud9 definitely going to win the round. Vex, though, on their side, a good judgment call, I think, as well, not to try and fight. Just save what they have for the next round. Why not?
There you go. A little bit of a shot miss initially. So Shroud now knows that he's going to be in a bit of a dangerous situation here if he hangs around. He's got the teammates rotating in to give him a helping hand though, so it's not the end of the world for him. He's just not peeking out, and this is actually going to be that standstill where neither of these teams actually want to risk losing what they've invested into this second round. Yeah. So Vex, they get to hold on to their investment. They went for a gamble, putting everybody over on that A site, or rather on the B site by mistake, and it's just if Cloud9 go towards the B site, fantastic. If they don't, Vex save, and they get another chance this round.
Which also probably means that if a similar situation unfolds in this particular round, I bet Vex will be a little bit more aggressive, because this time, obviously in the 4th round, they're going to be buying. So we'll see. Still the 3 SMGs, and I wish Cloud9 would use them to try and open up bomb sites. You know, be aggressive with the players where you can sort of afford to give up an SMG early in the round. It's not the end of the world. And looks like Shroud is making his way out onto Plateau with that MAC-10 in hand. Hyper's right in front of him. Flashbang gonna actually catch both players. The Freakazoid dropping low. Right now they're just trading. Ruby gonna go down, and Hyper, Furlan thinking for a second kill. Another headshot comes in. It's Pete landing at Shongares. Now it's all up to Shroud and Skadoodle left here. 2 versus 4. A great 3rd round start here for the Polish side.
And the bomb is dropped in the wrong place as well. Furlan will get forced out into the open, but he's so quick with that pistol. Takes this fight, and neither one gets a kill. Skadoodle instead is gonna be the one to take out Furlan. So good teamwork there on Cloud9's part, but this bomb, it's dropped in the middle of nowhere. He has to commit Shroud, and he just gets sprayed down by Hyper. Excellent play from Vex in the end, just whittling Cloud9 down. And where that bomb dropped after that kill came through with the bomb carrier, there was no backing up for Cloud9. They had to take the fight. They had to walk into the crossfire.
Yeah, that was not a good situation. And again, I mean, a stack in that bomb site by Vex, and that was all they needed. Scout eventually showing up to help out as well. Very strong start in Cloud9. They can buy. They can even get the AWP on Skadoodle, which everybody should know by now is definitely a good sign for Cloud9. But the question is it going to be quite enough here? Vex, they've turned the tables quite early on in this match.
I understand Rollin wanting to take a little bit of a risk, but honestly, Rollin, I'd really like to see you just go for the M4. Don't farm any money. Slam Cloud9. Give your team the best chance possible to survive with all 5 members alive, and just beat them up. You can farm money in the next round. Cloud9 will be fully going.
I think we might restart this round.
We'll have a pause coming in.
Yeah, because it seemed like everyone was standing still, so I think there was like a collective acceptance of the fact that there was some sort of technical issue, which happens every once in a while. So, I mean, AWP on either side, and I guess we'll see how that unfolds. I think it was Pete who ended up having it. So Pete versus Skadoodle. I mean, just based on pure reputation, you'd say Skadoodle comes out on top, but and maybe he's in fact going to need to.
Well, I mean, they're trying to vote for some kind of reset here so far.
Yeah, they'll sort it out, no problem. Or they'll get some help. I'm sure.
Sean, you got a 5-7 for free. Well done. I mean, this is unfortunate. This is such an important round, and there we go. We'll have the pause, and we should have the reset coming through, so it shouldn't be an issue. We should have the same kind of money that's coming into that they would have had to begin with at the beginning of that round. As you can see, it's just hard reset, no issue, and we get to just start again. Hyper was the one having some PC issues before. That was what the delay, you know, an update for you guys. That was why we had such a long delay. So hopefully that's not going to come back to plague him here.
Well, what we can tell is that Pete also had the MAC-10 here, but he goes for an AWP, at least that's what he did last time. So we'll assume that he does something similar again here. I think that's definitely a reasonable idea as well. Sean here in the middle, trying to make up his mind about what to do. I think this early turnaround is a particular problem for Cloud9 because I don't think they're that good at handling these situations.
No, and right now there's going to be just a little. At least Shongares, he's kind of held on to the element of surprise. They didn't really show too much. Vex, they weren't pushing for info. Cloud9 didn't go for any kind of rush. So the game plan, Cloud9 could run the same thing over again. It's not going to be a problem. They don't need to just start thinking, well, you know, we showed our hand last round, so now we got to change it up here. Maybe go for a strat that isn't going to work because we really wanted to go for that last strat. You know, you avoid an awkward situation here for Shongares at least. But we should be getting back live into the game. We can hear the ticking happening there. You guys can actually see some of the additions made to the stage as well. The going from the minimap in the middle, you have those 5 bars of lights. Those actually go red when a player gets killed, as well as the player photo below the screens there. So there's a couple of really cool things that have been done for everybody who's going to be watching live here from the event.
Yeah, I would say I mean, and if we get some actual in-house shots of it, take a look at those player photos when stuff happens. It's
really
cool.
sick.
Yeah. Now we are going to be into the 4th round here. It seems like they sorted out the issues. We've got the 2 AWPs in play. And we'll have to see if Cloud9 can pick it up once again. If they lose this round, they won't have the money. So they really, really need to turn this around. Same is true for Vex. Both teams are very low at this point in time. So they need to turn it around quick here. Shroud out on the plateau looking for an opening, and he's got Hyper and Furlan very close by, while Sean is checking the other side of the map. Not going to find anyone there anytime soon. Furlan here, great angle, and just a double click there. Shroud is gone.
Right on the edge of the smoke as well. Shroud, he just didn't know what hit him. As soon as his shoulder comes around that corner, Furlan's already lined up. And now so we have to see just how versatile Cloud9 are going to be. And Sean Garrus decides to step in, pick up a shot, and Pete misses the shot midair. That looked so close. That would have been a big kill to bring it back Vex's way. But now we're to a 4-on-4. Luckily for Hyper, they line up 2 headshots, and he gets the third as well. That drops the bomb on plateau, and Cloud9's round, despite Sean Garrus' best efforts, is completely fallen apart.
Hyper read that so well. He saw the smoke go up. He knew that the most likely angle they were going to take was on the outside of the smoke, and he just sprayed them down. Very well played indeed. He's going to be taken down. Sean, he hit the shot the second time. And that's all it is. Sean, by the way, is one of those leaders who prefers to stay alone while the rest of the team does something else. And I think it has to do with like how the communication works on the team, whereas if you have someone else playing alone, then you need to get some info from them before you make a call, and then you try and match it with whoever you're with. Whereas if you're the one playing alone, sometimes it can be a little bit easier because you know what's on your side of the map, and then you know the other part will do their
Well,
stuff.
you're just focusing on holding that angle, right?
Yeah.
You know, and then you're just gathering the info and you give the decision. Unfortunately, it just so happened that Hyper was waiting in the right place at the right time there. And I'm glad to see that Hyper, you know, he didn't flinch when the situation was there, given, you know, that he's had these pauses and that can be very frustrating. It's good to see that he gets that moment, he steps up, and there's a little bit of confidence for him going into the remainder of this half. Pete, though, double headshot. Sean Garrus right now, he's just looking fantastic.
Yeah, doing a really good job. Skadoodle going to take down Furlan. They check the corner for Rallen. Good job. That was a big mistake a lot of teams made yesterday, not checking that corner, but some stepped up play here from Cloud9. Hyper and Grubia left, and see if they can find a way in here. They've got the kit and they've got one Molotov. They need a quick kill though to bring this back. If they lose one more, that's pretty much going to be the end of it. Shroud going to get shot in the face by Grubia now. Hyper taking down nothing as well. Freakazoid with the refrag. It's still a 2 vs 1 here, and Hyper, he's running out of time, and Skadoodle is there, not going to miss the kill. It's a triple, in fact, for the North American AWPer, and that is going to bring Cloud9 very much back in the game. The money for Vex is all over the place right now.
It is. It's really scary. I mean, Pete has enough to go for the AWP if he wants to. But it is going to be just a FAMAS drop. They're going for the force buy right now, Vex. They do not want to let Cloud9 run away with this. They realize that they just gave a free AWP over to Skadoodle, including an M4 for Freakazoid. The money for Cloud9 is still in a place where they could force if they want to, but Vex don't want to give them any more ground. Rollins going to have the AWP. It's 3 rifles. It's a P250. This is a really scary buy for Vex.
Look at how they're just trading grenades early on this plateau because nobody wants to give up control of it. Shroud does walk right into a grenade. Let's see if that's going to make a difference. He gets a quick headshot on Pete, and he's going to try and keep going here. This is a very big buy for Vex. They have to make it work. If they lose it now, they're going to give a big edge to the NA side here. And look at how they spray it out. They've got full control, right? I think Vex needs to fall back, and they're not even going to be able to. Already losing 2. Sean Garrus is on fire right now, getting the double kill, looking for the triple as well. He's going to get helped by Freakazoid, but Pete has to just back off once again. I've got to say, I can't even remember the last time I've seen Sean play this well.
Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves there, Anders. I think he just sprayed through the smoke and they happen to be lined up, so Lady Luck giving him a little bit of a wink there. But yeah, Sean Garrus, the round before, the P250 double headshot, that's impressive. That's really showing that Sean, one way or another, he wants to get the job done. This has been the storyline for Cloud9, though. In the first match that we saw, Sean Garrus, he's ready to play. He's here to get work done. But where is Shroud? Where's Skadoodle? Where are the riflers and the main AWPer, one of the best AWPers in the world? These are the guys that need to be leading the charge, not Sean Garrus.
It's definitely true, but I mean, right now it seems like he's playing a little bit. Yeah, they do line up. That is actually hilarious. But I mean, ultimately, it's he's playing a style that is very different from what he was playing just a couple of months ago. He's being way more active, way more in the forefront, and a little bit like Existence is doing on Titan. You know, some of these in-game leaders maybe are looking to try and step it up a little bit here. Looks like it's going to be another fast round coming from Cloud9, and very similar style against Shroud leading the charge. And AWP in that site is going to be on Pete. He gets the opening frag, and that secures them an extra AK.
They have invested in the pistols. They've won one of these anti-eco situations before Vex Gaming, so now Cloud9, this is going to put them a little on edge. Skadoodle did not find his opening. Shroud is always going to be the point man there, but Skadoodle actually looking towards drop, so we're going to see some JW-style point-blank action here with the AWP. Maybe use it like a shotgun, go and impale somebody.
Gruby's down there with the CSET 75, so this is a great angle for Gruby to be holding. He wants to do this all day, and there's the headshot on nothing, who only has 1 kill so far. Here's Skadoodle looking for the refrag. Gruby, how is he not dead yet? Gonna pick up the AK and run away. Did he pick it up? Oh, it looked like he tried to. Freakazoid under the hand. Gonna get the 1 kill in, and Gruby doing more work here. Double kill for him. Skadoodle alone, missing a shot. There's 3 people in this bomb site. Not even a chance, and Furlan is gonna be getting a double as well, so they're just trading rounds early on in this game, it seems.
This is all over the place. This is so chaotic. And they're taking fights individually as well. I mean, Skadoodle attempted to get the refrag there and drop. That was good on him. Shroud alone on Plateau. No chance for him to get the, for them to get a kill back there, Cloud9. Just really awkward situations.
Look at the discipline on Gruby. As soon as he takes the first fight with Skadoodle, he's actually aware that someone could be dropping down behind him, so he's ready for everything, basically. Nice opening, though. Skadoodle taking down Pete. It's a big kill.
In danger as well. We haven't seen much action. I mean, it's been Cloud9. I mean, Sean Garrett is obviously trying to condition Vex to really focus on Plateau and use a lot of their utility here on Plateau early on. So for Skadoodle to finally take that AWP over to A site, see if he could catch somebody out of position, maybe trying to take a risk, trying to take advantage of that sort of B focus that we've seen from Cloud9. That's really smart from Sky. He's just catches somebody out, and he's kind of the point man here as far as I'm concerned, because pound for pound, I think Vex match the riflers on Cloud9. It's Skadoodle who's going to make the difference here, or should be making the difference with his AWP.
Wow, that grenade took Hyper from 17 to 1 health. It could have easily been a 2-man advantage here for Cloud9, but 1 health in Counter-Strike is enough to get a lot done if you're in the right position. Rallen is hearing everyone running past him right in front of him. He's going to be walking out and catching Skadoodle, hits the headshot, and escapes back through the smoke like a ninja.
And that sets it up for Gruby here on balcony. Instant headshot from nothing, though. That's exactly what had to happen. Freakazoid's going to walk in, and he gets the spray down on Furlan, getting caught out. The positioning and the timing just not working out, and what a great fadeaway headshot from Freakazoid on Rollin as he gets back around that corner. Shroud heard the steps coming from a mile away. There's nowhere for Hyper to live or hide with that 1 HP. And Cloud9 right back into it, and this is a nightmare for Vex standards. Their money keeps getting reset. They keep having to go for these awkward force buys, which is again why perhaps Cloud9 keep going over towards Plateau. Like, we know you don't have the nades to stop us. You're constantly forcing up.
Even forcing up with the naked AWP by here on Rallen.
Man, for Furlan, that's frustrating for Furlan. He actually got the leg shot off before Freakazoid got the headshot.
Not good enough, I guess. Oh, they're going to be boosting up on the Fortress in the corner there, but I don't know. That's a position that's become very, very common to check. I don't see many teams these days that don't actually check it. I'd be surprised if Cloud9 don't.
You have to. You ever watch Titan play this map, you're going to check that spot. And, well, Rollin this time around is going to catch Sean Garrett, trying to go for a bit of a cheeky crouch peek around the corner there. Rollin was just ready for that angle, and there's no longer going to be any action over on the A side. It's looking like, once again, that bomb is making its way back through the halls towards the B site. 3 players already set up here. They're going to go for the smokes as well. Right. And Hyper's getting into a spot we haven't seen really yet from them yet. I mean, oh, well, no, he was there before, obviously, for his triple spray down, but he hasn't been able to get up here before, or since then.
We'll see if he can make it work. Flashbang there. Now he's going to hide in the corner. They have Molotov to check this if they want to, but they'll be playing close here with the UMP. About 40 seconds left on the clock. They need to make a move at some point here, Cloud9. They're only a man down, which is just 1 entry frag away from equalizing the score. Hyper still hiding here. Shroud, you can tell he wants to check it. He's a little bit worried. It's for Mars versus AK. He's going to miss the first shot here. Skadoodle going to go down, but Shroud with a quick refrag. Freakazoid coming into it as well, and now it's back to an even scoreline here. Gruby, though, with the UMP, and also Rallen with the AWP, making it work. Shroud now, the last man left. 1 versus 3, so Vexed turning it around. And the bomb is dropped in the middle of nowhere. It's going to be Gruby getting a double with the UMP. And Vexed bringing it back, and Hyper actually calling for a bit of a timeout. I'm not sure if it's a tactical one or a technical one. I guess we'll find out in a second. Do want to bring up a point, though. The opening frag of this round happened on Sean Gares that was over at the A side of the map. So if Vexed have been watching demos from Cloud, and you have to assume that they have, I'd be shocked if they didn't. It also becomes a problem because it becomes somewhat transparent that when you kill Sean on one side of the map, most of the time you can assume that the rest of the team is on the other side of the map. It's very like what NIP used to play like. Whenever you would find Get Right alone, you would, or whenever you kill him, you'd know that he'd probably be alone, and the rest of the team would be somewhere else. So maybe Cloud9, I think that's part of the reason why Vexed were feeling a little bit confident in rotating 3 people into B, is because they'd already found Sean, so they they could guess that the rest of the team might be somewhere else.
So it's that calculated risk, right? Based off the odds. Ooh, double AWP is going to be the play here for Vex, though. So they're going to go right into this. I mean, they got a free AWP off the Skadoodle in the last round again, right? They're just trading these AWPs. I actually wonder how long that AWP has been in play now as far as the rounds are concerned, because it just feels like it keeps getting picked up round after round. But that's the pause over with, or at least it should be. Nope. Somebody disagrees, Sanders. Somebody.
There's always that one person, right?
One guy. No, but it looks like he's going to make up his mind real quick. This is such a scrappy map, though. It's really hard to see who's going to come out ahead because both teams, their money just keeps getting wrecked, and it just seems to happen one after another.
Right. So maybe we should actually point this out, because since it is a major tournament here, and it always ends up introducing Counter-Strike to a lot of new people, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's one of the really big benefits, I feel like. We should say normally people don't trade as much as this. Normally in Counter-Strike, you end up stringing together a couple of rounds, because that's how the economic system works. You know, you win a couple of rounds, you get a better economy. The other team can't really afford to buy a rifle, so then you get a couple of free rounds before they can really buy it again. So all this trading back and forth is definitely a little bit outside of the norm, and it does make for some very weird gameplay. So we'll see if it's gonna ultimately turn out heavily in favor of one team or the other. Right now it's 4-5, so a very even scoreline here. We'll see if Cloud9, with a bit of a force up here, can make this work.
I'm so glad to see. There it is, the shot from Pete, but Hyper's changed up his position as well. He's going to try and hold the line, but a great flash is there. He still takes Skadoodle out, and Pete, still alive on the site, will drop, but not before taking out Nothing with him. So 3 players going into the retake. Groovy right on the edge, going to go for that flash. Is it going to work? Is it going to be effective? It will, but actually the man uses the smoke to hide in, and it's going to be Freakazoid with the flank.
Oh, Rallen with the wrong weapon out, and now Furlan trying to see if he can creep around here. Freakazoid now with the triple kill, looking for the quad. He sees him, but he's not going to try and go for the shot. He's so low on health, picks up the AWP instead, and that's something that we don't get to see every day. Smoke is up as well, and Freakazoid not going to hit the shot. Furlan instead, 1 kill, but a huge impact kill at the end there, saving the round for Vex. Otherwise, it would have been a quad clutch for Freakazoid. It's going to tie the scoreline at 5-5 and moving into the 11th round. And because of the bomb on Cloud9, I mean, they could go for 1 AK and Tech 9 armor on the rest. If they really feel pressured, if they feel like they should get a lot out of this round, then it's possible to try it.
I agree, yeah, and we are seeing a bit of a quasi-buy. They're just going to drop down to around 2,200, 2,500. So, I mean, Freakazoid's got enough money to be able to drop an AWP for Skadoodle in the next round. Yeah. So it will be a full buy, but we're right on the edge here for Cloud9. They don't want Vex getting really past this point. 9-6 is what Cloud9 should be aiming for. 10-5 would be ideal. So if Vex can actually slam them right here in this round, get that 6th round and start locking it down, end on a 10-5 or a 9-6 scoreline going their way, Cloud9 are going to be in a lot of trouble.
And they are grouping up for a bit of a split on the A-bomb site, lining him up. Rallen and Furlan both very clean work here from the Polish side, you've got to say. Shroud making it a little bit messy at the end, but clicking away is Rallen. He's going to win that fight, and that's going to be Vex taking the round lead, making it 6-5 in their own favor, and we'll see if they can continue on this path here. So far, I'm just going to check. Yeah, that's the first time anyone's won 3 in a row in this half here.
Yeah, actually you're right, and looks like we have another pause coming in here. So I'm curious to see if Cloud9 actually decide to go for an execute on the A side at this point. Where it's like right now it's been Sean Garris lurking, or it's been Pistols kind of just running out into the open, but are we going to see like a real smoke wall execute onto this A site after drawing some attention to the B side early on, right? Try and force some nades out of the B side, make it again sound like you're going to rush in to get control of that plateau area, but then back off immediately and start heading over towards the A side, start setting up for something that perhaps could catch Vex off guard, try and just change up the pace here a little bit. And is this attack pause? It's kind of hard to tell now with all these, you know, these shifts that keep happening here, Anders.
Yeah, it's been a couple of hiccups, so I'm not exactly sure what, but it seems like we are back into it. So probably not a tactical pause, probably just someone's headset needs to be readjusted, someone needing a shoulder rub, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever else. Some cookies.
There is a DreamHack admin in the booth, you know.
Yeah. There are still more cookies if you need some, though.
Yeah, no, dude, don't do this to me. It's enough sugar for one day.
You say that now, but I see you up in the Twitch lounge later on.
It's time for a sip of my refreshing monster.
Ah, there we go. Thorin would be proud. AWP on Pete still, and Skadoodle has his no armor though. We'll see how that's going to work out. He's setting up for a bit of an aggressive play that might be coming out, and it's not far off either. He might actually have the patience for it. Rallen playing close in the middle, actually. Interestingly, at the edge of the smoke, that's a very cool position. Furlan here ready to see if he can catch someone close by.
Oh, and that flash, perfect. It's going to slow Cloud9 just enough. He gets that Molotov down, and now Furlan's got a little bit of time to work with. Rollin is also rotating back up into the A side to cover the backside of the exit onto the A side itself. And so now, well, Cloud9, they have the bomb over here towards A. They've made some noise over on B side as well, and they have succeeded in forcing out some nades. Are they going to commit to this, though, Cloud9? Are they really going to say, it's time to take it towards this A side? Let's see if we can actually catch Vexed off guard.
I would love it if they tried for an A split, because they do have the 2 people near drop, so you can actually drop people in there, and then instead of splitting B, which is by far the most common way, you know, try and run towards the A bomb side instead. They've got the bomb on that side anyway. With about 40 seconds left, they are still shuffling around the middle just a bit.
And Vex are doing a very good job of playing super passive on the A side right now. They've both fallen back to the side. There's a man in connector who can rotate over quickly. Exactly, Groovy coming over. Now he has to be careful about going for a shoulder peek, though, because Skadoodle's there, and Skadoodle misses the shot. What a bit of a risky play there from Groovy. Luckily, he gets away with it. But now the push begins. Cloud9, only 20 seconds left, Anders, to make this happen.
Yeah, this is some madness play coming out here from the NA side. They need to move so fast at this point in time. Rallen up there. Sean gonna get the double opening. He goes down. Nothing with the refrag on Groovy. And now it's gonna be down to Hyper and Pete. 2 versus 4. And they're not even gonna try and test it, it seems. Pete already falling back. They realize this is gone. The bomb is gonna go down. Oh, there's just a couple of seconds left. They actually delayed that a little bit further than I thought they would. That is going to tie the scoreline, and a great entry. I mean, double there for Sean Gas. That's going to be big.
Yeah, and I'm hoping we'll get a little bit of a replay there from his perspective, because there was a bit of an effective crossfire going on there. I'm curious to see how he managed to pick up the first man, because obviously we then saw Rollin like jump up onto the roof to challenge it, because he felt like he had to do something at that point. Sean just on point, and they're of course going to be sending at least 1 man out to hunt right now, Cloud9. I think that they want to keep these 3 alive if they can, because their economy isn't that great.
I almost wish we get a replay of Hyper's spray on whoever jumped down there. I think that was nothing jumping down, because that looked like it traced right behind him.
Yeah.
Perfectly. That was kind of good. But, well, 6 for 6 here, moving into the 13th round. We'll see. Here's Sean opening up.
Yeah, he gets that angle on Furlan. And Ron. Excellent work there by Sean. That's a tough situation, though, for Furlan. I'm actually kind of wondering. I guess he didn't want to be so far back onto the site that they literally have no ground to give, but...
Yeah. It honestly, from when you see the replay, it kind of feels like maybe Vex hadn't meant to be in those positions, or hadn't really filtered through, because definitely gave a big opening. I mean, they did have a guy shoulder peeking, but either way, it's Groovy taking out 1, going to be refragged by Nothing, who's now close here. Flashbang in once and twice, and he's going to go and look for it. Takes down Rallen as well. Shroud has gone down, but Sean gets there to get the revenge, and now it's going to be Pete and Furlan left. Nothing currently with the double kill. Bomb down as well, and Vex. Last time they didn't want to go for the retake. This time they feel like maybe if we get the opening frag, we could do it. Grenade on out as well. And Nothing, triple kill on him. Sean's going to go down, but it doesn't matter. Furlan can't get this round.
Yeah, the damage is done at this point. And really, I think the key kill that just swayed everything Cloud9's way there is the duel between Nothing and Rollin when Nothing comes out of drop room. Rollin, you dodged the flash, so Nothing's coming out of there expecting you to be at least partially flashed, have an easier job of it. But Rollin completely dodges that flash and yet fails to pick up that kill. That was the big frag, because if you take out Nothing, then you have the man advantage going into that retake on the site, and everything is looking hunky-dory. But unfortunately, Rollin couldn't pull through on that one. It's just crazy actually looking at the score lines, though, just as far as the frags are concerned, how even it is across the board for Vex. Like, everybody's pretty much sitting on 9 frags, apart from Groovy, who's on 8. So, I mean, it's not like Rollin is, you know, lagging or not getting into the game. It's just that one key frag didn't go his way.
And it's another illustration of what we sort of termed yesterday as the Cobblestone Challenge. You end up losing control of either plateau or drop, or in this case, almost both.
Yeah.
And whoever, even if you have 3 people on the bomb side, it's so hard because you're getting sandwiched very quickly. Shroud up here on the plateau, ready and waiting, and Hyper hiding in the smoke right in front of them. They're putting a couple of shots through, and it's going to move out. Going to get shot in the face. No head armor, I think, for Hyper there. Just the Max 7 in his hand. They forced up this round, Vex, and they might come back to haunt them. They just do not have the money in the 15th round if this goes bad, and it looks like it will. Sean picking up a kill here, and he's going to try and see if he can continue. Shroud not finding a kill just yet. There's the headshot on Rallen. Furlan going to be the last man left. No chance at all. Team effort by Cloud9, and Freakazoid ultimately picking up a triple kill. It's going to be a really, really big turnaround here. It looked like it was so shaky, but now they're actually starting to get back in the game.
Nerves there, I think. What a horrible team flash for Hyper. He got flashed full as he tried to push through that smoke by a teammate. And so free kill there, his backstab doesn't work, his flank doesn't work, and again, Cloud9, they get that opening frag. They're doing a very good job now as we get into, well, obviously into the last round of this first half. They do a very good job of just pouncing. As soon as they get that first kill, now they're just starting to press forward and just explode onto that site. And again, very similar situation to the last A execute round that Cloud9 threw out. 2 guys over towards B, just here to draw out the nades, keep some attention here from Vexed, and yet the bomb is waiting over in A apartments, and Cloud9 are currently casing that area of the map, trying to get the info.
Well, good opening from Pete at least, hiding in that corner. Shroud sort of almost sacrificing himself there. Not exactly sure what the point was because he didn't really get a lot of information. Rallen close by executing Freakazoid, and that's 2 opening frags now for Vexed.
You saw the bomb though, that's a lot of information. The rotation should come out. Groovy gonna take out Sean Gares, and still 2 players alive here. Skadoodle, of course, is always capable of everything, but then a perfectly timed flash from Groovy, and he just puts that UMP to work. 2 kills for him. Nothing now with the bomb, though, trying to make his way out from apartments, then Furlan's just going to annihilate him. So 7-8, Vex with a force buy, and again with the scrappy rounds, Anders.
This is honestly an unforgivable round for Cloud9. If they end up losing the game, then you're going to have to look to rounds like that to think that that should never happen. This play from Shroud here, if he only had Tech-9 armor and he just charged into the bomb side, I could think, okay, he want to see how many people were in there. If there was a stack, maybe they could rush in. I mean, to be fair, Vex have gone for that B stack twice, and it's pretty much worked for them twice as well. So maybe they thought it was going to be a similar thing. They could have known that there wasn't going to be a lot of money, but with a full AK and grenades, that's a lot to just sacrifice.
It's just hard to get that information so quickly as well on the A site. There are so many angles that the CT's going to be hiding around. They're probably going to be lurking quite a bit around Connector as well, towards Boulder, towards those choke points. Hyper's always there. So what information did he get? Oh, or rather, Pete got the kill, but still, there's one guy there, right? That's just how it went down that round. I don't know. Cloud9, I think, were trying to force the issue, and maybe thought that perhaps they wouldn't have such a good buy.
It seemed like Sean tried to do a lot of that too.
And Sean,
But I mean, basically, it's him and Sean right now, which I think are almost the 2 people I would put at the bottom of the scoreboard. If I had to make like the perfect Cloud9 game, it would have to be Shroud and Skadoodle and nothing topping the charts, and Sean and Freakazoid doing their thing, but not necessarily getting all the frags right now. So it definitely seems like there is some sort of misalignment going on in the Cloud9 team. We're going to the second half here. It's the first match of day 2 here of the major tournament, DreamHack Cluj-Napoca. We're going to be seeing if Vex can do what they couldn't do yesterday and have a really good T-side.
And we've got the raid boss already. Furlan's got that Tech-9 Kevlar combo. Hyper spots out the man Freakazoid caught in apartments. He's going to be able to fade away. And there are 2 players still already on this site for Cloud9. Drops the bomb carrier though, Freakazoid. So that's going to buy a little bit of time. But then Furlan with that Tech-9 comes into play. And they're just collapsing onto this site. Vex, they aren't wasting any time at all.
Nice shot from Pete there. Nothing now getting surrounded. Shot in the back as well. It's Furlan showing up with that Tech-9 and armor combination. He's got the double kill already. I was going to say it was a good job by his Freakazoid early on, but maybe not good enough here. Sean trying to see if he can get the kill. There's too many people, and he doesn't have enough bullets for it now. It's all on Shroud here. They're going to give him an opportunity by facing. He actually gets 2 headshots. That was Furlan going down, but still just too many people on the terrorist side. And Vex are going to win it. Big victory for them, and nice pace as well. You know, as soon as first of all, as soon as Freakazoid spots them out in the A courtyard there, that would be the first indication that maybe we should slow down. But actually, their reaction is to say, all right, we can catch him before he gets back. Let's catch him. They trade a kill with him, which is a great job by Freakazoid. He might as well have just died. And then they just keep going. And they actually overwhelmed Cloud9. So smart call, quick call from the Polish side.
I would have really liked to have seen Cloud9 actually eco. When you have Skadoodle as a key part of your team, is a key part of your strategy. Give him the money for the op. What? That was a monster nade. Yes, that was dunked right there. But Freakazoid's doing the best that he can to try and buy time for, again, that rotation. Another 2 guys are on the A side. This is identical to the last round here for Cloud9. Can they do a better job this time? Can they actually get the kills?
That was a nuts amount of damage put out there by Freakazoid. That was an absolute touchdown. Furlan, though, doing a good job bringing it back. And Sean and Shroud, they're not really in great position to try and do anything. Can't easily pick off players as they run past or anything. Smokes are going to help out with that problem, and seems like Vexed are going to be back into it here. Triple kill for Furlan, really stepping it up. Great job. I mean, Vexed are just playing a solid game of Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah, that was a great recovery. A little bit risky for Hyper to get that close to Sean Gares. 5-7, I mean, that's a lethal headshot right there, so one lucky shot for Sean could have done it. Another rifle dropped, but still, Vexed, you're absolutely right. They keep 3 players alive in that round. That's perfectly acceptable considering Cloud9 went for the force buy. And now this is really going to set the ball rolling here for Vex. This is that second hurdle. After the pistol, you survive the force. You're thinking to yourself, great, now we have a round where we can just farm up some money because they're going to be in a hard eco situation. And then we even have an easier buy round going up against us in the 19th round as well, because Cloud9 now can't afford all of the nades. They can't afford the kits.
Just an interesting, even if minor point here, that Cloud9 not investing into any deagles or anything, which is something that, you know, a bunch of European teams have made great use of recently. The casual eco deagle.
Eco deagle, Dupree, vroom vroom.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's almost got to the point now where there's so many people who have become very good at hitting those deagle headshots. It's almost impossible to mention any of them individually, but. Yeah. It's the list is growing all the time. MBK in there, MBK. Snacks in there. Yeah, you've got a lot of people. A lot of people is what we're saying.
Enough of it.
Yeah, with the NA side, I mean, at least not this round, they're not willing to.
And Vex have done a fantastic job. They've snuck their way out onto this plateau right now. A little bit of a delayed push onto it, and now the full rotation coming out here from Cloud9. Cloud9 again just trying to gamble. Instead of just running into the blender Cloud9, they're going to be backing off and just trying to set up to block off Vex. Because now Vex, this is also part of the process. Once you get onto the bomb site, you then need to secure a way off of that bomb site so you obviously don't go boom with the bomb. And so now Cloud9, with these pistols, instead of just running in and giving free kills to Vex against these rifles, they're going to try and find sneaky positions to try and catch Vex members off guard and maybe make away with one of those rifles. But unfortunately, as I say that, Freakazoid, the only man here holding in connector, gets picked off, and there's Vex out. Now they can get out of here scot-free.
Yeah, no problem. I like the position of Cloud9 because just what they're trying to do here seems like the most logical choice of trying to, you know, get in, drop if they exit the other way. Didn't really work out. I mean, Vex were on top of it. Noticing something else that's lacking here, and Summer, you'll be delighted.
Oh, he's $50 short. Skadoodle, $50 short.
Are you trying to imply that he could have had $50 from earlier if they didn't buy?
I don't know what you mean, Anders.
Is that the logic here?
Never.
Is that how
Never that. Question Sean Gares?
Is that how economics
For
work?
shame.
If you use the money twice, you can't use it later on? I am shocked as well. It's going to be the 19th round coming up, and Vex are in the lead with 2 rounds here. This would be I don't know if it would be a shocking loss, but it would really be a big loss for Cloud9 here.
A catastrophic loss,
yeah.
I think is the word. Oh, and well, elementary mistake made already, leading with the bomb, but they are committed to this. Not going to get the double spray down. It's a 3-on-3 situation, and Shroud's been spotted. They know that he's right on the other side of that smoke. You can see them chucking HEs, and they're trying to hunt him down, and it nearly does the trick. Shroud down to 5 HP. Sean Gares gets chunked to 50 as well, but there's the angle. Shroud, he takes out Groovy on the site.
Oh, this is a big round for Shroud. He's already got the double. He's looking for a bit more. 1 bullet, and he's going to be gone. Sean is dead. Shroud is next, and now it's up to Freakazoid. All alone here. 1 versus 2. Got to see if he can do this. He has no head armor, no kit, no grenades, and they are in a perfect position to stop this. It's almost impossible. They would have to make a crucial mistake on Vex's side here, and Freakazoid's doing the only thing he can do, which is running away. What else can he really try and... I mean, you're right. The bomb dropping in there... And honestly, Shroud, when he came through that smoke, the timing was perfect. The only problem was he was flashed. So, I mean, the two Polish players on the other side, they were flashed too. So, if he hadn't been flashed, or if he had been just a little bit flashed, he would have had the perfect opportunity for a double spray down.
I'm not a huge fan of this pause as well. Man, I know it sounds like I'm ragging on Cloud9 a lot, guys, but I wish that they would go for an eco first and then go for the pause when they have the money for a full buy and they can decide how do we change things. But I suppose he's just trying to see if we can't get a quasi buy going here, get some pistols, get some nades, maybe try and push, figure out where they can hit Vex hard. But the timeout, nonetheless, we usually criticize teams for taking the timeout too late in the game when it's too late to have an impact. It's just you're so far behind that it would take a miracle to get you back into it. Cloud9, at least this time, Sean Gracie, he's saying, you know what, before this gets out of hand, we're just going to talk about it right now and try and figure out what we need to change here on our CT side. But Vexed they're looking to be they're in a fantastic position. Nearly $9,000 on Hyper. They can have ops for days. 4 and 6 on Rollin and Furlan both. I mean, the economy is very strong on the T side, whereas Cloud9, they're still just trying to figure it out.
Look at their coach in the back lines. I mean, not Cloud9, but Vexed. You know, he's back there with all the pieces of paper, like everything, well prepared to see what's up here.
Oh, they're very involved over on Vexed side.
The other problem
we saw that at Stockholm as well in the qualifiers.
The other problem is I think tactical timeouts have less of an impact when you're on the CT side, because there's a limit to how many things you can change, and especially because if you take a tactical timeout and then you know you come up with like a big flashy play, that'll be, I think actually most terrorist sides, once the CT side takes timeout, the terrorist side will probably respond by saying, let's slow play this round, see what they do. You know, if they come up with like a big boost or an aggressive push somewhere, we're just hanging back and waiting. We can easily spend 30 seconds doing that. So it's almost like those kind of timeouts kind of serve better for you know, just a morality boost. You know, let's get back in the game, let's get everyone hyped.
Well, Vex that's also a confidence boost for Vex, right? Where it's like, we got them on the run, boys. Like, they're already going for their timeout. Now we can play smart. We can just play safe.
3 HGs being purchased here on Cloud9. I don't think that's why they took the timeout. You could probably figure that out in the 15 seconds you have, just to say, hey, let's try and triple grenade somewhere. But I am excited. I love the idea of triple nading.
Triple nade plateau, maybe try and catch Vexed out. Vexed are going to try and suss out the details. I mean, they might try and hold somebody out in the back of, you know, towards T-spawn at the top of A ramp, see if they can't catch anybody from Cloud9 pushing there. But Cloud9, they might want to go for the gamble as well and put, well, no, they aren't going for a big stack on the B site. Or maybe a bit of a delayed one. It seems like nothing is going to work his way over there a little bit later than his teammates.
Hyper putting in that early smoke, some good preparation there. It's going to be falling down right there. Let's see, grenades are out. Not really going to hit anybody. Skadoodle trying to sneak up behind, and Hyper just seeing it coming and checking for more. And Vex setting up and playing slow, just ready for it. Any kind of aggression that Cloud9 would have put out this round, they would have been there for it.
Yeah, completely nullified at this point. Now it turns into a standard bit of play. There's a man boosted up on the tree right now, so there's a little bit of an off angle here that Vex have to worry about that might catch them off guard. We have to see. That's going to be Shroud, of course. And so Vex, they have all the rifles. Now they have the nades. They're just going to go charging up. Excellent HE. That was a money HE right there. And Shroud is going to be able to take out Groovy. Sean Gares takes out Pete. The pressure is on Vex now. They need to keep their cool.
They are in drop as well. Hyper's coming up from behind. If he can catch Shroud, he's sandwiched, then he can't get out, and he's going to end up going down, but still hiding in the corner, and this is big. Freakazoid is there with the rifle. He needs just a little bit of an opening. Nothing is there, just to create some noise. Freakazoid, they need to time this perfectly. There's going to be a lot of communication going on there. Freak, he shows the gun barrel now. He's just got that hen house. They can just blast through, and he'll end up going down. Freak is going to get one, but there's the kill. Rallen takes him out. Nothing. Stealing a Galil, and he's very close to the plant. He's going to get the one frag. Furlan's there to catch him. Almost around for Cloud9. That was so close, but Vex, they're going to pick it up, and look at how the lead is just expanding here. 4 rounds is what they have on Cloud9. And once again, I would say, if I was Vexed, I would still be thinking about that tactical timeout. I would still be playing this round very slowly.
Very carefully. I'm amazed that, I mean, that was also... What do we have here? Nothing, okay, so it looks like Cloud9 going for another pause. Maybe some, something happening here. But I mean, that's also Cloud9, that one HE made all the difference. When you're dealing with pistols like that, even if you can shave, I mean, he nearly shaved 40 HP off of 3 players. That's a nightmare for Vex. When up close to P250 will headshot you and kill you instantly, if you're already down to 60 HP trying to push onto a site, that is so scary. So Vex, it came really close.
You almost wish that they could have saved just one more grenade for that same spot there, but I mean, that's just all hindsight. Right now, just sorting out some technical issues on the Cloud9 side, and we should be good to go again. Currently, it's Furlan actually leading the scoreboard here with 20 kills. That is a pretty big lead.
He is doing a fantastic job. 24-9 for him. Runner-up on Cloud9 side right now is Freakazoid, actually 16 frags though, so we haven't seen that big jump throughout the second half. I think he ended the first half on 14, so you know, he's slowing down a little bit right now. Shroud is starting to catch up a little bit, however. He's up to 11 with 4 assists.
This current streak for Vex is also the largest we've had in the game so far here on this map. It's 5 in a row for them, and the most we've seen otherwise is 3. Either team took a couple of streaks like that.
Is this a pause? This is looking a lot like a tactical pause, but they've just used their tactical pause, Cloud9.
Maybe, I don't know. It probably is some small tech issue. You've got.
Well, I mean, we have to remind everybody, Anders, of just what's on the line here as well. This is an elimination match. You lose this match, and you are out of the tournament. You are the first team out of DreamHack Cluj-Napoca.
Yes, and some of the teams that everyone I think had, if not written off, then at least assumed wouldn't be going through, probably Vexed and Flipside were some of them. Where
Sure.
people were willing to accept that there wasn't a big chance they would be making it past the first 2 matches. And right now, I gotta say, I'm very impressed here.
And this is, I mean, this might be slowing things down for Vex as well. The timing of this pause, you know, they just want a key round. I mean, sure, it's allowing Vex to talk things over, but then Vex, do they really need to talk that much over right now? They've had some time to do so already. So I mean, there you have Hyper just trying to keep focused. I mean, this is everything. This is this one match that you need to be able to get into the second seed match that's going to be played out tomorrow throughout the day. We'll have all those best of 3 decider matches being played out throughout the day in the stadium tomorrow. But we can already kind of get an idea of what's going to happen here with Cloud9. Skadoodle has the money for his AWP now to be on that CT side. He can be that explosive player that can make the difference. He's only sitting on 7 frags right now. But with that AWP, this is one of those guys like Guardian. I mean, I would kind of put Guardian a bit higher than him in the rifling, just because Guardian can be a threat with any gun. But once you give him that AWP, it's like he hits another gear, and then he can just have such a huge impact on the map for his team. So now Skadoodle, where is he going to go to set up with this AWP? Is it going to be up on the plateau, or is he going to try and lurk around in A apartments, over in mid and connector? Like, where is he going to be deciding he has the best impact with the gun?
And is he going to have the freedom to do it as well?
Or not to be? Okay, never mind.
I'm just wondering if he's going to have the freedom for it, because it really feels like he hasn't had. He's actually bottom fragging right now on the server, 7 kills, so not really far behind the rest of his teammates by any means, but still, we haven't seen that cut loose Skadoodle that just is allowed to, you know, take shot after shot. Vex have also been pretty good with the flashbangs and the smoke shoot, which have made it a little bit more hard, but also Cloud9 keep buying so that he can't actually get the AWP. Now is a chance. It's not the best chance ever, but we'll see if they can make it work. It is currently 12-8 as we resume the game. See if Cloud9 can make some sort of crazy comeback here, or Vex are actually going to edge them out, which definitely feels like right now is what's on the menu.
Well, we already have the anti-rush nades going out on both sides, in fact. A little bit of damage, just a smattering done to nothing, and Pete. And then Vex, you know, they forced a couple nades out. They've done their job. There's the smoke. And again, nothing to getting tagged up, but this is all very standard fare. Vex, though, everybody gathered up. They have no information as far as the push is concerned from Cloud9. They really are setting up for a full-out YOLO play here onto the B site, and Cloud9, they're in the perfect spot for this. They've got 4 players ready and waiting to greet them.
Smokes are raining in. They're dropping down into drop room as well, and nothing. He's on the bomb site. Shroud here trying to see if he can hide inside the smoke. They're right next to each other. This ridiculous Shroud holding down Mouse. He's going to try and escape. He's doing the damage and nothing, picking up a kill. But Pete will refrag instantly. Skadoodle trapped in the back lines. He's going to have to hit the shots or he will go down. Shroud picking up Rylands. Skadoodle is there. Takes one. Shroud with another headshot. And now it's down to Pete. 1 versus 3 and they're going to make it work. Shroud triple kill. Started off that round bouncing up against the Vexed players inside the smoke. That could have ended horribly. A very important round here. And it will go in the favor of Cloud9. And I've got to say, that back position for Skadoodle is so scary. Yeah. These smokes that go down to the flashbangs, he can easily become isolated from his teammates, and there's not a lot of cover back there.
No, it's like you say, you know, that hut is paper thin. So you're always having to worry about just where it's going to be coming from. Or where the shots are going to be coming from.
Well, 22nd round is coming up here. Vex still able to buy. They've got money, but they've used all of it in this round, so they kind of have to make it work. Grubby is hiding all the way, or Grubby's hiding all the way out in the A courtyard, kind of like what we saw Hiko do on Liquid when they were playing on this map, just, you know, trying to see if he could stay back and wait for someone to come out, but nobody's playing aggressive right now on the Cloud9 side. Shorgez is in the middle here with the P90. Someone could pop flash him in. Freakazoid is up there with a pop flash, so see if he can actually make it work. Spraying down one. Freak picking up a kill as well. Still a good trade for Cloud9.
Now there's the damage Smoke going up on connector a little bit late. Rotation can come out here for Cloud9, but there's still plenty of time here for Vex. They still have a minute left on this clock. They don't need to commit to rotating the bomb out of here. Instead, they're going to count on Rollin to see if he can't, or no, not Rollin. Is it Furlan? It's Hyper.
Hyper hiding in the corner, and he takes down Shroud. If more people had been rotating through, that could have been really scary. It turns it back into a 3-on-3 right now. 35 seconds. Look how far back the bomb is. They need to get back in here. Hyper not exposing himself just yet, but where's that bomb at? Vex really need some communication right now. They need to make up their minds, and some good in-game leadership here is called for. 20 seconds as they try and make their way back. There's 2 people still on this bomb site. This is a bit of a madness round coming out from the Polish side, but they're going to try and see if they can make it work. Hyper edging out the corners there, still on the site. Nothing going to pick up that well. Freakazoid picking up the kill, and now Bomb, all that's left. It's not going to work out. Freakazoid with the triple kill, and as you saw there, the last player went down. 5 seconds was left. So I think that's when, if you're the captain of a team like this, I think you can get into a mode of thinking where you get stuck trying to figure out what the optimal decision is, and instead you end up making no decision, and that's almost even worse here. So
especially when you, I mean, I said there was a lot of time. That's when there's 55 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, okay, you have a little bit of time for discussion, but when you start getting to that 30-second mark, you need to go. You need to get onto that site and give yourself a chance to deal with these kinds of crossfire situations. That's just going to take time.
They were probably also hoping that Hyper's presence in middle would force Cloud9 to come and look for him and maybe make another mistake. But when Cloud9 just stood still and waited for a long time, at some point Vex had to sort of make their own choices.
Yeah, that's very well done.
Now we have to move, and they never did, so... Well, Sean in the middle here with the P90 again. Get Right's going to be happy.
Yeah, hard eco though for Vex. So, I mean, P90, he's just going to farm up some money. Unlike other SMGs though, with the P90 you only get $300, so it's not a huge cash grab. Shroud instead though is going to be plenty happy if they come charging into him, because he's getting $600 a pop there. Nicely done by Shroud. This is just going to build confidence here for Shroud as well. This is really going to give him... I mean, he had such a slow start in the first half. He needs to get these anti-eco frags. It's always a feel-good moment where you're just like, yeah, you know, 3 kills, you know, that's right. And then when the rifles come into play, bam, you're already ready to hit those headshots.
And let's be honest, when Shroud really gets up and running, he could definitely be the difference maker in a match like this. So see if it's going to be the case. He does go down, and Sean just rolls through the P90 and picks up the kill there. So it will be 12-11, and Cloud9 close to equalizing here. Orp on Skadoodle. They're also starting to stack up on the Molotovs and everything else. So it's looking progressively better for Cloud9.
And this is the moment of truth now, Vexed. Do you let Cloud9 tie things up, or do you proceed to try and break their economy again? Because now Cloud9, after such a solid anti-eco round, they have a decent bank. They can afford to buy up again if they lose this round. Vex needs to start winning those consecutive rounds, and well, we saw what happened yesterday when they went over onto their T side on this map. They struck, well, they didn't get a single round. So right now, Vex, they're off to the strong start in the second half. Now, can they actually bounce back here after Cloud9 have done a whole lot of work against them? They've spread out more across the map right now, Vex. They've tried to perhaps draw a little bit of attention over towards that B site, but still great nade control here from Cloud9. They didn't feel the fear. They didn't feel the threat over on B, so they still have a great nade count going into the rest of this round.
Sean waiting in that middle area. Not really too much aggression on the Cloud9 side, and I mean, you can do some great pump flashes down the middle, especially when Sean is this close. I wish they would try and go for it. With Freakazoid up in the Mac lines here, especially with the smoke just fading. If you pop a flash in right there, there's the flash from Freakazoid. Are they going to try and check behind it? Sean is running in. He's not going to overcommit, which I don't mind. He's actually going to try and see if he can get himself in, and he takes out Hyper. Really smart move, I think, from Cloud9. A little bit of aggression, and now they can play safe again.
But it was only one man, and we already see that Freakazoid actually starting to work his way back towards B. They didn't get a whole lot of information out of that. 30 seconds left again for Vex. It's all or nothing now for them. Smokes and flashes going up, and this is it. The execute comes through, but Sean Gares picks up 2 kills, and he could get a 4th. He does, in fact, do it. 4 kills with the P90. He might get robbed of the ace here, but I think Sean, yeah, he's going to go hunting for it. Of course he has to, but what a round from the in-game leader for Cloud9. Sean Gares with the P90 just doing work.
I mean, this is definitely like a mentally a different Sean Gares from what we're used to seeing. He's taking some fights that he wouldn't always try and take, and he's also winning a hell of a lot of them right now. I would question his second peek into middle. I know he had a Molotov up in the doorway like that, but it is dangerous trying to peek like that. If he dies down there, then it gives some space, but triple kill and eventually with the quad kill, but the triple spray down at the end there was just beautiful. 12-12, and the money for Vex is not good, but they're going to try and force it anyway. They're down and drop. They're charging in. Sean Gares trying to see if he can hold it up. He's got some help from Shroud. Double kill for him, and now this push is kind of evaporating for Vex. They need some quick kills, and Hyper and Rallen are going to give them a couple, and nothing with the return. Freakazoid up here, just taking care of business. Just Hyper left in a 1 versus 3, and he is trapped in the middle of all of them.
Yeah, he's going to have to deal with that triangle right now. Walks out into the crossfire, does take out 1 for nothing. So I mean, that will have a little bit, you know, just a little bit of an impact on Cloud9's money. But that's not ideal here. It is going to be the full buy here for Vex, or at least as close as it can get. But now it looks like it's Vex. It's their turn to go for the pause here, Anders, to go for that tactical pause and start considering what they need to be doing here on their T side. So you've already mentioned the fact that you don't feel like, you know, CT side timeout, it's a little bit more of a tricky business to really get the value out of it. But on the T side, what do you think is going to be happening here for Vext?
Yeah, that's such a difficult call. I mean, actually, what they just did is something that we brought up earlier, which is that A split through drop, even though they didn't really have, they all sort of went through drop, but they could do a variation of that, especially now that they've seen it's possible. You know, maybe just try something similar, except with rifles. It's definitely doable, and I would say, instead of maybe just rushing it, go a little bit slower, but then have someone come up middle as well. That's definitely, I think, a way to play it. The other thing that they haven't really been doing too much is like the full smoke execute on that B bomb side. That has been fairly popular. Get the bomb down and just try and see if you can make that work.
There has to be a whole process throughout the round for that kind of situation, though, right? I mean, they have to be able to push out onto the plateau, force some nades out of Cloud9. You know, put the pressure on, but then also, you know, show their presence over at A before they can kind of wrap back around towards that B side for a full execute. I mean, there's like a process that needs to happen if it's not just an all-out YOLO rush, right? So I'd love to see that kind of play coming out from Vex, a real thorough approach to it, rather than the hesitation that we seem to be seeing from them right now. I think that's the main thing, is the confidence. And after the beating they took yesterday from Fnatic, you can probably believe that this is going to be, you know, like it's in the back of their heads still.
I do like the YOLO rush, though.
YOLO rush is where it's at, no doubt.
So close to my heart. Cloud9 have somehow ended up back in the lead here, 13-12, and after a tactical timeout from Vex, we'll see what they can come up with. Skadoodle going to take down 1. Nothing is here. He almost drops Rallen, but he's going to get fragged, and Skadoodle goes down. Groovy with the refrag here. It's looking good for Vex now. 4 versus 3 if they can just get that bomb plant, but 1 goes down. Rallen is very low on health, and they're practically lined up for Shroud. This is dangerous. Sean picks up 1 with the Molotov. Another headshot comes in. Freakazoid is there. Sean goes with a triple kill, and that's going to be Cloud9 back to 14 rounds. Great retake, never giving Vex any chance. They get the bomb down, yes, but they have no chance to actually get into any kind of position. Nice job.
That was just the straight up YOLO rush. So we got one of our wishes, I guess, right? You know, okay, we haven't really tried the all-out rush just yet. Let's see if we can make it work. Sean, man, great control from him, even with these smokes going down. Also, you know, great uses of the flash coming out. I mean, great use of the flashes from Cloud9's part. They literally burned a guy alive. He was just blind. He never even saw he was standing in a Molotov. So, I mean, a lot of things working out there for Cloud9 on the retake. But Cloud9 now, they're the ones with all of the confidence. Vexed, because they've lost so many rounds in a row at this point, they can go for a full buy after that bomb plant, but it's not going to get any easier. And now, this is it. It's crunch time. Can Cloud9 get up onto match point?
And this is where experience becomes a really, really important thing. Like, the pressure is always big when you're playing at a major tournament, but now Vex is just a couple of rounds away from being eliminated, and they've got to step it up here, and that's where you've got to try to be in this position at least a couple of times so you can sort of know how to emotionally deal with it and keep your focus in the game. And I think that's something the Polish side here is going to really have to work on now. No mistakes from here on out.
No, exactly. They can't afford it. They have 3 smokes, a handful of flashes. Sean Gares, no joy this time. He gets caught by Hyper, so there's 1 kill over on the A side. But they have pushed 2 players into drop now, and Shroud, he has to be aware of it exactly. Closing off that angle, really trying to make the odds favor him. There's the pop flash in, but they turn away. Follow-up flash, though, and the spray down from Shroud. Double kill for him and drop, and that forces Vex to fall back and try and change up their angle. They're going for the A site with 30 seconds left.
A big win there for the Canadian player, and it's going to be up to Hyper and Groovy left here. I mean, I love the fact that Hyper didn't get caught by that pop flash again, because it's the same one they tried to do earlier from Cloud9, and this time it didn't quite work. Shroud jumping once, and a good jump as well. Just getting him some bit of information. Bomb is down here, and Hyper, last man left, going to go down to nothing. and also no time left. It is match and map point here for Cloud9, 15-12. They've come back into this game in a big way. It took a 5-round win streak on the second half here for Vext before Cloud9 finally stepped it up, and now they're up to, what, 7 rounds in a row?
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
scary.
Now, it's exactly what happened to Vex yesterday. Except the Vex, this time around, they got the pistols, so they got a bit of an easier start, and they were able to do some work. But then, once Cloud9 figured out what needed to happen, Vex just don't seem to be able to deal with it. 3 rounds separate these teams. Vex need these 3 to take it to overtime, and Cloud9 are now on match point, and again, nothing. Straight up onto Plateau, and this time, it doesn't work out for him. Hyper, again, first kill of this round.
Catching nothing a little bit early then, so really good job. Hyper seems to be playing his part right now. Bomb still very far back, and Vex, they know they have the advantage, and they really don't want to give it up for nothing here. Traditionally, the stack, if there is one, is going to be towards the B side of the map, so I don't blame Vex for thinking that maybe we could find a way into A here. Freakazoid right now the closest one by, I think, where Sean is probably going to get smoked off, so Freakazoid might actually be alone in this situation.
Yeah, excellent peek there by Freak as well. He got all of the information. Already the rotation coming through now from Cloud9. They know that the bomb is here. Freakazoid out in the open, though. Big risky play from him, and he gets caught. And Sean, no impact. He actually gets run over. Groovy with the double kill. So it's going to be down to Shroud and Skadoodle, and this is a bit too much to ask of them. 2-on-4 situation. Hyper turns away. Scott misses the shot. Shroud is there, though. Brings it back. And now we're into a 2-on-3. Bomb is planted, though, in Cloud9. Do they know just how much damage has been dealt to Vex? That Groovy's sitting on 1 HP right now.
I'm not sure if they realize quite. Great round from Vex, though, and Groovy especially taking down Sean in that corner was huge. And Shroud and Skadoodle, they should just be backing up and saving what they've got here. Shot not going to kill Groovy, and he's down to 1 health, in fact. What ridiculous nonsense is this? And Shroud is going to go down. Rallen just getting the shot through the doorway. Pete wants to pick up something. I'm not going to be successful in stealing that AWP away. 15-13 and moving into the 29th round. If it goes to overtime, I don't know if there's any predicting who will win it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it could really go either way at this point. I mean, we always say the experienced team should be favored in this case, but
Cloud9 would be devastated if they don't close out the game here. Like, that would be so upsetting to them, so... Look at this shot.
I mean, Groovy, this round, that was his round right now. I mean, in just of all the times for an individual performance to come to the fore to make the play, that was a perfect time for it. Hyper eating a lot of nade damage going out onto Plateau, but he made it through the smoke. He does manage to at least spot out a little information there. Again, Vex just trying to draw some attention, but Skadoodle, he just sits here on this site, and there it is. From upskirt, he manages to pick off Hyper. So man advantage now for Cloud9 in this, yet again, the second match point.
A very fine job indeed. Relatively simple kill, but it definitely does matter. And if they don't hear any more presence over at Plateau, that's also an indication of a very, default strat almost on the terrorist side, which is send one guy lurking out on Plateau, and then the rest of the team does something else. So if Cloud9 were a little bit adventurous, they might try and just see if they could at least hear anyone, or maybe force something with a couple of grenades. In the meantime, the clock here is actually working quite heavily against Vex. 40 seconds left, trying to make it on it. There's still 2 Molotovs, 2 HE grenades, and a bunch of flashbangs on Cloud9's side, so they can slow down these pushes a lot.
This time Vex at least have some nades to work with. And there we go. Smokes, flashes going out. Freakazoid taking up that passive angle. He's going to be facing, and Pete is gone. But Rallen, he takes out Sean Garris. In the meantime, Freak drops right into Groovy's waiting arms. And now this is starting to get a little bit scary. 2-on-2. Furlan up on the site. But again, 50 seconds, and it's not going to be enough. The bomb gets dropped. Scott with the last frag. And Cloud9, they lock down the map. 16-13 in the end. Cloud9 will move on to the elimination match, and Vex will be going home. The first team here as well.
Very, very good job from Cloud9, keeping their cool, ending up winning, was it 8 or 9 rounds in a row? I think 8 or 9 rounds there. So very, very good job, and that's going to be a big victory and a big relief for them, obviously.
This is everything. I mean, so much weight on their shoulders. They've been touted as the best in NA for so long, and online they have done work. I mean, it wasn't since the summer that we've really seen them have high impact on LAN, but they have been showing good results coming into this major, and so now, and the question is whether they can carry that on into a best of 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be important. And with the kind of slip-ups they had just in this one match, you've got to be worried. There's a lot still to work on, obviously, for Cloud9 and Vexed. You got to feel like, I would have loved to see them on a different map than Cobblestone, just to see what that would have been like, because that terrorist side of theirs is still lacking a couple of things. And I mean, they were so close, once again, so close to doing it. And the first time they were so close to doing it against what, Fnatic? That's also mad, isn't it?
It's got to be very frustrating for Vexed. I mean, they don't have the highest hopes, but they came into this and they still had an impact. But it is going to be up to Red Eye now to figure out just what's on Nothing's mind from Cloud9.
Thank you very much, John. Hello, how you doing?
You know.
You know, okay. Let's talk through the match a little bit, because there were some moments in there where things weren't going very well. 12-7 down, tactical timeout. What's going through the minds of your players?
I mean, losing some of those key rounds on T side, that eco round when we went B. I mean, it's one of those things where you're playing a team where you have more experience than we say, okay, stay in it. I mean, it's the cliche things you hear normally, you know, it's try to win, try to stay in it. And, you know, we played through it well, and big rounds from Shroudy and Ryan and everyone to keep us in it, so yeah.
What about your personal performance? How do you rate it?
I was a little...
You're always very critical of yourself, but generally, how do you feel you're playing right now?
I felt good before the tournament. Right now, I felt a little shaky. I have an excuse there. A couple rounds, I don't know if you saw, I look at the ground, I'm like, my mouth's spazzing out. I'm thinking I'm killing people and stopping shooting, so I just got to focus up and get ready for Friday or tomorrow.
How much of that is in your mind sometimes? Because I know that you're a passion player. You play with what you feel, and if things don't feel right, how does that affect you?
Not a lot, and you know that's why people hear me joking about meditation and stuff a lot, because it is key for me to like get out of my head, and you know everything is in the preparation. If you're not ready come tournament time, you're probably not going to be ready. So yeah, just gotta do what we know we can and stay clear-minded. Yeah.
Vex, good team, obviously dangerous team as well. You knew that going into the game. So what were your preparations going into it?
We kind of felt like it'd probably be Dust 2 or Cobble versus them based on what they like to play. And we watched their game yesterday, of course, and that was pretty much most of the preparation we had.
Cobble was popular this time round.
Yeah, definitely.
Plans for the rest of the day? What are you going to do? You going to relax, chill out now?
Yeah, the jet lag still making me tired around 8 p.m., so I'm going to go back, get some food, and talk about, you know, matchup. Fnatic and Luminosity play in a couple hours, right? So watch that game.
Any predictions between that one? That's Fnatic running away with it, isn't it?
I mean, you would say so, right? You would think so, but Luminosity, the Brazilians always come with a lot of passion and a lot of heart, so it should be a good game.
Thanks very much, Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, Nothing. Take care. And we are headed to a very quick break, but when we come back, don't forget, we do have the incisive minds of the Intel Analysis Desk. We'll see you in a few.
Child of virus, coming crisis. You're invited to come down. Silver skin cells, simply held in a cradle, hopefully found. And if you're honest with me, if you aren't a lover, then just give me what I need. sorry. That's my story. I know less than most do.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the DreamHack Open Inclusion of Poker. Here we are in the Intel analysis desk and we're going to break down that game for you now, of course, just to remind you, because that was a bit of an epic with some timeouts and some pauses. Feels like another lifetime. So just to remind you who's on the desk, I'm your host Richard Lewis, of course. Next to me is Duncan Thorin Shields, and we've got the boys from Bucharest in the form of Henry G and Sadakist. So let's get into it. Cloud9 managed to come back and win that one. Wasn't exactly convincing, and it was kind of a bit of a night and day performance. They were kind of started out okay, started to struggle, wheels came off, and then they took a timeout and they managed to close out the game. So what are your initial observations?
Yeah, I mean, we did say that it was going to be close. That you said potential overtime. I said somewhere in the score line where we ended up, but I didn't expect it to be a comeback win. I thought Cloud9 would still have the edge and be in the lead quite a bit. The interesting thing is we did see a huge change in the T side from Vex. We saw them get a lot of T-sided rounds, which is what forced Cloud9 to go to that timeout, and it worked. They got a lot of rounds after that, but it forced their hand early, and that was the difference between the aggressive play we saw from Fnatic, and again, that confidence factor where they wouldn't push through the smokes, and like you said, that with Cloud9, they took a lot more initiative going into that side.
Of course, don't think we didn't notice that you spent 20 minutes talking about how, you know, Vexed, everything favors them in this matchup, and they're one of the dark horses for my tournament. Cloud9 to win, of course.
That's what I do.
So, you know,
just to make it interesting.
DNA bias is real. Like, it goes both ways.
Come on now.
Look.
What tint are those glasses there? Rose?
Rose?
Yes. Yeah. Rose tinted.
So that was a really exciting game. Really back and forth at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
We saw Cloud9 win the pistol, get the first anti-eco, and then it's kind of, we'll have a look at some scores now. The thing is for me as well is that nothing pretty lackluster throughout it. Like, he kind of stepped up towards the end of the CT side. But Sean Garrett, once again, his T side performance was phenomenal. He actually got the most of their rounds. Entry kills, Freakazoid showing up to the tournament as well. That was so vital.
Specifically on the T side as well.
He was actually
doing a lot of work.
The role we discussed that he has to be doing, getting those entry kills and getting clutch situations in their favor, that works actually really well. It's nice to see him step back into the play. Actually, some really nice crisp flick shots coming in there as well. Shroud had a really quiet T half, and he actually stepped up, and on the second half, and it was after that pause time actually, that's when he really came in to fruition. Hyper, for me, was actually one of the MVPs of the game. He was actually getting a lot of key entry kills and causing some difficult situations that actually forced us into that pause situation.
Yeah, and we had you on highlight watch as well, Henry. So, which player caught your eye?
It's not so much in terms of the highlights. I think we've got a little clip coming up here. I think it's going to be the next thing shown. So the clip we showed at the beginning of this is when it's the full stack towards B on the anti-eco the first time round, and then I thought we were going to show the whole thing, but we're actually going to be showing this is the third round in, so the stack comes in to B once again. So the round before is just to give you context. Cloud9 rushed A completely, had a completely open bomb site, and Vex stacked B. They opted to stack B once again, and you saw the key players from Cloud9 running through smoke set. When you're on anti-eco, right, when you know that the players are going to be forced back, they're not going to have the right weapons. They potentially had like 5/7s in armor that round. The key is you want to kind of stay back, feel them out, work out where the stacks may lie. And for that round, they actually decided to kind of maybe overread the situation a little bit too much, maybe thought they were ahead in the mind games, because obviously the round before they rushed into A, got in completely clear, bombed down, and they thought, okay, they stacked B this round. There's no way they're ever going to stack B once again, right? So Vex actually thought, okay, probably maybe that's what they're thinking like. So they went for the full-on stack B once again, get in there, and it seemed like it fell apart. Like it was a bit of a panic moment for Cloud9. They ran through the smoke. I think it was Shroud that dropped down first, got picked off by himself, lost an AK, and then the round just kind of tumbled down. It was like, in terms of like a highlight, it's not like a big crazy moment, but it was a kind of defining round of the game.
Change the context of the game.
Exactly.
So Duncan Disorderly, I'll ask you, have Cloud9 done enough here in this game to make you a believer?
No, not at all. The difference is, I mean, I said coming to this tournament, for me, Vex was the team that wasn't going to have a chance to get out the group. They did okay in these two games, but each time they were always let down by the end, and that's because the teams with the better players and the more experience and the quality always were able to get the better of them. I feel like this game went kind of how I expected, in as much as I said what was going to win it for Cloud9 was the CT side. I didn't have a whole lot of faith in their T side. I still don't. I think that's where their biggest deficiency comes. They just got enough rounds on T side this time because Freakazoid really went to work and he really gave them chances and openings. But on CT side, I mean, Skadoodle wasn't going to be sat on 7 kills forever. He got it together. Shroud got it together on CT side. The 2 stars came to play on the CT side. And ultimately, as good as Vex were at times, the best Polish player in the server was on Cloud9's side. Look it up, Wikipedia.
Yeah, very accurate. Nice segue. So let's have a look at who indeed was the MVP. Obviously, we give out MVP awards at the end of each game, and there he is, Freakazoid, with that prominent chin of his.
Was not actually ultimately tested this time around.
No, it wasn't. And
one day, maybe, when the right opponent comes along.
He set the tone right from the start with that the opening kill of the match in the T pistol round, and that's exactly what we talked about when we were doing our pre-match analysis. You know, the Sleepers got to awaken, had a terrible first day, you know, 2 for 14, that's not good enough for your entry fragger. We're starting to see some of the old, more established entry fraggers really struggle in the current meta. You think in Freiburg, Freakazoid could have, you know, been easily labelled as one of those people, but today he's come up big.
He found his confidence today. He got into the swing of things. It seemed like he was actually how we expected to play. Yesterday, it was just such a damn script. He was almost missing from the entire game. Today, he really showed up both halves, in fact. The T side more predominantly, and that was the one that counted. They actually won the T half here. You think about it, Fnatic didn't even do that yesterday. So they had a really good showing on the T half. So impressive stuff from them, and hopefully he can continue through that. Like, I do like this team. I want to see them do better than that, but I'm not really sure how I feel about them getting much further, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough for them because, of course, obviously, Cloud9 now know they'll be playing either Fnatic or Luminosity, and it'll be in a best-of-3 situation.
Oh, you presume it's going to be Luminosity?
Yeah, you presume, but I mean, we're already starting to see everybody at this event is capable of playing. I guess we should get a few thoughts about Vex. We talked about how they're one of these evolving teams, how this kind of like second tier in Poland and indeed across Europe is becoming really interesting. We're starting to get these teams that are now getting this big game experience, regularly competing against top-level opposition. Have Vex kind of plateaued, or do you think actually they're still moving forward, they're still showing signs of improvement?
I don't think they've plateaued yet, so to speak, but I don't know how much their individual talent's going to carry them much further. It's definitely just going to have to be tightening up in a lot of ways. Obviously, yesterday we saw their inability on their CT side against a team like Fnatic. They've got to deepen their map pool there and just make sure that they are able to lock those down. There's a lot of confusion on their CT side yesterday. Obviously, today was a little better because the game was a little bit closer and more back and forth, but yesterday they couldn't stop Fnatic walking in and just annihilating them with individual skill. And if you don't have that skill, you have to rely on the tactics. So I think they've got a little bit more room for improvement. I think we've seen them now at 2 majors. They're still a fairly young roster when we look at the context of them versus everyone else. But I mean, good numbers here. We'll see how far they can go. I don't see them being a prominent top 10 team in, you know, someone like your rankings throughout a period of time, but they might make an appearance toward the back end of it every now and then. You never know.
Yeah.
Henry?
I think the talent's there, absolutely. Like, just looking at some of these guys, Hyper, Rallin, Furlong to some extent as well, it's starting to get towards that kind of top tier and sort of talent. Like, you can see the fragging ability is definitely there. For me, like, I haven't really seen enough of them this tournament. We've seen them play Cobble twice, right? It's very difficult to kind of say, oh yeah, these guys are going to go forward and do great stuff, and I've only seen them on one map, really. Like,
I've only seen everyone on one map.
Yeah, well, it's true. But yeah, it's really promising. Like 16-10 versus Fnatic and taking Cloud9 right to the finish line there. Like, there's definitely, I reckon in the next 6 months, I think we may see them not necessarily challenging for top 10, but like coming to these sort of events and getting these upset results, and hopefully they can actually get one of these. It's so disappointing when you come this far and get like the close games and stuff. At the end of the day, this is the major, you want to be winning games. Doesn't really matter how close the game is, it's the winner at the end of the day that goes through.
And Duncan, as someone that sort of chronicles the rise and fall of teams in your role as esports historian, are Vext merely going to be a footnote?
Vext will never make a deep run in a big international tournament. They have a chance, maybe, if they keep this kind of run going. Maybe they can have like an upset now and then. Maybe they can play teams close and be dangerous in that sense, that you can't entirely overlook them. I don't think they're ever going to be like a team that's winning series, though, and that's going deep and that's challenging the top teams. That's not going to happen. I think in a sense they've plateaued, in as much as you kind of see how far can this team stretch. I think you have a sense of that now. At their best, they can be this good. Sometimes they'll be a little less good. The baseline of talent, of skill, is decent. It's not bad, actually. I think that part's one of the better qualities. That's why the tactics work. That's why their rotations are pretty decent. The problem I see in their team is there's not a single player I can look at and go, this guy is or will be a star. So they're always going to lack that star power. And you look at all these other teams, there's always the star, there's always someone who's very good, and then the rest of the team's built around him, and then that's the vehicle for the star to really become a top player. At the end of the day, if Freakazoid, if Shroud and Skadoodle had shown up in this match as they did eventually, it was always going to be a Cloud9 win for that reason, I think. It was going to be hard to overcome the star power that Cloud9 had, as good as Vex were in the other contexts.
And final thoughts, I guess, can Cloud9 grow into this tournament, or are we kind of seeing nothing to make us think that they can win a best of 3 whoever they play?
Presumably, you go back to when they had their peak, again, admittedly, and like you said, it was when other teams were struggling. Envious was in the middle of a roster change then, we know that now. Fnatic was starting their slump when Cloud9 had the really good run against them at Pro League Finals. So if you play them, I think Fnatic would have to take that one, but if they play Luminosity, yeah, I think they can definitely avenge yesterday. Cold was on fire yesterday. That was a huge aspect to why Luminosity actually took that map, and as we said, they didn't really have Freakazoid in the server, so if he shows up and Cold's, it balances out somewhere, not to mention it's best of 3. Now, they're a very tactical team, Luminosity. I think you avoid Dust 2 against them, but then Inferno, they're very good. Mirage, they're very good. We've seen them on Mirage. They're known for it. So it is going to be a map issue for Cloud9 in that, but yeah, they are the North American team. I saw them in Liquid that consistently beat LG the most.
You've got to realize, I mean, being on fire is never going to be Cold's natural state.
Good point.
He knows physics, lads. He's good at it.
Although in Romanian, hot is kald, which is similar to cold. So, we change languages, we might get there.
Thanks very much. Any great physics-based inventions in Romania?
I'm just saying, if you're going off language.
Local knowledge, I like it. That's why you're
the bread
on
is nice.
Anyway, gentlemen, thanks a lot for your thoughts. Obviously, we'll be back a little bit later in the day. And just for all the people at home, just a reminder, you can keep up to date with all the scores and indeed articles, features, interviews, everything else that's going on at the major. If you follow the Score Esports, there'll be a way to download the app to your phone. It should be coming up on the screen. But if not, I'm sure you can find it to the Score Esports. Google's great. And then after that, we're going to bring you a movie about the life of Markelov. It's going to be awesome, and a true legend of the game. Looking forward to seeing that one. Make sure you join us after the break to watch that.
Интересно.
sorry. That's my story. I know less than most do. An adventure that I need. victim of compromise. He's staring at our Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's whistling the catacombs of paradise. He's in love with the statue in another block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let it taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. Wasted moments for that potential that torments an angel in disguise. But he can see our Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's a whistle in the catacombs, a paradox. Oh, he's in love with the statue in another block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let it taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot.
When I was a kid, there was two things I was dreaming about: to win the World Championship and to visit in New York City. And in 1 year, I did both. I'm Yegor Markelov, as known as Markelov, and I'm playing for Flipside Tactics.
Очень любопытным ребенком был. Все ему было интересно. Интерес к каждой игрушке был его. И он пытался игрушку разобрать, понять, как, из чего она состоит.
Всегда он мне помнился какой-то сдержанный, сконцентрированный.
И как сделать так, чтобы, если это игра между двумя-тремя людьми, да, то он всегда старается изучить эту игру и быть победителем вот, в этой игре. Ну, есть такие вот игры.
Он был всегда достаточно смелым. И была ситуация во дворе, когда к старшему сыну моему Антону как бы придирались его сверстники, там они что-то не поделили.
Вот интересный момент. Значит, обычно как старший брат защищает младшего, а здесь наоборот. Здесь у меня Егор.
И он стал между ними и в грозную стойку и сказал: «Не трогай моего брата, а то получишь».
В общем-то, эти черты характера как раз пригодились в игре Counter-Strike.
I guess it happens all the time with the elder brother. You always looking at him like an inspiration. In this case, that was the same. I started playing Counter-Strike basically because of my older brother. He was my idol and I wanted to be like him and maybe better.
Counter-Strike'ом заинтересовался он, когда мы создали свой компьютерный клуб, семейный.
С Егором мы начали играть в этом кафе, когда меня уже начинали учить Counter-Strike играть. Я начал в него играть, там прошел до какого-то уровня, он проходил все время это в 3 раза быстрее. Вот так мы начали играть.
The first team I was in, I made it because of my elder brother. Everyone knew me because everyone knows him.
Winning is really important for him. He always understands that Counter-Strike, it's not about how much frags you get. It's all about the team game, and a lot of young players doesn't understand it. People look up to Igor because in 2011 he was one of the best players in the world.
I was a sniper entire my life. That's why maybe I became so popular. Now I don't use sniper anymore because in the flip side it's all about the teamwork. The plan on the game is perfectly suits for me, but I always can return to the AWP if needed. It's like in my blood.
Если говорить о профессиональной его карьере, то самое классное ощущение это был выигрыш первый его на чемпионате мира Intel Extreme Masters. Никто на тот момент не мог обыграть Фнатиков, и когда Нави выиграли Фнатиков на гранд-финале, ну и самое незабываемое, это когда финальный выстрел Егора решил судьбу, что они занимают первое место на этом чемпионате. Это было просто. Половина людей плакала, половина людей прыгала. Вообще смешанные такие эмоции были.
The winning of World Championship, it's the best feeling in the entire planet. It's all your fingers, it's all in your blood. You're the happiest person in the world.
Family for the Yegor is always #1 priority. He spent a lot of time with his niece. They are really close.
My niece is a little lady.
У Егора со Стефани удивительные какие-то просто мистические отношения, потому что
family means everything. At least one day a week we have a family day, family night.
И вела к тому, что всегда говорила, что бы ни случилось в жизни, как бы ни было, брат должен стоять за брата.
Переживаю каждую секунду, каждую поставленную бомбу, каждую флешку, каждую хаешку. Я все это переживаю рядом с ним. Мы всю жизнь вот так близки. Я однозначно думаю, что он может повторить свои предыдущие победы. На это просто надо время. Егор и в Counter-Strike с 2004 года, считайте, по 2010 он играл на каком-то среднем уровне, но и он это время он разгонялся, как и сейчас. Вот когда он разгонится, мало не покажется.
Не мог представить я, что это будет его, так сказать, основной работой, основной специальностью. Он хороший человек. Мне качество, самое главное в нем, это доброта. Он очень добрый человек, очень отзывчивый, такой, хороший человек.
It's important for everybody to be a better person, to be a nice person. I always was trying to be a nice person no matter what it is who I am. I'm a nice guy.
So there we go, another one of those great documentaries there that we've been doing about all of the legends in the game. And of course, Markelov, another one of the Na'Vi alumni, one of those just great players with so much pedigree, so much history. And again, I'll bring you in here, the Counter-Strike historian, Duncan. Just a few thoughts about him as a player.
I mean, in 1.6, one of the best players ever, even though he only got his chance to be like a star because Na'Vi only came around in 2010. So he only basically had like less than 2 years to be fully on top, well, I guess 2.5, to be fully at the top of the game. But he's one of those people, along with Get Right, where because they came along at the end, how spectacular they were, couldn't catch up with the other greats. Because the other greats had the 6, the 7 years of career. But I always thought if CS 1.6 had lasted 3 or 4 years more, Narkov would have been one of the guys who we'd now be talking about. You could make the case, is he like the best player
Yeah.
ever? Because one of his key qualities he had was he wasn't just a phenomenally skilled player, phenomenally skilled fragger, but he was one of the best big game players you'll ever see. He's never been able, unfortunately, to translate it to CSGO, but in 1.6, if you put him in the big final and you gave him the AWP, you put him against any team, he would just take over the whole game.
Yeah.
To be fair, you made the point that we haven't really seen that translate to CSGO, but the last major Markelov stats were actually the most impressive on his entire team, so he did step up in that case for Flipside last time, and of course now on the rifle.
And right at the start of CSGO, of course, it was one of the big debates, wasn't it? You know, like, is Markelov going to be this, phenomenal AWP talent? He did have that good run right at the start, so...
Well, Anders is convinced that, talking to him, that Markelov just has a switch he can flip and just become that star player again. He thinks that Markelov's like just holding something
He just
back.
doesn't know where it is.
Yeah, no, he just hasn't wanted to unleash it yet for whatever reason. So if you talk to Anders about Markelov,
Anders thinks he's like Professor X, and he's going out there trying to find people with the latent mutant gene, and he's like, listen, if you just get in touch with yourself and find what the special thing inside is, you can become something powerful in this game. And I'm like, okay, mate. Well, about 2 of them ever did.
Anders can make you believe it, though.
Yeah.
Not me, though, because I'm Magneto, mate. I'm like, listen,
he might think he's
Professor
Professor
Will.
X.
I'll find the brotherhood of evil mutants.
You might think he's Professor X,
Me
but
and
he looks
Simple.
more like Beast.
See, he can take Markelov, I'll have Simple.
Right,
I'll
really?
unleash that guy on the world.
Let's just introduce. You'll notice we've swapped Henry out. Henry's getting ready. I think he's going to be casting a game. We've brought Moses in, and obviously...
when one NA fanboy is not enough.
Yeah, exactly. And I was really hoping at this stage
Happy
we were
to
going to be
bash.
able to just go in and wreck you a little bit. One of the NA teams might have fallen, but your
It's in
boys actually
Moses-
came up
no.
good.
It's in Moses' contract that he doesn't actually have to do the desk when NA teams are doing it because he doesn't want to have to cry on camera.
Yeah,
So-
that's true. He is emotional.
Yeah.
What did you make of Cloud9 anyway?
I was waiting that entire match is just like holding my breath, waiting for them to drop the ball, like they normally do. They normally always have like one heartbreak round, they looking good, and then lose an eco or something. They lose an anti-eco round, and then it just all goes downhill. But it didn't come, and they were the ones that switched things around when it looked like Vex was actually going to take that at a certain point. So, I mean, it's not enough for them. I mean, it's not like celebration or anything because they're expected to get out of groups.
Can we make a little documentary about Moses and have like slow-mo footage of him watching the game? Take my breath away.
And then we could do Henry from London with these skins. Those
I
two
could get
side
one of
by
those.
side.
I could get one of those Valve
It would just be him in an empty room going, they're not at the tournament. So anyway, let's talk about the next game. Obviously, Flipside versus Mouse Sports. That's why we were doing the Markelov video. It was thematically appropriate. But 2 teams that we feel are in the doldrums right now. You know, Flipside seem to be going through an identity crisis. You know, they've lost the player, the ever controversial Simple, but phenomenally talented. They've got this new lineup here, and you know, they're going to go up against the Mouse Sports team that equally brought in a new player that was meant to be the key to their success, the key to cementing their position and ironing out the problems they've had. They looked pretty lackluster against G2 yesterday. So just some opening thoughts about these 2 teams.
The simple thing is, it's almost gotten to the point where I feel bad for the teammates that Simple has, not even because of his toxicity in game, but because that's all we talk about. We put so much emphasis on him every time he's on the team. Even when he was with Hellraisers, now Oscar kind of came in, and obviously he's left them, but it's always Simple, because he has that explosive factor. But the thing is, the other team, like Blade is an exceptional in-game leader. We don't give him enough credit sometimes. They've got Markelov with a lot of experience, and one of the things that Blade used to say about Davkost in specific when they used him, and of course they've used him at previous ESL majors due to Simple's ban, that Davkost listens very well, and he actually applies himself to the team very well, and it actually, he thinks as a team they play better with Davkost. They may not have that explosive skill that Simple had, but he thinks they're actually more productive with him in the lineup.
Well, and they've been on the record as saying in interviews, we're a better team without Simple.
I mean, they're wrong, by the way.
Yeah, they're wrong. I think there's a bit of kidology there.
If you want to use semantics, I could believe they play well without him. Like, they play better, as in, like, the unit functions better, the communication, they feel like they know what their strengths are. Problem is, no one in this team's Simple. So Simple could always one-man carry you to the win. It's like, there's a great Michael Jordan quote, where one of his coaches or something said to him, like, listen, Michael, there's no I in team. He goes, no, but there is in win. It's the idea, if you want to win that one big game, the superstar can do that for you. The team can't always do that. That's the problem for Flipside is, if you look at the totality of the players, they've got some decent players here and there. Still no one really who's approaching star caliber.
I'm just thinking about Michael Jordan after he dropped that quote to his coach as well, going, wrecked, and just walking out of the room, why not, right? So what are your thoughts, brother?
This match, for me, it's Mouse Sports. Because I think it was yesterday, was it Semler that compared them to Cloud9? Someone on the desk compared them to Cloud9. I think that's really apt. They have that strategic, Godby and Sean. But just more so in the fact that they they always show that potential, but then they never reach it. They don't do it often enough. They just kind of collapse. And with Mouse Sports right now, going into the last major was a team that we expected to do damage, had a very poor event, and then coming into this major, they haven't even progressed from what they performed in Cologne.
I really don't know what happened to Mouse Sports, because like I say, they were in the ascendancy. They were the surprise package. I remember when they came out with this new lineup, you know, after the German shuffle, and they went to Gfinity, and I said this on camera, so I got absolutely hauled over the coals. I said, I think they're the weakest team here. I don't think they're going to do anything. And they came out fighting. They had a win over Virtus Pro, I think it was there, a win over Cloud9, it might have been as well. They were looking really, really strong. And then they went into this big sort of, you know, it was almost like a meteoric rise to the point where people were saying maybe they can be dark horses for the major, but something happened at the Ace of Predator Masters. They were in that ridiculous best-of-7 final, an absolute attritional slog. They were going up against a team in the form of Hellraisers who had to play a bunch of maps. There's no way they should have lost that game, and they did. And then they had to go to the major afterwards, and they crapped out early. So I think they're in the doldrums. I think they're suffering from almost like an identity crisis or something.
I'm not a believer in this Mouse Sports team at all. Like, the two teams I picked that I said were certainly going to go out of the tournament was Vexed and Flipside. Didn't believe in them, looked at the groups, it was like everyone can beat them here. But it's not that Flipside have impressed me, it's that Mouse Sports. What I've started to take account of is I really do think they choke in majors. Like, I saw how terrible they were at the last major, they didn't match up well with anyone. I've seen it this one, they look absolutely dire. People like Nex aren't showing up. There's rumors maybe he's ill.
They have their superstars, and their superstars just don't ever reach that level.
There's rumors he's ill. Everyone talks about Nico coming in. What's Nico done so far? Nothing. So I don't believe him.
I think they're perpetual underperformers. If you go back before that as well, Chris J's always had this, what was online J's. He's made land performances a little better, but they had Alu, they had Kerrigan at a time. Gabi wasn't even their strategic starter for a while until Kerrigan left, and even then they weren't getting the results and responses. They were struggling to get into the fourth spot for ESEA LAN, and 2 years ago even. I mean, they've constantly had this problem. So
I mean, I would say the one shining beacon for them of late is the fact that Chris J does turn up at LAN, and then that is doing that consistently. His performance has been great. The rest of his teammates just haven't. I mean, think about it. It's not even 3 months ago. We're talking about Nex as this next big European rifle star. He had such a explosive period where he was just wrecking everybody, and we're like, this is like the German shocks or something. Since then, fallen well off, and it's really hurt the team.
And that's just kind of the best way to describe Mouse Sports, is they've just fallen off. You said they had that meteoric rise, and since then it's just been nothing.
And they went back to speaking English as well to help out Nico, because they brought him back in for Speedy. That's gonna hurt a bit. I mean, you naturally want to yell in your first language, the first thought that comes to your mind, so you can get communication out as fast as possible.
Well,
and now they've got to water it a little bit for him. So.
Switching to English doesn't really matter when one of your teammates is rumored to have tonsillitis, and he probably can't
he can't even talk.
It doesn't even matter.
And of course, we all know Gobby's got a good grasp of some of the ruder words of the English language, of course. I guess it is a fair comparison to talk about them in the same breath as Cloud9, because you look at Cloud9, you think they've got all the tools for success, but the machine sort of misfires. It's not very well assembled. It's not very well oiled. You look at Mouse Sports, I'd say it's the same. You've got big stars. You've got people with big talent. You've got a tactical mastermind. You've got a flamboyant and exuberant AWPer. You've got solid and reliable players that can just get their one frag and do it. Where is it all going wrong for Mouse Sports? Can we pinpoint it?
I think you can do. It's hard to pinpoint it exactly, but where you can start is their superstars, much like Cloud9's. You think Cloud9, they have Skadoodle, they have Shroud. We discussed it watching that match. They didn't show up to play in that Vex match early on. They're very fortunate to actually win that match. Same thing with Mouse Sports, is their stars, Nex, Nico, they don't show up. I mean, they just need to produce more than they are currently for this team. You know, as much as we give Gabi, credit for how strategical, how well he does in terms of tactics with his team, we've seen him do brilliantly. It doesn't matter if you have the best tactics in the world if the people that are getting 20 to 25 kills are only hitting 12 to 15 in these big matches.
Yeah. Well, we're about to get into the veto, and here it is coming up on screen now. So let's get some thoughts before we start seeing the picks and bans. Where do we think this is going to go? Please not Cobble.
Right, Mouse Sports traditionally are a Dust 2 cash team, and then they used to have Train was kind of like a third one they had in their pocket sometimes. Flipside, traditionally Mirage. I think more recently they're going to want something like maybe Overpass into the mix. But I actually feel as, Mouse Sports banning away Train there, Dust 2 ban away for Flipside. These two make sense so far. I imagine we're going to end up, unfortunately, towards something like
Cobblestone.
Inferno.
Both these teams do actually like it. This would be the one time I would say I would expect it almost.
Okay, well, Flipside beat Mouse Sports and Cobblestone at the last major.
And it was Mouse Sports that were absolutely woeful on Inferno yesterday against G2. Couldn't take Banana once. Definitely not a good day at the Greengrocers for them, so no surprise to see that.
You could
one
also
removed.
see Cash in as much as Flipside have always played Cash, but they decided to ban it themselves because remember, they got brutalized yesterday by TSM.
If Mousesports don't ban Mirage, I see that making it through as well. Flipside really enjoy their T-side on that map.
Yep.
Much like they, and by the way, they liked the first iteration of Cobble that had to be completely rebalanced. They were one of the only teams that liked the T-side on that, so they're very comfortable in that
Everyone
map.
should thank Mousesports. Everyone should thank Mousesports right now.
Oh, God bless you, Mousesports.
Let's hope we end up on Overpass.
That's smart
I think
against
Overpass
Flipside.
will be the
Yeah,
most
that
fun
makes
map, I
sense.
think.
So let's see how this one's going to go. The Valve's patented randometer is doing its magic. And there we go. So it's going to be Overpass. I think it's the first time we've seen it this tournament, right? So we haven't had an Overpass game yet. So this is interesting. Let's talk about Overpass and these two teams on it. Do you think this slightly favors Flipside, I should say?
I think Flipside's going to win this match. I thought it before anyway. I think the map's a good one for them. I would have been a little bit more questionable on Cobble. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I think this is the right map for them. I think they're going to win this game.
Okay, well, you've heard Duncan's thoughts. Gentlemen, you're the...
I believe Flipside's going to win it as well. I just don't have any confidence in Mousesports, and I think this map as well. You notice when this map gets played, the kind of how it's played recently is these. It's a map that lends itself to teams having their duelists, where you have your really good player who's wonderful in one-on-ones, either lurks out towards that long A, or holds off any kind of B aggression from the defense, and he takes those one-on-one battles later on in the round when he feels rotations have gone away. And I think you look at the specialists on Mousesports, those star players that we already discussed, not living up to their name, not living up to the hype around them. I think that is going to lend itself to Flipside taking it.
Yeah, if Mousesports put any chance at all, they've got to have players show up that, like we were saying, but Chris J, I think it's specific on this map, needs to be really dynamic and fast with the AWP. I think for Flipside, one of the things we talked about with Simple leaving, a guy like World Edit has to step up huge with the op, and Bondic's been reliable for them. I think on that alone that they don't need as much one player to step out like Mousesports does, and I think that lends the game more comfortably to Flipside. So I do actually have to favor them. This morning I said I thought Mousesports, but I think Flipside have a good chance.
Let's talk about World Edit, because he strikes me as something of an enigma. He seems wildly inconsistent, yet even when he's playing bad, he'll have this one round where he'll just do something it beggars belief.
When this current Flipside roster was formed, I actually was really excited by World Edit. I think he was the player that was hurt the most from playing with Simple, because he was forced off the AWP a lot. He never got to play the positions he wanted. Simple was always grabbing wherever he was playing, and I felt like it kind of stifled him a lot. I think now that Simple's gone, I think he should return to form. At least I'm hoping.
Well, I mean,
he's got the potential.
Yeah, he's had the open in his hands recently, and I still think he's been a bit inconsistent. He's obviously got a high ceiling, but players that frustrate me are the ones that can't find a consistent level. I'd rather take someone who's going to be consistently above average than someone that's going to fluctuate from being
Cajun B,
below average.
Bondic in this case.
Exactly. Moses, some thoughts about World Edit?
I think we just need to see more of him now that Simple's gone. I mean, it's just more of this team. They need to do better as a squad. I think World Edit individually hasn't really shown us everything he can. Like we've all said, we've seen flashes of it. It just comes down to that. Is he going to bring it on these big stages in these big games? So that's kind of what we need to see out of him today.
Obviously, looking at the Mousesports lineup there, it's incredible to me to look at that lineup, to think about the talent that's on that roster, and we're really talking about them as if they're like another also ran here at the majors. Surely we've got a course correct.
The thing is, what can win this series for Mousesports isn't just like a player gone crazy. It actually God B could win this series, because when I think of the two different players, the thing about Blade is he's very good in-game leader in terms of design a tactic, explain how a tactic's going to win, decide what someone's position is within the tactic, what order they'll go in, but he's extremely regimented like that. Like I heard from Hiko when he played with Flipside at ESWC, like that Blade rather literally has like the map is divided into quadrants that are numbered, and he used this code. But the thing is, he has a very set style. He's not like an adaptive in-game leader like that. God B's whole style for his whole career is predicated on reading the opponent and then changing the tactic to fit the opponent. So if God B can win the mind game, that can give Mouse a chance. I just don't think that's going to happen, and I don't see his stars at the moment. So I'm going to go with Flipside's regimented, consistent style to win out.
Well, we've got our featured matchup ready to go. Now, obviously, it's the man from the movie, Markelov. And we picked Nico. We picked him yesterday. The new kid on the block. This is a guy who was on the subs bench at Mousesports, had to sit there watching other players take his spot. Meanwhile, he's getting loaned out to teams like G2 and going absolutely ham, dropping 30 bombs at LAN, going crazy. Finally gets his time in the spotlight for Mousesports. How impressive has he been? Because obviously on yesterday's performance, didn't do a great deal.
He was really impressive when he first joined the team. It's kind of like that stereotypical honeymoon period where when he first started playing, there were multiple matches where everyone was just like, oh my God, this guy's going to bring Mouse Sports to the next level. But once again, he comes to these tournaments and he doesn't get there. He doesn't reach that critical point where he just carries them.
Yeah,
online tournaments don't impress me. I don't care how many times you drop 40 kills or you get a sick
Shania Shields.
Go to a big tournament like this, the ones that I watch, and perform well. If you don't, shut up. You're not a star player.
Brutal.
No, I agree with what you were saying, and something we talked about with Cloud9 as well, where players come in, they do have that swan song, and then pressure gets applied, they don't have the experience, they kind of get forced into a role, and I think Nico's, again, a player that does have potential. I think that he could go absolutely nuts, but it's only, even when it was going nuts, it was very rarely like an entire game. It'd be like 6 or 7 rounds and then he'd go quiet again, so we'll see. This tournament for me will define him, I think, and if he could step up in this game, then maybe I'll start to lend credit like you're saying.
See, to tie it in thematically, on Mouse Sports, Next is still the one for me.
Yeah, that's very good. That is. See, I'm depressed at myself that I get that reference.
Okay.
But anyway, so
well, guilty pleasures, mate. Some people are Nico fans.
So let's talk about Next, though. Obviously, I don't want to dwell too much on it. We don't have all the facts at the moment, but I will introduce it to the narrative anyway. Seems that there is maybe 1 or 2 sick players on Mouse Sports.
No sick players on Mouse Sports. Oh, right, yeah, ill
players. So apparently Next is under the weather and struggling a little bit. So, I mean, is it
grab a tissue and start playing?
Yeah, well, okay. Like, how much sympathy do we lend, I guess?
Look, I saw nothing at ESWC. Absolutely boiling over, overheating with an ice bag on his head, and played one of the best games I've seen him play on LAN all year. So I'm not going to let it be an excuse in this case. I'm sorry. You got to focus it. Sometimes it can be actually better, because sometimes you're so, like, just distraught. When you're sick, like you're sitting at home, and all you want to do is just get over it. You want to focus in on something, get a job done, and get out of there. Like going hungover to work, for example. You just want to get it.
I know nothing about that.
You dangerous topic right now. You just really want to get the job done and get out of there. So sometimes you actually hyper-focus in that case. Do what you've got to do. No excuses, no side attractions. Get out of there and go. And I think that's what Nothing did.
So
at
in
ESWC.
short, if Sadikis can work drunk at a major,
There you go.
come on, get it together next. You can bag a few heads off. I've seen you do it before.
Exactly.
9 to 5.
It was the most relatable.
Okay. You hear that, Val? He's wrecked right now. He's not. But anyway, your thoughts on this as well, Moses?
No sympathy. I mean, you're sick, but this is a major. It's time to go.
Yeah, I couldn't
Load
agree
yourself
more.
up and let's just get on with it.
So, I mean, look, I guess all of this doom and gloom around Mouse Sports, is anyone going to come out and bat for Mouse Sports? We've got 2 flip side people in. Moses, it's on you, I guess. I mean...
No, I'm taking flip side.
Wow.
I think, yeah, I mean, there's the possibility that Mouse Sports can win. I just don't have faith. I don't have confidence in what they've been bringing to the table recently. And Gabi could have an excellent game calling. I think that's going to be crucial. That's the one surefire way. That and Chris J going off, but I mean, if Chris J doesn't go off, then Gabi has to be able to neutralize the players on flip side, not through his star players being really, really strong, but through the tactics, through, putting them in positions where they don't have to get 25 kills, 3-kill rounds, just put them in spots where they can take these bomb sites and win the fundamentals, protect the retakes.
So the follow-on question from this is, let's say you're all right, okay? So we got 3 people calling for flip side here. Is it a disaster for Mouse Sports if they go out? Do they need to start thinking about roster changes?
I mean, I just said, I still didn't. It's not that Flipside did something excellent and now they're no longer one of the teams I thought they should go out. No, I still don't think they have a chance to get out of this group. It's just that Mouse Sports are so dire. I think in the last few months, it's been a long time since they did anything impressive or matched up offline with the top teams. They've been on this slump downhill. Nico was supposed to be the panacea. He was supposed to cure all of that, put everyone in the right position. That never happened. In fact, they're looking just as worse. If they're looking just as bad, if not worse right now.
So we've got about 45 seconds before we get into the game. Quick, rough scores. We all know you've picked flip side.
Yep. Oh, you mean I can't go backwards like
no,
I did
you
last
can't.
time?
No,
okay.
No backtracking.
I'm going to say 16. I'm going to go low on Mouse Sports. I'm going to say 16-9.
16-9.
16-11, 16-12.
Dunk.
I'll go 16-8.
Okay, right. Well, that's obviously with Sadikis, we've all got a bet riding on it for a drink or 2, right? Anyway, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen.
Of water, right?
Without any further ado, let's get into this. It's the second game of the second day at the major. It's going to be Mouse Sports versus Flipside. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm DD Chem, joined by Robin, Fifth Lauren. Hello, how's it going?
Yo, I'm good.
It's a nice
I'm
start
so
to the day.
happy. I'm so happy, Dan. First of all, obviously I get to cast with you, but on top of that, we're not gonna see Cobblestone.
That's true, actually. Yeah, I was kind of rooting for Mirage with this matchup because I love Flipside's Mirage, but we're still going to get we're going to get an even better map because I think the overpass between the two teams is going to be much closer.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think this is a good matchup for both of the teams. I'm actually quite surprised though. Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, first of all, I just wanted to put it out there because I think that Richard might get a tweet or two about Next being the one under the weather. It's actually Dennis. I was the one who told him it was Next. Because I just
you.
you. Yeah, so just believe him anyway. I don't care.
All right, guys, we're into the pistol now between these two teams. It looks like we have a fast round on our hands. We've got Mousesports immediately taking Suez and just, actually now that I say that, just holding a little bit, seeing if they can get a response. And in they go, nades in, Glocks in. Can they close that distance? We've got Chris J with the opening onto Davkos there. Next is on the bomb site, but there's still a lot more work to be done here as these CTs go for this retake. But the positioning here is going to be really favorable for Mousesports. They'll get the bomb planted. The smoke's down on jungle as well to really hinder that entrance from Flipside. It's going to take something quite special here, and Blade will open things up with that frag onto Chris J. 3 versus 4 now is what Flipside are looking at as they start to make their way onto the bomb site. Next with a great response there, Godby as well. And this looks fantastic right now. Just Markloff, the man left alive, and he won't get it done. Next will find the frag. 3 kills there in the pistol for him, and Mousesports will start off well.
Yeah, I really like the fast play coming in from Mousesports on the pistol. Just waited a little bit just to hit the B-bomb side, just in case Flipside decides to push. Maybe they had like an expo flash. Just took their little time, like 6 seconds, and then just ended up pushing. Flipside, it looked to me like they were trying to go with like somewhat of a retake kind of positioning, but then they had one guy that just got caught off guard completely, and he just ended up dying. So, and Next with a nice triple kill.
Yeah, now we're looking at that situation where Flipside are not investing fully. What it is obviously saving for that AWP, but the rest of his teammates have actually got some Kevlar, some pistols here, looking to put the aggression on and get some damage done economically. And Nico's going to go down by himself at Suez, so he was kind of there to maybe be able to run into B, check for a stack, but now that Mac 10's out of the picture and it's in the hands of Blade. And so Flipside actually looking like they're off to a good start.
Yeah, look at the rotation coming from Flipside as well. Because of the fact that Nico went down, Blade, he has full control of B bomb side, and then Flipside just ends up rotating, falling back towards the A bomb side. And this could be very, very troublesome for Mousesports if they do decide to just end up going towards A.
Yeah, and one thing that's kind of cool as well is that, well, not cool for Mousesports, but they don't have any eyes on Connector, so they don't really know if they wanted to double back. They don't know that they can actually do that, or if there's a flank coming at all. So this could be very troublesome indeed. They have to make this work here towards A. And Next is trying to get the opening. There's a nade into Bank. And there is some damage done. Here goes the rest of Mousesports to try to capitalize here, but the stack is here. The nades will help massively, but will it be enough here? We've got Next in. Nice frag onto Bondik, and it looks like the CTs are indeed quite stuck behind these smokes at the moment, so Mousesports will get the bomb planted. They can fall back to toilets as well to get some good post-plant setups working in their favor, and it looks like Flipside are in a lot of trouble. Even though they've got 4 players left alive, they're going to make their way in now, but Next is there with the AK, and there's more rifles where that came from. Oh, great spray down there. Just Markloff remaining now.
Yeah, nothing he can do here. He only has a 50-50. It's a pretty decent round anyway from Mousesports, ending up when Nico fell towards the B-bomb side in the beginning. I was just going to put him or call him out for it because there's no reason why you should just go that aggressive. You want to go towards the B-bomb side and just hold just to make sure the Flipside doesn't push you so you actually have somewhat of a flank, right? But then instead, you end up going down, you give them a weapon, and you have no map control whatsoever. But nonetheless, you know, Next one, you know, again, for me, Next is by far Mousesports' best player. Just showing there, even though it was Nico, you know, saving them around.
Yeah, and he's already got 8 frags and a cheeky little ace there, and that's a good start for your star player. Now, Dennis is going to make his way in, first man then. Next is going to go in for support, and Chris J as well. Big push onto that B-bomb site, but looks like they've run into the stack, and these pistols are doing a lot of work here for Flipside. They've got a couple kills. That's going to be it, though, as Nico will get 3 kills there with the UMP. So he's going to save the round for Mousesports, and now Flipside, they can go for the buy.
Yeah, that previous round there, normally this what happens with teams. They have some sort of a mindset where it's like, okay, well, we went A the previous eco, let's just go B now. You know, it's like, oh yeah, let's do 50-50. And then for the defenders, they just like, okay, well, they went A, let's just stack B. Always happens, right? It could have actually ended up a lot worse for Mousesports that round.
Oh yeah.
Sure, you know, Nico with the triple kill with SMG just got a few more dollar signs in his bank, but yeah, it could have ended up much worse.
Yeah, and I mean, Mousesports, I think they're going to be fairly happy just they're sitting on a pretty good economy. If they're able to do some more damage in this round, then even if they lose, they should be in a decent spot, as they should get a strong buy in the following round. So we'll have to see what kind of approach we've got here, because it's looking quite slow. So Mousesport's giving a lot of respect for Flipside at the moment.
Yeah, I really do like that though. Just to, you know, take your time, just make sure they don't push you, because I'm fairly sure that they know that World Ladder will actually be able to afford the offense, which is completely correct. So
that was pretty scary. Nico almost getting a frag there. Very, very scary indeed. Blade almost losing his life. But here is a bit of an approach now from Mousesports, getting just a little bit closer towards the EA bomb site. There is a player, of course, able to support. I think it's Bondik actually. He's very close there on the A-long area. So if Wada is kind of baiting on that AWP, if he misses a shot, and I think they can gain some ground, could get punished by Bondik. Wada will make his way out of there. But meanwhile, Mousesports have switched up the play here. They're going towards B, through Connector, into sewers. Chrisjay's going to find that frag onto Bondik, and all of a sudden, Flipside are in a lot of trouble here. Davkos is in a very important position by the water. Moklos there for support as well. Can they hold this big B push? There are the frags starting to come in here for the CTs. Mousesports needs something in response, and they're getting nothing. It's just Nico and Godby left at this point, as Davkos waits by water, trying to time this moment to strike. There's the bomb plant, though. And things not looking too shabby here, actually, for Mousesports, despite being down a man. However, these positions are not optimal. Davkos will finally go for the peak. Just toying, just playing with them, trying to create distraction. It's working really well at the moment. Godby is under so much pressure right now. Not sure where to look. Godby is going to find that angle finally. And now the CT swarm the bomb site. And Nico's got to get 3 kills here to save this round for Mousesports. And he goes. There's the first. Can he get the second? He will find it. That's the... Oh, no, the defuse is just gone now. And there's no time for this. Wada's got no health as well. Nico's going to save this round for his team.
Oh my God, no.
4 kills out of Nico. What a save.
Wow, okay. Yeah, that was looking extremely grim for Mousesports there for a second. Just when they were pushing into the B bomb site, you know, Chrisjay had complete A control, and you know, they didn't really get a payout for actually hitting the bomb site, and Flipside just kept on getting the picks. 2-on-4 situation, and Davkos actually, he was down in the pit towards B. He could just easily, when they start planning, just go on and kill the bomb.
Yeah.
He never peeked.
I was wondering about
why.
that.
Yeah, and just gave Mousesports an action opportunity to win the round. And then you see there Nico, you know, great round by him, 1-on-3. And yeah, it's that's one of the rounds that Flipside is gonna be very upset about when they go back and watch the demo.
Yeah, it puts them in a pretty rough position. They've got to wait till that the 5-0 until they can start to fight back again. And this is a nice kind of anti-eco approach here from Mousesports. They're sticking together, moving up towards A-long, can get your back against the wall, be quite safe against those pistols. So a cool approach here from Mousesports.
Yeah, and it's very safe. So now you see Mousesports anti-eco now. You don't actually have Nico just rushing towards the B and just getting picked off. He's actually with the group and just playing it a lot safer now, which is great.
Yeah, and this is always nice to see.
Oh no, just as I say that, okay. It's fine, it's fine, okay. Just as I say, you don't have to run down there, Nico. There's nothing there for you.
Hey man, that's what he's built to do. He's built to run in there. Pants on head, run in.
I like it.
Nico.
I mean, oh, is that the
Pants on
slogan?
head, Nico.
Is that the slogan?
I'm coining it right now. Pants on head, Nico.
Trademark it.
So here we go. Moklos might get a sneaky kill with that PT-50 would be nice. Any economic damage is good. But one thing I really like about this is just seeing that Mousesports can really stick together and kind of play off each other in a coordinated manner for an anti-eco. It's like the most important round to win in the game. You can, those 5 rounds are hard, but you got to capitalize. You got to, convert those anti-eco rounds.
Yeah, it's very important, like you're saying. And they have actually done a pretty decent job at it so far. I mean, both the ecos that they've had, they only lost 1 and 2 members. So just basing off of their economy, even if they end up losing 1-2 rounds, they can still end up buying. So it's looking good so far.
And here we go, Mousesports just full AKs. We've got a quick connector take there from Blade just to apply some pressure and make sure that you have a good understanding as the CTs, as to where the Ts are actually going. But once again, Mousesports taking a relatively passive approach to the round, giving some respect to Flipside and any potential aggression they may want to throw in. And it could be a bit of an issue here with this AWP, playing those angles towards the party area. Here we go, Mousesports just using some grenades to try to push just slowly but surely. So good play so far from both sides, I would say, but Nex is the one to open up here in sewers onto Blade.
Yeah, so far Nex has been terrific for the first 5.5 rounds.
And this could be that pants on head moment from Nico. You know he wants to go in there.
Yeah.
You know he wants to go in. It's like, should I do it?
Yeah,
should I do it?
I can't see anyone. I really want to take a look. Just a little sneak peek.
But looks like his team's going to get the call here, just moving towards A. And the trade happens for Godbeat, so the in-game leader is down. But it's a pretty nice situation, 4 versus 3 here for the T's. They know they just have to attack together, and now they move in as a unit towards that A bomb site. Bondik is there, and he's got a great position, actually. And he's going to find the first frag onto Chris J. There's no return. That's the bomb as well. So the information goes to his team. Shot in the side of the head. And next finds the kill onto Markov as well. So the bomb site is now under control here for mousesports. As Davkos makes his way in up the stairs. And he's got a hell of a lot of work to do. And he's going to get smoked off. This is just not happening. Going to have to fall back out of there. And just hope he can get some cheeky exits.
Yeah, and I mean, mousesports might as well just throw it around the way as well. Just decide to push. Now, this is the point where, you know, for the remaining 2 mousesports players, they shouldn't even do anything. He can still potentially win this round. Yeah, there's still time left on the bomb, and look at where Nex is.
Yeah, a little bit of a...
Davkos actually didn't have a kit, but I do believe Bondik had one on the bomb. Yeah, you see there's actually a diffuse kit on the bomb side as well. So that could have actually ended up way worse than what it actually was. Flipside actually decided to take a gamble there. They had 3 members left and just decided to have Bondik all by himself on the A bomb side and just have the other 2 remaining players towards the B bomb side. And mousesports called it once more, and you know they're playing really well right now.
Absolutely. And just to clarify, as I'm a Brit, when I say pats on head, I mean under on head. None of this American, you know, pats. I'm not talking about jeans or something. Just have to clarify that. As a proud Brit, you're confused. you're Swedish. It's fine.
I have no idea what's going on right
It's
now.
fine. All right, so we do have the...
You gotta talk IKEA to me, Dan.
Talk
That's
IKEA?
how it works.
Svenska.
Yeah.
All right, so the pistols are out again for Flipside. Of course, having to save. So it's not really a good start for them, let's be honest. They've got a really horrible situation getting consistently just having to eco. mousesports in a prime position when it comes to the money at this point. You know, well, actually, that said, looking at the money, it's not amazing.
I mean, you do have Next on AK, and but yeah, it's only Chris J that actually is kind of low on money, but he decided to buy an op, and that's why it's dangerous as well. When you do have the bomb down, you want to chase obviously, because when you're 6-5-0 up, you want to just make sure that you don't let them save any weapons. But yeah, as for Flipside now, one thing for mousesports on their T side so far is that they've been playing really safe and they've been playing really defensive. So even if Flipside were to you know, mix something up right now, oh, let's try and go aggressive. Well, the thing is, it's not like mousesports actually done anything fast. So if you do decide to go aggressive, they're just going to be there waiting for you. So that's actually not a good idea.
Yeah, actually, that's the cool thing I've noticed as well, is that mousesports kind of getting it done with their default rounds, which are fairly safe. So we're going to try to flash ourselves into position. We'll see actually a couple frags coming in from Davkos here, but we'll be shut down. And that's actually nice economic damage, just kind of keeping them honest, because again, as we said, mousesports don't have the best economy in the world. It could be a lot better considering that they're 7-0 up. So Flipside, they want to get themselves into a situation where they're forcing ecos, where they're resetting the economy of mousesports. But here it is, AWP in play now from WorldEdit, and they've got a good buy. What can they do with it?
Yeah, that's the question. But because so far you actually see Flipside just start off exactly the same on almost every single round. You have Bondik and WorldEdit, you know, towards the mid area. He is actually going aggressive now a little bit. Got flash though, so he's gonna fall back towards play defense on the A-bomb side. But yeah, so far, very generic play from Flipside coming in, and you know, being 7-0 down, they do need to think of, you know, perhaps even take the pause now and talk about it.
That's actually a very good point. This would actually be an excellent moment for a pause, especially considering that on the CT side you do expect to get like a pretty decent amount of rounds, to be honest, maybe even a bit more than the T side. Either way, got NiKo, he's just going for these challenges again. This is what he's there for, just taking those angels and opening up the map, creating opportunity, and there it is. That's the frag onto Davkos. We can see the rotation coming in from mousesports as Godby makes the call to his team. Let's go for that B push now that NiKo's weakened the site, weakened the defense. He's going to take another entry frag. NiKo has done more than his fair share at this point as the rest of his teammates barrage the bomb site with bullets, with grenades, and they are setting themselves up next with another frag. This is looking incredibly grim right now for Flipside. The bomb is down. WorldEdit is going to find God, but now mousesports can just hide away a little bit.
Yeah, and one thing for Flipside, NiKo gets to walk towards the B area every single round, and Flipside's not doing anything about it. And he keeps on getting the picks. Like there needs to be some sort of communication there for Flipside. It's like, okay, what is NiKo doing? He keeps on getting the entry on us towards the B bomb side. Well, yeah, he's coming out, you know, either through door or through the sewer area, you know, from T spawn. Like, okay, so have you tried to push him? You know, what are you trying to do to just make sure that this doesn't happen? Oh, you know, we're just playing it defensive on the B-bomb side. Okay,
Yeah.
so he can just rush up and kill you. Yeah,
Suez
pretty
take,
much.
man. We see that, right?
Yeah,
Suez
yeah.
takes.
Yeah,
That
they haven't
could
seen,
be a good,
they haven't
good
seen
job.
that yet. You know, smoke from CT spawn and just rush it, you know, throw one flashbang over and just make sure he's not allowed to get there. Because look at him again, Nico. Just playing so
Oh my god.
aggressive.
Oh no. Oh no, this could be bad. He's past the smoke. He's going to take down Davkos. The trade comes in, but still, Mousesports are loving that.
Yeah, for sure. But then again, yeah, this is the classic, like, the default run you see from Mousesports as well. If Flipside have somewhat of an idea, then they should actually know now that, you know, perhaps they don't have anyone more there. So they can actually try to take a gamble like they did on the pistol round and just fall back, or on the eco round, sorry.
All right. Well, I mean, Mousesports, they're deciding to just go for a bit of a pressure towards perhaps even the execute. See what they can get done. They have a lot of time actually to play with. So they can even they don't have anyone in Suez. So the double back potential is not really open to them. Well, I guess it is, but it would be blind. So not necessarily too advisable. So they do seem right now quite committed towards this A push.
Yeah, but I really like the rotation coming in from Flipside here. So you do have the kind of same scenario. Now Blade is actually falling back again, though. He was really close to the A bomb side.
It's definitely harder to retake A than B, so it would make a lot of sense in this situation of unknowns. And what it is, playing very close to this smoke. He's going to spot the shadow through smoke. Oh, he does finally get the kill with the last bullet onto Dennis. bondik picks up one on the defense against Chris J. In goes next over the train. He's got to do everything by himself. Blade is down. There's 15 seconds to play with. And next, they're not going to show themselves. 1 versus 3. He's got no HP. 1 point of health is left. He'll find the kill on Sworded somehow, but still, Markov and bondik are there. Next, no, absolutely not. He's going to find bondik. Markov will finally just run the clock down and finish off next. But that was so much economic damage. That should never have happened.
Yeah, and I think we changed the camera angle there. When Nex was actually in a one-on-one, there was like 2 seconds left. He could potentially have won the round. But yeah, okay, yeah, so you guys at home know, he actually ended up getting killed after the time as ended by bondik. But yeah, that was close. Nex.
That was ridiculous. I mean, he got like 2 or 3 more frags than he ever should have gotten in that round. He's on 20 kills.
Yeah, after 9 rounds. And I mean, then you see as well, we were talking about Dennis, you know, having, you know, issues with tonsillitis, and, you know, he's not really having a good game, which is understandable. But for sure, like, I wouldn't really want to be sitting there playing when I don't feel good. We do have a technical pause here, though, coming in.
Okay, well, we can talk a little bit about some of the strategy in this match.
I was going to say, with this technical pause, this is perfect for Flipside. It's basically like a free timeout for them. You know, they just ended up winning their first round of the game. Now they can actually just take some time and talk about, okay, well, what are they actually doing? Like, what can we do to counter them right now? Or like, what are we doing bad? What can we do better? And then on top of that, so you have a free timeout now. And let's say you talk about it, and I don't know, in 4 rounds or whatever, or even switching over to their T side, they can have another one.
And let's think about firstly, like, what do they actually have right now? Because those series of frags from Nex were ridiculous, right? That actually cripples them massively, because now they've got no money, even though they won the round.
Yeah, just look at the money. Yeah, like you're saying, they won the round, but all of them died except for one, and they're all sitting between 3.3 to 3.9k.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Best case, you got FAMAS in your hands.
If you want the nades, yeah. So then, you know, on top of that, let's say you do end up losing this one round, then you're potentially just gonna go and earn some money on the streets. You know, you're not gonna be able to pay that mortgage, and then you're gonna have to. I mean,
have you ever done any busking? Busking, you know, on the streets. I know you're
What does that
musically
mean?
talented. Oh, you don't know what it means?
No.
It's like, you know, when you go on the streets playing a musical instrument just for money, well, not necessarily for money, but it's like, you know, practice on the streets. See if people like you.
Oh, is that what people do to make money on the streets?
Yeah, you play some instruments. Although you can also play traffic cones. I've seen people playing traffic cones in London. It's very common. Very common. But actually, one of the interesting things in this situation, because, you know, we're talking about this money problem, because this is a really huge, like, Nex's kills there, that changes a lot of what Flipside can actually do. And we were talking about the Suez thing. It does feel like Nico is the thing that you should be able to maybe exploit, because he's the fastest paced player. So, and as you mentioned, we haven't really seen the Suez takes, and that's what has been really been being abused by Mouse Sports. Flipside seem kind of comfortable going for sometimes into connector, sometimes down toilets and so on. But we've never really seen them in sewers, and that would be the obvious aggression for them to try to take control and get a fast frag, and then maybe fall back afterwards.
Yeah, and it's actually a very safe, aggressive play as well, because you smoke it off, and you only need to take that one area. And it's not like you can get shot from multiple angles, because the only thing you need to be sure of is, okay, we got to keep track of the door, and then once we have that smoked off, the sewer area smoked off, then we're pretty much safe, and then we just show them that, yeah, we are here to contest the area. Whereas if you, for example, if you're Flipside and you want to go aggressive on A, you end up peeking mid, then you can get shot from both sewers, and you will just end up getting flanked, essentially, if Mouse Sports has a decent default. So just going aggressive B every single time until Mouse Sports have an answer for it. That's what you want to do, because you saw Nico there. He ended up going to the sewer, but last round he just ended up going towards the B bomb store right away, and that just shows that Flipside, they're not contesting anything, so it just lets Nico roam around as much as he wants, and you can't really let that happen.
I mean, the only other thing that they could do other than that is going really passive and not taking risks and forcing Mouse Sports to execute onto the site. But then the problems is that you don't have very good equipment. Sure, you'll have some nades to maybe counter flash and so on, but generally speaking, they're going to have way more grenades because they didn't spend all the grenades cleaning out the map and slowly building positioning. So they get that for free because of your chosen strategy. So then the problem is that you have to hold a FAMAS, and then and you don't know what's going on. And we did see some good understanding of rotation from Flipside before, when they were like, okay, we're a man down, we can't take a risk. We feel like we can't take a risk aggressively. We're going to kind of stack towards A. Although I don't know that they actually end up doing it, but that's in theory quite good because B is much easier to retake than A. A is a nightmare.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, especially if you don't have map control. So if you do decide to stack B, you want to at least make sure that you have the door room, the connector area, so you can actually at least flank. Because if you can't flank and you all come from CT spawn, then it's almost impossible.
When it comes to these teams on paper at the moment, which do you think has more potential? Because people do talk about the simple factor with Flipside previously, but it also basically hindered Blaze's ability to lead the team, and that's what he's a legend at. That's what he's really known for. And so now potentially maybe we could see him take this team to new heights, even without Simple, just because he's such a good leader. Do you think that's something that Flipside can rely on, or do you think Mouse Sports have more potential as a team? Because they do have a lot of skill on that team.
Yeah, I mean, just to base both teams coming into the tournament, I would say that Mouse Sports have been looking better. To base it off of their 2 games yesterday, I think that both teams looked very sloppy, and they could do a lot better with the talent that they have. So overall, I still feel like Mouse Sports they have the better team, whereas for Flipside, they could cause an upset.
Right, they're there to ruin someone's tournament, but not to do all that much more than that.
No, exactly, and especially now for yeah, exactly. I mean, if you look at Mouse Sports lineup, the 2 players that stands out for me, it used to be Chris J, but I don't really feel that he has too much of an impact anymore. He's still a solid player, but from time to time especially I remember last time I casted Mouse Sports on this map, I don't think Chris J picked up the op a single time. And it's like, and it was a game where they were losing heavily, and I was just basically waiting on Chris J to pick up. It never happened. But the 2 players is Nex and Nico, they're really good.
And here we go, we're resuming the match now, and we'll get to see what the response is from Flipside. Looks like they are kind of going for a bit of a foray into sewers, so they have some control here, but will it actually pan out for them?
There we go.
Markloff picks up the kill onto Nico. That's exactly what we were looking for in the response from Flipside. Now they've got that man advantage, they can play off the advantage in many ways.
Yeah, you see there, like when they get to the entry now, look at the map control they have. They do have 3 guys on the B bomb side. That's okay because they have the control. So if Mouse Sports were to hit A on that in this scenario, they at least have the room to flank, which they haven't really had before.
That's a really good point actually, and we'll have to see if Flipside can close, because when all is said and done, it's got to be about those headshots. And right now we see all the grenades raining in onto the A bomb site. So Mouse Sports really going for the committed play here. They've used up pretty much all the utility, moving Nex in very, very close now. And here it is, Bondik with the first kill onto Dennis. Nex still waiting for somebody to peek. Great stuff there from Bondik though. He's going to take down Nex for free. Got B and Chris J though back in with frags of their own. But Bondik is still locking it down, but not for much longer. Chris J with 11 points of health is going to get naded down by Markloff. And that is going to be a pretty solid hold from Flipside. They do lose 3 players, but at least they close the round and they can start to create some momentum back into this one. And Mousesports starting to struggle on the money a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, look at it this way. If Markov didn't get that entry on Nico, then you're in a situation where if Mousesports were to hit A, like in a 5 versus 5, they still have 1 member to fight, right? And I don't think they would be able to hold it. So just getting that entry on Nico, just making sure that they don't have that B control, just does so much for them. Even though, yeah, they end up losing players, they ended up winning the round.
Yeah, and I absolutely would not count Flipside out of this one, because now they've got some money going in their favor. They've got a round to play against, but they should have been reading the economy of Mousesports, so they should be anticipating what's happening. We can see they're playing pretty passively, so that does definitely show that they're respecting the kind of buy that Mousesports are showing right now. Just that single AK on Gob, actually, interestingly, and not on somebody like Nex, which would be the surprise for me, as the Nex is definitely arguably the best rifler there with Nico, as previously pointed out. And that's a fantastic little flick there onto Nex, straight away off the bat. And there goes Chris J as well. Well did it, doing his job. Great play here with that AWP. And finally he's going to get eliminated by God B. Bondix, though, is there by that truck area. He just has to hold them off it and buy his team some more space to rotate. He's going to go down, though, to God B. Bit of a fluff nade there, and God B's actually getting it done here. The bomb's going to get planted. Nico misses the AWP shot, but it might not matter, actually. Oh, my God. They actually end up winning that round. Mousesports, it looked like it was going horrendously, but then when Bondic went down, all the cars started falling.
Yeah, World Edit with 2 great entry frags there. The problem for him was that he was completely stuck, and Bondic was just playing it way too safe on the bomb site. You couldn't really help him there. You see here, yeah, the 2 frags from World Edit. Here, this one he needs to back up. Instead, he decides to stay and just hope that, you know, they're not coming both ways. Right. And Bondic was just holding it, right?
Yeah,
so then
it's like the setup there didn't seem like it was they're playing together at all.
Yeah, no, not exactly. And for Flipside, you know, forced on a save yet again, they have basically no money, so I think that they should just take your advice then and go and play some music on the streets.
Yeah, this is pretty much the worst thing that could have happened. Oh my goodness. They're going to have to do something quite desperate as well, because, you know, Mousesports, they should likely pick up this round. Then they're in a 10-2 situation, and Flipside, they still... Well, I mean, what's their money actually going to look like?
It's not going to be good. It's not going to be pretty, Dan.
Yeah, they're going to be on. They'll be able to buy, but like
FAMAS, if they want the nades, you know, yeah, they want the nades and stuff, you know. And FAMAS probably don't, you know, for teams like these, they shouldn't even buy head armor anyway. So you save 350 there, which is basically a smoke grenade, which is something that can really save you around.
Oh dear. I mean, previously they found a solution in taking Suez, getting the basically beating Nico in that battle as he was moving into position, and. I mean, they still haven't. They could try the hyper passive approach. I don't know that that's going to be good against Mousesports. I think Mousesports have been showing that they can really, like, you need to like waste their grenades and make their executes a little bit worse. I think that seems to be something Mousesports are quite strong at. They've proven that they can successfully pick up these site takes with the executes. So here we go. Flipside with the buy. What's it going to be? Aggression, passivity.
I mean, just for them to try it, because right now, yeah, they only won 2 rounds. They are playing it very defensive. At least take a gamble. You don't have to necessarily go aggressive, but maybe just, you know, like boost up in middle with 2 people over the window towards the bathroom area. Have 1 guy holding along, so you have like 3 members stacked within the bathroom area just to hold off Mousesports. And then same scenario there. If they end up, you know, pushing B, then you can flank. We haven't seen Flipside try to flank a single round. And then for Mousesports, you know, they only have to look straight, right? They don't really have to care about, you know, oh, is someone coming from behind? Oh, no, they're not. So then it just gives them so much more opportunities to actually end up winning the round, because they have less to focus on.
Yeah, the flanking thing is actually kind of a big deal. There's Virtus Pro are a team that usually find that to be very effective. They're really good at doing that. It's quite hard to find those timings, but if you've got those kinds of players, it is devastating. And Flipside, they are going very vanilla with their approach and trying to trust in their basics, but so far has not been delivering. Got Nex here with a bit of pressure as he's going to throw the nades over, allow his teammates to get in from Monster Tunnel into that B bomb site. Mousesports with another bomb site take, and again, we're seeing them just systematically, methodically executing into the bomb site, clearing spot after spot, using these grenades, moving in as a team, covering each other. This is good counter-strike out of the German side, as we've got Flipside moving in for the retake. It's definitely a little bit easier, as we mentioned, but this is going to be a tough one. They're outgunned, and now they're outmanned. Great kill there from Nex on the defense, holding it down, forcing the CTs to go closer because of those smokes. This is another well-executed round here from mousesports. Oh dear, this is not looking good for Flipside.
Yeah, they're playing really well right now, actually. Just having that one strat, just walking into B basically as far as you can. And when you know that, okay, we can't really walk any further now, let's just use our nades. Through 2 or 3 Molotovs on during the B water behind the bomb site, just making sure that they can't even rush up and try to defend the site. So then you actually have to play retake, even if you didn't want to. Getting the bomb down, great hold. And you saw Dennis just making a lot of noise in middle. He actually ended up getting one, and then it kept World at it, just stuck in CT spawn until Dennis actually pushed. So he was very late to even help out his teammates over to the B bomb site.
Absolutely, this is going to be a really nice feeling for mousesports, because of course Dennis is a little bit poorly at the moment, and he's ill, and mousesports, they've not been having the best games. They had a series against G2 yesterday, or a map against G2, and that definitely looked like they were out of their comfort zone. But right now, it really feels like they're hitting their stride as a team. That's so important to get those good feels going in, and we'll see a faster round here as Chris J is going to look for that entry of the AWP. He's going to go for the flick. He's going to miss it, and the counter flash is going to start to come into play here for Flipside. So they have opportunity now. They just have to hit the shots, and there's World with the first one. He's going to take down next. Put him out of the equation, and Nico, now it's up to him by the sandbags area to try to find some more space for his team to move through onto this bomb site take.
That Molotov though, they're all stuck in there.
This is very interesting right now. Nico will take down Markloff, but the water position could be dangerous, but not to Nico. Takes down Davkost as well, and it's just Bondik and Blade. They've only got P250s, and the bomb is going to go down. There's Chris J as well. Bondik, no Kevlar, just a pistol. Chris J with that Tech 9 over the top. Trying to find the kill, and a lot of damage being done here by Bondik actually, but finally the Tech 9 and the AK combo will be enough. 12-2 the score now. Massive T-half on overpass from mousesports.
Yeah, like I said, they're playing so well right now, and for Flipside, they seem a little bit out of it. Not really for the past few rounds, not really had the economy on their side. Sure, they haven't had the economy on their side throughout the whole game, but winning one round and then end up losing the next one, and it just makes the economy is so hard to manage, and you have to make a decision if you want to buy what you have with the money you have, or potentially end up saving one more round, which you can't really afford in this situation. So yeah, I feel for Flipside, but you have to actually try to do something new here.
Absolutely, and mousesports going with another just take of map control. Positioning, Flipside, they're a bit more passive than usual. They have gone for the Suez take, so we see that adjustment is still there for them. However, this time Nico's not going ham in towards Suez and towards Monster Tunnel. He's sticking with the team, he's sticking with the unit. He's actually moving towards the A-long area, and mousesports really looking for this picket towards A. Chris J, a lot of pressure. Bondik could make quite a difference here. Walded is going to take down Chris J, so that picking attempt is not going to work here for mousesports, but there's still plenty of time.
Yeah, and Bondik is a good position. You just stay hidden there for a while. The thing is, when the smoke actually ends up fading, I would love to see a flash coming for World so he can actually clear off bathroom.
Okay, wow. Walded is really going to town on these guys right now, and Bondik's found his moment to strike, but it's not going to go too well. And Walded, he's going to get another one. He's looking for that ace at this point, and it's going to be Blade to finish it off. What a steal there onto next. And that's a great round from Walded, but yeah, is it too little too late? Probably yes.
I mean, yeah, if you want to be positive, then I would always say, yeah, if mousesports can do it, you can as well. The only thing, and then, the other usual one is, oh yeah, but you gotta do it one round at a time. You gotta win the pistol. Yeah, of course, you gotta win the pistol. You gotta win the pistol every round, if you could.
Yeah.
But, or every game, but.
You're being realist.
Yes.
Optimistic realist.
Exactly.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, maybe.
That's maybe a thing.
Yeah, but okay, sure. For Flipside here now, I really hope that they have done their homework on mousesports. They actually do have an idea on how they play, because this will not be pretty if they haven't.
Oh, that was a double as well, actually.
Yeah, it was
gorgeous.
Yeah, it was nasty. Yeah.
Well, they're going to town, and I mean, Walded is a really good defensive AWPer. Actually, he's not necessarily that AWPer you're looking for the kind of JW play style. It's just, and I'm using JW as the kind of end of this kind of the polar opposite kind of thing, like super aggressive, back against the wall, kind of Kenny S style, can do anything on the aggression with the AWP. But if he's just sat there, guarding these bomb sites, he can be really dangerous, and we saw a glimpse of it right there. And of course, Chris J, as you mentioned, he's not necessarily coming into play massively for the team. It's definitely been a bit of the Nex and Nico show when it comes to opening up the map, and it's quite cool that Gob has these tools to work with, and in the sense that He's got two big rifler players, two big entry fraggers, you know, just general fraggers, and he can play his default out, and he's like, he can probably say, okay, I'm imagining that one of these guys, if I put them in the right positions, they're going to create something. And if they don't, then we can move together and make an execute based on the information we have. Feels like that was the game plan there from Mousesports. It really seemed to work.
Yeah, I mean, so far on this map, on the T side for Mousesports, I feel like GOB has actually really done his homework in terms of his own players. Like, okay, what do these players excel at? What can we do so we make them, well, you know, we make them shine? And for NiKo, you know, he was just hitting that B-bomb site, getting those entries again and again. And then you have Next, you know, being the second man in, just clean up house, basically, just being a complete madman. I mean, 23 frags in the first half, insane.
Yeah. We can see, you know, the Next and Bondik thing here. Bondik is one of these. Bondik was always my kind of favorite flip side player, even in the sorry.
Can you pronounce Bondik's name?
No, probably not. What about you?
I mean, I could try. The thing is, I think it looks so cool.
It does look pretty badass.
It looks like pork chop. Vladislav Nechiporchuk. I nailed that.
That's probably pretty good.
I think I nailed that.
I'm a Brit, man. I don't know how to do this stuff.
I nailed that.
I'll do Next though. Johannes Maggot. Maggot.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. But Bondik, he was always one of my favorite flip side players, if not one of my favorite players, kind of underlooked guy, generally speaking, because he's always so good in the defensive spots on CT. He used to be so reliable. He was, I think, the most reliable rifler for flip side for the longest time in the CT sides, which was something that they used to struggle on. So he was so important for them because of that, because you could rely on putting the guy in the really hard positions, like for example, just outside of the drop into B, for example, on Cobblestone. This position where you've got to look right, you've got to look left, you've got to be very cognizant of where all your teammates are moving. A lot of things at play, like, you know, playing the kind of Crim's position on Mirage, like you're on the stairs, you've got to worry about mid, you've got to worry about Palace, you've got to worry about all kinds of things. And that's what Bondik's great at, getting those multi-kills in those really hard spots.
Well, yeah, I completely agree. And one thing to note as well, when Flipside had Simple on their team, Bondik was a little bit on the, you know, on the sidewalk a little bit. You know, he was always the most stable player.
Yeah.
But he was never the flashy player, so he was always got a little bit, you know, people didn't really care for him too much.
Mm-hmm.
But then when Simple left, Bondik was the one who you basically took over for that team, and you became the, perhaps maybe not a superstar, but their star player.
Yeah,
one of the better players that they have.
And now we're into that super important pistol. It all starts here for Flipside. If it's going to start anywhere, it needs to be here. And we can see the problem is going to be closing that distance. That's always the kind of deal. Glocks versus USPs, close that distance, use the number advantage. And so it's like figuring out how to do that without losing anyone. And Chris J, he's headhunting right now. He's looking for those Flipside heads. He's not going to find any, luckily for Flipside, just yet. And we'll see a defensive smoke there from the CTs. As Flipside still, they are playing it really passively here. Look where the bomb is, look how spread out they are.
Yeah, and for Mousesports, you know, as you were saying, Dan, before, the B bomb site is a lot easier to retake than A, so you do see Mousesports here coming in with a, looks like Next is actually rotating back, taking a gamble, yeah, so they do have the stack, but he's very close to the A bomb site just in case they decide to push. But yeah, look at here for Flipside as well. They're so spread out, and the bomb is basically up in mid. It's gonna be so... They're not going to have that much time. They do have three smokes. So
a lot of nades,
yeah,
actually.
Yeah. They will end up doing an A round here, but it's going to cut it close.
This is really curious how they're going to use these nades. Chris J, he's going to go forward. Oh no, Blade's going to go down before he can throw his nades. That's a really good play there from Chris J to try to dismantle this push before it can really fully take place. And now, here we go. Flipside are in onto the bomb site. We get those trades happening. Looking pretty even at the moment, but welded it over the top here. It's going to make the difference. 3 versus 2 in favor of the T's. The bomb finally planted. Dennis denied. And now it's just NiKo against 3 with that USP by the stairs. And Flipside have fallen back to these excellent positions, but that's a nice tap there onto welded it. Looking for Markloff and Bondik now. Will they show themselves to NiKo? Here he goes. He might just get a catch here. He's going to be very careful. Look at these bait plays coming in from these T's. And he's going to find Bondik as well, but this is still very difficult. He's going to fake it, looking for the shot. He didn't get it immediately. Oh, is he going to commit for this? He can't. It's such a hard position. Markloff finds the shot. He's going to shut down NiKo. And Flipside, their hearts must have been sinking right there, but yeah, they got saved.
Yeah, I mean, World at it with 3 kills there in the beginning, hitting the bomb site. They didn't have that much time to begin with. I do believe we're going to see the triple kill here. And that's actually very smart by a World that, because of the time is so, it's not on their side. He has to actually have to be a little bit aggressive through the smokes, and jumping up on that pillar, getting that one frag, just caused the Mousesports to not be able to actually kill the bomb planner. So the bomb went down, you know, Markov with a 1-on-1 at the end. You know, it's the start that they needed.
There's no SMGs here, not a single one from Flipside. What do you make of that?
On a map like Overpass, when you have a lot of long duels, then I would probably say that, yeah, it's good to have like 1 or 2 rifles, but I would still prefer some SMGs. Especially now, because Mousesports are actually playing this smart, whereas they don't full buy, because they know that they're in the lead. They don't really need to take that gamble. Just make sure you save and make sure you get that up on Chris J if he wants one, but just to make sure that you have all the nades you need on the 3rd round.
Yeah, it's they are starting to gain some position. They did take down Chris J on A long. That could have been quite scary. And the Deagles are really scary because they are pretty good at long ranges, especially since the last update. Those hitboxes are a little bit more easy to find. Nice played now. Excellent flash there into the play onto Nex. And the A-bomb site is the property of Flipside. They can put their flag in there. And Blaze just holding for his teammates. They warded it with a safe plant. Bondik, or actually no, the copy was actually in position, and we have the push at the same time. The distraction plays coming in do actually cause some damage here for Flipside, but they are still going to win the round with only two losses. So 5-12, making that climb, making the grind, but it is a long way to go.
Yeah, not too bad. It's a shame that Dapcast actually didn't get to pick up the AK that went down for Flipside. I'm not sure if we're going to see. I think it's a technical pause once more. But again, we do have World that's disconnected from the game. But again, when you do have this, when you do have the technical issue as well, again, you know, it's basically like a free timeout for both teams essentially. Now maybe Mousesports, they do have a good idea. It's not like they've actually lost that many rounds on the seat side. They actually didn't even have weapons yet. So for them, it's all about, you know, just keep staying calm, make sure that, you know, these pauses and stuff doesn't get to you, and just play it safe, because you have so many more rounds to work with, especially on CT side on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see if they can actually convert here, because the CT economy can be kind of a very delicate thing. We saw that, you know, Flipside, they were on the bad end of that. You can get really screwed over, especially in, you know, these best of ones. Sometimes if you lose too many pistols, or you just get, you know, lose that round where you had a close one before, your economy gets reset. You know, there's any number of things that can really mess with what your options and how you can play. So Flipside they really didn't look great there, but that said as well, they didn't get an opportunity to have a lot of momentum or to shine really. So
yeah.
So this is really their moment, and Mousesports, I would be very afraid because if I was Flipside, because I feel like Mousesports with Nico, with Nex, they have this potential to do a lot of crazy stuff and to really throw you off your game, especially if you're a very regimented team, as Flipside do try to be.
Yeah, completely. And for this specific round for Flipside as well, you know, when you have the AKs and stuff that they played with, you know, when they end up having 2 guys that actually end up dying, because sure, maybe on the second round they didn't know that Mousesports, if they were to buy or if they weren't, if they were just completely safe. For the 2 players now, just buy SMGs anyway, and just basically just, you know, be the first one in the line basically, and just try and pick up some easy kills, just get some more money in your bank, and then for the upcoming round.
Absolutely. I mean, do you see any players for Mousesports being particularly key on the CT side to really stop Flipside from playing the game that they want? Because one of Flipside's good things is that they're very well coordinated on their T sides. Like, they're very good at like firing from one side and then like simultaneously firing from the other side. So you get that perfect distraction to just completely blow up defenses. Do you think from Mousesports is going to be helpful in just disrupting Flipside's T side?
Well, one thing on the seat side on Overpass, I would love to see an op on Chris J, because he can just basically lock down an angle, and then you can have players like Nex and Nico, especially Nico, to play more aggressive if he wants to. You know, have some help by one of the teammates, and just be sure that you take some control over the area, or, you know, map control. Maybe on B, maybe on A. It doesn't really matter. As like that's one thing that Flipside actually didn't do on their seat side, was that, you know, they didn't really take any map control. So if Mousesports have that idea where, okay, well, Nico, I'm going to help you take over B, for example. You know, I'll throw you a smoke, I'll throw you a flash. Just take it over. If you don't see anyone, great, then we can fall back. But at least we show some presence.
Yeah, because you were actually mentioning this, like the flanking thing, like being able to take some space as a CT, so like just understanding like when to take that risk of going for the flank, because it can just win you around if you like pick that risk in the right moment. And I do feel like with Mousesports, do have these tools to push A long, or maybe to like, go for that monster push when you spot maybe when you get that feeling that there's a lot, maybe the team is absent from those areas, to try to exploit that. And on this map, that's one of the reasons why this map is so interesting, actually, because you can do a lot, for example, with pushing the A side of the map, and not only just like general aggression, but getting that information to then allow you to not just sit still as the CTs and just kind of wait and be reactive, and like, okay, wait for them, but you can be proactive on this map.
Yeah, and again, like I was saying the same about when Flipside was CT, just having a triple stack in the bathroom in mid area. You double boost one by the window, and then you have one in the bathroom just holding long, and then just somewhat aggressive, and then you get the entry, or maybe even two, and then you can fall back. Sure, the guy at the long bathroom, maybe he ends up falling, but you should at least get a payout for it. You should at least get two.
One thing I don't want to see from Mousesports is just playing too passively, giving up map control. That's one thing I don't want to see. But we'll have to see how they approach things. We are into a bit of a save from them. Of course, one more until they can actually get the buy-in, and we start to see the real CS, the real CT side of Overpass from Mousesports. But for now, it's just about Flipside and just us looking at how they handle these rounds, which should be for free. That's how this should be. They shouldn't lose too many players. This should be the round where they can build that money.
Yeah, and this should also be a round where you don't want to take a gamble for Flipside. So you really want to make sure that you play at least, you stick as a team, basically. Always make sure you have a buddy to help you if they decide to push. So for example, the AFCOS. So they are playing this pretty decent now, I'd say, for Flipside. For the people that actually work in the bomb, or the area is played and World Edit, and they're just trying to help each other out. You see it on the minimap, where it's only having two, and then Bondic, Markelov, and AFCOS, they're just basically just holding for a push.
And Chris J, he's being super dirty in the connector area there. We just saw with that taser, man. Oh no, is Markelov? Is he going to get tased? Chris J's going for it. Oh, he did get actually hit by the taser. Yeah, he hit him. He actually hit him with a taser. 25 HP for him. So Markelov's going to take down Chris J. That's scary. Yeah, imagine seeing that guy running at you. Yeah. It's like a...
Markelov is a tank, though.
He is.
He eats that taser.
He just eats it up. And we've got Wodded actually pushing A long right now, so... Looks like he's going to spot that, hey, there's nobody towards A. This is a really good news if you're the T side. We already talked about how it can be hard to retake this bomb site. You can plant where we just saw there behind the container, fall back to toilets if you want, or as we're seeing Wodded it go forwards, he's going to take control of the bank. The bank is now under Wodded's control. And Mousesports unlikely to get too much damage out of this at this point, but there is a cheeky frag, and Wodded is pretty low. Markelov, of course, still on 25 points of health. Dennis is lurking around. Nico's picked himself up an AK, and he's running with that. He knows that that is a win, just getting that to safety, and he should be able to do so successfully.
Yeah, it's basically Nico saves 2.7k basically just by keeping the AK. So overall for Flipside, they ended up just losing one member, so it's not a bad equal at all. But yeah, now this is the point of time where it's going to be exciting to see what Mousesports actually decide to do here.
And now we have the AWP on Chris J. Now, where's it going to go? We're going to see him towards B. Is he going to go for the A picks? There's a lot to do on this map, actually, with the AWPs on the CT side, but Wodded has got one as well, so you'd expect him to be looking for those picks. With Wodded having one, it does suggest to me that they're going for a bit of a slower style.
Yeah, which is completely fine, especially for the first weapon round. You want to make sure that you don't do anything fast, because you want to try to get a feel for what does Mousesports want to do here. Especially on the first weapon round, because there's always going to be like one of those cases where, okay, maybe on the first weapon round we might not go aggressive. We're just going to see what kind of default they have, or they might just go aggressive just to catch the T's off guard. So this is a very nice and passive play coming from Flipside, just making sure that they have all the grounds covered.
And you can see Chris J. Is he going to get lucky here? Looks like he won't be challenged just yet, but there's the flash over the top. It's not good. Wodded will go down, and there is the first frag. First blood drawn by the AWP of Chris J. And now Mousesports can be a little bit more comfortable playing passively if they want. Sit on the advantage, or alternatively, you can see that they're still looking for some information towards toilets. Davkos is going to flash it over the top here. This could be really good if somebody's... Smoke, sorry. It could be quite cool if you get those pop flashes in to allow the players to peek from short. Nico's close here, has to be careful not to get sandwiched. He's going to peek onto Davkos, he's going to go down. The flames will hurt Nico's reposition, but he's still going to find some angles to spray through onto the smoke. So Nico doing a good job holding it down at the moment. There's the second kill onto Bondik, but finally Blade will find the angle for the punish. There's the double from him, and that's going to allow Markelov in, but he's against 3 players. Catching Nex off guard. It's just Nex to do this. Sorry, just Markelov to do this against Gobby and Chris J. He's going to go down to Gob. Great positioning there in the water, and there's very limited time left as well. So Mousesports managed to hold on. Only three deaths there. It's not too horrendous.
Yeah, and for the first initial frag for Chris J, I was actually going to talk about this scenario as well. Nico gets the first entry there, then he basically just leaves the whole area, just left it completely open. That's why you saw Nico, both Nico and this teammate. I'm not sure who, maybe it was Dennis, just being stuck on the bomb side. And they didn't even know where he got shot from. Bondik had 2 easy kills there. They could have ended up potentially way worse.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting here because, you know, Flipside could still have an opportunity. They don't have the best buy in the world, but they can, if they win this one, reset. Mousesports will begin to work on just resetting them and get good momentum. That could put them to close to tying up the game. And so this is an incredibly important round for both teams. Mousesports could secure a pretty strong victory with this one, or allow Flipside back into the game. Gobby's playing close here by the toilets. He's going to just fall back a little bit, forcing Flipside to use grenades to buy some positioning.
Yeah, again, very slow and methodical, which is great. I mean, they tried the same thing the last round, which is the flash that world that I got to challenge Chris J was kind of poor, so he ended up falling. But yeah, this is good. You know, you see on the look at the minimap for Flipside, they do start to get some map control. Markelov is very aggressive in connector. You know, they are starting to get some long control as well and mid control. So.
And here it is. They're starting to test Chris J's his prowess with the AWP. He's going to miss the second shot, actually. Opportunities perhaps here for the T-side as Flipside go in now. We get Trace. Chris J's going in as well. Straight to that toilet position. He's close. He knows that Long is compromised and his teammates are down on the other side. He had to go for it, but he's not going to deliver. It is a big moment right now for Flipside as they move in. Nico's looking to stop everything, though. Taking down Blade. It's just on World at it now, and it's not going to be enough. Nico's going to clutch it for Mousesports, and what a huge round there. Now Flipside, they're in a horrible spot. They've got no money. They're on the brink of losing this one, and Mousesports, well, they have got nothing but comfort.
Yeah, the rotation coming from Mousesports was so fast. You saw Nico there. He was extremely, after the push there, that's when you see rotation coming from Mousesports. And then Nico, he didn't really give a damn. As soon as he got to CT spawn, he just ran up the smoke, you know, got the initial kill, leaving it to a one-on-one situation, and ends up winning it. So extremely well-timed rotation there from Mousesports.
Nico we trust. Pants on head Nico. And we've got the pistols out here, so Flipside going to be playing for the overtime essentially. Not expecting to do too much in this round, and in they go now. Dennis is going to fall down into the water, but he's got the cover in Nico, spraying them down. There's the third one as well from Nico. It's just Markelov left with that pistol. Not much really to do at this point. Bomb is down in the hands of the CTs, and indeed, you know, Flipside, they didn't expect to win this round, but they were hoping at least to get some damage in and maybe a cheeky bomb plant. That was more or less the idea.
Yeah, and Nico is actually, you know, tied with Nex now in terms of kills. He's been chasing those eco frags. He's like, I'm not going to let you have the end of this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's great to see Nico and Nex playing well, to be honest. And I mean, Nex basically started the match off with an ace. So that it's always pretty good sign when your star player gets the ace right away.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, do or die for Flipside. Again, their initial default strats that they do have, I do like that from Flipside. They are taking their time. You know, they're not doing anything you know, that might just cost them an initial entry or whatnot. Just make sure that, you know, you're keeping Mousesports quite defensive and passively. And if they do decide to push, then you should have your grounds covered to potentially get a free kill.
And here we have a more aggressive positioning from Chris J in this situation. And this angle, what could be a bit of an off angle to what Flipside might expect, could pay off. But what if it's actually going to take down Gobby, and that really compromises Chris J's forward position there. And once again, he's deciding he's going to maybe push with this. Actually, he's going back a little bit. He's just holding this kind of middle ground on the A-long, and this is a really great spot right now for Flipside. They found another kill as well. This aggression from Mousesports really not paying off against the passive opening. And Markelov finds Dennis. One by one, the CTs fall, and Flipside never say die.
No, but this was exactly what I was talking about when Flipside. Again, it's a good idea for them to just stay passive, just make sure that you have your grounds covered. If Mousesports decide to push, you should actually get like a free kill or two. Now they got 3, so potentially they should never lose this round. They have the whole B bomb side, Next and Chris J. There's really no point in even trying, so they're gonna try and save here in the bathroom. But yeah, great round by Flipside. And for Mousesports, very sloppy. Sure, you have a lot of rounds to play with. But it shouldn't go to the point where you decide to push, one by one everywhere, right? It's kind of stupid.
All right, Robin, give me the financial report.
For what?
For the match.
Oh, financial report.
Yeah. What's the money like? What's going on in the monies, the economies,
the money.
Financial report with Robin.
Yeah. Welcome to TV6 News.
Nice.
This is the financial report coming in from Cluj, Napoca Major. No, but for Mousesports, they are actually not in a good situation money-wise, which is why you saw Chris J and Next not even trying to get some exit frags. We will potentially see, unless Chris J and Next could potentially drop 2 pharmacists and they can still do somewhat of a buy here. I would not advise that, because again, you have 8 more rounds to play with. You don't really need to do anything here. Just save with the 2 weapons you have. If you end up winning the round, great. If you don't, then it's not really a big deal.
Absolutely, and we're going to see big pop-up pump on Dennis. We've got Julies out in God B. Nico's rocking the 5-7, so it's going to be an interesting round considering the lowdown of Mousesports. As we have God B with those Julies. Looks very cool indeed, sitting there in the toilets area. It's not really the best range for the dualies against a rifle, so I definitely don't like his chances there. He's just going to spot, get some information, fall back a little bit, find some new positions to toy with his opponents, as systematically Flipside play that anti kind of force fight situation. Dennis goes down, so that's the shotgun out of the picture, and that makes me very sad.
Yeah, I think I wonder if it was a misbuy from Gabi. I think they might have been trying to buy a Deagle or something, especially on this map, because there's so many like long-range duels. Having the dualies, yeah, you see Gabi just hiding, behind the truck. So, and he had an 80, he threw it somewhere. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna get too much of a payoff with those. It looks fancy and all, but at the end of the day, they're not really gonna do that much damage.
Yeah, he's lurking around the toilets though. What can he find here in the box? Got Markov there, he's just waiting patiently. And the rest of his team is going to make their way up A long. And there it is, Gilby will be spotted. Didn't have any Kevlar either, so it's a bit of a sad situation there for him. And this should be pretty easy right now. But that said, Nico's going to turn around and drop Blade, who gets team kill rewarded it onto Bondic. And, well, looks like things should be all right here now for Flipside. They're 2 versus 1 here. Chris J actually likes his chances. He's going to go in here, moving into position behind Optimus, pushing forwards with that AWP, going aggressive behind the smoke. They may not expect this. Now he's just dancing around, looking for a quick spot with that jump. There's the first shot. He's going to whip that, give away his position, go for the fake here, try to draw out Davkos, but it's not happening. Chris Day realizes that he may have bitten off more than he can chew. He spits it out and falls back.
Yeah, very smart plan coming from Flipside, putting it a little bit further away from the box. You saw when Chris J there, because it's a very common spam spot, especially when there's smoke down, that you just plant towards the box. And that was the area he shot at, so he actually could have potentially just ended up killing the bomb planner. But then Flipside a little bit smarter, planning a little bit further away. Chris J missed the shots, and then just stay hidden, because at the end of the day he needs to defuse the bomb, and you're in a perfect situation to try and counter that. So Chris J saved the op, which is great for him. He saved a lot of money for doing so. And for Mousesports, I actually really like this for Mousesports. They're actually saving one more time. Yeah, sure, you do have some armor, you have a Deagle or whatever, but they're saving money, so potentially for the next round they will have all the nades and everything that they may need.
Yeah, if Threat was him, a good throwing threat, he would say, in this situation, you just have to find a solution to get as many buy rounds as physically possible, and when you're just 1 round away from winning.
Yeah,
and it's lovely to see that they have that approach indeed. And well, Flipside, they should be able to win this round pretty effectively. Davkos is going to get rushed down there though, and that's a gun claimed by Dennis. And Nico's going to be lurking around the bank area, moving his way forwards now onto the site. There's 2 players there, so Flipside do need to be careful here. Good use of grenades to try to clean out the site, but Chrisjay's going to find himself 2 frags out of nowhere. Now Weldon is there with the AWP. There's fire laid down, and he has no idea where to look. Chrisjay, he's going to bring it home with a 4K. Great stuff there from Mousesports. 16-8 finish, convincing result indeed. Flipside, they could just never get it going.
Yeah, amazing round by Chrisjay. You know, when Mousesports decided to push the B bombs and that cost going down, they had nothing, and Mousesports and Flipside were basically forced to just rush the A bomb site, and there you have Chrisjay waiting with his off that he stayed. Think about it this way: if he didn't have the same weapon the last round, then he wouldn't have the off this round. He would just be staying like everyone else, and chances are he would probably not get that 4K. But overall, I think it was a very solid play from Mousesports. I think that they did a very good job on their T side, on the seat side as well. You know, getting the picks. I love it when to see that Chrisjay actually decided to pick up the off for this match. Like I said, last time I casted their game, he actually didn't really op on overpass at all. It's great to see that he's actually opping. For Flipside, you know, it's quite hard that, you know, money was never with them on their CT side. They, you know, they were quite starved in terms of nades. They didn't really have Molotovs a single time to really hold off an aggressive play. And when they did so, though, when they did go aggressive, that's when they ended up getting those entries. You know, getting those entries on NiKo, just making sure that, you know, the Mousesports only had like one particular side of the map to work with, and just leave so much room for Flipside to work with. So.
All right, guys, it looks like he on the stage, so we're going to throw it down there.
Thank you very much. Chrisjay with me now. Well done, Chris. Good victory in the end, and not that hard a fought game. Talk us through the first half. It looked pretty straightforward from our point of view.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward. I mean, we kind of know what Flipside like to do on overpass. We felt prepared on that map. We felt confident in our own rounds that we could play ST, and everything just worked. I mean, Next played amazing. That helped for sure. And NiKo stepped up in some rounds. So yeah, everything according to plan, I guess.
Yeah, talking about Next, 20 kills after 8 rounds. What was he doing in there?
I have no idea what he was doing. It was amazing.
Fantastic. Nice way to end for you as well at the end. Nice bit of 4K action on the last round.
Yeah.
Playing well, feeling good?
Sorry?
Playing well, feeling good?
Well, I guess I'm playing good 1 round. Yeah, I'm feeling good anyway. I mean, the team is playing good, then I'm happy.
What happened yesterday?
To be honest, we felt even more prepared against Gamers 2 and Inferno than Flipside now, but we had some communication issues, we made some individual mistakes, and things just fell apart in important rounds, and today we just played more focused and stepped up our game.
What did you talk about last night when you finished the game yesterday to come back in with such a positive frame of mind today?
Yeah, like most importantly, don't let our heads down, work a lot on the communication. We are prepared good, but we need to talk with each other in game to make sure everything is running well, and yeah, it paid off.
Were you surprised by Flipside playing so poorly, both yesterday and today? They didn't seem to be quite as good as we've seen them in the past.
I don't know. I don't think I can blame Flipside for losing against TSM. I mean, TSM is the best in the world, and any team would have trouble against them. But now, I don't know. It was more like Next destroyed them, and I cannot blame them for that. Next is on fire. It's hard to play.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Well done. And we'll see you again as you stay alive in the CSGO Major. Well done, Chrisjay. And ladies and gentlemen, still got more action to come for you, of course. All 16 teams will be featured here on the main stage throughout the day. And our next match is not too far away. But we are headed to a break now, and then we'll hear from our Intel analyst desk once more. So, yeah, you've been waiting for one of these cheesy puns. I'll see you on the flip side.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mouse Sport able to overcome Flipside in convincing fashion, the most convincing we've seen them play for a while, and certainly at a major. Flipside woefully pushed away on Overpass, a map that we thought might favor them. So with me on the desk, of course, we've got Thorin, we've got Moses, we've got Sadakist. Doing work today, Sadakist. You're actually getting some screen time. It's nice.
It's good to be here. I'm just happy to be here.
Hey, we're happy to have you. So let's talk about this, because I got to say just a couple of things. First of all your predictions wrong, woefully so. Second of all...
Well, he said 16-8, to be fair.
Second of all, right, we did talk about how Nex... We did talk about Nex might be sick. Apparently it's Dennis that's sick. I don't know how Nex got in the mix, so obviously we are going to correct that. Nex apparently not under the weather. Although, you know, if him and Dennis are in close proximity, give it time.
Well, I was going to say, there is something that might be going around. This happens at Lands, because Guardian last night in the elevator was saying he was not feeling well at all.
Are you making some kind of saucy implication between Dennis and Guardian and what they might have been doing last night?
It's a close professional scene. Lots of healthy mutual respect for each other.
I mean, I've heard about sleeping with the enemy.
So, good move. Good movie. Anyway, let's bring up the statistics while we talk about it. So Mouse Sports proved you all wrong. So talk about how they were able to do that.
I mean, I said Nex, poor at the majors. Nico, I'm sick of hearing people talk about him to be a superstar. When I watch Big Lands, he doesn't do it. They did it this game. Nex, very good. Nico obviously came along and he had some crazy rounds.
That 1-on-4.
Absolutely crucial to closing them out so convincingly. Otherwise, Flipside had a couple of times when they could have got back in the game. You look over on the Flipside side, and listen, ignore Blade. He's the in-game leader. He's a dedicated in-game leader. I don't expect many frags from him. The guy who's so far in this tournament, bearing in mind they're out, hasn't performed is Davkost, actually. That's the guy where Semler was telling us, like, Davkost has to go crazy. He's got a real potential to do so. He hasn't performed at the major, unfortunately, and it's one of the things that's cost Flipside.
The thing with Davkost, too, that I noticed, there was one particular... Actually, it was the same round that it ended up... It should have gone their way, if not for Nico's huge 1-on-3 where he clutched out the round. But Davkost sat in the water for, like, at least 10 to 12 seconds going back and forth between the ramp and water, looking for like a slight angle that he could catch them off. He was waiting for rotations, but there was twice when, like, any other player, I'm sure, anyone with even a slightest inch of aggression in that situation would have walked up and probably lined them both up during the plant. And he was hesitant to do so. Like, I get what Blade's saying. He'll sit back and play the team game. He wants the rotations, but if that, like, let's go back to Simple. If that was Simple, he would have walked around the corner and blew them both apart.
Yeah, and there we go. It just goes to show sometimes being aggressive, it's required. We know it's a major, we know it's high stakes, but you got those windows of opportunities where you need to take control and show that you deserve to win. You can't just let the win sort of come to you by waiting on the other team to fall apart. Now, with that in mind, Moses, I understand that you were watching the game very in depth, and you picked out a clip for us which you feel was one of the defining moments in the game.
Yeah, I just really like this round. It's the round that Nico won a 1-on-3, but you know, everyone's going to remember that part. What no one's really going to talk about is the way GotB inside this bomb site just stays alive. You know, he's just in here biding time. They're on a 2-on-3 right now, and he's using that bomb as just like a third teammate. He's biding his time, and he's making the defense commit to killing him, and that is going to give Nico so much information. If he dies earlier in that round, then Nico has to be more aggressive to find that intel before they get closer to the bomb.
And this is, interestingly enough, I don't know if production can rewind that, because this is the exact same round I was talking about. When GotB's staying alive in that site, if you look at the crosshair, because it shows the line.
There we go. You're getting your rewind.
Perfect. Awesome.
Great job, production.
Yeah, so if you see Davkost way back, guys, we got to keep going back to where GotB's dancing on the site there. Yeah. We'll wait to get there, but you can see it where, so he's on the defuse. Still got to keep going back, I think. So yeah, here we go. So it was around this area where Davkost, he just sat up and down on this slope the whole time and never got aggressive to go for a peek. We can already see there's a player in window. They've just put a utility out at Sandbags. All Davkost has to do is walk around from the water side, and he's got a clean shot on GotB. He ends up going down to World Edit, but if he had gone sooner, he probably could have stopped the plant and caught Nico off before he even got in position.
Yeah, but again, astute observations by both of you. It's almost as if that's why we got you on the desk in the first place. Duncan, you've been tight-lipped, obviously, I know, for the world's leading CSGO analyst to get a prediction wrong. It's always upsetting.
Hey, it happens.
It does happen.
I mean, I said it's not that Flipside had done something spectacular that I was predicting. Mouse Sports, they've just been so poor. I mean, this is the first time in a major I've seen this Mouse Sports lineup play a good game.
Yep.
And admittedly, obviously, when the two stars do come and they drop over 50 kills, then you're going to get a convincing win like this. Now then, we're going to go into them playing a best of 3 soon. That's going to really decide for me if they have a chance in this tournament.
Right, and that's kind of the frustration with some of these teams that we see so inconsistent, and you know, with these superstars that don't come on always to play. When you predict them, it's always that if game. Are they going to show up? You know, with teams like VP, Fnatic, TSM, these teams who have established themselves at the top, we know who's going to show up. We know who's going to have good games in certain matches, and that's kind of the next step that these lower and mid-tier teams need to take, is having consistent superstar performances.
Yeah. Now, look, no surprises about the MVP. It was one of the chaps that we highlighted right at the start of the show. It's going to be Nico, who won the MVP award. So you can see that there. There's the statistics from the game. And happy for him, because, again, as Duncan rightly said, you know, this is where you have to sort of make your bones. This is where you have to say, look, I'm here. I can compete against these elite level teams. I can help drive mousesports. You know, I deserve to be in this team. As I've said earlier, this is someone they brought in off the substitutes bench, somebody they deliberately didn't let go to other teams, and there was interest. People were willing to pay the buyout clause to get him. People were willing to pay to have him on the squad. mousesports didn't allow that to happen. Now he's in the starting lineup, and this is what he's been brought in to do.
I actually have to disagree. I would have given the MVP to Nex.
Yeah.
You know, 8 rounds into this match, he was sitting at like 20-4.
Yeah.
Like, he got them off to such a good start. That flip side, I mean, they had a little bit of an opportunity to get, you know, close it up at the end of that half, but
Problem
I
is
mean,
they'll always give it to the guy who had the flashy play. If you win the 1v3, if you win the big 1v1 like you had one earlier, that's always going to stick in someone's mind. Well, it's like the guy in the basketball game who makes the crazy shot, you know.
Yep.
It's the guy who gets you to that point, though, sometimes who's the MVP. The guy who just plugs away,
So
and that's
just,
why you're
just confirmation on your screens at home of the reward for eliminating Flipside, who are now out of this major, of course, is that mousesports will have to play either TSM or G2 Esports in a best of 3 to decide if they're going to still be in the tournament or not. Now, sorry, Matt, I know you had a good point you wanted to make there.
No, it's fine. I think Duncan essentially got to it anyway, so we're good. We can
It's next carrying his team to the finish line, and Nico just kind of hauling him over the edge right at the end. So
yeah, I agree. I think obviously Nex would have been a very close shout as well for MVP.
Well, that's the point I was going to make. You couldn't have one without the other because the kill totals on the other 3 were so low.
By the way, we don't decide the MVP. By the way, someone else decides it, and we just comment on the screen, just in case people are thinking we're picking them or something.
No, we're not voting.
If I was picking them, Duncan, you'd be the MVP.
Oh, this is wonderful.
Fair enough.
Wonderful.
You're the best support player I've got.
So let's talk.
The only one you've got.
Let's talk about Flipside and what this means for them. You know, we said they're a team with an identity crisis. We know they've got experienced players in that lineup. We know they've got talent that we feel can go a little bit higher, that can develop. But ultimately, it's not happening for them. And I feel Flipside without Simple, they're never going to win. They're never going to make a fan of me. They're never going to win me over to believe that they're going to come to a tournament of this stature and do well.
I mean, where are the star players in this team? Like, World Edit is way too inconsistent. It doesn't seem like within himself, he doesn't play aggressive enough for his skill set. If he was a really fast repeat guy and he would actually put himself, like, I want the AWP this round, I want to be in this position, you guys set me up, then maybe his skill set could allow him to dominate a bit. He doesn't tend to do that. Then you look, Bondik, like, consistently does well, but he's more a guy where it's like he's just an all-round type player. He's not super skilled or anything. Then you're looking around, Davcost obviously struggled in this tournament. You think of the rest of the CIS regions, look, they don't have superstar players. They obviously have Guardian and Flamey, Edward to a degree. You look even at some of the other players, Dosia, Moo, or Mo, however you say his name's out there. There's talented players, unfortunately, because I don't really have them. They've gone more for like the team play route, and they're trying to win with strategies, but I don't feel like they have enough raw firepower to be a top team at the moment.
The question is for me now, and we know Flipside's pretty good with contractual, you know, obligations, locking players down. They're pretty locked in there, but it's a matter of time. Hellraisers have been underachieving lately. They've not achieved what they've wanted to with this roster. They've lost Simple. Maybe you are going to see someone like Mo come back over, Doji come back over, or are those two teams going to amalgamate somewhere in the middle and you know, toward the end of the year? That's a high possibility that we do see a shuffle
They
between
definitely
those.
need something, and I think it's firepower. You know, that for me is the missing component.
yeah, you absolutely need to have firepower. And flip side for me, it's comes down to Davcost, because you know, when that happens, you mentioned it. I think we touched on it really well in the pregame that they might play well together as a team. They just don't have the strength. But I mean, when that move happened, you also heard grumbling or like rumors that this team actually believed that Davcost could become a better player individually than Simple. And
that's just. I mean, unless they have some crystal ball or something, that's just a bit of bunk to me.
Keep in mind,
you like your teammate, you like the guy. That's all great.
That,
right? You don't have to go above and beyond and say that, though.
Right, but to keep in mind, to counter that, if they really thought that, then why were they playing Cyber Focus so much and not Davcost at times?
Yeah.
Like, they would have stuck with him 100% then. Why did they bring in another sub for Simple at a different opportunity?
I think you see this a lot with teams. You know, when you get rid of a bad apple or a negative element within the team, you generally tend to sort of retcon the past about why it happened, and the player that comes in, you're like, hey, we always believed in them. We just, for whatever reason, didn't give them a shot up until this point. Happens a lot, you know. Teams have to do that.
I mean, you've got to be
understand
absolutely real about this. Yes, apparently he has these social problems. I can totally buy that as a story. I've seen it from multiple people who don't seem to have any ill will towards him. He's had his problems moving around. In his own words, he seems to almost come across in a way where he doesn't seem like a team player or a guy who understands certain concepts about support players don't have to do your job or be as good as you. With all that said, there are maybe 1 or 2 players in the entire CIS region who are as good as Simple. None of them are on flip side, so get real, guys. There's a reason why each run out this tournament 0-2.
Yep. Anyway, thanks for all your thoughts, gentlemen. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we get back, though, guys, this is one of the moments.
In the end, I guess you could say their problems weren't so simple.
I like it, Duncan. I'm glad. I should have waited. I knew there was going to be a one-line zinger coming.
Right now.
But look, when we come back, we're going to have one of those iconic moments in any tournament, let alone one of this stature. It's going to be Team Liquid versus NIP as the next game. Either way, I think we could see some history in the making. It's going to be super exciting. We hope you'll join us. See you soon.
never ever said to love. I can never love. No, I can never love. I can do the things she wants and things I think without. I can never love. I can never love. She can find out someone, find out someone, find out someone. Someone just like you, just like you. She can find out someone, find out someone, find out someone. Someone just like you, just like you. You're a treasure in the sea, an adventure that I need. You're a treasure in the sea, an adventure that I need. Wish you could find that someone, find that someone, find that someone. There's someone just like you, just like you. Wish you could find that someone, find that someone, find that someone. Someone just like you, just like you. Someone just like you, just like you. Someone just like you, just like you. Cause we got wasted, and we chased it. Cause we got wasted all the time, and we chased it all night. Cause we got wasted all the time, and we chased it. Been trying to work out what we did just the other day. Don't give it up to care. Been trying to work out what we did just the other day. Don't give it up so bad. Cause we got wasted all the time, and we chased it all night. beach to Boston. Lives in a world she's lost in. Victim of compromise. He's staring at her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's whistling the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue in the marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot.
everyone, and welcome back to the DreamHack Open Inclusion of Poker. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, at this Intel Analysis Desk, and what you're seeing on your screen right now is some footage from yesterday's games. NIP blown away, and Team Liquid cruelly crushed in overtime by Virtus Pro after a great performance and having a healthy lead. With me to talk about this one of the games of the day, no doubt about it, I've of course got Duncan Thorin Shields, as always, by my side, my loyal compatriot, Littlefinger himself. And nothing so little about the original trailblazers, the people who set the standard for Counter-Strike casting. It is, of course, Anders and Semler. How are you doing, boys?
Very well. I'm glad to finally be out here in the actual arena. It's looking good.
Yeah, it took you since yesterday to get down those stairs, didn't it? You were like hobbling down.
Been on my sleeping on the stairs, in fact, this evening.
You got to be out here at the arena, Semler?
At the end, yeah, exactly. I am. I'm really glad to be a part of this.
Well,
on the floor, in the crowd. It's really sick.
It's
where all
great
the
to have
action's
you
at,
here.
mate.
It's great to have you here, and obviously the game we're going to be talking about, it's a big one, and it could set history, right? I mean,
well, technically, history gets set no matter what happens, Richard. That's how history works.
All right,
it happens no matter what.
Oh, he's turned on me. My loyal friend, Littlefinger himself. Chaos is a ladder, my friend.
You never trusted me.
Trusting
me was your first mistake.
But I think what I'm trying to say in a roundabout way is obviously NIP. They've never been in this situation before. If they lose to Team Liquid, they go out in the group stages. Something that's never happened to them before. And indeed, when you think about the run they had, they were always making finals. Then it was okay. They at least made a semi-final.
Keep going. I'm almost there,
Richard. They're staring into the abyss.
What next, Richard?
But Team Liquid are looking very good. They're looking like a team that could be capable of upsetting people. They push Virtus Pro all the way. So I'll start with you guys while Duncan composes himself.
Anyone got a tissue? Okay.
Team, what's going to happen here? What are your thoughts?
Oh, I
try to compose them after that, recompose them.
All right, I'll
bring it back.
No more moaning sounds. Yes. Well, I think actually there's a good chance that the Liquid will be able to do this. Just walking past the NIP players when they were setting up in the practice area, they didn't look particularly fired up, and there was no some of them were there and some practicing, and the others were off somewhere else. So I don't know. I wouldn't say it was like a really strong team spirit going on there, and they seemed, I don't know, not very fired up yesterday either. I don't know. They don't seem like they've really shown up this major yet.
They seem a bit resigned. Like I've seen them here. It's not that there's like any fighting or anything. It just seems like, I mean, we'll play the game and try. What you want is like the Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid thing of like, okay, maybe we can't even win here, guys, but like, we're going to go out there, we're going to play the way we play, we're going to give it our best shot. You know what? We've had some great times together. Maybe it can happen one more time. There's none of that. They're just like, okay, let's play the game.
Like Theon Greyjoy and Winterfell. If we die today, we die from 100 wounds, you know.
In many ways, I'd like them to end up like Theon Greyjoy, and in many ways, I'm the Ramsey Bolton in that scenario.
You see how I set...
eventually, it'll just be me going up to Freiburg with a sausage. Here you go, Freiburg. Remember this? But a banana, obviously. You used to be the king of this.
I mean,
but you don't have your banana anymore, do you?
As it happens, Freiburg was up practicing alone. We saw a photo made its way onto social media, and Adam was putting in all this extra practice.
He was practicing NIP tactics on his own. He just goes in on his own and no one helps him. There's no flashes. It's, like, well, it's just like normal.
I was going to say deja vu. Look, it obviously means a lot to him. I know he's come in for a lot of criticism. Clearly, this is something that's on his mind. He's putting in all this extra work because he wants to have a good performance. And look, I'll be honest, frankly, based on what he did yesterday, where he was really, really poor with his entry fragging, I think he needs to have a big performance here. He's got to come out fighting against Team Liquid.
He has to restore faith as well. Because with all these rumors going around, well, actually, we're going into the map pick.
Yeah, we'll get into the
minutiae afterwards. But yeah, NIP Team Liquid.
So let's talk about where we think this is going to end up map-wise. You can see, obviously, Overpass is out. Dust 2 out for Team Liquid. So where do you think we're headed, boys? Talk
Cobble. Liquid like Cobble for sure. They wouldn't mind playing that. I think Mirage is an obvious one as well.
I don't think that NIP make the mistake of allowing
Cobble to go through after Cobble's got to be banned by NIP here. We saw their T side yesterday. It was terrible.
Just to be fair, saying I don't think NIP would make the mistake in this map picking phase is a dangerous phrase to be uttering.
That's actually a very good point. Yeah.
I really wonder if Liquid are willing to play Train. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Because I look at the rest. There's a lot there they can let through. I mean, I think it's fine if it goes to Inferno. Cash. kind of questionable for both. I don't think both would mind
NIP
playing
don't
that.
claim to like Cash, though. They believe they're good on Cash.
I mean, if you're in on NIP, Cash is all you get at this point in time. But no, I think Train is more like, I think Liquid that might be a pocket pick for them. I know Nip probably doesn't mind playing Train. It's one of the maps they've actually been better on in the last few months, considering they're not a custom map team. In general, though, you'd think they'd want to head towards Inferno, Cash, Mirage if you're Nip. You like the standards as it is. And of those, I think Mirage is the best for Liquid, so I don't think they're going to ban that.
Yep, so...
Seems to be taking a long time delivering, though.
Yeah, exactly. Well, where does Inferno fit into all of this?
I mean, historically, it is a map that they play, but it's also a map that they've taken a lot of beatings from Europeans
Didn't Liquid
on.
ban Inferno the other day, or was it one of the ones that was left in and it randomized the Cobble? I can't remember it. I think it might have actually been that one, yeah. So, interesting, because NIP don't mind playing Inferno either. Again, results haven't exactly been kind to them.
Well, Alu can always be a strength on Inferno with PWP. He's comfortable on the map with it.
I would say it's almost possible for any of the teams that are here to have a killer CT side on Inferno just because of the lockdown factor.
The main thing I think for Liquid is, does Liquid feel like Nip is the top European team? Because if they are, they don't want to play something like Inferno, because the history is they get stomped on it. Now, admittedly, that was before they had Hiko. They're going to ban it here, you see. They don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I don't think of Nip that way at the moment myself. Like, if I'm Liquid, I just want to be confident. I want to get to a map I'm good on. Let's play them here. I don't think these guys are going to blow my players away, and suddenly everyone's a class above. That might not be the era that we're in right now. So I think this is fine at the moment. Nip doesn't want to play Train.
I'll tell you what, this is one of the few
Nip's
times
banned
I've
all
seen a
3
veto
customs.
by NIP and thought, this is great. This is actually a smart veto.
No, this works out fine. I wouldn't have actually been surprised to see Liquid go for Inferno because they've been putting a lot of work in it with their new in-game leader or coach.
This is where it randoms to Cobblestone anyway.
No, yeah, exactly right. But then we have Mirage, T-side for Nip.
Right.
Nice. Good map.
Okay, so what do we think about this then? We're headed to Mirage. Liquids, I mean, they can play a bit of Mirage, right?
It used to be their favorite map.
Yeah, so
one of them at least.
And it used to be a map that before NIP picked up Alu, they didn't play a lot at all. And now Tucson under coach as well. This is a map that 3D Max played a lot, so I think they brought some of that Finnish stuff over and Nip started picking it up a bit more. And I think Alu is a key player for them on this map as well, with the AWP controlling large parts of the middle on both sides. So
He will be. Mid will be good. Mid control will be key. And, well, you know, we're talking about NIP, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at Liquid real quick then.
Yeah. So obviously we've talked about the players now they've done. Hiko coming in, obviously he's made a huge difference. But the talking point from day one was Elige actually showed up. Like he really came to life in that game against Virtus Pro. Showed that he can mix it up with those elite level players.
There's actually the 3 of them, Elige, Fugly, and Nitro. All 3 of them really showed up with those rifles. They started doing a lot of work. I mean, we've had Cobble to go off of, and Elige just dominated on that plateau. He kept sneaking his way through. He kept getting results there, and then Fugly was there to clean up. I mean, I think that Liquid, they can still be comfortable on Mirage, though. I mean, Hiko always comes to mind on Mirage as being an exceptionally strong player on the map in particular.
Well, he's got that, great spatial awareness, knows how to use terrain, incredible in clutch situations. If he's still alive, you can never count the round out as being over. So Mirage is a map that he has had some sort of highlight reel moments on. He'll be relishing the opportunity to play this NIP team on this particular map. And with that in mind, again, that extra practice for Freiburg, again, the T-side entry fragging on Mirage has got to be on point. You've got to get access. You know, if you're coming up that A ramp or you're going mid or whether you're doing a B execute, you need your entry fragger to be able to do damage as terrorists.
I haven't seen that in this era, though. In like the latter 3 or 4 months when they've had Alu, I haven't seen good T-sides from them. When they've been good, it's usually been CT sides. Like they shut down people like Dignitas when they play them at DreamHack Summer. They can beat those sorts of teams in that way. In terms of running over the T-side, I don't think that's going to happen for them. So I think it's going to be like that in this game. I think actually this will be a game of 2 CT halves. It'll just be the people who do the best on locking down defensively. That'll be what will determine the win for me. It won't be like a display of great tactics and reading the game and stuff. I think they're both going to be more comfortable on the CT.
I mean, in terms of Freiburg and entry fragging, this is a map that lends itself a bit more to looking. You can look for fights on the T side. It's harder for the CT side to deny you those fights forever. Whereas on a map like Inferno, you almost can. So, yeah, I think Freiburg might have a slightly easier time than if it had ended up on a map like Inferno.
Yeah, well, I definitely agree with that. Now you can see our head-to-head matchup that we've picked is Elige, who obviously had a great day one, great day at the office, even though he was sadly on the losing team. Get Right, somebody we've talked about, he is still one of the world's best players. He is still an elite level player.
I just want to make a small context point, by the way, because I've seen a lot of these graphics, and every time it's a graphic that has an NA player and an EU one, usually the NA player is really close in kills. Sometimes they have less deaths. You have to remember, these stats can count online competition as well. So the NA players who are the best get to pad stats against bad NA teams, and that's why, like, at the moment, let's be real, the killing power is not in any way equal between these two players right now.
No.
You can bet money Get-Right's going to get work done in this game, going to do a lot of great impact kills. I don't know if Elige is, but the stats might otherwise fool you if you didn't know that context, if you're a fan and watcher, because you're going to see a lot of those kind of screens during the week.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's worth mentioning that, you know, Elige, this young player, obviously had a great first day, but we're talking about Get-Right. This is the past master. This is the guy that's been there, done it all. And as I was about to say, Duncan, the player you rated is the greatest CSGO player of all time.
I mean, even though I said all time, and obviously his peak was the first year and a half, it's not like he's not a good player now. It's very rare for me. If you asked me at any point in time almost, make a top 10, there'd be very few times when he wouldn't have been in my top 10. At the moment, I'd still have him in. I'd have him in there around the bottom because he does still show up. He's still a very good player. He's a player that it almost doesn't matter what map you're on. If Get-Right's game is there, he can adapt to almost any map. I think Nip as a machine breaking down has made him not be as good. It's not a great vehicle anymore to display his skills. Often he's not even in situations that you could win from his lurking specialty, but against a team like this, Liquid, who they have some strengths, but they don't necessarily have one player who can go up against Get-Right, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't either. I guess the natural comparison would probably be Hiko, actually, if anyone can do it. You know,
well, they're both playing in that lurker role.
Yeah, they're both lurkers. They're both
role.
great and like ridiculous in clutches. I mean, so much so. One of the statistics me and Duncan talked about recently, during our podcasts and whatnot, was you see players that have these high level of 1v1 clutches, and you think that's amazing. Get-Right has over 50% in 1v2 clutch situations. Which is
I mean, that was in the past, but there was a while where he used to have over 50% of 1v2s, which obviously
that's
you
insane.
can't even conceive of how that's possible.
Anyway, gentlemen, I've just been told that the players are starting to ready up, so we're into our 90-second warning, which of course means I have to nail you down for predictions. How's this one going to go? Start with you, Stemler.
Starting with me, I'm going to go ahead and favor Liquid right off the bat. I say Liquid 2, Nip 16-10. I don't think that Nip are going to get anything done on the T side. I think that they're going to hesitate. And Adren isn't as strong an opera as Alu, that much is clear, but the rifles across the board for Liquid just look much better after what we saw from VP yesterday, so I'm going to side with Liquid.
Anders?
Yeah, I picked Liquid for my Dark Horse team as well. I'm going to go with them. I think you will be able to sort of figure out where Nip is in this game within the first 5 rounds.
Okay, and Duncan.
Yeah, it's the map that's making me favor Liquid here. I think of the maps, this was like a good one. I don't really see the strength for Nip there. I think Nip have a couple of players that can win them the game, but I'm going to go with Liquid to win this. I think it'll be reasonably comfortable, like 16-12, 16-11.
All right, well, great, guys. Thanks a lot for your thoughts. This is it. Are we going to see some incredible history made in the making for NIP? Will it be the end of the era? We're going to get into the game right now. It's Team Liquid versus NIP on Mirage. It's going to be cast by the boys from Bucharest. Statakist and Henry G, take it away.
All right, guys, thank you very much. And yeah, this is going to be a very interesting game.
Absolutely.
Imagine that NIP don't make it through. I actually think that the map pool favored Nip more. I think Cache is actually a better map for Liquid. I think their CT side on Cache is incredible, and I think that this for Mirage, they've struggled on it in their history with it. Flip side back at kind of it's a qualifier. One of the things they do better is Hiko being more forward on that A site, but I actually think this was the better of the 2 random maps for NIP.
Well, we're getting straight into this one right now. It looks like NIP going towards that B bomb site. They have invested in 4 sets of armor. Freiburg dropping a P250 for Forest as well. The pistol master, but Adren opens it up, takes down Freiburg. He was towards top and middle as well, and now it's going to be a 4-on-5. NIP are still towards those B apartments, just kind of lying in wait now. NIP players going to be busting in any second.
And there's 2 waiting already. One of them up close is Fugly playing in this cubby. It's often checked. We'll see if NIP are going to look their way. And they've already rotated over because look at the mid push. They've got Elige all the way back down the catwalk. He's scouted everything off of A. They've had no noise or information. In fact, he's hearing them go back out of the B apartment, so he's going to meet them at the top of middle toward the horseshoe. As we see now on your screen, and he does spot them. Now they know he's there. He's in a bit of trouble, but he does have this read. Again, he's locking 2 players down, so even if he doesn't pick up this duel, which he may yet do considering the HP of 2 NIP players, he's going to give his team a great chance to get a positional read.
A little bit apprehensive from NIP there, get taken down. Freiburg's supposed to be the distraction towards the top of middle, unable to do anything. Adren ripped his head off now, and now you can see they're making their way towards T-spawn. CTs who have so much positional control though. Elige to the top of middle, spotted the T's there, means they have to go all the way around. They've got 2 players in B still. I'm not really sure what NIP can do to even get a bomb down in this situation. 30 seconds remain. Exist going towards Palace now as well. Alu just holding towards the top of mid as well, so it's going to become quite clear what's coming towards Liquid now.
Yeah, they did kind of lose the read a little bit because Elige didn't spot the bomb going back over, so they have rotated in anticipation. He didn't see them going back toward underpass, so They've got it right, but there was a moment when, like you said, there was a chance to get a bomb down, which would have been a big thing just to get at the early buy potentially on round number 3, because this one is surely going to go Liquid's way. Hiko spots up Alu, the last man remaining. Takes him down to the 5 HP, and Nitro will close it out. So it's going to be a solid start for TL on CT, which is, I mean, that's what you want in Mirage.
Absolutely. That's a great start for Liquid. We said this game was going to have a huge storyline going forward. Whoever loses this game is going out of the tournament. Great start there. Adren opening it up. Like I said before, Freiberg was at the top of middle, trying to cause some distraction, get some information, see if he could find the CT aggression, but he got his head cleanly ripped off there. But NIP looks like they will be force buying into this. Alu going to be saving his cash, along with Freiberg as well. Just going to have P250s. They have got some decent utility as well, and this is kind of classic right now. You go into a full A execution with the smoke just with the objective to get the bomb down now. Here they go.
And Elise is actually the one playing forward this time. It's not going to be Hiko in this situation, but with the SMG, he's managed only one. Forrest gets him back, so there's a gun in wait towards Shadow, but will they even get that far? They're getting lined up right now. Hiko and Adren to take down Alu. And as they cross over, though, Exist manages to collect 2 in return, so now they will be able to pick up at least the FAMAS. Freiberg's got it, and again, there is a UMP sitting underneath Shadow if they decide to go back for it. So far, Exist is just going to keep his eyes focused toward Nitro on CT just to make sure his teammate's safe. He'll shuffle over now and also catch out Fugly, but they line up that P90. Does decent damage to the front player and also distracts long enough that Nitro will drop the bomb off of Freiberg. And although it looks promising, Exist with 14 can do nothing. And it'll go 2-0 for Team Liquid.
Yeah, really nice work from Exist there. Gets the 2 headshots on the bomb site. I feel like Freiberg could have got the bomb down. Like I said, the main objective of that round is just get that extra cash injection when it seemed like there were a little bit of peril there. This is the replay on your screen right now. Exist. Fantastic work from him. Unable to translate it into anything of any worth, really, considering they didn't get the bomb plant. It did do some damage to the CT economy, but you can see them getting 4 rifles here. It's going to be a Liege. Still on that UMP, and he should be absolutely fine. It's going to be pretty much a full eco here. Just some P250 support for NIP, making their way towards Underpass and B apartments right now. Once again, one player towards the top of the middle. It's going to be Alu with a Glock. He's going to be bringing out the AWP next round. You would assume so, considering his buy this round and last.
Alu with show his face toward middle, doesn't really pay a price for it, but his teammates will as they walk into a crossfire from B. Nitro still waiting at bench as well, taken down by Forrest in the end when he landed. Animation threw me off there. I didn't even think Forrest was looking toward him, so good reactionary shot. Bomb plant as well. That's going to benefit NIP moving into round 3. Give them a lot more to work with in terms of utilities, but in the end, it is going to be Liquid picking up the 3rd round as expected.
Yes, that round actually going better for them than the force buy did. Like, although they didn't get as many kills, they get a bomb down. That's extra $800 per player, and it means they get this nice injection. And like I said, you would assume Alu now does have the money to get the AWP. But the thing is for Liquid, this is where I expect them to do something aggressive. I'd like to see them being pushing up middle, getting into underpass. They know the AWP is coming. They want to try and find that first frag, rattle NIP a little bit, and then fall back. That's what I want to see from Liquid. Keep things aggressive, take the games from NIP. That's what they need to do. They can't allow NIP to work picks here. There we go, Elise going in.
Well, this is where it gets interesting, where this mid pressure comes in from NIP. It's more of a stack toward the front of A. Look how aggressive that Liquid's being right now.
Yeah,
and if this doesn't pay off, they'll walk to the A site because they'll get the read that they're that far forward, and the 3 players in mid will simply walk through connector. But it is going to be Liquid to get that first kill. Exist goes down. That's very, very crucial to holding this round because now they go a little bit more passive. They put more pressure at the top of that connection point, and the split that NIP were looking to do initially falls apart. They've got to look for alternative routes. And as such, it's going to be Catwalk. Fugly, the one to wait. Nitro's managed to get back up on ladder room. Forrest is going to take Fugly, and now Nitro's stuck inside. He's got to get out and makes the right call. That allows Adren to come over. Forrest actually doubled up to find a Liege as well. He's given his team a great chance to pick up their first round on the first gun. As the flash comes through, and that will give Nitro the read that they have walked into that ladder room, that they've taken over his previous territory. Not only that, he's locked in position as well by the flames behind. And NIP are just swarming on him. 3 players in a triangulate fashion to try and get Nitro out of this corner, and they've managed to take down Adren, who came over to help him. Now he just has to find this shot. Looks like Get Right will. Hiko manages to get Alu beforehand, but that brings it back to Hiko in a 1-on-2. Flash goes over the top of the wall. That blinds him up partially. Ultimately made no effect in the kill in the end, but Freiberg gets it nonetheless.
Yeah, Liquid going for that aggression as predicted, going into the lower ramp towards A there. They get that first pick, but it's just not quite enough. Forrest stepping up here towards the ladder room, gets 2 frags, takes down Fugly first and then Elise, and that's where the round kind of fell apart. They actually had a lot more opportunities to get into B. Liquid had no control of that whatsoever, but obviously bought their time, got the frags they required, and that's the first gun round going in NIP's favour. You can see Liquid's money's not too badly affected. Adren will be picking up the AWP this time, which is kind of interesting, really, because two players do all about 3K. So this is a big investment, a slight risk for them, considering this is CT side. So Elige picking up that UMP. Which way is Nitro going to go with this one? I'd assume maybe a 5-7 for him. Hiko could drop a Famous, potentially, and have a slightly lesser buy on his side, but let's see how this one unfolds.
And Fugly, as always, this is a guy we don't often talk about when we look at Liquid's lineup. We talk about the Hiko, we talk about Nitro and Elige, and how they've got such great aim potential, but it's Fugly that sits on CT for them is more reliable in a lot of ways for me. I mean, he's very consistent on a CT side. Again, Cash, we talked about if it had gone to that map.
Sure.
Nitro inside the A site, yes, he's a force to be reckoned with, but Fugly as well is one of the best Cash defensive players in North America.
So this round all comes down to Adren. They've got two SMG players, they've got two options here. They go straight for the aggression again, try and find that first frag, or Adren needs to go big. It looks like NIP are going for yet another set piece onto A. Smokes down, wall of smokes, get the bomb down, force a post-one situation, but there it is. Elige goes into the UMP, Exist takes him down, now it opens the window for NIP to get into the bomb side. Nitro replies, but now you should assume that NIP should be able to take over this bomb side.
Hiko has to sit behind that box, and the slight gap in the smoke allows Exist to find Adren. It has to be Hiko to close this out. He only manages one. Exist gets right back into him with the AK, and NIP, they've got the site to contend with. And the guns will drop. They will not survive into yet another round. Liquid will be forced here, and this should make it 3-3 right away.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really big round for NIP to win. In the context of the economy of the game, they went for the force buy. Like I said, Adren had to go big. All the guys had to go aggressive onto lower ramp. They went for the aggression, and getting locked down by Exist there. He found the frags this time. He was too aware of what was going on. UMPs did not prevail, and that's a great shot from him to take down the sniper as well on your screen. Fantastic play from him. He's having a good game so far. That's going to put Liquid onto pretty much full eco here. They've got some upgraded pistols, a 5.7 and P250. But yeah, like you said, you would completely assume this is going to 3-3 here. NIP fighting back after the pistol round.
Hit through that smoke as well at the mid window. Doesn't do damage initially. The second one does to Adren. He goes down to 71. No armor. It was quite a distance away, but now they're just going to slaughter them walking up middle. The AKs do all of the work. The catwalk push that tried to come in secondary from Fugly, it's dropped as well. And Forrest to hunt out the last remaining player. It's still Adren who's been sitting in that window the entire time. Surely to go down any second. That spots his gun. Yeah, goodbye.
So a nice clinical round there from NIP. Like I said, not really much to talk about there when you have nothing to play over at all, but apart from a few P250s, it's not going to amount to much. You can see the money still isn't great in the Team Liquid camp. They will not have an AWP this round. So it's going to be full rifle setup. I'd assume they're going to be a little bit more passive this time. The aggression will be predicted by NIP for now, and they've got Alu on the AWP. He's got a decent spawn as well. He can go straight towards middle. Let's see what Team Liquid bring to the table this time. Looks like NIP setting themselves up for yet another A execute here. 4 players committed. There's going to be 1 player towards middle, which is Alu with the AWP. So we'll be holding for flanks, or some rotating players. It looks like NIP are not going to waste any time here and going straight in.
Exist gets the entry as well. That's Hiko, so he is looking to play toward that shadow position. He's going to have to be a little bit more careful than that. Elige just going to hug this smoke. Slight gap. We'll see if it favors. Last time it worked against them, but he turns back and finds Getright, who managed to jump over and get in the corner, not spot Elige down below. And good awareness from Elige. Unfortunately, in the end, he is traded by Exist, and with the bomb down, it is another big advantage for NIP to work with in this situation. And Liquid are forced to hide and save guns already.
This is much better from NIP. Normally on this kind of map, they play very slow picks, and they're quite stifled on their T-side play. This is like nice, loose, convincing play from them. They're choosing their sides, they're being decisive in their actions, getting in and taking down the frags, utilizing the talent they have in the lineup, and actually getting in and just taking down headshots. That's 3 really nice kills. Exist once again stepping up huge. Don't really rely on him to be the entry frag. We normally talk about that being Freiburg, but Exist having a hell of a game here, keeping the dream for NIP alive in this major. Nitro and Fugly will save their rifles. This could be beneficial to the next round. Maybe a wallbang coming in, not quite kill him there, but there we go, 4 plays 3 now, and the Team Liquid have a difficult decision. So they have the option to force buy into this one and try and utilize the rifles they have, or they have to go for the eco with some upgraded pistols, and it looks like they'll be doing the latter. Elige buying up the Desert Eagle there. Just need to build up a bankroll here. CT economy can fall away from you so quickly if you're not careful. So NIP get aware of this situation. They know save 2 guns, but look at this aggression coming in from Liquid. They'll be pushing straight up mid. NIP have got the players there to counter it, though.
Fugly's going to take Freiburg, so this push coming out from Liquid looks to be okay until it goes back against them. Nitro's initial trade kill gave them the advantage. What a shot from Forrest! He absolutely tears the head off Elige with a single tap of the AK-47, and now NIP another great advantage. It's traded back. Hiko with the pistol will bring it down to a 2-on-2, but no kits, and they have to go back toward this B site just to attempt the defuse. Should they even get that far?
Hiko's managed to pick up an M4. Is that an invitation to hold on to it because they aren't putting pressure on the utilities from Get Right? It's just impossible to get through.
This is the right decision to make. They got some kills down there, affected the economy of the T's, but they're not going to win that round. They've managed to pick up an AWP after taking down Alu and getting the M4 on Hiko as well. That's actually beneficial to them. They've upgraded one of the M4s to an AWP, keep those guys alive, and that's actually a decent round for them considering the circumstances. So another round on the board for an IP, but Team Liquid definitely benefiting in terms of the money here, and they should be able to give them a nice healthy position as we go into round number 9 now. So you look at their money, right? They're going to be able to fight for at least a couple of rounds now. So NIP, this is the round I'd like to see them just go towards B. They maybe do a little fake towards A, send someone like Exist in by themselves, try and cause that distraction, bring players over, make it look like a mirror of exactly what was going on before, and then they're kind of split between B from underpass to see which approach they go for this time.
With the Dread on the op, on the CT side, he's been called out. Okay, this is exactly what I was going to mention. That he's been smoked off in the window. He's known for being a little bit stagnant and not overly aggressive with the AWP. I would have liked to see him drop out, and that time he did. He tried to get that early pick. It amounted to nothing. He comes back through the connector, and he'll stay safe on A, but it's good to see that he's willing to take those chances because Adren often doesn't, and he's going to need to in this game and the way things are going. So Nitro will play it on Catwalk. He'll be the one at the corner. Gets a call from his teammate. They might be pushing through those B apartments, and there is one player selling that right now. That's Exist inside, so they're trying to set the crossfire, but now they've got problems because they've given up Catwalk and doing it. They've gone for the boost on the cobblestone corner there. At the elbow, that's Alu, as we see it now, and he's going to find Fugly after clearing the angles, walking in, and now, again, it's going to have to be a really tough task just to hold on to the bomb site. It's Nitro inside. He'll find Alu first. Adren's come over. Now the op comes into play, and Nitro, oh, he needed that frag. That might actually shift the entire round back to Nip. Freiburg getting that kill will allow the bomb to walk in, and although it remains 3-on-3, Liquid has no more control of that site. They've got to play an entirely retake-based round here, and it's going to be Adren that rotates back through a Catwalk. That's a long way to go for him. He's going to be late to the play. They have to wait just to get that AWP in play. Get Right's going to find Elise pushing through the smoke, and they know exactly where Hiko now is coming from, and that's going to close it.
He's just having a hell of a game here. Once that bomb goes down on that B side, it's a 3-on-3 situation like that, especially when the CT players have an AWP and no utility to actually utilize that. It's really difficult to retake those kind of bomb sites, especially against a high-fragging, on-fire team right now as NIP. They seem like everyone's actually turning up. Forest and Exist especially, people hitting their shots, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from NIP. But Liquid, like I said, the money still pretty strong for them. So AWP out once again from Adren. He's had a reasonable game so far, found a couple of key picks there, but NIP going for this A play once again. They're really relying on set pieces here. It seems like that's not traditional play from them, but Adren gets the better of Alu there. And finally, after the pistol, seems like Liquid have the advantage going into this one.
And Adren's looking comfortable. This is good. Again, he switches his position, gets a little bit more aggressive than he normally does. Hiko's going to get back to Shadow, so they're into a default setup now with the man advantage. We'll see if they can hold it, but again, Exist has been on fire. It's Freiburg that wants to lead the charge this time. He's toward Tetris already, which means they can limit Hiko. The Molotov's going to force him out of position, but they're not waiting for it. All they need to do is keep Forrest's attention toward the top of the ladder. Instead, he looks at CT stairs, and he actually gives his life away in the process, but there's Exist to get back into it. It's going to be Adren with one more kill. It's a trade, gives them the advantage for Liquid through the smoke. He'll find Freiburg as well, and Adren is stepping up when he needs to. It's down to Get Right 1 versus 3, and Adren is still lurking in the wings with this AWP. Get Right's picked up that of his deceased teammate. It's Alu's gun that will take down Nitro. Gives up his position, but with time, 41 seconds and the bomb now recovered, he's able to basically dictate the round at this point.
This is Get Right's bread and butter right now. He's got time to play with. He knows he's getting the minds of the CT players. Adren with 3 kills this round, definitely feeling confident in this. He's still in an advantageous position, is aware that Get Right may be going towards Palace here. So let's see how this one unfolds. The CT's allowing him to get out to the site if he wants to. Adren needs to be careful. He's not really watching the apartments full time right now.
It's a decent play as well to stick together like this, where they're not overcommitting to either side. They're not entirely thinning themselves to multiple one-on-one situations. They know now the bomb's going to go down. Like you said, they've given that up for this reason. And we saw Get Right go back to this AK. He's setting up for the post-plant position toward Tetris. He's given himself a great chance here. He's been able to get all the way over into this position without being spotted. Adren, he's still firing toward Palace, just checking the angles, pre-firing each corner. He's going to give himself up, walks out, but still hits the kill. That's 4 in the round. And Adren with the AWP. It's not often we say it, but when he shows up, it can be an absolute game changer.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit of a meme with Adren with the AWP. People think he can't perform at this sort of level, but that was a fantastic round from him. Key pick at the start of the round, taking down Alu, and then gets 3 more as well. Really calm play from the CT. He's allowing Get Right to plant the bomb. They made sure they worked together and made it a 2-on-1 situation instead of 2 1-on-1. So really nice players. The replay from Adren just there. And just the last kill there to finish things off. So fantastic stuff from them. That's the 4th round on the board from them. Obviously, NIP with 6 in a row will be able to buy back up into this one. So This may be the fake we were looking for. The bomb is towards A. Adren going to be looking towards middle. He will find some players there. Not able to spot them though just yet, as NIP do gain mid control.
I'm going to leave it to Adren to try and address that situation, but like you say, they're going to have to absolutely walk up mid. Whether they can get through that connector afterwards is up for debate, and Forrest, he's going to take the initiative, gets up on top of the ledge, so he's used that smoke to his advantage. And Adren not able to find either of the players that have now entered in, has fallen back further. This is going to be a solid A split. They've got great positioning. Again, he goes in shadow, so look for him to try and at least get one on the entry. He's going to have to in this situation, but Elige has to be even more careful because he has to hug that box. If he even shows his buttocks, he'll get shot down, and that's exactly what happens as Forrest is able to find him. Follows up with Nitro inside jungle. Fugly getting only one in return. We'll go down to Forrest as well. So 3 kills for Forrest, and Get Right knows exactly where Hiko's hanging out.
Yeah, really nice utilization of mid control there. Once you realize you've got control of something like middle, it means that A split becomes so viable. You saw the smoke towards connector there. Most people would use that to go up towards short. NIP utilizing that one to actually just flash over the top of the wall, get through, and take down the AWPer. They knew Adren was playing around that position. He had the full back, and they get the opening frags. And it's so nice when you send 3 people in that position as well. It means you can go frag for frag. But in that instance, they didn't even need that one. The bad news is for Liquid now. Obviously, after winning that last round, they've reset their money bonus. They're going to be on $1,400 going into this round. So P250s, a USP on Fugly as well, so this could mean a double eco potentially. Looking at their money right now, they won't be able to buy up at all next round unless it was a complete force. So NIP definitely aware of this situation, and this is a great opportunity for them to get themselves into a fantastic position considering on the T side of Mirage here.
More battle toward that connection point. This is going to be something Liquid need to address, this mid-pressure. It's normally their A that's an issue. Right now, NIP are dictating whichever site they want just by forcing Liquid so far back. And obviously this time with pistols, it's not like they gave themselves much of a fighting chance, as Friberg and Forrest will collect the shuffling defenders inside the site. But it's definitely been a repetitive trend they need to address. Again, we saw them push the round with the rifles where Nitro ran up. He was actually traded. It came back and favored Forrest, who got a brilliant shot on window immediately after. And then we saw Dren look with the AWP. So they've done it twice to try and address the situation, but both times it didn't really pay off.
So let's see where we go with this one then. It looks like Liquid will be taking the double eco on the chin, right? So they had the opportunity to go with Famous System rifles, but the way NIP are playing right now, they need the Molotovs, they need the smoke grenades. It needs to be a hold out nip for as long as possible. They're emphatic right now. It's going into bomb sites however they like. So the push-up middle will come in. Nitro leading the charge with the CZ. Will be able to take, not quite. Forrest takes out the lead with the Molotov though. And now it's the 5-on-3 in favor of NIP.
That Nitro goes down. 3 HP is what he left Friberg with. That second flash came in to help him, but it actually blinded him enough that he couldn't conclude the kill. But look at Hiko. He's managed to slip up behind them. He actually took down one player and actually assisted on a Dren's kill. Made it a little bit interesting, but now it's NIP with 9 rounds on the T side of Mirage.
Yeah, great position for them to be in. Obviously, winning the pistol always helps, but NIP... Oh, sorry, Liquid on the pistol.
Yes.
So that's actually fantastic for them, is what I meant. So Liquid winning the pistol and actually only winning 1 gun round so far. That's pretty huge for NIP to bounce back in this fashion. So Adren once again with the AWP. I'd like to see him take the game into his own hands. This time he will be going towards the window. It seems going to be smoked out for now. NIP, looks like they will be sending the bomb towards the B apartments this time. Ugly waiting for them. Should be able to smoke them off and slow down the play, at least for a little bit.
And this time they haven't put as much pressure toward that mid position. They've gone the underpass route instead. We haven't actually seen them. They haven't needed to go that underpass route to sneak into lower mid yet.
They've been very decisive on their tactics so far. That's not something we normally see from NIP. Actually choosing something to do and then going straight in with it and sticking with it. That's nice. A fantastic shot from Adren though. Lucky to stay alive on 2 HP there, but will get away with it. Elige, that's disappointed to see from him. After getting that first pick, you probably want to leave it in a 5-on-4 situation, take the advantage, fall back to the bomb sites and make the terrorist work for it. But Elige's a little bit sloppy there. Adren on 2 HP as well. I'd actually favor this towards the terrorist now, considering the CTs are so thin.
This is big though. Fugly comes around, pushes up, gets information in apartments at B, sneaks into underpass, catches Get Right and spots bomb. Now they'll be able to easily grab that as we see from Alloy's perspective, but by giving them back the man advantage and the information that they're not on B, they can get a better setup on A. It is very passive, mind you. 2 players toward these CT stairs, one of which is Adren, and as you mentioned, he's got that 2 HP with the AWP. Has to pick his time, bide his opportunity, manages to find Friberg. This will almost close the round. They just need to make sure they work in tandem here, and they're going to go for another flank. Watch Fugly again. He doesn't even need to come into it. He was working all the way around through T-spawn.
So after getting to that 4-on-4 situation, we said the CTs had the advantage there, but the T's had the advantage there. But Fugly, like you said, coming in with that huge flank there, that's just great reaction to what was going on to the situation. He faced towards the apartments, took that gut instinct to push into it, and that was actually what locked it down. Fantastic shot to open it up from Adren on his screens there. Get right taking down a Liege. But Fugly with this reactive play, that's so good. When you lose one position of the map, you need to be coming in and reacting to it, and that play alone saved the day for Team Liquid and actually capitalised on that one. We go to round number 15 now. Still healthy buys on both teams. The difference is for Liquid, they have the double AWP set up this time. Nitro going aggressive onto short, spotting towards mid. He'll be able to give the call off. Nothing's there whatsoever. And looks like that set piece once again from NIP going towards the A-bomb side.
Really good execution, that wall of smoke. Hiko, again, this is one of the things that he's brought to this particular map for Liquid, is that he does play forward on the A site, but he's alone right now. He's got to be so careful, and there's a player directly to his adjacent right on the other side of Firebox. They've not yet spotted him, but it will be Freiburg that gets back through the smoke, and well, that commenced. Ooh. His teammate also went down. Follow that up, Elige is in the grave as well, and it will be looking like NIP could take 10 rounds on the T side with just 2 Liquid players remaining. And they're slowly evaporating as well, but Fugly does get back. He finds Exist. That'll slow down the bomb plant slightly, won't matter. NIP close it, and it will be 10 rounds.
I'm really impressed with NIP. Yesterday we said they looked static. They weren't really sure what their approach was. This time I actually like it, although it was based off a lot of executions from the start of the round, which normally isn't advised. You normally want to go and see game map control and then go into the play. I think this actually benefits NIP. They're actually able to utilize their big fraggers. Exist and Forest really have found their confidence today, and it seems like that's working out for them. Just having a set plan, giving them opportunity. They know which area is going to be smoked off. In the previous tournaments, we've just seen them trying to work picks, not really doing anything too technical in terms of like actual smoke grenades, and that was a problem yesterday as well. Now they've kind of bounced back, a different game plan, and it's working out fantastically for them. That's a really good half. Like I said before, after losing the pistol and getting 10 rounds on the T side of Mirage, that's absolutely huge for them. There's a scoreboard on your screen right now. Forest and Exist leading the charge there for sure. Alu having a pretty quiet day in the office, didn't really have too much impact of his AWP. I'd say Adren actually won most of the battles there, but what do you need to do when Forest is playing that big?
Well, there's also not often times that you can look directly at a scoreboard and paint the picture of what's happened in the match.
Sure.
But in this case, with Exist getting that many kills, and we saw him walking to A, and Hiko being that low on frags, that just shows you they won that entry every single time they went to A.
That's actually a really important factor as well. Hiko, you normally expect on this map to be stepping up, and on A bomb side, that's where most of the attacks are coming in. That's where he plays. We expect him to be one of the headline acts on this map, and he really didn't show up. He only got 5 frags total. It was more like Adren and Fugly really actually impressing us, and with the intelligent plays really, Fugly especially with that round pushing from B. But yeah, like you said, Hiko, disappointing half from him considering most of the attention went towards the A bomb side, but 20 seconds.
In part due to the fact that he was isolated quite well by NIP. Again, it's better than what they used to be for Liquid in a lot of situations where you go back to that flip side loss against in the qualifier for Katowice, where they just got smoked out and wouldn't even go for a retake until they were all there, and it was just, they never gave themselves a fighting chance. It's at least having Hiko forward has solved some of those problems if he gets a trade kill on entry, but that's the point. He has to get those kills on the entry. He has to at least give his team a chance. If he goes down, he's got to get 1, if not 2.
I would have preferred to see more aggression from Liquid that half. They did it 1 round, I think it was on the first gun round. I'd like to see more of that, pushing up middle, maybe some underpass play and stuff like that. It seemed like they were afraid to do that, but here we go. Then we go into the second half. It is NIP on the CT side with 10 rounds. A must-win pistol for Liquid, it feels like. Going for full sets of armor here. That's kind of unorthodox. You normally want one utility player on this map. Maybe going for a straight-up B split here by the looks of the setup so far. And NIP get right with the Julies as well. One of his more favoured weapons.
This nade, almost perfect timing. Won't do quite as much damage as it looked like it initially would, but Forrest gets the head off of Hiko with the USP. They're going to commit to this regardless because Elige has managed to sneak down Catwalk, get past the player playing at Connector, and toward the site. He's got Freiburg down now as well, but it's all left to just poor old Nitro and Adren. Good pickup by a Nitro to try and allow them to get the bomb plant, but they still have to contend with the fact that Alu has made it inside the site. They've spotted him up, 7 HP. He'll go down in the end. And they're playing on the perimeter. It's going to be 2 versus 2. Liquid, they've pulled it back, but Get Right's come around. He's got a good position right now inside of apartments. And they still can't get this bomb planted. There's lots of time to work with. The problem is, unless they get the next pick here, they may not find that opportunity because NIP are just waiting for it at this point. They've got themselves already on the site and don't even need to commit. So cleverness here from Liquid. They look to the only escape route they have, and they may just be able to get up Catwalk and out of here.
Yeah, it's just actually a really nice play from Liquid. They know Get Right stuck in the B apartments now. If they make their way to A as quickly as possible, it's only going to be 1 player waiting for them. Exist rotates. He needs to go big here, but Nitro takes him down, and that's a fantastic pick to get the bomb down this situation. Got to leave Get Right with a massive mountain to climb. Got the dual elites in hand. I'm not really sure whether he's got a chance going into this one. Adren facing, though. That's an audacious play from him.
Yeah, searching for it. Can't Spotted Dren. Now he sees his head. That was a brilliant shot. 2 pixels to fire at, I'm sure, and he probably split them as he looks now to try and bait out Nitro by tapping on the bomb. Not sure where he is. Looks at Palace, spots him now on A, but he doesn't have a whole lot of time to work with that kit, though. He may hold this all the way through. Nitro's not going to peek. What a shot, though, from Nitro! And that round was very back and forth.
1 second remaining. 1 bullet. Nitro had to hit the headshot, and somehow he pulls it off. That's absolutely massive. Really intelligent play there from Liquid to even get the bomb down. Get right. Almost looking certain to defuse that bomb. It took like milliseconds before the bomb would have been defused, and that's a crazy round. This was interesting from Adren. Yeah, it's a little bit of a mistake from him to assume he wouldn't be get shot in that situation, but this is the shot I wanted to see. Nitro, fantastic stuff, timed to perfection. 5 seconds, of course, to defuse, and he worked it out perfectly. So here we go. Then we go into round number 17. 10 plays 6 in favor of NIP. They are going to be on the force by this time. Desert Eagles coming out for Freiburg and Forest. So never discount them out of these sort of rounds. Obviously, pistol masters in their own right. They have Liquid have 1 recon player in terms of Adren. They have got some small amount of utility. 2 smoke grenades. I would assume they're going to try and go towards the A bomb site. Send Adren in first by smoking off CT spawn, maybe smoking off steps, and seeing whether they can find a stack here. NIP with 3 players towards A right now.
What can Hiko do on the T side? Claim his territory in A, perhaps with a better result. Galil already out. Get right, as we can see, is posted up outside the doorway as soon as he arrives. And they are starting to stack up on that A ramp as well. It's Exists that waits there. Get right sense falling down as Adren. He took the initial peek with the MAC-10. He's got the SMG, so he'll go on the recon. But Nitro's made it all the way on to at least Tetris. It's slow and passive right now, though. They don't want to take any chances. They don't want to run into a potential stack. There are 3 on the A site, but it's not necessarily the most opportunistic positions, although Get Right manages to pull it back. Fugly and Adren go down, and that drops the bomb as well. They've got control of it until Hiko arrives. He'll pull it back slightly, all the while Elige manages to find a way up connector, and it's left to Freiburg. The Deagle's not going to be enough.
Back and forth round there. Like you said, Team Liquid have a really nice methodical approach to the A bomb side. We thought that would be very clean from them, even though the NIP stack was there. Get Right lurking in the shadows, comes out, finds 2 frags. Wasn't quite enough there. Freiburg potentially had an opportunity to win that round had he landed one of those Deagle headshots. But here we go. The replay on your screen right there. Get Right just comes out. 5-7 in play. Obviously now it's going to mean NIP pretty much on a full eco. Interesting enough though, Freiburg and Forest bringing out the Zeus, a weapon we thought was dead and gone after the recent nerf, but they're going to give it a go anyway. It'll be interesting to see whether they can make that work. Seems like Liquid will be making their way towards middle, and they have 1 player towards Palace as well, which will be Hiko. Full B stack coming in from NIP.
We're going to leave Fugly to his devices. He should be able to figure this out as well. It's his job to make sure they make the right call. And he's definitely spotted Freiburg. How much further does he want to go? Regardless, his teammates are now investigating on the A site. They should walk in. This is going to be another round for Liquid. Absolutely. Standard, not surprising. And we'll get the guns out in the next one. We'll see if NIP can hold on to what will now only be a 2-round lead once this is finished. Hopefully does at least find Forest.
At this point, NIP obviously haven't invested anything into the round at all really. They might as well try and take some guns off. If they can get a couple of kills and just stay alive with the AKs, that'd be fantastic for their money. Let's see how they approach this one. Nitro just waiting there in CT spawn. He is one of the players with their back tens there, so he can afford to go for some kills. They just spots 3 CTs waiting for him in the kitchen there. We'll be trying to fall back and reload and call for him for some backup here from his teammates.
Shot Nitro. Up close, getting that money baby with the MAC-10. 3 kills for him in a row. Freiburg eventually will put him down, but return on investment's already been well worth it. And again, like we say, this round has been over for a while. It's going to be Liquid on 8 rounds now, but NIP, they'll bring the guns out. And what approach do they take? Do they get aggressive early or just try and cushion the lead here?
Well, considering the buy they've got right now, I would assume they're going to get Alu. Well, Alu has got the AWP.
He's got the AWP, yeah.
I thought they'd go for the rifles in this one. I thought they were going to go for that aggression. They haven't got a single kit here, which does suggest they need to make something happen earlier. They can't allow an execution to come in, like onto A, what we saw from NIP in the first half. If the bomb goes down, they're forced to the post-1 situation. It's going to make it very stressful and very chaotic to try and hold that one off. But Alu, here we go, facing towards the top of mid, trying to see what he can find here. Looks like Liquid may be opting to go for the other side. A execution, we just speculated about. If they do get the bomb down, this could be a nightmare situation for NIP.
Passive hold, get right back to CT. Initial aggression toward the front of the site. It's faded back toward the jungle area. Where Exist plays Close quarters with Alu, who's got his attention turned on to Palace. That's where the bomb is. They want this A position. They haven't done much investigation toward mid. It's pretty much going to be a standard A hit right now. On the front of the site, last player to join in will be Fugly. He's arrived now, and surely when these smokes land, they will go. And Alu, he's not going to have that position to fire into. He doesn't even get to stick around to fire an empty shot toward the shell of the door because they flashed him out of it. That allows Nitro to walk up over top of Tetris. He makes the jump, gets the kill, and Alu can't commence the trade as he falls back now through the vents to take a different approach at CT stairs. That's where Get Right is as well. Him holding that position gives them a bit of a chance to stop this bomb plant, but they've since lost it. And Fugly's now going to take Alu in that rotation. Nitro cleverly waits in the corner, and Freiburg will die as well. It's 1 round the difference.
Really nice execution there from Liquid. That double team, Elige and Nitro as well. They are so strong together to getting these entry frags. Such a nice little duo going to bomb sites. Simple smokes going down. Just had to smoke off CT spawn, and I think they actually smoke off Sandwich intentionally themselves just to kind of eradicate that being a risk. So it means they can go into the bomb site and just work on the frags going in. It was actually really well executed. So it'll be devastating to NIP's economy. You can see now they will be on pistols once more. That's actually 4 in a row for Team Liquid this half, so they're looking really strong and looking to get back into this one. You'd assume he's going to get tied up after this round, going to 10-10. This is exactly the series we were expecting this one. So many storylines into this one. And we must remember, whoever loses this game will be out of the major, so everything on the line right now.
Nitro's going to pop flash in, check ladder room. There is Forrest waiting above. Spots him up, but you can't yet land the shots, and eventually he'll just climb his way up to make sure he puts down Forrest. The pistols so far not really achieving anything. In fact, minimal damage onto Nitro, and that's it. Finally, they will get 1, make it 2 now. Great shot from Freiburg, dropping bomb. But sadly, they've just got so much firepower and position on top of NIP that it, aside from economic damage, won't do much. It's Get Right left in a 1-on-3. No utilities to work with. P250 in hand. He's just going to check to make sure there's no one lurking and waiting for his arrival. And he may do the same and wait for their exit.
Yeah, not really much he can do here. If he can find an AK and survive, that would be fantastic. One thing to note so far, 5 rounds deep into the second half, Alu yet to get a single kill here. We need him to start stepping up on this CT side if NIP want to make sure they maintain this current lead for them, but obviously going to go towards 10-10 now. Liquid know they have the economy in their favor.
That's actually a really good point, and they talked about this on the analyst desk as well, is the fact that Alu, as Nitro will get right, they won't be able to drop any more guns. It would have been a small victory for NIP, but Alu and Natsu, his coach, potentially brought over a revitalized Mirage. He's one of the reasons that NIP got better on this map, so with him only on 5 kills right now, that is pretty impressive. This is an all-in right now.
Their T side was much better, but yes, you're absolutely right. 3 snipers coming out, Get Right, running the auto sniper, Forrest with an AWP, Alu with an AWP. They are definitely all in. A change of strategy here, going to bring it to the table and see what they can do with it. Liquid changing up their play as well. Looks like they'll be favouring towards mid and B, but let's see how this works out for an IP. Obviously have to play very far back for this setup to work for them. Let's see what they can do with it. Forrest will be facing towards the top of mid, trying to gain any info there, but he's going to be smoked out, but the smoke's not great. Elige goes down, and that's the first pick going in favour of NIP. Now they can afford to fall back and wait for the T's to come to them.
They do still have Nitro trying to control that underpass play to get toward connector. They are going to check it now, though, as Exist puts himself in position to do so. He's already spotted Nitro's shoulder. He just needs to contain him, hold him still, and in fact, he does better than that. Takes his head clean off. It's Freiburg to follow up, so the rifles now go to work after the initial pick from the AWP. Again, very heavy investment from NIP. This could have tilted them. If Liquid could have picked up this round, it might have been the start of something, but now they've got to claw them back into a 2 versus 5. It's Hiko and Adren to do it. Hiko has the AK. They may actually... I'm going to play it slow and try and get picks. I was going to say they may actually sit back and go for the save, but they've got decent money on Hiko, so they actually can afford to go for this because he can drop out.
They know that the investment NIP have made, if they can find a few kills here, that's going to be huge. But Get Right, lovely headshot, making it 2. Takes down Adren and Hiko there to finish the round off, and that's really nice round there from NIP. Forrest taking matters into his own hand. He said, Alu, you know what, I'll go for the aggressive fake here. I'll be the mobile AWP here. Alu looking a little bit... lackluster in the second half, but Forrest finding that first kill really did open it up and took the game towards Liquid here. Just replay on his screen of that nice little auto sniper play from Get Right here to finish things off. Definitely a very viable weapon on this map. Obviously a lot of smoke play coming in means you have the ability to spam through and predict where the T's going to be. Looks like a full set piece from Liquid coming in here. 5 players committed towards the A side of the map. They have fully bought into this. 5 rifles this time though. Forrest pushing off short once again. They'll be gaining info soon. They're going to realise nothing is presented towards middle whatsoever.
Here we go. Full execution. Smokes are down. AKs are out. Get right. He's still got that auto sniper, so he's going to spray him with it. Brilliant position from Exist if they don't check this, but Fugly's waiting for that smoke. He just wants to get the shot, but when he walks through, he's spotted. Good bait. He actually gets away from that. This pulls Exist attention to Elise, but he still can't walk out to get the trade. Fortunately, the Molotov takes him low enough, and they followed this up. Liquid actually have the lead right now by 1 man. It's a 4-on-3. Still, though, Bomb not in a great position to get planted. Stuck in behind the firebox right now. Fugly, he hasn't even made it out of Palace. And the problem is that the utilities are gone for Liquid. That slight window of opportunity to use them in their favor just worked out for a few trades, but they're locked out of the site still. They've just got 2 flashes on Fugly. That's it.
Yeah, so that's the problem when you have an AWP looking down and you need to plant in the open here. Nitro stuck behind the bomb site there. He needs to make his way around and somehow find a bomb plant here. They need to find a kill, basically. Let's see what they can do with this. Adren hunting now, and that's going to help Nitro and Adren get both of them. Freiburg shines back in, but somehow Liquid find a way to win that run. That's fantastic from them. It looked like they were locked out there, deciding not to go for the bomb plant, and the objective just going to go straight in for the kills there. And that's actually pretty massive in the terms of the economy now. You can see Alu on 3K, still yet to get a kill this half. And looking pretty weak here because they go for a force by the Max 7 and Famouses.
That play as well all came from Adren being able to push past Sandwich. Once she made it the stairs, he therefore knew he could take Forest and he couldn't pick onto Palace. That then allowed Nitro to walk out, and that's where they got the second pick. So really good team sequence there. We saw them just be patient and wait for that play to just work in their favor.
We'll be interested to see how this round goes down. This is a huge investment from NIP, potentially looking down the barrel of a double eco. If they do lose this one, they have gone for the Famouses. Max 7 on to Get Right, but we know what kind of damage he can inflict with that. So Liquid aware of this economical situation, the deficit for NIP, so they're going to be playing a lot slower this time, just trying to feel out the map. You can see once again it's going to be Fugly towards the B side of the match. See if you can just work out where there is a stack towards B, but going very slowly this time, making sure they use all the time they have available.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what information he can garner this time, because right now, and they are going back over with him toward the bomb, because he is getting closer and closer to that B site. There is a 3-man pressured presence on A, along with a man in a quick rotation spot from ladder. So this might be the better call for Team Liquid.
So we've got Adren in Palace here. This could be a little bit risky. If he goes down and gives an AWP away, that's a big loss for them. He's going to be by himself right now. Does get flashed over by his teammate, but he chooses to opt out right now.
Adren's going to have to take this battle.
That's
the
exactly what I was
shotgun
talking about.
gone, but the good news is that won't affect too much in the play. In fact, it may just hold them on A longer because they don't have the information yet on B. Now they do. Trying to fire through the canopy, but Forrest waits below it. Freiburg does finally pick one up. He takes Fugly, but the trades have come out. It's going to be a Liege to get back into the last one until Exist gets the kill, and now it's a 3 versus 1. He'd go to clutch it out. We've seen him in these situations so many times, but the problem is he's only got 18 seconds, and the bomb is down on the site. There's no way he's going to get away this time.
What he was sure the idea was, I called it just before it happened. Like, if Adren goes down there, it's pretty much round over. They're forced to go into B after that point. The call came in. Okay, they're definitely not coming A. Adren doesn't need to be in that situation by himself. It's not really like he can do much with that. And the risk is so high there. But there we go, Get Right, making that Max 7 really work and actually giving the round towards NIP, and that's a massive one for them to win. You can see the money comes back into it. Alu with the AWP once more, and now it's Liquid's turn to force into it. You can see one of the players, Elige, just going to be on the Tech 9 there, and they haven't got quite the utility they had before. They have got smokes, but not much in terms of Molotovs. Forrest going aggressive once more, onto short, going to be bringing the party towards Liquid there. They rotate through T-Spawn.
Get Right's got that shotgun again, blinded when he tries to take the shot toward Tetris, so just missing his intended target. He'll do so the second time as well, but leave Alu there. He finally gets Elige with the AWP. Again, it's a man advantage early for NIP. That won't stop Liquid, though. They still want into this B site. They've managed at least to push into the corner. This is good positioning, because now they can set up a crossfire in the site. And the bomb, although yet to cross, will have a great chance to be planted. They take down Exist as well. Fugly's going to push even further forward. And it is fully locked out now. NIP is going to be a full retake. Bomb is down. Nade from Fugly. That'll do additional damage to Alu. Not much, though. He only goes down 10 HP from that. Leaves him up 31. AWP up close, and he walks back in. It's the boom boom stick up that close, and Fugly can do nothing. Get Right as well, as the shotgun comes into it, and it's going to play a huge role in this round.
The last 2 rounds, in fact, yeah, that's absolutely massive from Get Right. It seemed like it was almost the perfect strategy from Liquid. They did the fake towards A, one player going in, finding a frag, and it looked like CTs were falling for it as well, as the players rotated for T-Spawn, got into the B bomb site, put that huge Max 7 play towards the end there. We can see it on your screens right now. Comes out the B apartments, takes down 2 players, and just settles around there and then. Hiko in a great position to win that clutch, but Get Right locks him out. And like I said, the force by last round means they will be on Eco this time. They will be getting some PT50s and Tech 9s, but no utility whatsoever. It's just almost a throwaway round. They have no real way to get onto the bomb side. So they send 4 players towards A. It's going to be Nitro the top and middle here. And I think NIP just scouting for info towards the top of mid. Nitro's going to be pushing through that smoke as well. Forest should be able to deal with him momentarily.
Additional smoke as well to buy more time. And this is the difference between what Liquid was doing. It's 2 men forward in the A site, so it's not just Get Right, which was Hiko when it was the other role, on the other half. He's got a better support system and exists as we see it now from Sandwich. And although they'll try and set this crossfire, Hiko's going to walk out. They haven't yet spotted him. I'm surprised they haven't. He actually takes Get Right. That was a clean kill, an easy shot for Exist, and somehow he gets preoccupied in the corner. He'll make up for it. In fact, excuse me, heavily so as he gets 3 kills.
Are you okay, Matt?
I'm all right. Thank you for asking. I will survive.
Good. Wow. Nice clean round there for NIP. Obviously lost a couple of frags, but no real danger of losing the round here. We're going to round number 26. It's NIP 14, Team Liquid 11. Nitro considering his buy right now. They will be going for the full rifles, full utility once again. Interesting to see where they go with this. Looks like they won't be going towards that AXQ once again, which worked out for them. It's going to be Ali with the LEWP still. And it looks like some mid-aggression coming in. I really like this. Big part of the match. And Exist showing no mercy here, going straight towards the top of middle. Ali will be backing him up as well.
And this is do or die for Team Liquid. It was so close a few rounds ago for them to be pulling it out from under NIP, to breaking the economy. Now they essentially have to win this round to give them a chance. Trade, it was favoring Nitro, but that's even bigger. Forrest gets 2 to give them a heavy lead, a 1-man lead, but a heavy positional lead. And the fact that now Hiko, he's split. He needs this duel. If Get Right takes him down, the round is essentially over. Bomb is quickly rotating and trying to get in position with Fugly. They'll pinch toward this ramp, but Get Right's heard him coming. And if Fugly's not ready for it, the shotgun again from Get Right is going to take the bomb down. And Hiko, he's left in yet another 1-on-3. This time, more time to work with, but no position. Forrest closes it, and it will be map and tournament point if you're Liquid in the wrong kind of way, but map point for NIP.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering the money they have as well, about 3K average across the board, they have no choice here but to force buy into it. You can see Elise coming in with the Galil, and scouts being purchased for Adrenaline as well. This play from Forest is so perfect. The fact that Alu died, that actually worked in NIP's favor, because they knew Exist was the top and middle as well. Forest is able to clear up from the window, and that's a fantastic round from NIP to win. Get Right with that Mag 7 once again. He's going to be changing up, going for the P90 this time, so he's using all the exotic weapons, going no mercy towards the smoke. Does some damage to onto Fugly as well, but here we come. It looks like the execution coming in from Team Liquid now.
And they've gotten in quick as well. The Tetris Exist blinded up, had absolutely no idea that Elise slipped beside him, but now it's Get Right. This time with the SMG is able to take down Hiko, spots back out, but Fugly's there. And this is actually looking okay for Liquid until Alu shows up, because now they're on low HP and they've yet to cross over. It's just going to be a slaughter. It's absolutely going to be NIP. Last man remaining is Nitro. Forrest tries to take his time to line it up, but surely this will do it. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, it was going to be the group of death. Their application to lower the coffin of NIP into the grave has been rejected. They should fight forward for at least another day.
Yeah, still life in the old dog, yeah, it seems. All the players stepping up today. I'd say the only person who didn't really turn up on the scoreboard is Alu, but Exist, Forrest, and Get Right going absolutely huge today. Nitro, the last man remaining, as we talk over. This can only go one way, really.
Surely it has to.
Surely.
And it's going to be Forrest waiting in a great spot to spot it up, and there it is. It only takes 1 bullet. NIP will play the best of 3 decider matches. They'll survive the first test. And for Liquid, well, group of death was always going to be extremely tough for them. Hats off. They did decent considering good numbers against 2 very top teams, but I guess this is how we would have predicted it when we looked at it on paper.
Well, this is the win NIP needed, just to keep their confidence. Like, if they had lost this one and gone out in the groups at a major, that's just not the NIP style, right? I think they still have a real good chance of getting out of this group. Unfortunately for Liquid, the fairy tale ends there. We thought they were kind of getting better and better every event we saw them at, but this group is just a little bit too much for them. So, commiserations to them, and congratulations to NIP as they go through to the next round.
Absolutely, and of course they will play either a rematch with Titan or Virtus Pro, so it's not like it gets any easier, that's for sure. As we see the congratulations given, and of course, inexperienced on Liquid's side, getting the major under the belt. We've seen a few of these players before, obviously Nitro when he stood in for iBuyPower last year, and Hiko, well, we did not say he's been in a few majors, but glad to get back. It ends far too soon in his opinion, I'm sure, but from a spectator perspective, you would always want NIP to be in the storyline, would you not?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it would be a travesty if they didn't appear in the bracket of a major, right?
It would, I think, entail a heck of a lot more than just that. I think there would be some pretty big dramatic storylines to come out from it afterwards. But that said, Paul is waiting on stage. We do have him with Freiburg.
Thank you very much. Yes, Freiburg, congratulations on a solid victory in the end, but it was a hard-fought game for you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we started off really well as T. That was a difference from yesterday, I would say. I mean, now we got 10 T rounds to work with, so we didn't feel any stress as CT, like we just took round for round. And I mean, there were some very close rounds with like both teams had low economy and everything, but I think we won the most important rounds there in the end, which made us cost the game.
Yeah, you mentioned yesterday. Didn't go very well yesterday. What have you talked about overnight?
I think we play more like as a team, because yesterday we all kind of just spread out and we didn't know what to do. Like we worked at B and like then we didn't work anything on A, and then we worked A but nothing on B, for example. So just play more as a team, like just try to communicate a lot more than yesterday and just have fun.
Okay, I saw you practicing extra long today. Walked past the practice area. You were still there long after the teammates had, you know, they'd done their practice, they'd gone for food. You stayed. Why?
I mean, if I don't feel that I have the reach my top level, I want to reach it, and I mean that's what I have to do. Like I have to play more, so then I play more, and I mean, I'm not satisfied until I leave this stage as a winner. So I'm gonna keep on playing every day.
Okay, tough group, obviously. The group of death, some have called it. Some have said actually it's not the group of death. But how do you view Group C?
I do think we have one of the toughest group here, because I think Titan has been playing really well lately since the addition of Scream to the team. And I mean, it's going to be tough games tomorrow. No matter who we play, we have either Virtus Pro or Titan. So yeah, no matter who we play, it's going to be a really tough game. And but I think we can do it. We've done it a lot of other times. So.
The magic of NIP. Good luck tomorrow, Adam. Thank you very much. Freiburg there from NIP, who are safely through to the lower bracket final in Group C. We'll see them again tomorrow. We'll find out their opponents, of course, a little bit later on. For now, though, we're headed to a break, and after that, we'll hear from Thorin, Richard, and the boys at the desk. We'll see you soon.
never said to her that I could never love, that I could never love. I could do the things she wants, the things I did with her, but I could never love, that I could never love. She could find that someone, find that someone, find that someone, someone just like you, just like you. She could find that someone, find that someone, find that someone, someone just like you, just like you. You're a treasure in the sea, an adventure that I need. You're a treasure in the sea, an adventure that I need. Wish you could find that someone, find that someone, find that someone. There's someone just like you, just like you. Wish you could find that someone, find that someone, find that someone. Someone just like you, just like you. Someone just like you, just like you.
So there you have it. Team Liquid couldn't see the trees for the forest. NIP managed to pull out some magic. Vintage performances from them. Or did Team Liquid choke? We're going to pick it apart here at the Intel Analysis Desk. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. And with me, of course, it is Duncan Thorin Shields and Anders and Semler. So, again, we unilaterally decided that Team Liquid were going to win this one, that NIP were ripe for the plucking. Then, you know, Team Liquid win that pistol, they go ahead. All of a sudden, NIP are looking really good. Then Team Liquid start battling back on that T side. It's toe-to-toe. And then it just seemed to hinge on this moment where NIP
Team Liquid
force
did give it
and
their
broke
best
back.
effort, but they plucked it up in the end.
Yeah, they did. They massively plucked it up. Well, in fact, look, I'll just ask you the question. Let's start there. Did Team Liquid choke?
Yes. I think it's inarguable at this point. Like, it was a combination of the two. Team Liquid choked and gave these openings, and then there was like a little bit of the magic. Like, they could win from 2v3s and in situations where there was bombs down, and a different team would punish you if you came in there. But Team Liquid, in those latter rounds, they looked like they didn't. People were between two situations. Should I play aggressively? Should I play too passively?
The latter rounds for me aren't like the choke was already well on its way there. For I think what tilted them into the choke was those smoke or execute rounds from NIP in the first round, in the first half, where you have a flash and the timing, you know, if it comes a split second later, Elige takes some guy's face off and the round completely changes from there. The push from NIP completely changes, but it was a couple of rounds where it could have gone either way, and it kept going Nip's way, and I think that just wore down on Liquid to the point where, you know, until that halftime, they just weren't really there.
think it's also fair to say that if we compare and contrast the NIP we saw yesterday with today, it's two very different teams. They were playing timidly yesterday. They were really scared, and today they sort of, you know, within the first 5 rounds, they did show up and
disrespect.
And, early on, especially Exist really early on, just, you know, barreling through, killing people. So yeah, a more confident NIP, definitely.
And you can see statistically, Elige wasn't able to replicate that earlier success.
He also died 24 times.
Yeah, Hiko a little bit disappointing, but of course, as Duncan rightly points out, the deaths there were the problem. Now, Forrest was the top fragger there for NIP, and interestingly enough, he's been calling for this tournament, right?
Yeah.
So
seems like he has quite a bit.
Yeah. So why has this added this sort of extra dimension to his game? Because Forrest is one of those players where we know what he's capable of, but it very rarely, you know, delivers these days.
I think that probably has a lot to do with Forrest's personality in general. I actually think Forrest is one of those people who's prone to being a little bit too confident because he is like naturally incredibly talented. So I think unless someone pushes him, and it's not always going to be himself, he will just sort of fall back and do what he's used to doing, which is still at a pretty high level. But I think maybe, you know, having the in-game leader role was, you know, would add that extra pressure that would sort of make him wake up for every. I could see that being a sort of real thing, but it'd have to be almost like a psychological thing. Otherwise, there's no reasonable explanation for why in-game leading should make you play better than otherwise. I just think maybe he's sort of waking up a bit more in some of these games. I think otherwise he can just, you know, fall back to like a standard Forest play, which is still really high, but maybe not high enough for Nip to win things.
Yeah, and you picked out some clips, Samela, while you were watching the game. There was 2 clips where you felt were key rounds. So we're going to show the first one now for you at home. So just talk us through what was pivotal about this moment.
Well, this moment here was essentially that was it right there. Hiko sees the smokes coming in, decides to re-peek, and he is the only man there to buy any time at all to delay. And these sorts of situations, these sorts of decisions that were made by Liquid that, I mean, he's there, he confirms it, and he just gets his face taken off in a very likely situation. And then, of course, we see it like how it pans out where Elige, he's forced to play on the edge of the smoke. He takes one, but at that point, Nip, they're so good at trading effectively when they get that confidence that they just roll onto the site. I feel like Hiko could have done a little bit perhaps to try and buy some time for his teammates there to actually rotate into the site, but he just dies immediately, and at that point, NIP, it's these sorts of situations that just kept on happening.
Interesting dynamic there, because you noticed it wasn't Freiburg that was the point man.
Yeah.
Exist stepped up and did it. And we saw this out in the World Championships in Serbia. When he was representing Sweden, his fragging was really, really good. He obviously still has that in his locker. People have speculated that maybe being an in-game leader sort of takes him down that 10-15%. But again, I thought he had a great game there. He was obviously in the running for MVP as well.
I mean, the kind of position that Hiko was playing makes the most sense if you have someone either playing CT spawn or jungle, so that with the terrorist running in, you know, they'd like to check shadows, but they really can't because they have to deal with something else, whereas, you know, Hiko very much was alone, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. I think for Nip in general, it makes so much sense to put someone else as the in-game leader. I'm not sure if Exist has like proven that he can come up with very many new things for the team. Forrest would not have been the natural pick for me, but I'm almost willing to give anyone a try this time just to see what happens.
Well, they've cycled it round.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's had a go.
Well, I mean, if we wanted to pick Hiko a little bit, it feels like Hiko took a lot of gambles in this half. You know, you said, oh, we didn't really see too many stats from Hiko. But I feel like a lot of the time Hiko, he is trying to just hold that line and have that one kill that's going to make the difference. And there's one situation where he had the bomb planter. Remember when he was holding back on the side and he has the bomb planter jump out of the smoke in front of him, plants the bomb, but then he sees a second target, doesn't know how to make up his mind. Instead of confirming the kill on the man he already started on, he tries to go for the second one and dies, right? And it feels like that's what kept happening to Hiko every time. Instead of being that clutch guy who's getting like that consistent one frag and making the difference, he kept taking these risks to just be like, I am going to be the man, and then no, I just died. And that really seemed to happen quite a bit with Hiko, which is unexpected considering he's supposed to be the star player of Liquid, is he not?
Yeah, I mean, to a degree. The thing is, on the CT half, this actually reminded me of the old Team Liquid. Like, if enough smokes go down in the A site, they don't push through, they just wait. As a result, that's the whole point of the smoke. You want to smoke the guy off so you can take all the ground, and then suddenly you're the one defending the ground. So they were never willing to just play right in the site and just defend completely and commit, like, we're all going to die now, or we're just going to kill them all as they come in. They're never willing to do that. But you can't just give up sites to Nip on T side. Now, they had their own very good T side. They had a lot going for them where they're like, oh, I thought Nitro was doing a very good job, actually. He was aggressive. He was making up for some of the problems they had with Hiko not contributing. He did what he could. Fugly had some rounds. I think he made some of the mistakes towards the latter part of the game there, particularly that round where they took the B site and he tried to push in on Alu with the AWPer, but that was unnecessary. They had the site. They had actually the AWPer trapped between
bad positions and he's on low health. Just an example of where you try to make a play where actually that's where it was unnecessary to make a play. It's on the CT half where they needed to make some plays if they wanted to take this game back.
Well, you picked out another clip for us as well, Sumler, which we've got queued, so we'll bring that up now for everyone at home. And you can talk us through the significance of this moment.
I mean, this is the big changing moment, basically. If Liquid had lost this round, I think Nico just tombstoned him. But instead, this one situation here, we'll get right. I think he gets baited off again. No, he's actually just holding it. That's right. He doesn't go for the rebait. And Nico, Nitro rather, just gets that pick at the last possible second.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing with that is as well, if am I right in saying that if he doesn't land the headshot here, then he loses the round.
He loses the round, and I think Liquid lose the map very quickly after that. I don't think that they get that, that breath of fresh air that allows them to believe in themselves after such a horrendous first half. Okay, we got the pistol. That was the first step. Now we can go from here.
But we talked before about, Get Right being great in these 1v2s, something that's almost unique to him. And that was an example of that. I mean, they were in a 2v1, of course. Get Right was the last man alive, got a ridiculous headshot with those dualies. And I said when we were watching the game, I was like, I think he's favourite to win this. And when he stayed on that defuse, I honestly thought he was going to have it.
I don't even know why it ever had to be a 1v1. But what's funny is that round, as it was setting itself up, they were in a 2v2 over at the B side. The whole time, as he's exiting, as he's looking, Adren's trying to take aim duels with people, peeking back in it. You're not as good as those players. I don't know what you're doing at this point in time. Have you missed your own career? Were you watching someone else's monitor and thinking you're Nitro or something? In that scenario, you're 2v1 and the guy has dual Brettas. Why not do this? Either hold back, make him come for the defuse, he has to eventually, or if you're going to die, do it so that the other guy trade frags. Don't have you die and then the other guy's hiding and then he has a decision. Do I come in? He's actually as far away from the bomb as you can be there. He's at the worst spot to hide if the guy isn't going to fake. And so all you've done is put your teammate in a position where he has to make almost the perfectly correct decisions. In the end, I'm not even sure he did make the correct decision, he just hit the headshot. Because that could have obviously gone very badly if he even just hits him in the body.
He left it incredibly late, and if he lands a body shot there with a Glock at that distance, Get Right's getting Get Right's getting that defuse, and as you say, I think we see like a 16-5.
I could see that.
In the match yesterday, I think Liquid said they got out-experienced essentially, and that's probably still true. I mean, the amount of pressure that's on here, all of these little mistakes. I mean, if you interviewed Adren and asked him, what should you do in this position? He'd give you like a perfect rundown of everything that should be done, but then you add the pressure of the situation and just the fact that they haven't been to that many major tournaments, and suddenly they make sort of fairly basic mistakes. But I think that's just one of the reasons why it's fun to watch a team like Liquid. Hopefully, if they keep coming back, then they'll weed a lot of that out.
they got to bounce back.
But do you think that's
underwhelming though? Because this was the time when Nip was there for the taking. Especially, I mean, you had the bad first half, but you made it up. You'd already got the game even 10-10. You're actually in the driving seat now. You're having a better T half than they were, and then you just threw it away at that point in time. You're not going to get many chances to beat teams, at least at one point in time were very good.
Predicated on a force buy. We'll just bring up the MVP while we continue pontificating. It is, of course, Forrest, the bearded one there. But let's talk about the moment where it did change for me. And it was NIP had lost that round. The game was tied up. I think it was at 11-11. It might even have been 12-12, but I think 11-11. Anyway, NIP did a force buy. There was obviously like a Mag 7 in there. I think there was a FAMAS in there, maybe even 2. And obviously it was a full buy for Team Liquid. They were in the ascendancy, and they lost that round. And that's where their back was broken, I felt. They just could, after that, NIP were able to set their economy. And by the time they got to 13 rounds, Team Liquid had the eco, that's 14 rounds, and their economy set for the rest of the game. Even if it goes to OT at that point, they can just keep buying and buying and buying. So it really felt that at that juncture, that was pretty much the round that really brought it home for NIP. If anyone disagrees.
Anyone want to jump on that?
No, I think that is that is essentially where the game changes. And I mean, I don't want to throw everything onto experience, but those are the sort of rounds that you have to see them coming. They could have played much more defensively in a round like that and try to get some better trades. So, yeah, I just think Liquid actually do need to keep playing, and some of this will go away.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the same could be said for Vex. Vex were in a similar situation versus Cloud9, and they let that game slip out of their hands, and pretty much the exact same situation.
Yeah, but
they fight back in the second half, and then all of a sudden there's a turning point, and then Cloud9 going to win that map. I mean, both of these teams so far, I feel, have been gifted their maps rather than won.
This is the killer for NA though, because it wasn't Cloud9 who were the real hope of NA. That hope's kind of dissipated a while. Sure. People feel like, how are they going to get back to where they were before? Team Liquid is the hope, because okay, they went to PGL. Everyone let them off because they lost to all the Europeans there, 'cause it's some of the best Europeans we have. Yeah. So no one thought, okay, fair enough. You even win a map off Fnatic. Well done. You're on the rise. Did very well. Qualified finally for a major. Great job. Hikos come in. Everyone's in new positions. Now's not supposed to be where you're like, oh, we need a few more tournaments to get experience. No. Now you're supposed to have the roster set. This is where you take out a team like NiP, who's the lowest point they've ever been at. You take them out, you move through the groups, and now you start to build on. That's where you're going to become a top team. To go out 0-2 ultimately isn't acceptable if you're going to be this top team. Like, there's still some flaws here, because when they were under pressure, they didn't play the way they did in some of these online games, and they did even at PGL to some degree.
How do we feel about NIP's tournament health overall, though, of course, because what they've done is they bought themselves a best of 3, either against Virtus Pro or Titan.
They've got a chance if they play Titan, certainly. It's a best of 3 series. It's going to be back and forth there. Titan, as we saw yesterday, isn't just going to close them straight out. I think they have a chance. I still don't see them going beyond the round of 8.
Do you think that Titan are going to make the same kind of mistake, though, of force buying when they have such a huge lead?
No.
Again, do you think they can ever repeat that error?
The bigger issue for me is just how what the map veto would go like in a best of 3 like that. Like, still not that many maps we know Titan are that strong on, so it's hard to give them like a clear edge in a best of 3, you know. You're going to play a lot of rounds there.
I think part of the problem becomes sort of the catalyst for NIP in a game like this is sort of an initial sort of boost of confidence, just saying, you know, we're better, let's just go, and it works, so then they keep rolling. I think versus Titan, because the stakes are going to be much higher, the pressure is going to be on them, to try and find that style where Xist can just run in and kill people like that, it's not going to happen in the same way, and I think it'll be too long and too slow for NiP to keep up. I think Titan are willing to play like a long, slow game across 3 maps, and I think they'll stay mentally strong. I think if NiP have even one hard map, then that might be where it crumbles.
I mean, think about the maps we've seen NiP play so far. So they played Cobalt and they played Mirage. Both games, they've managed to look unconvincing for clear sweeps in certain points. Like, on this map here, if you even have that first half, but then you play that badly on the CT half, most good teams will just smash you then. That would have actually been like what Fnatic did yesterday. You just run all the rounds up and you should win 16-10. So they can't afford to play like that when they're playing against the better teams. Now, Titan, it's not like they're miles ahead in that sense, but you'd figure they'll be a little crisper there, and then going beyond that, if you're going to play any top-level team, we simply haven't seen from NiP that they're going to be able to compete with them yet.
Well, anyway, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We'll wait and see. Freiburg does get to keep his banana for now, though, Duncan. So we are going to go to a commercial break. Before we do, I do want to point out, of course, that giving you some awesome coverage and indeed an app that can enable you to keep up to date with all of the scores from this major are the Score Esports. That's at thescoreesports.com. You can find out how to download that. It's really simple, and you can find out everything you need to while you're on the move. And now we're going to take that break. When we come back, though, we've got another great game, and of course it's going to be Team Dignitas versus CLG, another one of the NA hopefuls here. Are they going to be able to beat the Danes, who have got problems of their own? We'll find out after the break.
Child of Iris, coming crisis. You're invited to come down. Silver skin cells, simply held in a cradle, hopefully found. And if you're honest with me, if you aren't alone, then just give me what I need. Tell me where am I I'm so sorry story. I know less than most do.
Sensing love, but I can never love, no, I can never love. I can do the things she wants and things I did without, but I can never love, no, I can never love. Wish I could find out someone, find out someone, find out someone, someone just like you, just like you. Wish I could find out someone, find out someone, find out someone, someone just like you, just like you. You're a treasure in the sea, an adventure that I need.
Hello and welcome back to the DreamHack Open live from Cluj-Napoca. You are watching the Intel Analysis Desk, and I'm your host, Richard Lewis, proudly so. Next to me, as always, over the course of the day, it is, of course, Duncan Thorin Shields, world's leading CSGO analyst.
You know, on the commercial for Intel, it always says experience what's inside. Well, you guys get to experience what's inside here. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Russell Crowe couldn't play me, mate.
Yeah, terrifying at times as well, it must be said. But far less terrifying. We've got two of the nicest guys.
Depends who you're talking to.
We got two of the nicest guys in esports joining us. It is, of course, the former NIP star, Fifth Lauren. And on the far left there, not politically, of course, it is James Bardolph. How are you doing?
I am good. Just been watching the matches, floating around the arena, looking at all the lights.
All right, he didn't ask what you were doing. He said, how are you? Okay.
I'm sorry. I wanted to talk a bit more, you know.
Okay.
Henry never lets me talk, so now
All right.
I've got to get
That
my words
Henry
in more
is
like
pretty
that.
evil.
People don't
time you
realize,
need, James.
People don't realize. I think I saw a thread after PGL about what a prima donna Henry was, but it got deleted. So, you know, people don't realize there's a monster behind those eyes. It's quite terrifying, but it's great to have you on the desk. And indeed, for a mouth-watering game, not necessarily in terms of the skill ceiling or the talent, but just in terms of what it means. Team Dignitas, you know, they get to this major. 1 week before the major, they have this cataclysmic implosion where Schneider, who's been brought in as this wildcard player to replace the dead weight of Nico, he's out. And we're bringing in Tensky, and nobody knows what they're doing, and it's abundantly clear from the way they played yesterday. No, seriously, I think that's a fair comment. They got absolutely manhandled.
When I spoke to Schneider, actually, while he was in the team, I said, what language are you communicating? And he said Danish, Swedish, and English. So
effective.
Yeah, so things should be calmer now.
All of them is the answer.
Yeah, all the above.
Yeah.
So, you know, things should be calmer now, but I suppose new players' roles and so on, where they like to play on the maps, things could get a bit difficult for them.
Yeah. And of course, they're going to be going up against CLG, and CLG are one of those NA hopefuls that we've talked about. They had a decent scoreline against Na'Vi, but it didn't really reflect the game in the sense that Na'Vi were always in control. So the last chance saloon for them, one of these teams is going to be bitterly disappointed. And, you know, it's hard for me to pinpoint, well, A, first of all, who can win? And B, who really needs to win more in terms of the team evolution? So that's the opening conversation that we should have.
In CLG's case, this could be an eye-watering match. I mean, this is one where all the NA hopefuls today made it. So, except Team Liquid, actually. I guess Cloud9, they made it over Vexed. Okay, fine. Team Liquid, okay, they had the harder opponent of everyone. They almost made it. They're doing well. If CLG lose here, Dignitas is in real trouble. That no one's figured out what's going to happen now. They've got Tensky, so... I mean, I think this is one where Dignitas have just made their first major in quite a while. It's not that terrible if they go out, but I think CLG has to win here.
And Robin, as you can see, the veto is well underway. CLG taking out Inferno and Overpass. Dignitas taking away Cash. Where do you expect this to end up?
Well, you know, since Cobble is in the map pool, I'm expecting Cobble.
Both teams don't mind playing Cobble, certainly.
Yep, so Dust 2 being removed there by Team Dignitas.
Historically, both teams like Mirage, CLG particularly, so I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down. I mean, it's there we go. It's going to be Mirage or it's going to be Cobble, so
yeah,
we'll see what the random thing does.
Are you surprised by Dust 2 being taken out there by Dignitas? They have
it's been a while. That's been one of their bans for quite a while, actually.
And on top of that, I do agree with the ban since when was Cobble at Cobble. I'm done.
It's not random.
I'm ready. I love Cobble, mate. Let's do it.
But yeah, since I lost Nico, this was a long time ago. But when they after lost Nico, they don't have a solid opper, right? So then
True. Just 2 becomes problematic.
Yeah,
I guess.
and then you have JDM, who's been playing really well as of late. So
he's not just playing really well. He's the carry for the team. He is the hard carry for the team. So I think I think Dignitas have to consider that and just counterpick them, try and close off as many open maps as possible, because look how vital JDM was to almost every round that CLG won on Cobblestone towards the B bomb site on CT. He was just popping everyone who was coming through Team Main. As soon as he had to rotate towards, they was in an unfavorable situation, often 1 versus 2, etc. Then he couldn't take it over the line for his team. But JDM is definitely the key player for CLG here. So closing off maps like Dust 2. It can only be advantageous to Dignitas.
For me as well, it's always good when Cutler shows up, just being solid. You don't expect to be a mad frag or anything, just putting in the numbers that you don't really pay attention to. And then, of course, the guy that's supposed to be the superstar of the team, Tarek,
You never.
Yeah.
I still don't never really know where I have him in a game. You know, he's either gonna do something decent or he's just not gonna show.
We'll just focus on Team Dignitas. While we're talking about hard carries, AZ did his level best the other day. Had the highest number of frags on the server against Envious, but of course he almost had as many frags as the rest of his team combined. Everyone else didn't really show up. So I get the feeling he's going to be vitally important in this game if Dignitas are indeed to do anything against him.
Well, and particularly the person who didn't show up was Pim. And Pim not only didn't show up, he was terrible. There's a point in the game where I think he had like 2 kills in the first half. This just can't happen when you're a player of Pimp's level, especially because you used to be such a stable player, a player who always found your way to get kills, who even when the rest of your in fact, it used to be like what AZ was doing, that used to be Pimp. The rest of the team could go to hell, and he could still get it going. He could still play like he was a quality player, and you always thought the reason he didn't get into a team like TSM was more politics than anything. It's not that he wasn't a good enough player.
Yeah,
So-
quite an emotive guy as well on social media. And while we're talking about that, actually, Duncan, I do want to give an anecdote here, just in case people at home think that Thorin isn't always Thorin. It's some sort of persona he's created. As we were walking past Team Dignitas in the practice area earlier, Duncan leaned over to Pimp and said, maybe you could get 6 kills today.
The optimist. always acknowledging, accepting who people are, but
He
trying to
actually
encourage
did
them to
it,
do
though.
more.
I can't believe it.
I started cursing now because that was so funny.
Trying to encourage him to be more.
Right, so
Reach for
there's
the stars,
CLG,
mate. Don't
there's the
settle for
CLG
5.
lineup on screen there. Obviously, we talked a little bit about JDM for the hard carry, as James described him. Tarek, Fifth Lauren said he wasn't convinced by him. Duncan, I'll bring you in. What do you make of
I've
Tarek?
never
He
been
had a good
convinced
day.
by him. He's
Why is
another
that,
guy where if you watch online CS and you watch him in North America, oh, what a budding star. He's so good. And if he plays aggressive, he does blah, 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 blah. I only watch world-class international lands, and I've never seen this guy do anything. I've seen him have average, slightly above average games. I've never seen him take over a game against a top 10 ranked European team and show that he's a star. That's what stars do. Stars turn up in the big games to get you the kills you need, and they hard carry. And he doesn't hard carry. At the moment, he's just a decent player. So for me, the big problem here is for the CLG side of things. I know JDO's playing well. He's been playing well ever since IEM Gamescom in terms of coming over to Europe. He's a good player. My question is, do they have a second guy? Can Tarek step up and be the other star? Because, okay, Pimp was terrible yesterday, but in history of Dignitas, it's been the Pimp and AZ show. Both of those guys, they can come to play. So what's the star going to be for CLG? Is someone going to join JDM, or is he going to be on his own? And is it going to be a narrow loss to
Well,
Dignitas?
then it would beg the question, could it be this guy here on screen?
Definitely
FNS?
not.
Why definitely not?
He's the worst player in his team, and he's not the in-game leader anymore. That was his whole role within the team. He's supposed to be this in-game leader who had a good grasp on what people needed since he's played with for so long. Now, supposedly, he gave up that role to Cutler, as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure why people would even particularly hype him in that sense. He's more of a support player.
Well, it's interesting you say all that, Duncan, because when we had our head-to-head matchups put together, we had AZ.
When you
who,
say
of course,
we.
got- we, not the desk.
No. What happened
Never
is,
us, of course.
when you're out back, Valve used their randomizer to pick the best player for CLG, and
And
you know
it
what? It's
came up
Cobblestone
Cobble.
again.
Yeah, So
Everyone
no.
loves Cobblestone. No, AZ's an extremely good player. I can see why TSM were interested in him. The only reason I think it's good that TSM didn't pick him up is because Xyp9x fits their team so well. If you pick up AZ, he's another person in the ilk of a Cage and B, a device type player now. So I think he's a very good player. He's unfortunately not comfortable with having a team currently who can support him being a world-class potential champion. Then you look at FNS. I don't really see the head-to-head matchup in that particular sense. They're not really playing the same
If I
role.
can just bring my esteemed
Go
colleague
ahead.
James in at this point, Duncan's obviously been very disparaging there about FNS's talents. Is that a sentiment you would echo?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of a head-to-head, really you're looking at you're looking at JDM.
Yeah,
that's like from what we've seen yesterday. JDM is the whole team at the moment.
Managed to go toe-to-toe with Guardian and do quite well.
This is a pit bull versus a field mouse. You don't put them in a fight, Rich.
I don't know, mate.
This isn't a children's movie where they have swords and they can speak English and stuff. It's a pit bull versus a field mouse.
I get it, man. Fifth Lauren, do you agree with that assessment as well?
I mean, just basing off of AZ, like a while back, he was good online, same as Tarek. And then he started going to the 2 events, and he really didn't show up. But now, as of late, he is starting to get into that role there. Okay, I need to be the hard carry for my team, especially after Nico left. Because I always used to refer to Nico as one of the better players in Denmark. And then obviously he ends up leaving. You end up bringing in another one, and then you have Pimp, very solid player. As for FNS, I think that it's just basing the whole composition over CLG. Yeah, sure, they have JDM, but the thing is, the whole idea is that Tarek is supposed to be that number 2 star. That's supposed to help JDM and get those big numbers, and FNS is supposed to be there to help them out to do that. But when Tarek isn't showing up, then you basically have a bunch of players that's already, you know, up to par, and then you have JDM just basically trying to pick up the scraps and make something happen.
Well, here's the thing, though. What do we know about Team Dignitas on this map? Because we've seen CLG on it at this event. They went up against Na'Vi. Na'Vi very competent and capable on Cobblestone, of course. And they took 13 rounds. They took 13 rounds when Guardian was going ham. You know, now I know the scoreline's flattering. I did say that right at the top. But can Dignitas do anything on Cobblestone?
I think they can. I think they're a team that's not a decent tactical team. They haven't shown much of it in this tournament. New roster, who knows if they're even going to be the same sort of team. Even one player, that's obviously 20% of the lineup changes, so it can change radically what your team is like overall. But thinking traditionally of their strengths, I think Cobble's a decent map for them.
If we can lead that thought into predictions, we've had the 90-second countdown.
I'm going to take Dignitas for this one. I'm still not a believer in some of CLG's qualities. I think they're consistent, but I think Dignitas is going to get them in a surprising win.
Okay.
I feel CLG. I think this is the point of time where we were talking about who needs to prove themselves. For Dignitas, they have a new player, yada, yada, yada. CLG, they've been around for a while now.
Yeah.
They need to win this game.
I agree. I think CLG have to win this game if they want to be taken seriously. James?
I think CLG didn't show much on their T side against Na'Vi, and they played catch up on the CT side. Again, Guardian basically beasted Na'Vi's way to victory at the end. So I'm going to say CLG, but possibly close.
Yeah, it's going to be a close game. Well, look, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. Without any further ado, we're going to get into this game. It's going to take us to the halfway mark. Lots going on. Team Dignitas versus CLG. Take it away, boys.
Hello there. I'm DDK. Joining me is Natu, of course. We have an excellent matchup here. Dignitas, can they do it here? Can they step their game up and deliver what they should have delivered yesterday against, well, I mean, Natu, CLG, this is the big chance for them.
Yep, I mean...
to really break out as an American team.
Yesterday, they had a very solid CT side. They had a lot of diversity on the CT A setups. They kept moving around where they were defending. They were aggressive on side hall, aggressive down middle, halfway aggressive side hall, stuff like that. Their B defense was okay. It was their T side that just could not deliver. They managed to create an opening towards that A side down the middle earlier on, but they kept forcing towards that B bomb side, not really getting rounds on Na'Vi. So let's see if they can diversify their game here on this T side.
Yeah, it's actually a quick fast push here for Counterlogic Gaming down mid towards that A bomb site. Really fast push. Hayes going to jump through the smoke, instantly drop MSL. Now there's Pimp behind the APC next to the site. Nice pop onto Hayes. He needs to do a lot of work here as his teammates file into the retake. And there it is, Cutler and Tarek. They're just getting entry one after the next. And things are looking fantastic here for CLG on this T-side start. They should be able to close this down now. They have the bomb site available for a plant. I see Tarek there just covering both sides, balcony and the connector door as well.
Yeah, very simple times here. Utilizing just one smoke, and here we have the retake coming through. It's going to be a very tough one. 2-on-4 situation. AZ managed to get Tarek though. Do they manage to get more?
And Cutler there just playing around the APC. The reload comes in for AZ. Not able to really capitalize on Cutler, and it's going to be a pretty nice frag there from Finesse to finish off AZ, helping Cutler out of a nasty little spot. And 1-0. Great economies for CLG on the favored side, the T side.
Oh yeah, definitely. And just a simple tactic there, going towards that A side directly, just going through the smoke there in middle, getting that first pick, getting map control, and getting that site control right away. Just utilizing one smoke to the connector and making it a fast 5-3. Getting that bomb down, then making it to a 4-2 after plant, which is a very, very tough one when trying to retake that A site. So a great start for CLG here, picking up that pistol round. And as we can see here, Dignitas has opted to go for that force buy. Pimp with that scout, Rest with armors, and some pistol upgrades here. So see how it works out.
Yeah, I like that JDM has that P90. He can just run in there and just take all the fire, just jump past those nasty corners. And we see the setup here from CLG. He's slowly going to try to just crush towards A.
Yeah, and very little amount of utility for CLG. Just one smoke, basically, to work with here. So that could be an issue at this point.
Yeah, that said, Dignitas don't have that much to really directly deal with them going through these choke points onto the bomb site directly. There's nobody here on A long, really. And these big ranges that CLG are playing for, they're going to get them with these AKs. So it should really go very well for them. And JDM's already starting things off, getting close with that P90. He can really take the risk for the team, not having a risk of giving away the AK. And right now, Dignitas doing the smart thing, actually, just saying, we're going to hold back and save this force fight.
Exactly. There's nothing they can really do about it at this point at all. well, and CLG is utilizing that one smoke they had correctly. Took the right choice of going towards that A site, which just, I think it was Tensky that was towards that site basically. However, it was MSL that went down. With 4 players alive still for Dignitas in the 4 spot. At this point, there's going to be a lot of hope for that retake, so it's the best possible choice at this point. Just fall back to T-spawn as they have. Go to those towers and dungeons and try to save your weapons.
Yeah, and every edge in a professional match is something you want to try to get and salvage. And one thing, one of those tiny edges that Dignitas are not giving away to CLG is even just the kill bonus of the $300 in trying to take the fights, because that all adds up. There's the smoke grenades that can actually be invested into utility, into future pushes. So trying to play the safest game possible, and you got to respect that from CLG.
Yeah, at the same time, CLG not dropping a single player obviously is going to be a big thing going further, that first weapon round possibly. But since Dignitas saved those weapons, that's going to give him a bigger chance of actually making a fight out of this round. So again, it's going to be a gamble that Dignitas has to do here. They need to stack one of these sites. Seems like they're going to be throwing 3 players towards that B-bomb site. Just 2 guys quite aggressive here towards this A. Him taking that shot, not connecting though, he's forced to fall back though. And the build-up is coming from CLG. They're going to be moving towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, so the round 2 of the anti-force buy is playing out here. It's a bit of a different choice from CLG, getting almost herded, you could say, avoiding that scout of Pimp. And this is a very, very good way to play your anti-force buy. Just backs against the wall, moving slowly up the plateau. You can use Molotovs if you want to deal the close positions, but the flashes will do the job as well. In comes the first entry there. Tarek taking down Kirby. We've got JDM working on the drop zone there, as MSL also pressured by Tarek. It's falling to pieces, this defense here for Dignitas. That said, they will pick up a single frag onto Tarek, but it surely won't be enough. And hey, Dignitas will be buying in the next round anyway, so they didn't have a huge expectation here. But one big deal is getting some damage in, and Pimp, he can just throw away his life here to get this damage done.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to try to do that as well. Just going to be swinging by here, going to that drop room as well, just to get a cheeky little shot. That scout is such a mobile weapon to have. So in this situation, he may actually be able to catch a kill. Let's see how it works out for him.
And he's going to actually just find that AK. And almost in those engagements, the scout actually would be better than the AK from perspective, because as you say, like super mobile, just peek out, take a shot, and even if it's not a headshot, you might get the kill. But either way, 3-0 for CLG as expected after the pistol, and now we are going to see Dignitas with their first buy, and this is where things get really difficult.
Yeah. It is. I mean, there's no offer Dignitas to start off with, as we can tell here. They have nades to work with, obviously, here at this point, but it's going to be interesting. How do they approach it? Seems like they're going to be just throwing MSL alone here. He's going to be playing quite aggressive here in middle, down middle, getting some early information, and they'll send 4 people towards that B-bomb site, which is where CLG right now is building up a fast attack.
Yeah, this is looking pretty strong from Hayes right there, just so deep onto the B plateau, already throwing in the Molotov there for the chicken hut to try to burn these CTs, and they need to get past this smoke and actually start attacking the site, because Dignitas are indeed rotating in. The smokes will cover their approach onto the bomb site. Tarek's going to wrap around the side, find the first engagement. Kirby goes down. We've got trades in from AZ, but Tarek is cleaning house here. These are very important frags, but Pimp is going to survive. Takes down Tarek, 3 versus 3 with that bomb ticking away now, and Dignitas slowly work their way in from all angles, but it's just not happening. Cutler locking it down by the bomb site. Tensky the last man now here for Dignitas, the Danish side. They are relying on him to win that first buy round. And JD has got an excellent position, gets the shot.
Always there.
And there it is. CLG with an excellent round. And if this cannot be solved, Dignitas going to have real problems, because yesterday against Envious, they didn't even get to play their CT side.
Yeah, they need to have more presence to that site once an execute comes in there. As you could see on that round, there was a wall of smokes created by CLG, and Dignitas was on the wrong side of that. They could not really have any impact on that initial attack before it was sort of too late. And it was quite obvious, unless something very unfortunate happened to CLG, that they were going to definitely win that round as well. So Dignitas needs to push in further. They need to create pressure here to this B-long, where CLG seems to be pushing a lot of effort into, just like yesterday against Na'Vi, but obviously it's working a lot better for them right now.
And here it is. They're just going to keep playing this B plateau play, and it's very good in pretty much every situation. A lot of teams do struggle to deal with this, and again, you can keep your back to the walls. Really nice to trade from as well, trade frags. But whoa, Kirby's going to find us up a headshot with that Deagle. Hayes goes down. And now things get a little bit scary, because Cutler got tagged as well. They should really be trying to move in quickly here, and the grenades are starting to come into play as they look for the picks. But this is smart by Dignitas, just not showing at all.
Yeah, right now, this is like they're spending way too much time around CLG right now. But that being said, Tarek gets that kill, but Ace returns it as well. So it's a 4-3 situation for Dignitas.
And the bomb is down on the site as well, and everybody's tagged right now. There's still a bunch of pistols. It looks like Dignitas are pulling this one off. AZ picks up 2 more. It's just Cutler left at this point, and he's got so much work to do. AZ's going to pull off the quad kill with that Deagle. Amazing stuff from Dignitas. I mean, they capitalized on a moment of doubt from CLG.
Exactly.
They slowed the push, and boom.
I felt like it was more CLG throwing that round away than Dignitas actually winning it. Once they were attacking that site initially and then just stopped the attack, that's when you have these moments where Caribou and AZ can just bring those Deagles to play and manage to get the picks. They should have just fallen back all the way, just ran towards that A site. Instead, they were just sort of not doing anything and giving Dignitas the opportunity to get those kills. And there you have it, Dignitas on the board.
Hesitation is always going to be a problem in matches like this. And Kirby's close to the smoke here. This is where he could really pull out a solid result. Already the first frag on the defense. Hayes going down, trying to spray as he covers his retreat there. And Dignitas with a nice advantage to kick things off now. CLG, if they want to force this as they did in the previous round, it is going to be much harder at this point because nades have been used and they're down a man as well.
Yeah, at this point, actually, they've been so heavy towards that B bomb side, so maybe the best possible approach at this point, it would be a bit of a double fake where you fake this B approach, and then you'll try to fake an A approach, and then you actually go into B. But JDM creates an opening on Tensky in drop room, so that's maybe going to change things. They still have 15 seconds to work with here. Caribou really low on that B bomb side as well, so next kill is going to be big in terms of how this round turns out.
And here we go, JDM looking for those angles. Kirby's not going to show himself. AZ up on the tree position, awaiting, and that's a great flash. That's going to give JDM a bit more space. AZ might have a bit of trouble here, trying to actually get these kills. And there's the quick trade there. Kirby onto Finesse here, but can the CTs, can Dignitas hold this bomb site? AZ's still in a decent position to prevent Plus, but there it is. JDM, that covering shot that definitely is going to help CLG out massively. And Tarek getting boosted up onto the tree. Great play there. Good improvisation on the positioning, and that's going to be the round for CLG.
Yeah, well, this is the nightmare situation for Dignitas. They've just won a round and then lost it. Obviously, it was a bit of a save round for Dignitas, so they will have some money, and actually they will be able to invest on this money. It has to be pointed out that JDM is so good in that position around that box on B plateau, as we have Tarek here with his last 2 kills of the round. But yeah, JDM's so very good at that spot. I think everyone knows exactly how he plays it and where he plays it, but he still manages to deliver so much covering fire on those afterplan situations, and once his team is taking over that site.
And that was a slow round from CLG. They know Dignitas are in a bit of trouble on the utilities. This is a good way to abuse that.
Yeah. Only one smoke for Dignitas. That could be a big issue, holding off an attack. But this time around, you have Pimp on that AWP. Finally, an MSL try to be cheeky, sneaks down there.
Oh, that's a great play there from MSL, capitalizing, falling back, very smartly done. Tarek is now down, and well, it's the T-side cobble, so there's still loads of options with 4 players. They can still decide to try to keep pushing and taking map control towards A, or as we're seeing right now, they can move towards B and leave a lurker towards A. Dignitas don't really know what's going on just yet, but this setup between Kirby and AZ could certainly be quite potent.
Yeah, it's interesting right now. The double stack that B along, that's exactly where CLG is coming as well, so this could get hairy for CLG.
And there's AZ with the first contact, and that might throw them off. Oh, Kirby! He was there to take the rest down, but it didn't happen. The bait play is not going to pan out there for Dignitas. And now they're down a man. 3 versus 4, and they need to re-enter the B-bomb site. This couldn't be worse for the Danes as they try to stop this push in onto this B-bomb site. Hayes is trying to get himself and essentially cover that spot, but Pimp has got it with that AWP, and that's going to buy a little bit of time for Dignitas to get into position here to stop the bomb. Pimp gets himself another one, and Tensky and Pimp now, they could very well do this. The bomb is going to be planted in the nick of time, and in comes Cutler and Finesse, just taking those post-plant positions as they can. Finesse staying close with the MAC-10.
Yeah, next kill's going to be huge.
He spots both players there, so that's good information. They know that there's not any kind of boost going up, and there it is. That's the really sick one-on-one there. Finesse taking down Pimp. Tensky, the new man, it's all on him. And Cutler with a really abusive position by the box there. Finesse still toying with Tensky. What can he do in this position between these 2 players? Finesse is still getting damaged, and he's going to find the frag as well. He's going to pick up the AWP. And that is a great save from CLG. Going down a man early, they still convert.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas should have had anything going on in that round. Pimp had 2 free kills. After the first one, CLG still had a smoke they could have thrown to that connector area. Haste here getting these kills with FNS, by the way. But still, they could have used that smoke for that connector and not let Pimp do those openings. That actually created that 2-on-2 situation. So even though CLG won that round, still sloppy play for them. And Dignitas right now, they're going to be forced to a save.
Yeah, the full save, just 1 P250, $250. That's all that's invested really in this round, $300 rather. And so it's going to be very problematic for Dignitas because they won't really be able to realistically get economic damage done. And that's all you can really hope from a round like this. And you can see how CLG are playing their anti-eco round, which is always good to note. How does a team want to approach this?
Wow, Tarek getting dinked though, and he was their point man with that Mac Daddy. Not managing to get any going on with him. With JDM though, gets that pick on AZ, and it's just map control slowly going to CLG. They're taking over this drop room and getting a kill on Caribou as well, so things going well for CLG right now. But Pimp manages to get MSL.
Yeah, it's UMP
Pimp,
picks up.
Not MSL, but JDM.
But one thing cool to note actually about the way that they're pushing in, okay, you know, they are losing core players here or there, is the fact that they are sending the SMGs first, the 2 SMGs that they brought up because they know that the Nico is coming. They send those to be the guys that can, with low risk, go and attack through these choke points that could be potentially dodgy. You don't want to give an AK away in those spots. So very well done, nicely set up round by CLG, and we'll see Finesse just holding down the drop area. He's going to spot one of the players, but doesn't know they're both there, and he with a smoke to play with. He'll try to get something done here, drops in, and Finesse will take him down.
Yeah, it's just going to be Pimp left here, and he has a UMP, so again, he's just going to try to steal an AK here. Let's see if he manages to get an opportunity. No, he doesn't. Cutler is going to finish off the round. It's going to be 7-1 in favor of CLG on this T side already at this point, and still looking very good for CLG at this point. They're getting, I mean, obviously attacking that P side alive, but the thing is, like I pointed out before, it's a lot about them getting early control of that site. Dignitas needs to be able to put more pressure into that B long as CLG is trying to enter into it.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting spot now to see if Dignitas can actually find a way back in here, because they really struggled on their T side yesterday against Envious. Sure, it's Envious, but they need to start pulling things back here, and this is really the point of no return that they're coming to, I would say, very soon. AZ there close by the smoke. It's going to see if he can do some damage here, but this is a nice approach so far from CLG. In fact, Dignitas can't know how many players are behind this plateau push, and indeed, CLG are actually falling back into drop zone, and AZ's going to take down Haze, and he's controlling long right now, and they don't know exactly where all these T's have gone.
Yeah, what a weird situation for them. They actually went through drop room and tried to go to a wraparound through connector to A, but that sort of failed. Bomb is down. It's going to be a 3-on-4 situation in favor of Dignitas. It's going to be 3 guys from Dignitas around this connector area as well. They're smoking off the drop room window. It's a very tough one for CLG to recover that bomb. Finesse needs to be the guy that worked that magic. Needs to get that pick on MSL. Does he manage though? The question, is he going to burn him alive?
Oh, wow.
No, he's not.
So that flash, man, that was so perfectly timed there from Dignitas. So I don't know that they even knew it, but boom, AZ's in there. Oh no, JD missing a shot there. He will find the finish eventually, but he's taking critical damage in the effort. And there's only 25 seconds left, and that bomb indeed is just dropped in the most horrible place possible.
Needs to save it at this point. What an interesting round from CLG though. They were basically doing the same thing towards that B long. Maybe they noticed that there's going to be too much presence towards that B long. They felt there might be a gap in drop room. They actually got down there, tried to go through connector to that A site, but they got, I think it was Pimp that really stopped that push happening. The bomb was dropped in connector, and that was pretty much it. JDM going to be saving that op for the next round.
Yeah, I wonder if CLG are going to go for a different approach now. Now that it's like, okay, maybe, you know, they're not feeling B plat as much. Let's try taking the map control properly as like 4 men at the very least towards A, and see maybe if they can actually put together an A execute out off of that. Or potentially just, you know, fall back, you know, leave the lurk on drop and then fall back onto a B push. There's so many options as the T's, but they should really start trying to test A.
Yeah, this is the psychological side of things right now. Dignitas is going to be very hesitant of rotating off of B if there's any presence towards that bomb side with so many attacks that have gone that way. So this would be a great opportunity for CLG to fake B and then go to A.
And they are actually taking map control towards A at the moment, so trying to put the test onto players like MSL and Pimp. And they've got long for free, and that's actually a good sign, because it's some information they can use in the future as well in some of these T rounds. And that's not the first time they've had long for free. And you can build executes easily off of a long control. So usually a lot of teams like to put players there. But Dignitas, not so much, it would seem. They've fallen back onto the side, just smoking things off and trying to play the information game. But the rotation might come in a bit too late here. And there's now with the execute is going to hit the site. Tarek gets the entry. Got Pimp here on the bomb site. He's pretty much, he's got to do a lot of damage here to really give his team some kind of chance in this one. Nice, just stepping out from the corner, taking down Cutler straight away. Oh my god though, Tarek's in with 2 fast frags, and in from the back goes Finesse, diving in. It's now on JDM against Kjaerbye. 30 seconds left, and he's pulled out the pistol as JDM, he goes in for it, he's gonna get it as well. Kjaerbye goes down by the APC, and that is it. CLG win that crucial round against Dignitas, and that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, that was just back and forth battle. All that A site, like you said, a lot of long control right away for CLG. Then the initial push, and it was Dignitas actually managed to do rotation very early on, but still, it was CLG that managed to win that one. JDM with that one-on-one against Kjaerbye.
This is an amazing start for the North American side here.
It's a disaster for Dignitas. They're not able to string together this round. Just winning one and losing the one after is going to put you in a very, very horrible situation with your economy. As we can see, 3 of their players are not going to be able to buy properly for the next round either.
Yeah, we got, again, CLG are taking advantage of, just pushing in towards A. It can be quite risky. You've got so many corners to deal with when you're playing against the pistols, but CLG, again, just providing some presence and falling back a little bit.
Yeah, Haste here just sneaking towards the B long here. He's trying to hear what's going on towards that B bomb site. He probably is going to be the one trying to get some information. However, Kjaerbye is pushing him right now and gets picked off by Haste there. So that's going to be 1 kill in favor of CLG. It's going to be a 5-on-4 situation, and then it seems like the Americans are building up a B attack at this point. Only Cutler here towards the A side. He gets a pick on MSL as well, so things falling apart for Dignitas.
And this has been a really nice approach to this round, actually, from CLG. You got to imagine it. Put yourself in the shoes of Dignitas. They are going to get a couple kills here, but the B bomb site is controlled by CLG now. But yeah, to put yourself into the shoes of Dignitas, you're seeing pushes all over the place. You can't know where to put your players. We saw a lot towards A there because of that early A presence from CLG. They're just constantly messing with the information game, and all the information Dignitas are getting is not good.
Yeah, the smart thing from CLG is the fact that they sent the SMGs to both of these sites, so even if they lost a weapon, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they had lost that weapon. So having those 2 AKs and AWP working sort of in between those 2 guys is the smart thing to do. And I think it's going to be a tactical pause for Dignitas at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're having a really hard time of it here, and I mean, you could say it's getting quite late into the half to use it, but that said, they're not going to have any second off to play unless they start getting rounds on their CT side. They've got to get the next rounds, and look at this money.
Yeah, it's still up to, I mean, it is 2-9, right? But I mean, it's a map where you can rack up those 10-11 rounds on T side. So I mean, either you will need to have something very cheeky, aggressive on their CT side, some kind of a setup you can do where you basically push one of the 2 sides, take a gamble, force buy on this one, or you'll just go into that double save, maybe pick up 2 ops and try to control the map earlier on, try to have an earlier presence before CLG gets to execute a strat. That's been the big issue. Once CLG is actually executing something, Dignitas doesn't seem to really have anything going on.
Absolutely, and right now Dignitas, they've only got between $3,300 on the player with the least money and around 4K on the players with the most money. So they have a very, very poor amount of money here. So they're probably really thinking, do we go for another save? But they're actually going to force it up, and Famas is going to be out.
Yeah, it's a reasonable choice to make at this point. Obviously, being 2-9 town at this situation, it's very frustrating for the CTs when the terrorists have been attacking that B bomb site so many times, and they've tried. For now, Dignitas has tried different approaches. They've been more passive, they've been more aggressive, having boosted 2 guys on that plateau, still not managing to really break those attacks from CLG. So it's at a point where CLG is just all over when it comes to mental game at this point, and having that B bomb site in a lockdown, and FNS just trying to get that drop control really fast here as the round starts, but that pre-molly from the CTs really slows us down, so that attack is going to have to happen in a later time.
Yeah, that was that. You could see that they were really wanting to get that fast push in there indeed. And well, Dignitas are going to use most of their nades to stop it, so you could argue that that's actually going to work out for CLG.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's fair enough since CLG's been so fast trying to get map control and out towards that B bomb side, so utilizing a lot of nades early on. It's only natural at this point, but like you said, that gives an opportunity for CLG to just wait them out and do an execute a little bit later towards this round. And as we can see, they are building up around here towards the B bomb side. They want to take this drop room control. They're smoking the right side of it, so it's going to be a bit of a sandwich effect here towards the B bomb side.
Yeah, two players here, Cutler and Tarek, looking for that drop zone control, and they're trying to coordinate it with their teammates going down the B long area, and it's actually working out right now. You can see AZ has to look in two spots, but they're not attacking the position. Probably they're not getting the trace they need. AZ's locking it down. 2 huge kills for AZ, leaving Tarek all alone here for CLG. Tensky and MSL against Tarek. He's got to plant the bomb. He's not got much time either to play with. Looking for the first engagements here between these two players that are left. There is a smoke there to help him out, but there is a peek from MSL. That's going to be that. Dignitas will claim the round after the timeout, and this is a very important round for them to win, because now there's a bit of breathing room, but they did lose a few players there, so the rebuy is going to be not as nice as they otherwise would have hoped.
Exactly, this is the point where it needs to turn if Dignitas to have an opportunity in this match right now. If they lose this round, they're going to be in a lot of trouble in a lot of ways in this matchup. But in that round, obviously at pre-mall they did a lot of work. It would have been a fast beast play basically from CLG, but it was denied with that one Molotov basically, and afterwards that be executed. It was lacking a couple of flashes for it to work properly. We have FNS turning the mid control right away already, and no kills being traded at this point.
Wow, and Finesse is there pretty much by himself. There's no other players there to help trade with him, and that's kind of surprising considering there was basically a player or two not doing almost anything on the CLG side, so wasted opportunity there. And yeah, you got to call the misplay there from CLG, and it's not helping them at all. But there will be a trade. MSL's going to get pop flashed in after they take an advantage.
Yeah, you have a 5-on-4, you want to fall back. You already got that kill. Why do you have an all-in situation? Why would you like to put everything into that one flash and try to get another kill when you already have an opportunity in a 5-on-4 situation to just fall back and play more passively? But
especially
MSL,
on Cobblestone as well.
Especially on Cobblestone. You have a lot of rotations. You're always going to have one spot that is going to lack a CT if someone goes down. So this 4-on-4 situation definitely favors the terrorist at this point. And another attack, there's a B-bomb that is happening. So it's going to be a lot on AZ once again.
Yeah, this is the problem as well. Like, especially on Cobblestone, because that drop zone, you almost need like 6 players on your team to actually probably hold this as CT. And now all they got is AZ on the statue. He's got a Famous. He's almost by himself in this position. He's got some support in Kirby, who's by drop, but AZ's going to find himself the kill on the distraction. Tarek was not looking. AZ gets himself the second kill as well with the Famous. Pimp is now chiming in onto Cutler and Kirby. Before you know it, it's going to shut down the round for the Danes. And now CLG are starting to lose the fuse. The momentum's starting to show here for Dignitas, and they finally forced an eco out of the Americans.
Yeah, that was AZ all the way. He was playing very patient at that B bomb side, just waiting for the right opportunity, and peaked at the right time here. He gets the first kill on Tarek and the second one on JDM, leaving only Haze left in a 1-on-4 situation, which is a very hard one. Doesn't manage to win that one. Dignitas 4th round, and CLG is going to be on that save, and Pimp is going to try to get some early information here. It's going to be a B drop attack.
They got double up going for them as well, so this fast play could actually end up being a little bit problematic here for Dignitas. The double ops, not always the best against in an anti-eco, but it seems like they're able to hold things down well here. So no big economic damage done. There's only one kill there for Haze so far, and indeed the trade will come in from AZ in a timely fashion. So 5-9, and it looks like Dignitas are making a bit of a comeback here, and they could be very good for that 6-9, because I mean, we don't know yet if CLG know how to deal with the double up setup of Dignitas.
That's a very good question to be asked, actually. Now, now we can tell, judging from this round, if you're Dignitas, you would have hoped for double ops way earlier on this half to make it harder for CLG. But obviously, it's going to be last round of this first half. It's 5-9 for CLG, and by the looks of things, it's going to be B-bombs out of once again.
Yeah, back to the tried and tested, the fast play, but once again, Team Dignitas showing that they've got the counter grenades to stop this kind of a play in its tracks, and at least slow it down, allow themselves to get in position. But the execution's going to come in regardless. Now, will they actually come in off the back of this? AZ's in position by the statue on the bomb site. He's been really consistent hitting these shots, and that's not going to change. First one is claimed by AZ, but he's going to get taken down by the oncoming Tarek. Great response by Kirby, but the trades are really coming in quickly now. Finesse through the drop zone, and it looks like CLG have the bomb site, but the bomb still needs to be planted. And MSL is coming in from the back, but that's not going to really help too much if he's now the lone standing member of Dignitas, looking to claim that last round of the first half. And they know where he is now. MSL with a massive amount of work to do against 2 AWPs and the AK, despite them being low. That nade's going to be fantastic. Tarek's going to go down, and now MSL is playing against two patient Americans. Going for the defuse. Is he just going to hold this? He's going for the hero mode hold. They're not buying it. Oh my god. And he's going to actually steal away the round.
Wow.
Naughty, talk to me.
I don't know. That was a meltdown. Did they not hear the defuse sound, or what went on there? Neither of the two actually even initiated on that bomb.
No shots through the smoke or
nothing
anything.
happened. So that was weird. I was already ready to critique Dignitas' defense that B bombs, that I had no idea what AZ was in that position alone, that site where he could be attacked like that, like he was in that situation. So, but still, MSL come to rescue and giving Dignitas the 6th round and an opportunity going into this T half. It's something they can still work with. And obviously, earlier rounds of this half were really hard for Dignitas. They made it happen in the later one, getting 4 in a row, and AZ being the biggest part of basically, he was the one that kept Dignitas' chances alive here.
It's really nice to see that. It's giving his teammates something to really play with here, and they're giving them a lot of space to work with. Some of those, like holding the site in the calm, collected manner that he did on the A-bomb site is really remarkable, to be honest, keeping this cool. Because also, you have to imagine, based on yesterday's performance, AZ realizes he's going into this one thinking, I need to perform. If my team's going to win, I have to be the guy that makes that happen. This is actually a thing that you see from Guardian. He's got that mentality when it comes to Na'Vi. He's like, for my team to play their best, I have to just crush every single game, and that's a lot. That's a big burden to have.
And on CLG's side, you can see from the scoreboard, it's very even out. Except for Hayes, he's quite down on the scoreboard. The rest of them is between 11 and 14 frags. So it's been a team effort for CLG so far, and like 85% of their attacks going to that B bomb side. So it is very similar to what we saw yesterday from CLG on that T side, but still, obviously a lot better than it went against Na'Vi. Is that a testament of how good Na'Vi is on that CT side, or is that a problem from Dignitas? I think it's more of a problem from Dignitas CT side, to be honest with you.
One quick extra point actually about it, the whole pressure situation with AZ is that originally AZ, because he used to play with Dignitas back, the TSM lineup, they used to be Dignitas, and one of the reasons why he didn't fit with that team because he was very young, and actually pressure was a problem for him.
Yeah, he was.
It's something that he's fixed actually in his game, it would seem. And
you could argue that's been a problem to a lot of the TSM players as well. Dupree, Device, those guys, they always, they were famous for crumbling in situations where they were not ever getting over the hump, but finally they did. And it's going to be a pistol round now. It's going to be Dignitas has a set of nades with MSL, and they're going to be going through this drop room very, very quickly. It's going to be a B-split.
Here we go. This is anyone to this point in this match. JDM is going to go down straight away behind the boulder, and it's a quick bomb site take here for the T side. Dignitas looking pretty good until Tarek comes into play with a quick double with the USP by that Chicken Hut, and now Kirby, the young upcoming star of Denmark, is looking for a frag, and he's going to find it onto Cutler. Just Tarek is left alive in this aim battle, and Kirby is rattling off shot after shot with that Glock, has to switch to another one, and he's got a bit of time to play with to try to outplay Tarek positionally, outmaneuver him, and there it is. Tarek finds the headshot, 4 kill from Tarek.
Wow.
Amazing that he's able to pull that off from the Chicken Hut. He completely saved CLG there.
Wow, yeah, that Chicken Hut position really paid off for Tarek, and they had no idea he was there. That's the benefit of having that silenced USP. This pew-pew mode from that Chicken Hut, getting those kills and winning that one-on-one against Caribou. That's going to be huge going further, and that's going to force Dignitas into a forest buy. They have 3 smokes, 1 flash, and everyone's, except for Tensky, has a Tech 9. Tensky has a Deagle, and it seems like it's going to be some kind of an A execute that Dignitas is throwing at CLG. And as you can see, Hayes is going to be the only line of defense at this point here. Pretty aggressive in the side hall with his Nova.
Oh, big proper pump is coming out to play, but he's going to get dinked straight away. Hayes just going to throw a grenade to cover his path, and he's going to find a kill out of that. So it's kind of a nice save, but still a little bit lackluster. He would have expected more. And Team Dignitas now barreling onto this A execute with all the smoke still in play. 3, in fact, that they've yet to throw. In fact, they're going back right now.
It makes sense. That's the right call right now. They got that early kill, I think, even before they expected to get it, and that's going to force a rotation from CLG. It's only natural at this point. They know that B-bombs is probably going to be weaker, and something they could think about at this point maybe would be a bit of a B-split through this drop room and this B long, but they're still hesitating on their decision-making at this point, just sort of going back and forth. waiting for things to happen. Maybe it's going to be an A split actually, because we have 2 guys here in drop room and 2 going towards this A site.
Yeah, and I mean, Finesse, if he can just cut this off here, he could be the hero to save CLG, because this split is going to be really deadly if they take Connector. Oh, that's a brilliant smoke there to allow them clean pathway into this split. JDM knows about it though. It's just spawning AZ for a moment, but where is the engagement? JDM having to look between 2 sides now, and kills are coming in incredibly quickly here for the Danes, as Finesse finally gets himself through onto the angle. That's a really important kill there. Getting through the choke point. Oh, he's greeted by Tensky's Deagle straight to the face. Finesse goes down, and now Tarek in this 1-on-2 is going to get a Deagle treatment from Tensky as well. Full frontal lobotomy, and there it is, 7-10. Dignitas are actually climbing back here. This good start is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Exactly, and a great call from Dignitas. They got that early kill, or trade kill more, like 4-4 situation. Always going to cause some kind of a gap in that defense, and Dignitas slowed it down. They threw a smoke, caused a bit of rotation from the CTs, went back and decided on making this bit of an A split through connector, and that A ramp worked perfectly. You know, JDM sort of got off guard there, not managing to get any kills going on the board, and that was A site lost. And that's Dignitas giving themselves another opportunity here. And as you can see, CLG has bought a few pistols here, a couple of grenades to work with, and no armors though. It's not going to be a full investment from them, and Dignitas taking it really slow, just trying to get some control, getting some idea of what CLG is doing on that defense.
Yeah, Tensky was just creeping closer and closer to the very dangerous positions. He's got the only Molotov is actually on Tensky, and you really need that to just plant it close to try to get rid of the close pistol players who can get in that headshot range, that one-shot headshot range. And here it is. The push comes in, drop zone and long at the same time. You can see that they're splitting up the CTs, and it's really working out wonderfully. What a shot there from MSL, just shotgun straight to the face of Hazed. And now Cutler will come in. Of course, a very expected result for Team Dignitas, but not to lose anyone is job done.
Yeah, they had a great execution there. The timing of the attack was perfect. They managed to do that sandwich effect, making it really hard for any of the defending players. Cutler here trying to steal a weapon, but Pimp gets him, so that's going to be not a single weapon loss for Dignitas. Always going to be good going further towards that first weapon round, but CLG obviously has to save another one here. They're going to be investing in a few pistols. They'll have a P250, a 5.57, a CZ, and a couple of nades to work with. So another save here, another possible gamble from CLG's defense, and at least try to do something economically for Dignitas. Try to get a few picks here, try to steal a couple weapons would be the best that CLG can hope for at this point.
Yeah, we might have a pretty similar round playing out right now. As you know, Team Dignitas, they understand is they're up against more or less the same, and MSL using the shotgun just as you expect JW to try to do so, to work open the position of drop, but it's not going to happen. Finesse finds that kill, and now things could get a little bit interesting.
Weapon,
oh, what's happening here? Tensky pulls out the Deagle. Oh my goodness, gets the kill onto Tarek. That was a bit of a panicky situation, but Tensky's going to find the frag and restore an air of calm to the team.
Yeah, you have 3 CTs still towards the B bomb side, and Dignitas still has a minute to work with. They have not committed to either the bomb side. Tensky trying to get some information. Cutler spots to the terrorists though, so they know the Dignitas is close to this B bomb side, but they haven't spotted the bomb though, so they don't know where Dignitas is going right now. I don't think they do themselves either, to be honest with you. They're still scouting here. Caribou taking over this middle, trying to get some information there while his teammates are waiting towards the B bomb site. So obviously, it seems like the attack is going to be B anytime soon.
Yeah, I like this here from Dignitas. They're just waiting for a mistake from CLG, and that's what they're going to find. Cutler just runs in into a very exposed position, gets taken down, and that's the opening they needed onto the B bomb site. So very well played, forcing a mistake out of your opponent and capitalizing, getting punished in there. Dignitas will find themselves in a good position in the hold onto the bomb site. And there it is, AZ with a quick double. He has been playing amazing so far this major for Dignitas, and it's nice to see that Dignitas are finally looking like they are in control of the game, because I think this is the first moment, because we saw them against Envious yesterday. It looked like it didn't look like it was a team at all at that point, but now they're starting to find some momentum together.
Yeah, it feels like their T side, generally speaking, it's like they're pretty good at finding the right rhythm, understanding when to push and when to hold, and you know, like we saw in that force buy in that second round, where when they traded that kill, they did exactly the right thing. Instead of committing to that A site when the rotation was coming in from the CTs, they just held back and then eventually made a decision of splitting that A site, and it worked out perfectly. So it feels like somehow their T sides are pretty competent, actually, generally speaking. It's that their CT sides may not be as good.
Yeah, now it's the AWP in for JDM, so this is where things could get tricky, because he can be such an explosive player with that thing. He's so damn good with the AWP. And Dignitas now, if they go for these B plays, he could be a big problem. But we just got Tensky, he's kind of trying to do the Olafmeister there, trying to just get himself into position on B plat, just to waste some grenades, create an air of pressure towards the TTs, create an air of obscurity, so they don't know what's going on. They have no idea how many players are actually there, especially considering how many B rounds these teams do like to play. And they don't have anybody forward on A, CLG, to spot the information. Hayes is going to be in for a rude awakening as he turns the corner, finds MSL. MSL not getting the kill there. In fact, there's the frag for Hayes, but he's stuck in a corner. The nade should finish him off. And here is now the rotation coming from the CTs, but they have not to be too hasty.
Yeah, it's going to be just Cutler here on this A side. You have a rotation coming in. It's going to be FNS, and it's going to be Tarek also coming in towards this A side, but Dignitas is still falling back. They're actually not even going to this A side right now. They're trying to take this B long control right now. Tensky is going to be the point man. He's going to be facing an op though if he goes through that corner, but that's a smart smoke they just threw there. But JDM thinks nothing of that and just takes the kill on Tensky.
This is interesting right now. Dignitas are trying to do quite a lot at once with this round, and it's not really planning out. It's
falling apart.
They were trying to abuse that advantage, but maybe they can still save it here. Pimp with a nice entry there towards the A bomb site, but Cutler, he's at the back there by the barrels. I don't know that they have any idea about this, and there it is. Pimp's going to get caught between two players, and he's going to get pinched and crushed. And I mean, that was the crazy round there. Dignitas maybe making it a little bit more complicated than it should be. I mean, you can see they're trying to deny rotation, having gone along and trying to like push onto the B site, but
I think they were too committed to going to A at that point. They should have just gone for it. They tried to get overly smart with this situation, tried to rotate to that B. Tensky got a shot through the smoke, obviously, that's not going to help things, and then it just fell apart. The distances between the players were just too long for them to be able to get any trade kills anywhere, basically, and then, there was just nothing going on, and CLG picking them like berries.
And now it's going to be a similar kind of round. We've got Tensky, again, just providing that pressure towards B plat, and it's about staying alive, about just keeping the CTs on their toes. And once again, we've got a bit of an A long take coming out of Dig.
Yeah, it seems a very similar build up here from Dignitas as previously. It's worked pretty well initially for them. Obviously, they got a lot of control. They're getting a lot of control once again. It's going to be Hayes actually here down in middle, and it's going to be Cutler here towards the bomb site. And still, there's not going to be any engagement between the two. But Hayes is going to be in a world of trouble here.
And that's an instant frag from AZ there. Nice entry, the pop flash play. Hayes couldn't do anything about that. And now Dignitas with a very fast approach into this A bomb site. MSL looking for the entry. Finesse diving in, taking down MSL. AZ is going to fall to Cutler as well. And this push looks like it's being stopped, but no. Tensky and Kirby getting the trace back in. Pimp is trying to push that site, but it's not going to pan out here for the Danes. Just Tensky on 10 HP. He's going to get himself a little bit of a positive engagement, but Finesse turns around and slaps him down. And that's going to be a 9-12 scoreline now in favor of CLG as we just take a bit of stock of the money here. And well, what's the financial report, Mr. Nati?
It's still going to be a full buy from both teams. Obviously, it's going to be Dignitas still able to invest fully on this round. They'll get all the nades they need. But on that previous one here, it was FNS and Cutler really made it work with this crossfire. FNS doing a good rotation to that balcony, creating a crossfire with Cutler, really catching that attack off. And now we see Dignitas, instead of taking that long control, they're taking B long control, so maybe that's a build-up towards that B bomb side. Who knows?
And neither team has any money right now. This round is basically forcing, whoever wins this will force the eco on the other team. And that push from Hayes, that's brilliant. Pimp goes down. They get some information. They spotted the bomber as well. And as long as they don't throw away the one-man advantage as they did previously, then they should be good here.
Yeah, a lot smarter than what MSL and Dignitas were doing in the first half when they got that first pick. Now they sort of fell back. Hayes is still in a quite aggressive positioning. On the other side of that corner, he was on the previous round where he got flashed. He's going to be facing this wall to make sure he's not going to get flashed if a pop flash comes in. And actually, Cutler is going to be the one that's going to be facing down there to the middle. He's going to be the one taking that first contact.
Wow, that setup didn't really work out as they planned. They wanted the distraction from Cutler, but it was not going to be. And it's now a really hard retake coming in from the CTs, and it's actually working out so far. Cutler and Finesse picking up a couple kills, so 2 versus 3 here for Dignitas to deal with. Still not on the bomb site directly. Nice shot across from the doors from JDM64, and then now Tensky, he's got to get himself 3 kills with 20 seconds and just try to plant the bomb. It's not going to happen. Cutler's going to take him out, and that's going to be another round for CLG and Team Dignitas. They don't have any money.
They don't, yeah. They're going to be in world trouble and going to be down 9-13 at this point as well. But Cutler was the MVP of that round easily, and he's just been racking up kills on the CT side. He's flashed actually once that attack. When they got that kill on Hayes and were coming up on that ramp, Hayes threw a flash to just blind the entire team and delayed the attack enough so that the rotation could come through connector, and they could again manage to create a crossfire. So that's going to be CLG at the 13-round point, and it's going to be Dignitas in a save, and they're going to be heavily going towards the B bomb side. Tarek's going to have a bit of a party here potentially.
Uh-oh, this could be pretty brutal, pretty savage. Tarek, he's got no idea what's going on. He's just in the smoke, blind as hell, and he can't find his way out to some frags here. As the T's just pummel the bomb site, Tarek's going to find a teammate who's on the flank, and there it is. The cleanup's starting to happen, but quite a few low players here. This is kind of scary. AZ's the last man standing as well. He's got a P250 in hand. He can absolutely do more damage. He's picked up a FAMAS. He's got a minute to play with. He's going to find the kill on JDM. There's 2 more players now. If he gets the fast headshot on Tarek, he can clutch this one. It's going to be creeping up now. That's a brilliant smoke. It's going to deny AZ an easy entry, but he's going to go straight through it, potentially hit.
He has to.
Going to try to pick up the bomb. He gets out of there. And Tarek's now looking for the shots. AZ will be spotted, and Tarek gets the shot. Clips AZ just as he gets around the statue, and that's going to be enough as he was so low. 14-9.
Yeah, not exactly the kind of party I was expecting Tarek to have there. He's just dancing in that smoke, being blind, not getting any kills until the end. Into that 1-on-2. We have FNS. He got these 2 kills though, but still things got really hairy in the end. AZ win an opportunity in a 1-on-3. Made it into a 1-on-2. Managed to get the bomb, but not able to win that round. And you know, this is going to be the last call almost for Dignitas at this point. They're going to be fully invested on this one. They'll have a T-side op again. They'll have a bunch of nades to work with. It'll be 14 on CLG at this point.
On the bright side, actually, if they win this round, CLG, they don't have any money. They're going to have to eco straight away.
Yep.
So on the bright side, they can generate some momentum and actually get some ecos rolling in. And not going to be up against just a lot of buys. That's nice, but have to get it done in this round. Again, looks like they're going to that free A-long control. It has been working out for them. CLG don't seem to want to set up here.
Look at Hayes' position here. He's going to be down the middle here. And he could be a difference maker on this round. Tarek getting shot here. He's going to be facing 2 guys. The smart move right now is to fall back as he does. Hayes is also falling back. He's going to be facing Pimp's op though. Ooh, Pimp misses that shot though. That could have been a great opening for Dignitas, but not managing to get it. It's still going to be 5-on-5. It's only going to be 45 seconds left on this one.
The bomb is actually still down at this point. It feels like they want to push in, but the bomb is still down. So quite an interesting play. They've actually pushed 2 guys towards A, and now they're sending Kirby back towards B with the bomb. So it looks like they want to potentially go for the split here again through A. But there's 4 players here for Counterlogic Gaming looking to try to just demolish this. And Tensky goes down in middle. This is a really weird round for Dignitas right now. They're going to try to settle on B, and the rotation that was caused here could actually work out because Tarek has to fall back into connector. There is Pimp onto Finesse. That is the flank, just cut out of the picture here for CLG. MSL there by the doors is going to get himself an excellent engagement. 2 kills straight away, and that bomb is definitely going to be detonating or the eliminate. Oh no, Kirby. Wow. That is vicious.
Oops.
That's vicious.
Sorry, mate.
Poor MSL, man.
That's just disrespectful. Killing your in-game leader. Yep. Your captain. Yep. What are you doing, Kirby? That was an awkward round.
Like, that was very, very awkward.
But it just managed to work out. It was basically AZ getting that kill on the guy on B plateau that really made the difference. That really opened that B bomb site. And the guys just ran through long. They noticed B's empty. The rotation had happened from CLG since they thought the attack was coming to A. And AZ getting that pick, obviously opening that B bomb site totally. And CLG not able to retake the site. That's going to be Dignitas utilizing that last call they had, and that's going to be putting CLG in a save round. And so now there's a possibility here for Dignitas to creep into this match.
Indeed, it can definitely happen here for Dignitas. Now, they just have to be, or try to stay safe against these pistols that have been purchased and the saved M4 of Hazed. CLG definitely still going to pose a threat in this round. So what we need to see is that strong anti force buy slash anti-eco kind of strategy coming out from Dignitas. Good use of team play and grenades to clear out positions and try to abuse their strengths.
Yeah, very good position right now from the CTs, considering the long attack is coming from Dignitas once again.
Oh
Hayes
dear.
gets that first kill.
This could be pretty problematic here. Now Dignitas have to maintain their calm here. Hayes is going to find a pop flash. Will he get the frags as well? He'll get the flash off, but not the frags. He'll go down to Kirby, as now it's just 3 pistoling players there for CLG as they make their way for the rotate. Kirby's there though with the spray. He's been quite low, but he'll still get the frag onto Tarek. The trade's coming in. Finesse gets himself a double with the CZ, and all of a sudden he picks up an AK. Sure, he's got no Kevlar, but there's only 2 players here left for Team Dignitas, and the bomb needs to be planted. Oh, he's going to get shot straight away by AZ, straight to the face. And Dignitas will save the round, but that was a little bit scary.
Yeah, that stack could have, inside Hall or A-Long could have made a huge difference there. Unfortunately, 2 of the players managed only to get 1 kill out of it, and Hayes going down middle, and that could have also changed things dramatically in CLG's favor. It got a bit hairy, obviously. It was a 1-on-2 situation for FNS. There was an opportunity for him, but not managing to take it. And Dignitas is going to get that 11th round on the board, but CLG opts to go on that double save. I think it's a smart move right now, since they are up on through 14 rounds. They have the rounds to play with, so double save is very much the smart move right now.
Yeah, because the AZ this time has been the kind of harassing player towards B plateau. And there's 2 men in A-Long actually, where there's 3 oncoming Dignitas players. So once again, Dignitas, they could find some problems here. And the shadows will be spotted by Hayes, and that's actually very, very advantageous, of course, for the CTs to use those shadows in that position.
Yeah, it's absolutely go to play for Dignitas. They just like to take this long control, and Tensky managed to get Cutler slightly hairy there for a moment, but still managed to get that kill to make it a 5-3 in favor of Dignitas. And still, they're not decided to what they're doing really. It's 50 seconds on the clock, so they still have a lot of time to make a call here. JDM though is gonna get picked off towards the B bombs. That seems just gonna be attacked. Tarek gets the MSL though. That's Pimp taking down Tarek as well. So only gonna be FNS left on this one.
Yeah, this looks pretty darn nice from Dignitas. Much cleaner than the previous situation. And again, you know, we can note that CLG, instead of trying to force bind this round or something, they decided to go for another save. And I mean, of course, it makes sense to get a good buy-in.
Yeah.
I think they're actually too low to really force, but I think one of the players wouldn't even have been able to buy a FAMAS, so...
Yeah, it made all sense at this point, and since they have the rounds to play with, you just want to do that. And FNS here is just going to try to force a kill. I don't think it's happening for him. Nope, Tensky's going to pick him off to make that 12-14. Still CLG up front, but the gap is closing right now, and this is the point in time where CLG needs to start converting these rounds. Otherwise, Dignitas is going to be equalizing, actually. I mean, you know, if CLG loses this one, they're going to be on another save round afterwards. So it's getting very, very close at this point.
Yeah, it's such a back and forth match in this sense. You know, we feel like Dignitas are out of it. They come straight back in. Now they're struggling again. And CLG looking like they can close this one down. But this is a really huge buy for both teams. And we have a fast pace potentially into the B plat. Let's see if CLG is throwing the counter grenades. It's trying to file in now with those nades. And JDM's in a great position to deal with Tensky if he decides to go past the smoke, but looks like he's just going to hold down for now. Maybe throw a Molotov through onto the chicken hut position behind the smoke.
There's a small gap he can see through actually on that right side of the smoke.
Oh, the reposition here from JDM. Might catch, and he'll find Tensky just as the Molotov's about to come in, and that's going to be a huge tell here for the CT. CLG now, Finesse, he can make the difference. He comes in from the back, takes down Pimp. The flank is real, and JDM's still alive on the site with that AWP. He's going to find another kill onto Kirby, just in the madness of the smokes everywhere, spinning around. AZ finally takes him down. 2-on-2 situation now, and CLG have prevented the bomb from actually being planted so far, and these positions are really awkward, but AZ spins around again. Finesse goes down, and now it's on Hayes. Can he get it done? He's coming in from B plat, they know, and AZ's there. He finds the angle. He's going to just reposition right now, make it difficult for Hayes. They're using the time on the clock, and MSL shoots him in the back. What a round there. AZ just finding all these just incredulous frags there. 3 kills out of him.
Yeah, if Finesse had the opportunity to make things happen, just not managing to convert that frag. It was easy, taking a bit of a flick shot from him, and it's going to be putting CLG in another save round. So potentially we're going to be looking at a 14-14 scoreline, and Dignitas is converting these. Like, they're utilizing all these afterplan situations so well. Not even afterplan, but 2-on-2s and 3-on-2 situations. They're just winning most of them as this match has gone further.
We're going to get an overtime out of this one. It's starting to feel like that could really happen at this point. It's going to be very, very close. It's going to go down to one last buy versus buy sort of situation in that sense. And once again, anti-eco here for Team Dignitas. And so far they've shown pretty decent anti-ecos, or at least when applied to CLG, they've been delivering the results that they have needed. And once again, taking that long control. We're seeing this again and again. It's their go-to bread and butter anti-eco, it would seem.
Yeah, they works though. I mean, they'll get a lot of information for this time around. You're going to have Hazed and Cutler here down the middle, well, trying to make a bit of a distraction before Dignitas gets further on. But obviously, none of the Dignitas players are committing to that middle. In fact, they're falling all the way back. But Hazed right now, I think, is going to hear what the T's are doing. He's going to hear that rotation go towards that B bomb site.
And there we go. 2 quick entries there from AZ. Once again, this guy is just going absolutely ham in this tournament. And 3rd kill for AZ. Sure, they're against ecoing players, but you need those entries. You need the space, the openings. Oh my god. Pimp just executes AZ. You're going to have to get a replay of that one to see exactly what the hell happened there. But yeah, 2 players left. Hazed has actually found himself an AK-47, so he could be a little bit of a nuisance here for Team Dignitas. Yeah. Right, she's actually going to go for the save there. Cutler looking to be the nuisance. And Pimp is going to spot him, and there it is. Now they know where Cutler is, and Pimp will take him down.
Yeah, it's only going to be Hazed left. He has picked up an AK-47, so he's just going to try and save it at this point. These rounds have been so close, but yet still Dignitas has built a bit of an economy. Even if they would lose one here, they could buy another round. And CLG's looking at CLG's money right now. Seems like JDM can get an AWP. They will make a healthy buy out of this. And Hazed getting that AK is going to save some money for them as well. So they'll have everything they need to defending on this. But all these rounds have been pretty close so far. So it's impossible to call at this point. It's going to go down to once an attack has happened from Dignitas. If they've taken over in bomb side, it's going to be another 2-on-2 probably, or 1-on-2 or 3 or 3-on-2 situation that's going to make a difference.
And the interesting thing here is that overtime is very possible from an economic perspective, because CLG already have the loss bonus. CLG can buy next round if they lose this one. Yeah. And then Dignitas have so much money now that one loss bonus, and they can also buy. So very interesting situation going into potentially what could be the last rounds here. And Tarek's up on the tree position as the push is slowly coming in. It looks like Team Dignitas just want this straight up. They're pushing in, they're barreling into this bomb site, and we've got Tarek just dropping down. JDM's going to open things up with a defensive kill onto MSL. The bomb gets collected there by Tarek, Tensky, so let's see if they can get the plant in now. The boost coming up onto AZ potentially there, up onto the tree position. He's going to find the spray, but not the frag here. Trades back and forth, and Kirby's in a nice forward position. Spray comes in, but gets 2 there. Down to Tensky, the new man, but Finesse is going to take him down, and that's going to be that 15 rounds to 14 now. And CLG, they have to win once more against the bye, and they can take this. But Dignitas, who knows what's going to happen at this point?
Yeah, another wall of smoke strategy. The same CLG was doing to Dignitas doing that to CLG. They're doing that B strat where they'll create a wall of smokes to sort of slice that B bomb site into 2 halves. But this time around, Dignitas didn't manage to get that bomb down, and it came down to a 2-on-2, and FNS managing to close it out in the end in a 1-on-1, and it seems like it's going to be another slower approach from Dignitas, but less presence towards that A long though. It's going to be more towards the B. Maybe they're going to be building up something here to drop room actually.
Very possible. Dignitas are like, okay guys, we really we should have secured that one. That should have been in the bag. We just didn't hit a few shots here, so let's try it again. Just add a bit of delay, just to have a bit of obscurity, waste some of the grenades, the counter grenades that they are. Points of the round.
Yeah, you have 2 CTs all the way too long. They have this stack here inside hall. It's gonna be a long rotation, but Tarek gets that first kill though.
And there it is. He's still in position, looking for some more information. Finesse now, if he can deliver a nice defense here by drop, that could be it for CLG. But we've got JDM coming in from the back here. Dignitas don't know what hit them. They're down to 2 players. Pimp and AZ need to get it done, but it's all on Pimp at this point against 4 players. CLG could very well do this right now. He's by B Plateau. They know where he is. This is a very hard ask from Pimp right now. He's got 35 seconds as well. The clock is not even on his side. He's going to find the first engagement, trying to tap down his, but it's not going to work. The frag comes in, and CLG will close 16-14. Dignitas gave them a hell of a fight, but they managed to push it forward.
Yeah, that was an interesting last down. Dignitas trying to create a bit of a B sandwich, B split happening there, but Tarek getting that kill on long. And then there was 2 players from CLG that created a crossfire in drop room. getting those kills. JDM getting 2, leaving Pimp alone in a 1-on-4 situation, and he was not able to convert. Things turn out that CLG is going to be moving on with a 16-14 win.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, that match is so hard to call. I think these are both teams that are really looking for that, just a really big result to push them forwards. I mean, imagine, Dignitas now, had they, won this one, having a new player in there. The last week, they switched out Schneider for Tensky. Imagine the note that, if they win this match, go forward in the tournament, that positive note could really reinforce the team. But, CLG are the ones coming from America. But it's like we do have an interview down on the stage, so take it away, Red Eye.
Thank you very much, Tarek. Well done. CLG, great comeback at the end there, because it looked like it was all getting away from you. Dignitas really putting you under pressure, and AZ just going crazy with frags. How did you cope with the end of that game?
Yeah, that was a huge struggle for us. I'm glad we closed that out because it was getting out of hand towards the second half. Honestly, it should have been we should have closed it out much earlier, I feel like, and it just slipped away slowly. We lose one gun round, we're ecoing the next 2, and it's just slowly they get control.
Talk about earlier on in the game, because things were going fantastically well for you. When you're playing like that as a team and the chemistry's working and all the calls are working out, what's it like with the teammates?
Yeah, it feels really good. I think we were up 7-1 at one point in the first half, and even that half, it slowly just slipped away. They just, that 1v3 that last round especially, he got that Ninja Defuse in the smoke. That was really unfortunate. It's just something we have to work on as a team, though, but it feels really good when everything's working, and then to have it slip away slowly is just super frustrating.
How much weight is on you as one of the North American teams? We often give you guys a bit of stick about maybe not being as good as the Europeans, and when are the North Americans going to finally win a major? How much pressure is there on you guys to keep winning like this and coming back and proving the point?
Well, I mean, I feel like we're underdogs here, no one expects us to do well, so I like being in that position, sort of, because then there's pressure. If you're like Fnatic or Envy, then you're expected to make it out of groups, and then if you do get upset, it's just, you don't want that to happen. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad we finished that out, and I'm looking forward to playing tomorrow.
Yeah, so talk to me about tomorrow. What do you do between now and then?
Well, I'm expecting to play Na'Vi. We might play Envy. It's between Na'Vi or Envy. But from now till then, I mean, it's just watching demos. That's all we can really do. Maybe even come earlier tomorrow and warm up DM and just make sure game's on point.
Congratulations, well done. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Tarek from CLG. And now, before we head off towards some more commercial breaks, instead, this time round, we've got Pala waiting for us in the green room. It's all yours, mate.
Indeed, for the first time, we're in the green room, and I'm actually chilling out with the guys from G2. Michael, how you doing?
Great, thank you.
So, do you want to give a little rundown about what happened yesterday with you guys? You actually took out Mouse, correct?
Yeah, we played against them on Inferno, first game here in the group. Pretty comfortable win. We're happy.
Oh, we've got some laughs going on. Dennis, can I ask you, are you enjoying Cluj? You enjoying Romania?
Yeah, it's lovely.
And what do you think of the stadium?
It's really good. It's big, and I hope it will be full when we play.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure it's going to get more and more packed out over the weekend. So, talking about when you play, you're going to be playing off this next match. You've got Fnatic actually over our shoulder. They're going to be playing Luminosity, I think. And then after that, you guys are going to be playing TSM.
Yep.
Thoughts on that? Because it's going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, I think it's the toughest matchup for us, I think.
Do you have any particular thoughts going into them specifically, as opposed to just, oh, it's going to be tough? What is it about TSM that you're going to be looking to break down and, hopefully overcome?
Last major, we played against Cloud9, and we had a revenge win because they won against us in the FACEIT finals. So now we're looking for the revenge win again, and the revenge win is the best win.
Do you have any particular thoughts on what you've just seen from that match up there? CLG, they just actually beat Dignitas. What did you think of the performance from both teams? Have you got any predictions for maybe the next match between Fnatic and LG? You can maybe put them down a bit, get into their heads.
I mean, the match, it was really close. I think AC had almost 40 frags, so I thought that Dignitas would win because of that. But CLG managed to close it, and yeah, they won. About the next match, which is LG and Fnatic, I believe Luminosity can win because they have a different playstyle than Fnatic, but Fnatic is a really good team, skill-wise, so let's hope they win.
Sweet, thank you, Dennis. What about you, Michael? Do you have any predictions for the LG Fnatic matchup?
Oh, that's a hard one, but I think Fnatic will win pretty comfortable, I think, because they're probably the best team in the world right now.
So no chance at all of an LG upset?
Of course, there's always a chance. I mean, it's a best of one, but let's see.
For someone like you who's been in the European scene for such a long time and is an established professional, is it still sometimes surprising when you see a team from Brazil, you know, performing so well, or at this point, are you all used to the fact that they are top tier and they're able to produce results?
I mean, Brazil in particular have been really good for such a long time, so for me, it's no like big news that they're actually managed to win against European top teams.
Okay, well, I think that's it from the guys over here. Any final words before you go off? I think you'll probably go practice in about 20 minutes or something or warm up. Although you did tell me earlier that's not something you're always doing, warming up for matches, or are you going to go do that now?
I like to watch your face because you're beautiful.
Well, there we go, everybody. Thank you very much, Michael. We're going to head to a commercial break and then afterwards analyze the next matchup. So, oh, no, Dennis?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm much better than Olof.
Ooh. All right, that's it from us, heading to a commercial break.
Child of virus, coming crisis. You're invited to come down. Silver skin cells, simply held in a cradle, hopefully found. And if you're honest with me, if you aren't alone, then just give me what I need. Tell me where am I I'm so sorry. That's my story. I know less than most do. Super
welcome back to the DreamHack Open from Cluj-Napoca. And as you can see, we had a thrilling game. It might not have been the highest level of Counter-Strike we've ever seen, but it was back and forth between Team Dignitas and CLG. In the end, the North American team were able to keep their hopes alive, and they were able to beat a Danish team that were in disarray. Welcome to the Intel Analysis Desk. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and with me, of course, it is Thorin, Fifth-Laren, and James Bardolph. Let's break that game down. The Americans did it. Moses was over there waving his flag, crying, kissing a bald eagle. I think that's what he was doing. All the other patriotic stuff Americans obviously do in their spare time, firing guns, all the rest of it.
Barbecues, beef jerky.
I guess.
Wrongfully arresting people of Middle Eastern descent.
Oh, it's happening. All right, so
Using
what do we think about CLG here? I mean, they almost kind of choked a little bit, but they did just enough to get over that finish line.
They had a much better T side than we saw from them yesterday, actually. They got a lot of rounds on the board, and they could have got a lot more rounds on the board, but they had that bad anti-eco round where I think it was Tarek who was just on the platform on his own. He was kind of looking towards the boost spot, the chicken coop, but he had no one covering his back from the drop zone area, and they just got taken out one by one. And that allowed Dignitas to get some momentum together and get some more rounds on the board. Otherwise, they would have had a harder second half.
Fifth-Laren.
I think that overall, they actually impressed me on the T side quite a bit. CLG in the beginning, I think it was 6-0, and then Dignitas actually managed to win an eco. Is it that one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Where AC was with a 4-kill Deagle round. I think we do have a highlight of that coming up. But overall, it's actually on T side, they did fall back a little bit, 9-6. Not a bad scoreline. Almost screwed over on their CT side, but you know, if you have AC almost dropping a 40 bomb,
and you still lose.
Manage, you still lose, and you still manage to win, and then on top of that, I think that's actually played pretty decently this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was going to say. Statistics don't always tell a story, but AZ must be thinking, that TSM deal. Yeah, I'd have played support for them.
He played nuts. I think there's two actually highlight clips on him. I mean, if he has 40 frags, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're going to get into that very shortly. But let's just talk about the numbers. In fact, actually, we're going to get into it now.
Yes,
so talk me through it. You picked this one out, Ron.
Yes, this is round number 6. It's 5-0 in favor of CLG, and Dignitas are on a save round. And the good thing about CLG here is, the first guy is actually peeking, but everyone else just waiting for them to actually go out so you get good angles with the pistols. And then obviously AC does a really good job here getting a 4-kill, and they end up winning the round.
But I mean, just as well,
and this was also one of the highlights since they were down 4-0. They were down 4-0. Just had previously just lost the first weapon round, and they were looking in a very bad shape. Because if they wouldn't have won this one, they would have been 5-0, possibly 6-0 already.
I mean, I'm really surprised. It's like that classic thing where it's like they know he's there. They obviously are aware of his presence, and yet they've sort of tried to deal with other people first rather than sort of just converging on him and removing him from the equation. He's in a dangerous part of the map. He can obviously use the terrain to his advantage. Was that just bad play there from CLG?
A lot of their players got dinked on the platform area. I think Cutler was the first to get dinked, and then he started moving back and had another player come in, but multiple players they were all down to like 25 HP, and they kind of were uncertain. Some were retreating, some were stuck in the corner where the Molotov normally goes down, and then they were taken out in isolation, basically, in a position where they couldn't trade. So that was one of the major problems for them.
Well, just to say as well, now, my rule about MVP is it's obviously the most valuable player on the server, inarguably AZ, but the man that you described as a field mouse, I guess every mouse has its day, Duncan, because he is.
The thing is, he didn't beat the Bulldog. He was much better than expected. He was good for his team. I still think the best player for his team actually overall was JDM. You saw whenever they didn't have an AWP in his hands, when they were struggling on CT economy, those were the rounds that were the easiest for Dignitas. When they finally got it back and they got the AWP back in his hands, that's when they closed the game. So he was good this game. Let's be real. The MVP can be the MVP on the losing team, by the way. The MVP of this game was AZ.
Yeah.
He got a Dignitas team who had no place having a chance to win this game, and he dropped almost 40 and almost got them this win. I mean, you combine the 2 games he's had, his team's gone out 0-2. He's dropped something like 55 plus frags over the 2 games. I feel really bad for him.
Yeah.
He's kind of in an ELO hell type situation.
Oh, no doubt. I think total it is 59. He's
CLG as a team, though, they did impress me here. Like, they were comprehensively better than Dignitas. The score shouldn't have been that close. They had a guy going completely crazy against them. In a normal game where he just gets, even if he just gets 30 kills, 25, that would be a comfortable win for CLG.
And just to continue on talking about FNS, because as we point out at the start, maybe we don't get to praise him so much. That's the best I've seen him play, frankly. Certainly in a
Well, the thing is, what he did was, it's not like he was taking crazy aim duels. He wasn't doing stuff like AZ was there. The way he got his kills was he got them intelligently. Like, he played like lurker roles, or played connecting roles between the attackers and where the people who are the flankers are going to come from. He just played smart and he used his position, and that's how he's able to rack up the kills there.
Yeah. So we've got that second clip lined up. We're getting back to the AZ show now, I think it is. So talk us through this one again, Rob.
Yeah, same thing. 1-on-3 situation in favor of Dignitas. And sorry.
Oh no, sorry. This is the MSL clip, right? I get it.
Oh, is it actually MSL? Oh, my
yeah,
bad. Yeah.
So he actually.
So the thing here, he smokes the plant, right? Fakes the fuses, and then the thing is, they hear him shoot, and then it goes right on the fuse again. They don't even hear him starting to defuse. Yeah. So he actually ends up winning a situation where he really shouldn't have.
I was a little bit confused when this happened.
That's just one of those veteran moves where you know that it's always been a problem in CS, unfortunately, where certain sounds can cover certain other ones, or they can mask the beginning of something. I mean, famously in 1.6, if you did like a fire from a gun, just like a split second before you dropped somewhere, they sometimes didn't hear you drop on the ground, so they wouldn't know that. That's just a veteran smarts move there. That's how he's kind of baited them out there. Because I understand from their point of view, if you don't hear the diffuse there, you're not going to run through this smoke. That would be the way to lose the round.
Yeah, and I mean, the one thing we had in the beginning, I still believe it's the same. If you throw a smoke right off the bat and just instantly diffuse when it goes off, you can't hear it. It just hides basically the diffuse sound. Yep. Now, he was a little bit late on the diffuse, so they heard it, which was good for him. But I think with the addition of the smoke and the AK spray, I just don't think that they actually heard the diffuse coming.
Yeah, I mean, I was perplexed when I was watching it. I thought this was a pros don't fake kind of a situation where they were locked into that mind game and they just let him win it. But it was odd, but it was hugely important within the context of giving Dignitas a chance. Obviously, 10-5, 9-6, it's a
yeah, because both of those two rounds should be impossible rounds to win, and they still managed to. And then on top of that, you have obviously AC that almost dropped 40.
That's what I mean. You add all this together.
Yeah.
Dignitas shouldn't really have
been
in.
Of course, CLG was the better team today.
I mean, but that is the problem, isn't it? That Dignitas have won these impossible rounds. They've had these impossible clutches. They've had 37 frags dropped by their star player. And what good has it got them? They've lost. So, I mean, I don't know.
It highlights the problems they have as a team in that sense. Because other teams don't need someone to drop 35 to even have a chance to win. Other teams, star player drops 25. On TSM, if Device drops 23, that's probably enough. There's enough other talent in the team. The machine works. You're going to get the right T-half. You're going to have the solid CT half. That's going to win you the game. This just highlighted to me, if anything, that AZ played fantastically in 2 games. One of them they weren't even in at all. And then this one, they've barely lost.
Yeah. Crazy. Let's talk a little bit about CLG, of course, to the victor of the spoils. What do we think about their tournament health now, then? Do we feel that they're going to go on and maybe continue to upset the apple cart and fly that North American flag? Obviously, you can see next they'll be going up either against Envious or Na'Vi.
The problem is I can't see them beating either of these in a best-of-3. Now, it's possible against Na'Vi. Let me think.
Well, they almost beat them yesterday,
I'm trying to think if they can get a map, though, but I'm trying to think what map they could get. Because the big problem is you can't play Na'Vi on Mirage, that's a CLG map. I mean, you're not going to want to play them on Overpass, another great Na'Vi map. Trains, obviously, Na'Vis. The problem is it's hard to figure out what map they'd win. I think in terms of talent, they have the talent to win a map off Na'Vi. In terms of the matchup, I think it's not a very good map pool matchup.
And keep in mind, it's going to be a best-of-3.
And just an update there as well for the people at home, for the groups. You can see we said that 4 teams were going to go home. That confirms it. Vexed are out. Flipside are out, Team Liquid are out, and Team Dignitas are also out. And I would probably say the most surprising one out of those, even though they were in the group of death, having seen them perform, probably is Team Liquid. That was the one that I think all of the analysts felt had the chance to kind of maybe hang in there.
If they ran into another group instead of because their group was the hardest by far. I think if they end up in, say, Group A instead of Cloud9 or maybe even Luminosity, I'm sure that they would advance.
They did say it themselves on Twitter. I think it might have been Hiko who tweeted and said that you can call it the group of death, but they make no excuses. You're going to have to beat these teams at some point. It is a major after all. So
it was brutally tough. I mean, I said it again right at the start when we were coming into this very first day of the broadcast. I was like, Team Liquid must be thinking, what have we done to deserve this? Like, what they all must have collectively done in their past lives must be atrocious. Like, one of them must have been Genghis Khan or something. It's unbelievable.
He was a great guy. What are you talking about?
We'll get into that in the break. Anyway, I want to thank you, of course, for all of your thoughts, gentlemen. It's always good to get you in here from what was a great game, actually. We didn't think it might be as explosive as it was. Anyway, we're going to take a short commercial. commercial break. The first thing I want to do is remind you, of course, of our coverage partners over at The Score Esports. You can download their app to keep up with all of the scores from this major while you're on the move, and they also write some fine articles there as well, so make sure to check them out. And now we're going to take a break before our 5th game of the day. We're getting into those winner games now. Next up, it's going to be the fallen giant of Fnatic versus the South American hopefuls of Luminosity. Who will win? We'll find out after the break.
Child of Iris, coming crisis. You're invited.
setting up, but I can never love. No, I can never love. I could do the things she wants and things I did without. But I can never love. But I can never love. She can find that someone, find that someone, find that someone. It's someone just like you, just like you. She can find that someone, find that someone, find that someone. It's someone just like you, just like you. You're a treasure in the sea, an adventure that I need.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DreamHack Open from Cluj-Napoca. Now, we're going to get straight into the map veto for the next game. It's going to be Fnatic versus Luminosity, and we have still got the Intel analysis desk, but while we're trying to get things accelerated because we've had a few delays and we don't want you staying up too late, or indeed ourselves staying up too late, we are going to jump straight into that veto now between Fnatic and Luminosity. We've just also, you'll have noticed, we've had a visit from Bear Force 1. Anders and Natu are on the desk all of a sudden. So just some quick thoughts then about what map we think we're going to see while this veto comes up. Where are Fnatic and Luminosity going to end up?
I think it's going to be a tough one for Luminosity, to be honest with you. Fnatic obviously has a very broad map pool. I think the maps that Fnatic should be vetoing to dodge bullets is like maps like Train, Mirage potentially, because like I said, there's so many other maps they can choose from.
I think maybe heading towards something like Overpass, maybe. The thing is, recently, even though I think Luminosity is a good Inferno team, they actually tend to ban it every now and then. So I'm thinking something along the lines of like Dust 2 or Overpass. I think it's very likely we'll get one of those two.
Anders, do you have anything to add to that? Again, I'm always wanting to ask you your thoughts because I know you're well into your theory crafting.
Yeah, right now I'm completely distracted imagining hundreds of people Googling Bear Force 1. But yes, I think that's a reasonable choice. Both those maps lend themselves very well to AWPing, and I think Luminosity certainly have some good players who can pick up that AWP and actually inflict some pretty good damage. If I was Luminosity, I would look for maps where you could try and get some individual duels against Fnatic. I actually think the Brazilians are individually skilled enough that they can sometimes win those duels, which I think Fnatic have like a history, especially against the Brazilian team, of underestimating. It usually takes Fnatic like 5 or 6 rounds before they remember, all right, these guys are actually individually pretty good, but we can usually outskill them tactically, and then we'll probably win the game anyway. But yeah, so if you can get some individual fights, I think it's worth it.
Just while we're waiting for that veto to actually start, just as we try to speed things up, there's been a little gremlin in the system. So let's look at our featured matchup, which is Flusher versus Cold. And of course, Cold went off in a big way. He was blowing anything but Cold when he came up against Luminosity. Yeah, please don't. And Flusher, of course, he was actually the guy that dropped the most frags for Fnatic the other day as well.
Is that even surprising at this point in a major?
No, it definitely isn't. Statistically, the strongest player at major. He does it time and time again. So just a few words about these two players and what they bring to their respective teams.
I mean, Flusher, he can do anything pretty much. He's been an awesome clutcher recently. Just force on all parts of a round, and you know, he seems like he had obviously a bit of a slump earlier this year, but he's just really come back and really seems super self-confident. I feel like he's, like we mentioned before here in the desk, that he's probably even a bigger part of Fnatic right now, like than a player like Olofmeister.
I think when they made the switch up to bring Cold Zero in, I'm not sure if it was the most obvious choice. I feel like SecuK played pretty well, so I wasn't really sure what was going on there. But I think he's proven himself lately, and if you can sort of come into a team, still relatively new player, and play at a major tournament and do as well as he did yesterday, that's a really good sign. That's hard to find.
Only his second major, of course. Yeah. And, you know, Fallen said that there was only one player actually out there that they could pick that they felt was going to give them the explosive power they needed, and he gave Cold this massive, you know, pep talk basically, and bigged him up in a big way.
There's this guy called Kogu.
Yeah.
And, I just want to point out he's still out there. So I have to disagree slightly, even though I think Fallen is.
This what, I mean, come on. Is the Kogu comeback happening? Is that what you're trying to say, Anders?
I think once you're as good as Kogu, there is no way you couldn't make a comeback. Now, whether he's actually willing to put in the time for it, I really can't speak to that. I almost want to say I'm 100% sure if he wanted to.
I feel like that ship has sailed.
Yeah,
it'd be possible.
He has tried to come back a lot of times. Plus, there's also the factor that, I mean, if you're Fallen, the whole point is you sort of replaced Kogu, you were playing with Kogu's old teammates, it was all set up around you, you were like the new Kogu. Yep. You're not always that often to get the guy back who you supposedly replaced. He's playing the same team, who's going to share the AWP? I don't know, I think he's a great player, but obviously there's a lot to be done there. In what he's talking about now is he's trying to pick up someone who right now is an upgrade.
Yeah.
Right now has a chance. If we put him on this team, interestingly, actually, Cold Zero previously was playing on FNX's team, which is the second best team over there, and FNX was formerly a member. of not only Fallen's teams, but Kogu's team that won at ESWC in 2006. So I think it was a logical pickup. It's just that because we don't follow the scene and we only see Luminosity, and formerly they were known as Keat Stars and Kaboom, we only know that team, and we knew that their strength was in tactics. So you worry, well, if they say, oh, player, maybe that throws something off. But actually, if anything, they look as strong, if not better, because now they're not just the first show. Now they've suddenly got a couple of players who are joining them now, having big performances. Because we always knew Fair was very good, but it always felt like they lacked a bit of the firepower. Now, if that changes, suddenly that changes the whole ball game, because I thought they were a team that had plateaued, you know. Great for single map upsets, but they were never going to win a best of 3 over a top team. Well, they're going to have to win a best of 3 over at least someone decent, probably at some point in this tournament, if not in the quarterfinals, in the next match after this.
Yeah, so, you know, I agree with you. I think it's interesting the way all the pieces of the jigsaw have kind of slotted into place for Luminosity. And they're a team that always impressed me tactically. You can tell they were very good at disseminating information from demos, doing their homework. They were really good at getting those tactics together. Sort of reminiscent of Cloud9. They were doing very good domestically in the ESL ECA Pro League. They've really been coming together nicely. The problem was Fallen wasn't on the AWP. And then they get rid of ZQK, all of a sudden Fallen's on that up, they bring in coldzera, he's got firepower, he's going off in a big way. I really like the way they've been lined up.
Listen up, like Brazilian teams throughout times have been teams known for work ethic. They've always been the ones taking these long boot camps, 2, 3, even a month, long boot camps, and really honing a lot of things, like you said, just inspecting a lot of demos, trying to find new ways. But I think the one problem really that especially Luminosity has had is that they are really relying on that really super slow kind of play style, and they need to find that second gear. They need to find more diversity in their play to make it work, I think, and more consistently against the top teams.
Yeah, so, sorry, go on, Anders.
No, I was going to say, I think the other problem is that I do think Luminosity put a lot of work into studying their opponents. I think Fnatic have more resources to put in even more work, because it's not just going to be Pronax and maybe a couple of teammates. Fnatic have other people employed to you know, look at them, or at least, you know, people helping them out with the demo reuse and stuff like that. So, which I expect and I hope more teams will start doing and picking up, you know, more people, because it's a really hard task for one person to do. So I don't know what kind of work Luminosity would have to put in to beat Fnatic on like the intelligence level and trying to figure out what's what here. And the slow game style just is going to help Fnatic in making really good decisions, I think.
But we have to be real. The key thing is, if this was a best of 3, yes, I'd be saying it's going to be so hard for Luminosity, even if they get some advantage. It's a best of 1. This is a great chance for Luminosity, if Fnatic show any weakness, to potentially knock them off here. The big issue is, what map are they going to get to here? Like I'm saying, if they can get it to an overpass or a Dust 2, there's a chance. There really is a chance. It's not ridiculous. We've seen when they play very well what they can do. We know Fnatic has shown at least a bit of weakness, admittedly not necessarily against a Luminosity type team, but actually even in the last major they had a game that was very close against them in the quarterfinals. So I think it's a possibility. That's why this map veto is going to be so crucial, I think.
Yeah, well, let's just talk a little bit about Fnatic, and you know, look, we're talking about them again in kind of that they're in a slump, and it's very easy to forget that even in a slump they're better than almost every other team out there. I mean, that's just how good they are.
Yesterday we saw them play on their tourist side, so it was very lackluster. They were super disconnected as a team. We saw them do things where, like, they were supposed to go in as 2 guys were supposed to go somewhere. Instead, it was one guy going, then another one a second and a half later. No possibility whatsoever to trade any kills. But in the big picture, when you think about it, Fnatic has always been a team with so much individual skill that even when the round goes down to, like, you know, 40-second mark, 30-second mark, you'd always have someone out of JW, Flusha, or Olofmeister creating an opening, creating a possibility for them to do something. But we've not seen that so much. It seems like their intuition sometimes is not in there. They're getting caught off guard, and they're not creating those opportunities.
Yeah. I'm going to be interested to see now. I'm being told that we are rebooting the veto system. So we've got a little bit longer than perhaps we'd anticipate, but let's still keep talking about the draft. I guess this gives us a nice opportunity to think about what kind of map we want to see it on. Now, do we think, for example, that Fnatic are going to remove Dust 2 and not let Luminosity have that?
I don't think so, because even though that is a strength of Luminosity, it's one of the better maps for them. It's been a strength of Fnatic's in the recent times, actually. It's one of the maps where, as they've had difficulties, notably against the top teams on some of the other maps, they've veered towards Dust 2, actually. You've seen them play a lot of maps there, and the only times they've tended to lose on Dust 2 is against very good teams there. It's like a TSM level team, you know. So I actually think Dust 2 would be fine for Fnatic. Okay. In some ways, I think you're going to see less. I think in some, what's weird is, I think the Dust 2 is better for Fnatic in many ways, because if it goes to Overpass, I see like very interesting tactics coming out of Luminosity. That could throw a curveball there.
So here we go.
Obvious ban
big
there, by the
cheer
way.
from the crowd because Cobble is out. Yes, you are right to
Wow.
applaud.
Is that even possible? I think it's still going to be Cobble.
It's
I'm
still
just saying,
weird.
it
It's
is
still
possible.
weird to me, though, that it's
Yeah.
Fnatic that banned it. Because, I mean, I'm very shocked that they
And
would have banned
Luminosity is banning Overpass.
Maybe
so,
they just don't want to play it. Maybe they think they saw our demos yesterday. Okay, Fnac's also banning Dust 2. This almost makes
Yeah.
me think that the names are reversed or something, because I don't know why Fnac are banning Cobble and then Dust 2. These are two strong maps for them.
Yeah, it does seem a bit strange. I'm being told this is accurate. This is how it is legitimately happening. Train being taken
You don't
away.
usually
there,
think
but-
of Fnatic as much of a threat on Train, but then again, Luminosity aren't really a team that plays Train, so I think that's
Yeah.
more what that's coming into.
Yeah.
It's not a respect ban, it's just Luminosity don't want to play it themselves. Now we're heading into territory now where Fnatic don't want to play Cash against these sorts of teams. I think it's going to be an Inferno Mirage
Yeah, I
randomizer
agree.
here.
I think we'll see Cash get taken
It's Fnac
out.
who has the ban now, so I'm expecting they're just going to ban Cash.
Yeah, and I think in the random process, I think Mirage would be the better map probably for Luminosity, in my opinion. Even though
it's the classic Luminosity map, isn't it? That's the other question. Does Fnatic gamble, ban Mirage, because that's the one that's the original upset map for Luminosity, but then risk having to play Cash, which is like, that hasn't been a map that's been kind to them over the last few months.
It definitely has, and we saw Envious take them apart on Cash.
Look at this.
The
It's taking a while for
Infinity
them to
champion
make
of
a-
champions.
It's taking a while for Fnatic to make a choice.
See, this is the classic question. When you're the team with the deep map pool, do you take away their strength, or do you take away your weakness? Now,
I think
they don't know yet.
Part of the scare here is also that everybody has had terrorist rounds on Inferno, terrorist sides on Inferno, where they've been locked out of the game. You know, that can happen even to a Fnatic playing the terrorist
See,
side.
they ban Cash. Now, if you're Fnatic, you want this to be Inferno, actually,
Yeah.
because even though historically
absolutely.
Luminosity was good on it, that's a map that they've been banning the last few tournaments. So, if the randomizer gives you Inferno, I think it's giving Fnatic a really nice edge. If it's Mirage, we have a game on. That's when the things are primed for a potential upset.
And I'm guessing that Fnatic gets to choose the side as well. So, would be a huge benefit for them.
Well, let's see then.
Find out.
Smiles from JW. Is that a sign?
Is it
that
actually
gonna be
randomized? Because
Inferno?
if so, what's the delay? Why does it take so long?
I don't know, maybe it's like a tombola. I haven't actually seen the randomizer. I don't know if it's been
No,
to
no,
it.
it
And
is
there you go.
Inferno.
So
Oh.
Smiles by JW did suggest it was going to be Inferno. You can see Fnatic are going to start on that T side. Luminosity
That's
will
big.
get the CT side.
I think the sides
Gives
are gonna have
Luminosity a platform.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. I think this is really big. With the pistol round here, there is a chance that Luminosity could pick up an incredible rounds in the first half. But I think that pistol is going to be really crucial. If they lose it, then Fnatic could almost become
Hey,
unstoppable.
if Luminosity gets their guesses right, if they stack the right spots, because they're good at creating crossfires, creating opportunities when they have them, and that's going to be one of the things. If they just happen to take the right chances, Fnatic could be in trouble.
Make no mistake, Fnatic is still one of the best Inferno teams. I think they got the right one out of the two here, Mirage and Inferno. I think history's on their side. They've got the better style. They still play the classic style where when you see the heat map at the end of the game, CT side for Fnatic will be tons of kills will have taken place in the banana where they take it over and they're going to decide based on the information they have there how to rotate to the other side or not, or how to flank. Whereas sometimes other teams, TSM notably now, they play back in the site on B. They don't take up the banana area. So Fnatic don't tend to veer away from the classics on this map. This is a great map for them to just make the reads on CT side, I think.
And this is where I think it's going to be interesting to see if Fallen can come into play and have a performance very similar to what he did against Cloud9, where he was actually very mobile with that AWP. He was very, kind of dynamic, able to catch them off guard because they never knew exactly where he was going to be. I feel if he can maybe do some aggressive picks, some aggressive pushing here, might be able to rattle Fnatic, especially, doing it on that CT side and just, give them that platform they need to really challenge him in terms of the scoreline.
I'm really going to be looking forward to seeing if we're going to see a Fnatic that will try and base the early game around just taking some fights and winning them, or if that doesn't work, if they're then just going to fall back to some more safe setups, some smoke execution, stuff like that. I remember a couple of matches between these two teams on Inferno where it has been down to Fnatic trying to take early aim fights and actually coming out sort of roughly even and just ending up actually going away from it, because I think Fnatic are used to being able to open up, especially the middle on Inferno, simply by outpicking their opponents almost every time. So I don't think it's going to be that easy for them.
Yeah, and let's not forget the one thing that Fnatic have had in abundance is this ability to clutch. It's been ridiculous, actually, especially when we're thinking about guys like Olofmeister, Flusher. It feels like 1v2s, 1v3s even just happen with this ridiculous regularity. I mean, that's going to be one of the key components of this match, I think.
And also, I think JW is one of the few operators that has made Inferno into one of his home courts. He makes it work on that map more often than other
Just to an
do.
Inferno, it would always be where he'd make these ridiculous aggressive pushes. You'd regularly see him push through apartments with an AWP, and he makes that pick super early, and you're just like, well, you know, that's stupid. Why has he even done that? Why am I even having to think about that at the start?
I think
of the
another
round?
dynamic also is one thing is early battles, they're going to try and just go ham and try to get that force the first pick, but if they're not able to, are they able to make the CTs use their smokes or Molotovs prematurely before they're supposed to, so that they can actually have a possibility going further down in the round to make an attack without a smoke being in one of the choke points?
And now we're in this meta where we see all these players buying Deagles on the saves when it's not a full force buy. Crims has actually emerged surprisingly as one of the better Deagle players, actually. He routinely has these highlight rounds on LAN. So I think that's interesting there. Will Fnatic keep going to these weird 3 or 4 Deagle buys? Because that's not typically how we think of their team. Yes, they used to abuse Tech9 and CZ, but only on certain players, actually. They used to be more of a standard team, I thought.
Right, so the players are all readied up, and we've got about 90 seconds before the match goes live. I'll start with you, Natu. Predictions.
I do think Fnatic is going to win it, but Luminosity is not going to make it easy. I think I think the early rounds are going to really dictate on how it's going to go. If Luminosity gets a great start, I think they can get deep into the double digits, and it's going to be super close.
Especially starting CT side, I feel like Luminosity have like a bit of an edge there, but I have to go with Fnatic. Even if they had a bit of a weak performance yesterday, I think actually that might help them to be even more alert and awake today. So yeah, Fnatic to win it. Close game, something like 16-12 in favor of Fnatic.
Duncan?
I'm pretty sure Fnatic's going to win it. One of the problems I see for the guys from Luminosity is I think that was actually a surprising pick ban. I can't see any way they could have rationally figured out that it would come down to Inferno. Some of the bans from Fnatic were actually banned maps that they previously would have been expected to want to play because of their strengths. So I think that takes away some of the edge of that tactics. They're looking at all the demos, knowing what they're going to do. So I'm taking Fnatic to win this one.
So all three of you going for Fnatic. Thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. We'll see if you're right. Without any further ado, let's get into the game. It is the 5th of the day and the 2nd day of the major here. It's going to be Fnatic versus Luminosity Gaming. Take it away, boys.
Well, thank you very much at the desk. I think we're live now. Yeah, perfect, great. So it is going to be me, Semler, with Moses on my right. How's it going, Moses? Are you excited for this match?
I'm pumped for this match. This is like a replay, kind of, or the last major they played in the best of 3 in Cologne.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah.
This is, I mean, it feels like they always seem to run into each other, Fnatic and Luminosity. It's like LAN after LAN. If the two of them are there, they're going to run into each other at some point.
Yeah, well, and it's this is kind of an interesting map pick because it's so strong for Fnatic, like they talked about on the desk, but also Luminosity beat TSM on this map back at the Pro League, the ESL ESEA Pro League finals.
And we had, we were kind of giggling about that, right? Because TSM and Thorin hit all the points. The TSM played it very passively on that map, and, well, Luminosity took advantage of it. Then Fnatic showed up, and they were like, well, here, Danes, you know, let us go ahead and show you some true Scandinavian power here. And they just kind of just slapped Luminosity around. So,
as they do most teams on this map.
But it was pretty brutal. I remember it being pretty one-sided. So I'm curious to see if, you know, Luminosity, they've had a little bit of time now to try and develop their game. I mean, what do you think so far going into this map, considering they get to start on CT side at least?
Yeah, that's at least, you know, positive for them moving forward. They can get off to a good start. Definitely CT sided. The big thing is they can't go down. It's kind of that double-edged sword. If they go down so early and Fnatic has control on the Terror side, they can just run that score up, and that's going to be the dangerous part. Also, you have to expect if LG wants to win this match, they're going to have Cold. He's going to have to go nuts again, just like he did yesterday.
Right. I mean, that's a big reason why they're even here at this point. Like, Cold was like, you know what? I'm feeling warm tonight. Puts him on his shoulders, just carries him across that finish line versus Fnatic, and it was one hell of a performance from him. But you're absolutely right. We have to keep an eye on him because he was the one who woke up for Luminosity. He's the one who kept the South Americans in the fight.
I want to keep my eye on JW because I thought Natu brought up the good point. This is like JW's always like, this is just literally a playground. You can just watch when he plays. He has like so much fun on this map. He's so good at just randomly being aggressive on that lane side with an AWP. And that's a scary situation for LG moving forward into this matchup. But, I mean, that's going to come in the second half. For the first half, you're going to have to... Luminosity's got to keep control of Banana. They've got to be able to maintain early pressure in Banana. They need to push down. They need to make Fnatic fear a little bit, you know, pushing up so quickly. They can't allow them to have so much control in Banana.
Yeah. I would go so far as to say across the entire map, right? Like, they need to be able to challenge in mid. You need to have to actually master that fear, because you're absolutely right bringing up that point with JW. Kenny is also one of those operators. It was pretty much the two of them that just did incredible things on this map where no other operator would want to take the challenge. They would play really passive and just hold these angles. JW and Kenny would be out there taking fights, just making it look like frag reel stuff all the time. But you have to be brave to go up against that.
Yeah.
You never know where JW is going to be. So that could be a mental game that's actually happening here for Luminosity, where it's like they need to be able to push out there regardless of whether JW is going to be in second mid waiting for him or in Banana.
And when you talk about mastering your fear and everything, like, you have to be able to take those battles. That's something Fnatic does really good on their CT side. You know, this map on the defense is all about managing your smokes, having those utilities and having your Molotovs. And to maintain those into the later portions of the round to delay these hits coming in, you have to be willing to take early fights in those choke points. You can't let, you know, your fear cause you to throw a smoke at a minute and 15 seconds just because you feel some pressure. You have to be able to take that fight once in a while. So you can hold on to a smoke, hold on to a Molotov, and Fnatic is one of the best teams at doing that.
Yeah, it seems like our talk, you know, revolves greatly around B side, and Crims is pretty much famous for that. I mean, that guy's ice cold. You constantly see him just saving a smoke until 30 seconds left, and he's like, yeah, come through it. Yeah. Come through. I dare you. I double dog.
I want you to. Well, and also Olaf plays over there as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
so
that's
it's like
that duo.
It's like, man, we got to go to the B bomb site. We got to play against Crims and Olaf. It's like sections the map off.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually our first seed match that we're going to be going through here in the group stages between Luminosity Gaming starting on the CT side and Fnatic starting on the T side. And already Olaf Meister, he's in full raid boss mode, but Flusha doesn't need his help. Olaf's on the other side of the map. Flusha, he's just taking care of business alone here on the B side.
Yeah, they get that first kill, but he's the only one over towards B, and no one from Luminosity has rotated over, so keeping their cool early on. Now Fnatic's going to be able to pressure out. Boiler Room pressure up mid. It's only one person spotting it. That's Cold. He gets pre-fired back. There's the smoke on lane side.
They're going to be able to just rush up here. This is true Fnatic style. All out pressure. Cold, he does trade 1 for 1, but that's with Pronex. That's not the big threat here. You've got Olaf, you got Flusha, Crimson, JW. They're all still alive, and Steel is gone. He saw no push coming in from Banana Flusha, so it's like there's only one guy around here, fellas.
And true raid boss, like you mentioned, Olaf with the Tech 9 and armor just keeps pressuring, stays in that CT spawn, wants to take more fights after getting that first kill. He's bloodthirsty right now. He's gonna wrap around Fallen, who got a kill. Fallen knows he's here, and Olaf not committing to that fight, but there's still one flanking. He's up into B right now.
That's so smart by Olaf Meister. Falls back. Now Fallen has to constantly worry about getting shot in the back. His teammate isn't getting the support necessary. Bolts is up on the site, and there we go. Fallen finally has to try to run in, and he turns away from Flusha, who takes his face off, and Flusha takes the final kill of the first round. What a dominant pistol on all fronts. Fnatic just gave us a masterclass demonstration.
Flusha gets the first kill and the last kill of that round. It comes full circle for him in the pistol. 3 kills total, but it's all about Olaf, like you said, not taking that fight, just making sure that any CT trying to rotate. Fallen had to be aware all of the time. He had to be very much cautious, checking his back. Same with JW. He pops out, takes a couple shots, and he doesn't commit to a fight. He falls back into construction when the site's being retaken. So very smart passive play, just ensuring that there's no chance they can lose the round.
And well, this is where it gets scary because, well, Luminosity, they have gone for the force buy. It doesn't look like they want to hold on to the nades, or at least try and prioritize the nades in their first buy round with the rifles. It's going to be here in the second round. They don't want to let Fnatic run away with this, but Fnatic have gone for a bit of a healthy mix in the gear. They've gone for 3 rifles and 2 SMGs. So if they run into Fallen, he's going to be in for a sad time. But if they run into Steel with the CZ, it doesn't really work out for JW.
That's one of the rifles, too. It's down. Crimson's going to be able to salvage it easily, but takes the MAC-10 out of their hands, and there's a decent amount of pressure being put on by Luminosity now. Aggression over towards these A halls. And everything's just kind of stalled out at the moment. Everyone's just being patient. Man down, Fnatic wants to make sure they're not going to get aggressed upon anywhere, and Luminosity just waiting for the play, knowing they're a man up.
Wolfmeister doing a very good job so far of not trying to push in. He's waiting for one mistake to be made. Crims just throwing some shots out there, seeing if he can bait a response out of Luminosity. But for now, Luminosity, they're playing as if it's a full buy round. They're like, we got our first kill, but now it's up to Fnatic to come to us, right?
Yeah, that first kill actually put Fnatic in their place. They wanted to be aggressive. They got up the B bomb site within 20 seconds, and now they've slowed everything down. Olaf, he's going to have to clear these halls out. He's going to be the only one. 3 members coming up mid, and all of Luminosity, they make the wrong call. They send 4 players over towards B, and it's going to be an A-hit. Cold can't do everything. He does get 1 kill, can't get away, though. That's going to be the bomb site for Fnatic. They're going to be able to get it planted and move into a post-plant position, and here comes the retake.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get that default plant down. They realize now perhaps that the site is clear, and now Flusha, he spots the first man out through library onto Long. That's Fallen gone. Fallen didn't have Kevlar, though, so he's not the big target. Steel has found a Galil to work with, and it's a 3-on-3 retake now as Olaf Meister tries to hold off 2 Luminosity players pushing up short. They walk right in, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Olaf takes out Bolts, and Pronex stays alive on the site. So a much more expensive round here for Fnatic than what they wanted. But still, Luminosity just making them realize you can't take us too lightly here.
Right. Then they actually, you're expensive. Fnatic loses an AK-47 in that round. They can't pick up the second one. They only get the Galil. So rebuys come out. But now's the thing. Can Luminosity deal some damage again? Because Fnatic can build his bank up quickly. They've got one MAC-10. Krims is on the Tech 9 just to save some money because they took so much damage in that last round.
Now he realizes, well, now it is going to be pretty standard fare here, Luminosity. They're going to be going for a pretty hard eco. They still do manage to invest in a CZ75, for example, a couple P250s. But no nades to work with this time, no nades to really soften things up here for Fnatic. Still pretty impressed with Cold so far. I mean, in the space of a couple rounds, we've already seen him actually frag pretty hard. 2 kills for him. He's leading the charge for his team, but both of those kills, they looked pretty good.
Now JW, he's going to be the one entering, and he's the one with the Galil again. So using the rifle instead of the SMGs. Once boosted, Steel can't get that kill. JW finds it. He adjusts again and mows down Fallen. Nicely done from JW. 2 entries for him as they come into the B-bomb site.
Yeah, that's going to set it up. It looks like Luminosity, they're still going to try and hang around here. Cold, or rather Fair, hasn't actually rotated off that A site yet. It seems like he's still got an idea that Olofmeister might be lurking around here. We'll see if he gets any joy out of that. Might also be trying to hold on to that $500 investment he made in his pistol. Damage is there. Fair, he finds Olaf. Olaf only had the MAC-10 though, so it's not a big loss for Fnatic. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, and that MAC-10 that gets picked up, Fur hasn't even been able to do anything with it. He's in CT spawn. Yeah, that smoke could be a nice distraction. Fnatic might not check it if they notice that smoke at Archway, but he's playing very close up, going to try and grab one more kill, but Pronax swings out wide, takes some damage, but ends up taking out Fair. So 3-0 for Fnatic early on going into the first gun round.
And 3-4 players staying alive there. Krims should be able to upgrade no problem at all here. And we're going to get a full buy out of Fnatic. Now, we did notice that Fallen was prioritizing the AWP. He didn't get the frags that he was looking for to allow him to get some nades, but he still has just enough money to get Kevlar and a decoy nade. So the firepower is there. Fallen showing that he's willing to go for it, but then, of course, the guy that we were focused on at the beginning of this round, JW, he's gone for it as well.
A couple members of LG also choosing to go for the FAMAS just so they can add some nades. Steel could have gotten M4, but he wanted the Molotov to use in these choke points, and Fallen holding this angle over towards the B bomb site. Flusha being very cautious with it, knowing an op could be on the field, but more aggression for Luminosity in these A-halls.
They're trying to clear it out pretty systematically here. Krims putting some shots through into bedroom, and Bolt's content to just sit and wait. He hasn't been found out yet. And he does have Fair here to support him, so if somebody was to try and check through the hole in the wall there, Fair's going to be in perfect spot to actually take him out. Fnatic still setting up, but now Krims is committed. Pronax is here as well. Krims, Bolts doesn't even need the help. He's actually going to take Krims out single-handedly, and now Olofmeister not in position to get the refrag.
Yeah, and he gets smoked off as well. It's going to allow Bolts to go away, get out free. Takes a little bit of damage as Olaf spams through the smoke, but it's a good find for LG. Now they pop flash mid. JW, he's got to crouch down so he can't be seen. LG, that's just an information peek, trying to see what they can get. Fallen, a shot from him gets baited out. Now he's got to get away, but he's in a scary spot.
And he just makes it out. Only takes 10 points of damage there. Nicely done by Fallen. He's got it. Oh, 10 points rather. He gets dropped down to 50. Sorry, the bottle was in the way. I'll move that. But it is still a man advantage here for Luminosity. They still actually have managed to hold on to an HE and a flash. And with 25 seconds left, Fnatic really don't have much time to play with. Smokes go down onto this A site, and the push begins. Fnatic just going straight up short. They're trying to wrap, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Fair's still alive until JW strikes him down. And it's going to be the man holding on the site itself. Cold gets caught by Pronax, and it's falling apart for Luminosity in this key round. 9 seconds left, and that bomb will get planted. And now it comes down to Fallen and Steel. They have a kit to play with, so they have a little bit more time, 5 seconds worth, and there it is. Fallen, he catches Pronax going out onto short, but that's the info that Pronax was looking for as well. Now JW and Flusha, they have everything they need to just keep this locked. And this is still going to be it. I mean, they're not peeking out Fnatic. They're really trying to play for the time. Nice wallbang there onto Fallen, dropping him low down to 31, and then Flusha finds the angle. JW took out Steel from long, and Fnatic, the first buy round for Luminosity, they get denied.
Yeah, once that pressure comes in onto that A-bomb site, is just Cold left in the site, getting wrapped upon from 2 locations. Fallen couldn't make the rotate back from the B-bomb site in time to help out. And that's just a really difficult spot to be. And that retake seemed like they weren't really sure if they wanted to go for it. It was very, very slow paced. Both members of Fnatic in the site and just kind of pinching in on it, much like the attack went for Fnatic, but it wasn't really that aggressive.
If you it feels like if you slow down the pace versus Fnatic, they aren't going to get jittery. Instead, it just gives them time to think things through. And they're like, what's the ideal way to play the remainder of this round? Just like we saw in the pistol. Oh, we'll just be a threat. Or we'll just sit and not peek and not give you an easy frag. Fnatic are making the right calls. They're known for being incredibly intelligent players.
Yeah, and because of that, this is brutal now. This is what we said cannot happen to Luminosity. Even pop flashing through the smoke. There's one pushed up, that's Fallen. He gets 2 kills. Nicely done from him, but he falls eventually. It is the 3-on-2 though. Flusha and Krims going up against 3 members of Luminosity on the rotate now. It's just pistols though. And that choke point is going to be smoked off towards CT spawn.
Wow, they are not wasting any time at all. Between Flusha and Crims, they actually leave rifles behind in Banana. Not going to play into it, though, for Luminosity. They don't make their way through there to pick up those guns. Instead, they're going to be counting on the triple deagle that they've got running. Bolts just runs through the fire, and that doesn't pan out well for him. Flusha does spot the man in construction as well, and now they have all the info. They know where this pinch is coming in from Luminosity. It's one after another, and there it is. Cold finds the headshot on Crims, so it is going to be down to Flusha, one of the best clutchers in the world, and he oversteps. Somehow, he actually gets caught.
I think they're going to have this.
I think it's going to be real close, but they do have it. Incredible. Luminosity on an eco round. They pull it off. And Fallen with the 2 kills, the 2 key kills in Banana to actually make this possible.
That's insane that they just win that round. What a retake. And you saw Bolts, he comes right through that fire. A little bit, it looks a little goofy, but he's just trying to catch him off guard. Maybe seeing if one of the Fnatic players is using that Molotov almost like a smoke. But Fallen, he makes that early play, and then those deagles right at the end, and they're able to get those kills in time. You could see Flusha trying to play with the timer just a little bit, delaying as long as he could, but falls eventually. And that's huge for Luminosity because they're on the verge of going down 0-5. That would have been brutal, but now with 1-4, they gain so much money just winning an eco round like that. Free weapons.
And they really do put they really do put a lot of pressure on Fnatic's economy now. It's always this way when you win an eco round versus a fully equipped team. They're going to have to spend so much money in the next round to get re-equipped Fnatic, and we're seeing that now. JW doesn't hesitate, just goes for the op. I mean, he has that now to work with, but we can already see, you know, going from like 7,000, 8,000 economy, they all drop down to around 2,000, if not, you know, lower on Flusha and JW. Whereas Luminosity now, 2 of their players at least have a little bit of give.
Question is, Fallen, when he had the op in the first gun run, wasn't able to really find anything. They went to the other bomb site that he was at. This time he goes over towards A instead of B. They're going to push down again, though. Flusha completely blind. He gets over towards the tree. He's going to try and flash to keep him back, but Steel won't slow down. Gets that first kill. Nicely done. The nade comes out, not going to be able to finish him off. And they fall back into the B site with the man advantage.
So close. Such a close call. Flusha trying to do the best that he could there in that situation, but the flash didn't go off fast enough, the one that he banked off that wall. So no joy this time for Fnatic. And again, Luminosity doing a great job of just keeping the pressure up on the Swedes at this point. Deep Molotov, Flash is going to go through, and Bolts, he was in position to just hold down Mouse One. He will get the kill, but only the 1-for-1 instead of the full spray down. He has no way of knowing, obviously, just how many people were lined up for him there, but that could have been brutal for Fnatic.
But he had the intel. Dying, he gets the intel that all 3 members of Fnatic came through that smoke. That allows Cole to be very aggressive, get up this position towards the bench. Fnatic, they got to be careful. They may not clear this out. They may not expect this kind of a play. Doesn't look like they're going to look for it. JW runs by. Cold can't get the kill, though, and Pronax cleans him up, but there's Fallen to bail him out of a tough spot.
What a key frag there onto Pronax, slowing it down. And what beautiful air movement from JW. That control just glides out of harm's way. But he's down to 20 HP. Olofmeister down to 8. And with only 27 seconds left, they have a lot of work ahead of them to get onto this site. They do have 2 smokes, though, to make their jobs easier, but they would love to find a frag, hold on to those smokes to buy some time. JW's going to get caught. Olaf is there, though, to take out Fallen, but he still needs to go up and pick up this bomb. 15 seconds left. This is valuable time ticking away, and now Fair's getting closer. Olaf, he has to get back onto the site, but Fair can actually spot him. Or for a moment he could, and yeah, is going to be able to apply the pressure. Olaf, no more time now for the bomb plant, but he does get the kill. Steel, though, with no time left on the clock. Luminosity will win their second round. Steel didn't have to come into that site to take the fight.
How costly, though. Fallen gets out of Graveyard very aggressively. Olaf's able to pick him off, and if that would have been a crucial bomb plant if he didn't have to jump all the way up there in the balcony. Smart play, though, picking up the op. I thought he was just going to swing off balcony and wait for that first rotation, maybe try and grab that kill. But either way, he makes that such an expensive win for Luminosity. You can see their bank is still so incredibly low. 2 Famas on the board. Cold's down at $0, but fortunately for them, it is going to be mostly a save from Fnatic. They buy up some upgraded pistols, some utility on Pronax and Olaf, which he saved from the last round. Nice pop flash. Fallen's got to get out of there.
Oh, but Flusha gets flashed as well, so no joy. And, well, Fnatic had a little bit of a moment there where they could have pulled something off that was pretty big, but now it's going to be down to hard work, basically. Fallen decides to go for the challenge, get control of top Banana once again with that smoke. As it clears, now he's got the position, he's got the angle with the AWP. Does get shoulder peek, though, so nice play there. And now Fnatic, they could try and go ahead and inch their way forward, take advantage of this space at top Banana to set up for a push onto that site if they want.
Yeah, this is a full committal towards this B bomb site. 1 pow flash over here, and that could ruin everything. Another shoulder peek comes out, baits out a shot. Still none of the smokes used for Fnatic, though. They had 2 coming into this round. Steel's just going to spam through. He gets stinked up a little bit by JW. He does some damage in return, but still, Fnatic not falling back from Banana whatsoever, and no rotations out of Luminosity.
Yeah, for a little frustrating there for JW. If you'd had more than a Glock, if you'd had a P250, I think we would have got the kill there. But again, Fnatic, you're right. They are still committed to this site. Bomb is still sitting top. Banana, 35 seconds left. And they still have
excuse me, they still have a smoke on Pronax.
Oh, there's a nice kill from Olaf. Gets the first pick, but all of Luminosity has rotated over towards the B bomb site. Even Cold has cheated over towards CT spawn. But you're right, no utility to stop this push from Fnatic.
And there's the first shot. Cold actually going to be able to take out JW. Fallen not having any impact, and Pronax takes out Steel. The rotation was there, but the damage is done. Fnatic will be able to get onto this site and get the bomb plant, and Flush has got the angle using Fallen's off against Cold. So now it's down to Bolts. He's in a 1v4 situation. He's going to be coming through construction, as we can see here. And Bolts, he's got the angle on Flusha, but Flusha can just go for the peak, really make him sweat. And he's just boxed in at this point. And they know exactly where he's playing from. If Crims goes down, that's a way out, perhaps. But not even if Flusha's got the angle with the AWP.
Yeah,
at this point, Bolts is just trying to keep them on this site. So you know what? If I'm going to go down, I'm taking you with me.
Not even going to work. Flusha just ends that thought. What a round from Fnatic. They slow played that. They only had pistols. They had one AWP to work with, but basically a full committal into that in the banana with all the pistols and the op just working over towards the A site. That pick by Olaf was crucial.
Yeah.
LG even had a good read on it, though. They had 3 members over at the B bomb site, but as that clock dwindled down, we talked about this, that utility management. There were no smokes, no Molotovs left over at the B bomb site. Only Bolts had one a day, and he was the one that stuck around at the A bomb site.
And now this is interesting. Fnatic elect to run the double AWP, so they aren't going up to an AK. Double AWP, okay. It's not something we see very often on Inferno, so we'll see how it pans out. But it is going to be a pistol round here for Luminosity. They're just looking to save some money to get up to the rifles again as quickly as possible. We do have an aggressive push coming out right now into the T apartments. Cold, he's on the hunt right now, and Olaf is on his own. This could be a great moment here for Cold to do some damage and pick up an op. Olaf spots it, and he jumps out of harm's way. Olaf, is he actually going to be able to stay alive in this? Yes, he will. Somehow, Cold can't clinch that kill.
It's like a sixth sense for Olaf. You see him just barely turn and glance in that direction as if he feels it coming. So nicely done from Olaf, being very aware of the situation he's in. And more pressure being put on this B site. Pronax and Crims just grabbing the angle, waiting for any kind of a peek, but still, Fnatic, these terrorist rounds, especially on the anti-ecos, they're not being too aggressive. They're making sure they know where everyone is before they commit somewhere. And now they're going to walk up mid, and that's where Bolts got sucked in aggressive. He gets 1 kill, but traded off immediately.
There's still a man alive, though. Fair is up. Is he up in apartments? It seems like it. He might be trying to play for some kind of default plant out of Fnatic. We'll see if Fnatic make that mistake, or if they're going to try and plant for an angle that they've already got control of. Flush up. He's going to spot the man, and there it is. Game is up. Fair backs off. And now it comes down to P250, CZ, and a USP. No kit, obviously, here for Luminosity. So again, they're just going to be seeing if they can't do any additional damage here. Flusha runs out of bullets, and Crims is there to cover his back. Steel, no joy. And it's going to be down to Fair now, just seeing what he can do.
Pronax has been guarding this AWP in middle for the entire round since JW went down. And the beauty of that situation, you question it, they're going to run the double up. Not the greatest idea on Inferno, which is very difficult for terror side operators to have some success. So Olaf's more than likely just going to drop that one over. They're not going to salvage that second op, but another win for Fnatic going forward.
And 5 rounds now. 5 rounds on T side of Inferno, knowing how, oh, pardon me, 6, that's right. A little bit of the delay there as it ticks over sometimes, but 6 rounds on Fnatic's T side. Their CT side is excellent. I mean, this is definitely shaping up for, you know, another Fnatic win versus Luminosity. Luminosity are going to start feeling the pressure.
Oh yeah, they feel it already. This is such a difficult thing to come back from. They're forced onto a double save as well. I mean, they've got to save 1 more round. They don't even have anything they can buy in this round. Not even close to what they need to stop Fnatic right now. So this is turning into a very good half, very early on, 9 rounds in. Well, this is the 9th round, and more than likely, Cold starts it off really well with that CZ.
He takes out JW, but he isn't able to actually pick up anything off of that. Decides to back off and play it safe, so no gun to work with, but still some damage dealt to Fnatic, keeping him honest.
Yeah, 4 members stacked over towards the A site for Luminosity, so gambling a little bit. Well, once again, Fnatic has 3 members in Banana. The bomb still in middle, just watching for anything. Hasn't committed to either side of the map. So they can really just fall back and do whatever they want. A minute to play with, but they're just going to commit over here towards B, so a good read from Fnatic.
As far as this is concerned, I mean, this is what Fnatic are known for as well, just being so very patient. They're just waiting for these rotations to come through, smokes go down. They have to realize perhaps, I mean, they're going to be checking all of these angles, and they will eventually get into the back of this site to make sure they check dark corner, and there it is. And what was that flush? A misclick? He pulled out a Molotov before Fallen took his face off. So that's a little awkward, but still, man advantage for Luminosity. Still only with pistols, though. And again, they're just looking to make this as expensive as possible for Fnatic. Bolts gets dropped, and there it is, the clear. Crims taking out Steel. Crims with the double kill. Olafmeister takes out Cold. That's Banana open, so now Fnatic have a safe way off of this site. They don't even have to take the fight with Bolts unless they want to. Seems like Pronax has been pinned down, but Olaf, he's actually hunting. They want to see if they can find this kill, it seems. I don't know if you really necessarily need the extra $300, but okay. They get it in the end, and that puts Fnatic well in the lead. They just continue to extend it.
Yeah, complete control of this map so far. Fallen will be able to get that AWP once again if he chooses to, but it hasn't been that effective, so he switches over to the M4.
I didn't know we were playing matchmaking.
Oh, 2-7 now. Luminosity, they've got to come up with something. This might be a situation, if we see Fnatic win one more, it wouldn't surprise me if Luminosity calls a pause. They're a team over in the North American leagues who, they're not afraid to use that pause in the first half if they've run into something that they can't figure out. So, you know, if this round goes the way of Fnatic, they're going to have to take some time and talk things over because this cannot spread out that much more before they might just break.
Yeah, it's really getting to that point. They're just gymnasts at this point, man, if they're still in one piece. Because this is starting to get really nasty. Again, re-smoke at the bottom of Banana, though. So Luminosity, they just want to deny Bananas for as long as possible. At least they are challenging, and they have been successful so far in their aggressive challenges in Banana. When they do manage to get Cypher, or Fallen, rather, down to the bottom of it, we've seen good results. But Fnatic aren't taking the bait. They aren't trying to push through this time. There aren't going to be any free kills here for Fallen.
In fact, they've already pushed up aggressively over towards the A bomb site. JW's already at the end of halls. He's peeking out towards Graveyard, just seeking to spot something. Fair's boosted up in the bomb site on the plant boxes, so that's a cool angle to watch it with. But Flush is still just keeping this push distracted.
And as the smoke clears, 40 seconds left. There is the angle there by Cold. He's down in pit. He's been spotted. Olofmeister not going to hit that shot, but he will dunk a nade onto Cold. Dropping him down to 60 HP, so a good nade, but Bolts in the meantime is taking out Flusha. That's at the bottom of Banana, and we can see Crims rotating back. Cold with an excellent shot onto Olaf. Crims not going to get the spray onto Fallen, and it's falling apart here for Fnatic. Pronax and JW, the last two alive. They've got the bomb, but they've only got 20 seconds to make something happen in this round. It's either get up onto that site or die trying, and there we go. It's perfectly timed there by Bolts. Double spray down for him.
Big triple kill in a much-needed round, but now here's the thing. Luminosity's got to string these together. They've got to be able to build up some bank. They've got to break the economy of Fnatic if they want to be able to come back into this match and close this gap more. But there's been so much money built up by Fnatic, even though they spend a lot of it here. Olaf back on the AWP. I mean, Flusha and Pronax, they drop some weapons over, so their economy goes down. Their bank goes down huge. This is a crucial round for Luminosity.
Yeah, this is very important. This could be, I mean, they will get railroaded if they don't win this round, essentially. Because Fnatic, I mean, if they lose this round, forced by eco territory, and it could get a little bit easier for Luminosity. So we'll see. As again, there's aggression, and this time Fnatic, they do get to the top of Banana. There's a great Molotov. It forces Steel out into the open. He burns alive. Even with the smoke down, Fnatic don't need to see you to get the job done.
And no rotation out of Luminosity, so it's all on Fallen. He gets the first kill. He's brought down to 7 HP. Somehow survives that. If that kill goes the way of Fnatic, that's a lot of problems for Luminosity. But Fallen gets away, drops a Molotov to slow him down, but still, that pressure is going to bring Fair over. And Fnatic's fallen completely out of Banana. They have one member, that's going to be JW, just sitting at the tree watching for this. The bomb's relocating to the other side of the map right now.
One thing that's very good for Fnatic, though, is that Luminosity no longer have any smokes. They only have 2 incendiaries to buy any time with. So as the clock ticks lower, Fnatic should be realizing that they have a little bit more space to work with. And look at this, full rotation out of the B side for Luminosity. And this is just a fake for Fnatic. They were there for a moment with the bomb, but JW hasn't spotted anybody in Banana, and Fallen is going to be locked on the outside of his bomb site.
Yeah, this is the wrong call to have Fallen come back. 7 HP, no utility to work with. And this is where if you're Fallen, you see this hit coming into the B site and you just say, oh crap, there's nothing I can do to stop these guys. He gets some damage down at long range, no kills go his way, and JW doesn't know where he is. So he's peeking into the A site and he gets taken out. There's a gap in the smoke that nobody realized.
Exactly. How do they not realize that's running up there, Fnatic? That's an elementary mistake that we're not used to seeing from them. And now there's a huge advantage here for Luminosity going into this retake. Granted, no utility, but just the sheer press of the numbers. Cold's going to find the headshot onto Crims, and somehow Fnatic, with what seems a free round, they lose control of the situation.
Oh, they lost control horribly. That gap in the smoke, that one mistake, a very rare mistake out of Fnatic. Not only the gap itself, but not realizing it's there. Fallen takes complete advantage. He gets a free kill onto JW, and from there, it's all cleanup for Luminosity.
And that was just so important for Luminosity, keeping 4 players alive as well. Now they just get this big, big boost to their economy. A little bit more room to breathe. Nicely done there by Cold as well, hitting that shot onto Olofmeister. And Cold, yeah, well, I mean, we kind of expect this level from Cold. He's leading right now, but not by much. Fallen has also been stepping up. But between the two of them, they seem to be doing the majority of the work right now for Luminosity.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're the ones that have to. Those are the 2 big name players on this team. More Banana aggression, and those nades, they destroy Crims. It is an eco round. No armor's picked up. Fair spams one more through the smoke for good measure, and that's the bomb down. They don't realize it quite yet. It's hidden in the smoke. but a two-man advantage for Luminosity, and getting out of this once again with no members falling would be huge.
Looking really good. Olofmeister trying for some heroics to bring this back. Steel has spotted JW and Banana now, and JW, he didn't show the bomb. He was only peeking without it. No real information, but Fer getting a blindside shot onto Olofmeister is going to work just fine. And that leaves Pronax and JW all on their own here in this eco situation for themselves, just hoping to do a little bit of damage here to Luminosity. JW will do just that, but he loses his teammate at the same time. So it is going to be all on JW, and he is going to look for the fight. There's only a single man pushing down, and Steel attempting the pre-fire, doesn't get it right. Now JW, he has a chance. He had the chance to get up onto the B site, but with Bolts already being in position, Molotov going down, this is going to make JW's life a little bit more tricky. And yep, steps out into the open. He can't really get it done.
It's not for that aim punch. Bolts only had 11 HP. That one bullet could have done so much damage and gotten the plant down. Either way, Luminosity making a really, really good comeback so far in this match. They've still got ways to go. Fnatic on the T side with 7 rounds very, very quickly. That's going to be tough to overcome no matter what this half ends up as, but Luminosity giving themselves a window of opportunity moving forward.
They're slowly clawing their way back into this. Fnatic now with the full buy, and now we get to see exactly what Pronax wants to make happen here with his team. How are they going to take advantage of this? Again, Luminosity using some gear at the top of Banana, just putting up a little bit of a fight. The HE finds nobody, and the HE in mid just does a little bit of damage to JW. Seems like it's going to be the old Fnatic flash. There it is. Flash right through the mid smoke. Try and put up. Oh, no. Well, shooting your teammate isn't part of the plan.
Oh, JW.
Oh, no, and a completely ineffective pop flash as well. Olofmeister and Crims will bring it back, but then Fallen with the double spray atop Banana. Fnatic, they were putting the pressure on A. They were hoping to get up to top Banana and get onto that B site quick, but Fallen puts a stop to that. No fun allowed.
Yeah, trying to split that site, come up that ramp side, and it just doesn't work out for him. Olaf, there's still a minute left. This is a duel round. He hasn't taken any damage. He's got full nades to work with, and actually, if you look at the map, Luminosity, all 3 members very split up. If Olaf can find these one-on-ones everywhere they are, I mean, you could see Fair, he's watching CT spawn, but the bomb's down a Banana, and there's only one member who's really watching this. It's Fallen. He's going to be at the pit, and he's going to execute all. A very swift shot. Nicely done from him.
Yeah, that was very clean. Definitely wired in there. And, well, that was a huge round. Fallen with a triple kill in the end. Puts him up on 13 frags. And that's exactly what is needed. Also, just to get some confidence going. You have to have those big plays, those big spray downs. That's what's going to get everybody fired up and ready to go. And, yeah, now we get the perspective. Fantastic work there by Fallen, getting up on the car like that and pulling a fast one on Fnatic.
And 4 rounds straight now for Luminosity, so you want to talk about building some confidence. Now they're feeling a little bit better. They have the money to do a lot of different things. It opens up the strat book as well. But still, we saw Fnatic win an eco run earlier in this half, and now they're putting a lot of pressure over towards Banana. But Fallen spraying down 3 more. Huge play from him. The Molotov stops the rest of the Fnatic members from pushing up.
And he nearly gets the quad as well. JW will be able to just sneak his way out of that. And Fer, he has boxed them in. So Bolts, top of CT, is going to pick off the one. Doesn't get the double, though. JW finds the headshot, and Cold is going to have to put an end to it. But it was just, again, another solid round from Fallen. Individual plays, sometimes that's exactly what needs to happen.
He's up at 16. 16 kills for him, so he's having a very, very good defensive half. Cold is up at 13 as well. So they've really come alive in this stretch of 5 rounds that Luminosity's won straight.
Really interesting to see that it's Olofmeister being he's being prioritized with the AWP as well over on the T side. When a lot of the focus was put on JW at the beginning, I mean, obviously I think that's going to shift when we get over to that CT side. JW is going to start taking that AWP in hand a little bit more. Not every day we see Olofmeister actually the one sniping on the offense.
Yeah, that'll definitely switch over. We have seen it on other maps, but yeah, on Inferno it is kind of curious to see. Fallen, he gets flashed back. Him being aggressive over towards that B bomb site with the op hasn't really worked too well. Meanwhile at A, Pronax finds an early kill. Fair peeking up into the window.
And then Bolts just decides to put a few bullets through the smoke to see what happens, and he's got a dead JW.
Oh, look at Cold. He very much almost spotted the head, and Fallen, he's going to be still pressured, although Fnatic now, this is one of those situations in the mid-round. They've slowed things down completely. No noise being made across the map. Luminosity, they have no indication of what's happening. And there's a Molotov. Just one flash baits out that Molotov from Fallen. So more utility used, and Fnatic uses this opportunity to shift back over towards the A bomb site, where the defense is in complete rotation. They're switching spots up.
All right, they're actually changing it all up. Cold is going to be looking towards Arch, but that's not where the action's going to be. Fnatic going up into apartments right now. They did get control of it earlier, although they are clearing it. They've got the bomb leading, so Pronax is really committed to this. 35 seconds left, though, on this clock, and it is going to come down to Pronax, and he's just going to go for a YOLO jump off balcony, it looks like. He's got, Crims backing him as well, but the man in pit could ruin their day, and that is it. Bolts, 1-for-1 trade, drops the bomb in pit, but then Cold chimes in with the AWP, and now they're going to have to find a way to deal with this, and it looks like smoke him off, get him out of that angle.
Yeah, and that's why we saw the switch from the defense. Put the op at the longer range. Watch that wrap side with it. Bolt gets in pit, but we're down to a 2-on-2 now. Such passive play from Luminosity in the mid-round allowed Fnatic to do basically whatever they want, just come out of that A-Halls dry.
Now, this is when, again, we need a demonstration here from Fnatic of that team play that we saw earlier. First man is going to be crossed there, and Flush is going to spot him. Great timing to peek on Fallen as Fallen goes for the nade. And this is going to be the trade, but then Olofmeister still doesn't really know where he's playing from. Bomb isn't planted for Olofmeister, though, but Steel sticking it, and one bullet does the trick. Olaf steps up, annihilates him, and it's going to be Fnatic coming out ahead on their T side on Inferno. 8 rounds for them. That is a huge performance in the first half here from the Swedes and the defending champions.
Right, and it looked so scary for so long. That 5-round stretch really saved Luminosity. They're still at a huge deficit at the moment, especially with Fnatic going into their CT side. You know, some other teams you might think this is pretty doable, but against Fnatic, I mean, this is going to be a really tough spot for Luminosity. They're going to have to get out to that same start that Fnatic got off to. Win the majority of those first 5 rounds, grab control of the economy, and really punish Fnatic for not having the tools they need to mount a strong defense.
That's exactly it. If they can, I mean, we saw how, well, I think that basically Luminosity, no, please don't, have mercy. When you have when they got those 5 rounds going, it's because they were finally able to actually afford getting the incendiaries, the smokes, the combination plays, because that's why a lot of these teams are avoiding Infernos, because of all these choke points that can be abused with the nades. You're absolutely right by saying, if Luminosity can pick up the pistol, maintain Fnatic's economy low, anything is possible at this point. They could run the rounds back.
Yeah, they're going to have to. And it's all going to be on this pistol round. Fnatic obviously winning the first one, as we can see up on the scoreboard, but
I don't know why I'm doing that. They can't see me, but I'm like imitating the guy in the red sweater at the same time. It's like, yeah.
Just getting really into it.
Oh, man, yeah. It's so hype. I'm so glad to be here. Everybody's so happy to be having this event here as well. Everybody we've met from the fans that have turned up at the event so far. It's really been so sick to be here in Cluj-Napoca. So this is it as well, the final major of the year. And Fnatic, I mean, the team right now that's on the server, they're looking for the Triple Crown. They're looking for all 3 majors this year. They are the only team to get back-to-back majors so far.
And winning 3 in a row, you got to think, too, they're the only repeat winner. So, I mean, there's just so many teams that can win all these majors. So to have 3, that's a record that might take a long time to get broken.
Right? Just, I mean,
if ever.
If ever, exactly. That could be something that's just never reproduced. And you'd have the mastermind himself right there, Pronax. I mean, he is actually the only man to have